Chapter 1. The system's darkening. The more one relaxes, the more invincible one becomes. Host, this is the 10,010th time I ask you. Will you bind to this system immediately? Host, this is the 10,086th time I ask you. Will you bind to this system immediately? At the Luyun sect, atop Lingxiao Peak, a youthful figure with striking features was sprawled on a cool, illustrated album, fast asleep as the crisp electronic voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. The youth seemed roused from his slumber, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and irritably exclaimed, "Damn it, again? Can't you see that this peak master is trying to sleep?" The young man, known as Qingyun, is a time traveler. Having endured the grueling 996 work schedule in his previous life, he opted for a laid-back existence upon his arrival in this realm, spending a decade in the cultivation world, yet remaining at the minor success stage of the foundation establishment realm. The realms include Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, postnatal, innate, nascent soul, purple mansion, cave void, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. With Yi Qingyun's current level of cultivation, it would be impossible for him to become a mere disciple of the Luyun sect's miscellaneous duties. Yet, paradoxically, Yi Qingyun has ascended to the position of peak master within the Luyun sect as a transcendent force in the Eastern domain. The Luyun sect boasts 72 peak masters, most of whom possess strength at the quasi-emperor realm. Yi Qingyun's rise to the position of peak master with only the foundation establishment cultivation level is indeed a remarkable anomaly. Of course, this peculiar circumstance is largely attributed to his inebriated master, the former peak master of Lingxiao, Li Moyang. When Yi Qingyun was merely at the Qi refinement stage, Li Moyang sought him out, proclaiming that his unique bone structure and exceptional talent warranted his admission to the Luyun sect as a personal disciple. Yi Qingyun was utterly bewildered. He considered his own abilities to be rather mediocre, and his attitude towards cultivation decidedly lackadaisical. Why had this old drunkard, Li Moyang, chosen him? Yi Qingyun surmised that perhaps they were kindred spirits. Li Moyang himself was a rather indolent individual, and on the entire Lingxiao Peak, Yi Qingyun was his sole disciple. After accepting Yi Qingyun, Li Moyang never once guided his cultivation, instead continuing to indulge in his inebriated slumber day and night. Thus, the rhythmic sound of snoring on Lingxiao Peak doubled in volume. 2.5 years ago, Li Moyang abruptly relinquished his position as peak master, appointing Yi Qingyun to take over Lingxiao Peak, after which he vanished without a trace. Once Yi Qingyun assumed the role of peak master, his treatment was exceptionally favorable. He was required to do nothing but sleep and indulge in leisure, all while receiving a generous stipend. Due to Li Moyang's venerable status and the fact that Yi Qingyun was his sole disciple, other peak masters were obliged to respectfully address him as Shu. The Empress, Ning Shuang, the leader of the Luyun sect, was 2 generations beneath him. Under the protection of the Luyun sect, Yi Qingyun felt unencumbered to pursue a life of ease on the Shunkuan continent, rife with powerful figures and treachery. Desperate cultivation? That was out of the question. Working for the system? That was even less likely. Life has become exceedingly pleasant, and Yi Qingyun has absolutely no desire to bind himself to any nonsensical system. Host the 1008th. Get lost. Before the system could finish its announcement, Yi Qingyun impatiently dismissed it, then eagerly resumed perusing the art book in his hands. It must be said that the beauties of ancient times each possess their own unique charm, unlike those of Blue Star, where all beautiful faces bear a striking resemblance. Ding! Intense feelings of aversion and disdain detected in the hostess system is undergoing reflection and improvement. Ding! The system's first improvement successful. Ding! The system's second improvement successful. Ding! The system's 999th improvement successful. A powerful electric current resonated in his mind, causing Yi Qingyun to swallow nervously. Could it be that the system had been driven to madness by his laid-back attitude? What if it failed in its improvements and suddenly exploded within him? Damn it! You useless system, stop this at once. Yi Qingyun's heart raced. His life was far too enjoyable to be jeopardized by such trivial matters. However, it was already too late. Ding! The improvement has been successfully completed. The Supreme Invincible System is now online. The sole objective of the Supreme Invincible System is to render the host invincible, and yet more invincible. Gazing at the system panel, Qingyun remained unfazed. The Supreme Invincible System? Its name certainly carries a resounding echo. However, Qingyun had no desire to once again become a mere laborer. The countenance of capitalists remains unchanged. They relentlessly exploit. Ding! Detection indicates the host is breathing reward. A millennium of cultivation, allowing an immediate breakthrough to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Ding! Detection indicates the host is blinking reward. An imperial-grade technique, Qingyun Dragon Phoenix Art. A card for summoning an emperor and a volume titled Jade Maidens. Wind and Cloud Album. Yi Qingyun was taken aback. Breathing could yield rewards? Furthermore, a millennium of cultivation that could lead directly to the Quasi-Emperor realm, a realm that others toil for thousands of years to attain, was suddenly within his grasp. Could it be true? The Quasi-Emperor realm represents the pinnacle among the elite in the Eastern domain. The reason the Flowing Cloud sect boasts no fewer than 70 Quasi-Emperor powerhouses is that it is one of the 8 transcendent forces in a first-rate faction. A Quasi-Emperor would be revered as an ancestral figure. Not only does breathing offer rewards, but even blinking does. Had the system, driven to madness by itself, succumbed to darkness? Yet, as a person of such integrity, why would the system reward him with the Qingyun technique? And what of this album? What on earth were these? All that glitters is not gold. It may lead to one's downfall. The system's rewards are genuine and valid. The host may claim them directly. The system's voice resonated once more, piquing Yi Qingyun's curiosity. He was indeed quite eager to peruse that album. System, claim all rewards. Yi Qingyun commanded. Yes, soon as the words left his lips, he felt an infusion of pure spiritual energy within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Simultaneously, his cultivation, which had stagnated for 7 or 8 years, began to ascend rapidly. Perfection in the core formation stage. Perfection in the acquired stage. Perfection in the void stage. Entry into the semi-emperor realm. Minor success in the semi-emperor realm. Major success in the semi-emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingyun's cultivation was firmly established at the major success level of the semi-emperor realm. Within Yi Qingyun, a golden core was born, and a purple mansion was established, capable of housing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, serving as a storage space. Inside the purple mansion lay a resplendent golden card, a manual of cultivation, and an album of illustrations. Think I truly broke through to the semi-emperor realm? Yi Qingyun, feeling the immense power coursing through him, found it hard to believe. Now, with merely a single palm strike, he could effortlessly shatter a mountain. Even the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth was well within his grasp. All these rewards were earned through the mere act of breathing and blinking. One must admit, this supreme invincible system is quite suited for a life of ease. Subsequently, Yi Qingyun turned his gaze towards the other 3 rewards. The value of the Emperor Summoning card is self-evident. It represents the pinnacle of combat strength in the eastern region. Should Yi Qingyun possess an emperor as a protector, he could traverse the eastern region with unparalleled dominance. As for the Qingyun techniques and the illustrated manual, the ever-curious Yi Qingyun will undoubtedly delve into them with great diligence. That if memory serves me correctly, the Empress Ji Ningxiang has remained at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm for over a millennium. Could it be that the system's reward of the Qingyun techniques is intended to assist the Empress in breaking through her bottleneck? Chapter 2. Summoning the Great Emperor to the Empress Peak System. Please introduce the Qingyun Dragon and Phoenix technique. Yi Qingyun languidly reclined on the chaise longue, instructing the system. Although he could peruse the information himself, he deemed such exertion unnecessary. After all, what was the purpose of a system if not to alleviate his burdens? A life of repose was to be savored to its fullest. Qingyun Dragon and Phoenix technique, a high-level imperial martial art that emphasizes the balance of yin and yang, allowing both parties to cultivate together, thereby achieving remarkable efficiency and rapid progress. After a cumulative training of 49 hours, the male practitioner can attain the ancient Dragon Emperor physique, while the female practitioner can cultivate the ancient Ice Phoenix body. Gazing at the information panel, Qingyun felt a twinge of astonishment. Dual cultivation techniques were not uncommon in the divine Qingyun continent, yet a dual cultivation technique of imperial grade was likely unparalleled across the entire realm. The hierarchy of martial arts is categorized from highest to lowest as follows: Imperial, Celestial, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, further subdivided into lower, intermediate, and advanced levels. The Flowing Cloud sect, being one of the 8 transcendent powers in the eastern region, possesses only 3 intermediate-level imperial techniques and martial arts. As for advanced imperial techniques, only the sacred grounds in the central region possess such treasures. Yet here was the system, casually bestowing a technique of advanced imperial quality, and one that every man yearns for, a dual cultivation technique. Even women could hardly resist the allure of such a technique. It seems the system does have its merits after all. Qingyun smiled broadly, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Gratitude to the esteemed host for the commendation. Your affirmation and encouragement serve as the very impetus for the system's endeavors. The system has automatically facilitated the host's comprehension of the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix technique. As the system's voice resonated once more, Qingyun sensed a formidable surge of pure yang energy within him. Remarkably, the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix technique had been comprehended autonomously. The imperial-level martial arts are not only rare but also present significant challenges in mastery. Even the illustrious Empress Qingyun would require several years to fully grasp it. Yet, Qingyun achieved this understanding in the blink of an eye. Following the system's darkening, mere compliments invigorated it as though it had received a surge of vitality. Esteemed Empress, I shall take it upon myself to assist you with your impasse. Qingyun displayed a grin reminiscent of a rogue. The image of the Empress Qingyun, with her breathtaking visage and voluptuous form, floated through his mind. She was the epitome of allure, ethereal and pure, the dream of every man. Ahem. As a member of the Luyun sect, it is my duty to sacrifice my own desires for the greater good, to aid the Empress in transcending her limitations. The mission of the Luyun sect is paramount. Qingyun, as a man of integrity, was certainly not motivated by the Empress's beauty, but rather by the desire to support her and contribute to the advancement of the entire Luyun sect. Subsequently, Qingyun perused the illustrated album bestowed as a reward by the system. One must admit, the artistry was exceptional, vivid and lifelike, evoking a plethora of imaginations. Is not the essence of life to seek joy and contentment? Upon inspection, he realized that he had been engrossed for 2.5 hours. Host, you still have an unused Emperor Summon card. Would you like to use it immediately? The system reminded Qingyun, abruptly pulled from his reverie. Qingyun's expression darkened as he retorted, "What is your status? What position do I hold? Refrain from interrupting me while I am engrossed in my studies." You are indeed correct, host. The system will reflect on this. To compensate you, I shall present 10 brand new art albums. As the system's voice faded, 10 pristine albums materialized in Qingyun's hands. His eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly tucked them away, exclaiming, "Ah, now you are truly considerate." He resolved to savor the albums at his leisure later on. At this moment, Qingyun prepared to utilize the Emperor Summon card. In the treacherous realm of Qingyun, rife with powerful adversaries and cunning deceit, he dared not step beyond the boundaries of Luyun sect without a guardian by his side. He had often contemplated venturing into the mortal realm to offer warmth to the maidens of the Yihong courtyard. Yet the fear of attracting the attention of formidable foes held him back. If only he possessed a protector of emperor-level prowess, he would traverse the world with confidence. Qingyun retrieved the Emperor Summon card and, with a flicker of intent, the card radiated a dazzling brilliance, pulsating with the laws of heaven and earth. As the system initiated the summoning of the Emperor, the overwhelming celestial phenomenon rendered the secrets of Lingxiao Peak obscured. After the heavenly secrets were obscured, even the most formidable emperors could not perceive the anomalies of Lingxiao Peak. The space surrounding Lingxiao Peak began to distort, and a powerful aura surged forth. Despite Qingyun having ascended to the quasi-emperor realm, he still felt a chill in the presence of this overwhelming energy. Such formidable essence he had only felt from the Empress and his own inebriated master. The dog-like system was indeed extraordinary. It summoned an emperor right from the outset. With the protection of an emperor, Qingyun could act with impunity throughout the entire Qingyun continent. From the warped space emerged an elderly man with white hair, yet youthful features, clad in a gray Taoist robe, resembling a celestial being. His deep and weathered eyes seemed capable of penetrating the annals of time. Who am I? Where am I? Wait, Did I not perish? The old man wore a perplexed expression, as he distinctly recalled failing his tribulation and meeting his demise. How then had he been resurrected? Name: Feng Qingyun. Identity: ancestor of the Wind Clear sect. Cultivation: perfected Emperor realm. Upon gazing at the information panel, Qingyun was no longer composed. The emperor summoned by the system was none other than the ancestor of the Wind Clear sect. The Wind Clear sect, like the Luoyun sect, was a transcendent force in the eastern region. However, Feng Qingyun was dissatisfied with the status quo, aspiring to break through barriers and elevate his cultivation further. Unfortunately, he had failed and met a tragic end. However, the system unexpectedly resurrected Feng Qingyun, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Even more terrifying than the strength of the Empress Ningxuan. This is truly astonishing. Feng Qingyun's gaze fell upon Qingyun. An invisible bond connected the two. With Feng Qingyun's life and death resting in Qingyun's hands, he understood that his resurrection was entirely due to the presence of this young man before him. In this lifetime, Feng Qingyun's fate belonged to Qingyun. Feng Qingyun pays his respects to you, my lord. Feng Qingyun approached Qingyun, then knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The ancestral figure of the Fengqing sect, submitting to a mere youth? Very well. Rise. Qingyun was exceedingly pleased. With Feng Qingyun as his protector, his safety was assured. Ding. For the development of the Luoyun sect, and to ensure that every disciple of the Luoyun sect stands tall with dignity, please assist the Empress in her breakthrough. Rewards: 500 years of cultivation can directly ascend to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. The Sacred Sword of Humanity Qingyun Sword, top-tier imperial artifact. 10 9th-grade cultivation pills. 10 9th-grade marrow cleansing pills. 10 9th-grade spirit restoration pills. 10 9th-grade healing pills. Note: the host should not feel pressured, as long as one dares to attempt. Even if the mission remains unaccomplished, the rewards will still be granted. Chapter 3. Varied Rewards. Watfa? Is it possible to receive rewards even without completing the tasks? Qingyun thought he must have misread. During his time on Blue Star, he had perused numerous novels about traversing realms, often featuring protagonists who faced dire circumstances. They typically began as worthless beings or were betrayed from the outset, only to awaken a system that forced them into servitude. Yet, the supreme and invincible system he had bound himself to issued rewards regardless of task completion. The pivotal rewards were indeed substantial. 500 years of cultivation would enable Qingyun to directly ascend to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, leaving him merely a step away from the emperor's domain. The human race's sacred sword, the Qingyun sword, is an extraordinary blade imbued with immense fortune, a supreme imperial artifact, even in the entirety of the divine Qingyun continent. It is an unparalleled rarity. Moreover, there exists an array of 9th-grade elixirs. In the eastern region, 9th-grade elixirs are an invaluable commodity, nearly impossible to procure. Within their Flowing Cloud sect, the most formidable alchemist is Mo Wu Dao, the leader of the Pill Peak, who has only recently ascended to the rank of 9th-grade alchemist, with a success rate of under 20% for concocting 9th-grade elixirs. Yet now, the system astonishingly rewarded him with 40 9th-grade elixirs in one go. One cannot help but acknowledge that the system, now darkened, is indeed delightful. Esteemed host, how could the system dare to deceive you? All the rewards you perceive are genuine and valid. In response to Qingyun's skepticism, the system provided its assurance. Upon hearing this, Qingyun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, in an effort to temper the system's pride, he feigned nonchalance and replied, "It's passable, just barely. Rest assured, esteemed host. The system shall continue to refine itself, striving to meet your expectations." The system humbly responded. Inwardly, Qingyun was bursting with delight. He had deftly taken control of this insistent system. Subsequently, Qingyun rose to his feet, stretching leisurely as the sound of cracking bones echoed around him. A surge of formidable power coursed through his being. With but a mere thought, he could effortlessly obliterate a mountain or decimate an entire faction. Is this the sensation of true strength? Qingyun smiled broadly and made his way toward the door, with Feng Qingyun trailing closely behind like an attentive servant. Upon exiting the room, Qingyun's gaze fell upon a towering peak. The mountain soared into the heavens, shrouded in ethereal mist, its summit blanketed in pristine white snow, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. This was the mountain where the Empress, Ningxuan, resided, known as the Empress Peak. For centuries, the Empress had rarely descended from her lofty abode, dedicating herself to seclusion and cultivation in pursuit of attaining the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. As a transcendent power, it was imperative for their sect, the Flowing Cloud sect, to possess a formidable figure at the zenith of the Emperor realm. Both their revered ancestor, Dongfang Su, and the ancestor of the Wenqing sect, Feng Qingyun, had perished in their attempts to break through to that exalted state. Although Yi Qingyun's master, a notorious drunkard, possesses profound cultivation, he remains ensconced in slumber with a wine gourd in hand, neglecting the affairs of the Luyun sect. Moreover, he vanished 2.5 years ago, leaving all the burdens on Ji Ningxuang's shoulders. Ji Ningxuang, with her formidable talent, achieved the threshold of quasi-emperor after a millennium of cultivation and ascended to the Grand Emperor realm after a millennium and a half. In less than 3,000 years, she has attained great mastery in the Grand Emperor realm. Compared to those who have lived for tens of thousands of years, Ji Ningxuang is indeed quite youthful. Thus, it is understandable that she has not yet reached the pinnacle of the Grand Emperor realm, considering her age. However, other transcendent forces have not granted her the luxury of gradual development. Over the years, various transcendent factions have exerted pressure on the Luyun sect. In an effort to alter the tense situation, Ji Ningxuang has been diligently secluding herself for cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough to gain the strength for self-preservation. As a member of the Luyun sect, how could I, Yi Qingyun, stand idly by? Your Majesty, the Empress, I shall assist you in achieving your breakthrough. Yi Qingyun declared with righteous fervor. Observing Yi Qingyun's imposing figure, Feng Qingyun felt a deep admiration. Though the master is still young, his loyalty and sense of duty are truly commendable. In reality, Yi Qingyun remained unperturbed, with Feng Qingyun safeguarding the Luyun sect. What threat could the other transcendent forces pose? Moreover, with the presence of the dog comparison system, what concerns could there be in warding off external foes? Let us depart for the Empress Peak. Yi Qingyun took a graceful step forward, his form as light as a swallow, and vanished from sight. Feng Qingyun followed closely, slipping into the void. The system had shrouded both the host and Feng Qingyun in a veil of concealment, rendering them undetectable even to the most formidable peak of the Emperor realm. As soon as Yi Qingyun departed from Lingxiao Peak, the system thoughtfully cloaked his presence, including that of Feng Qingyun. Now hidden within the void, Feng Qingyun was nearly impossible to discern, even when he was right before one's eyes. Such a considerate system was indeed hard to come by. Yet, Yi Qingyun replied nonchalantly, "This should have been done sooner. Next time, don't be so sluggish, or I might just unbind you at any moment." The system, akin to a child caught in mischief, responded, "Your admonition is duly noted. The system will continue to optimize and will certainly strive to meet your expectations. Please do not unbind me." Yi Qingyun chuckled inwardly, amused by the simplicity of this foolish system. After flying for over 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the Empress Peak. However, the peak was guarded by a formidable seal, and without the Empress's consent, no one could forcibly enter. How to deal with this sealing barrier? Yi Qingyun hesitated to act recklessly. Although he was currently at the quasi-emperor level, he still felt inadequate in the presence of true emperor-level powerhouses, just as he was consumed by his concerns. The system's voice chimed in, "I am currently working to decipher the sealing barrier for the host." The seemingly indestructible seal unexpectedly manifested a fissure, which gradually widened to form a portal. Could it be that it has truly been unraveled? Yi Qingyun swallowed hard, a glimmer of elation illuminating his expression. Subsequently, he effortlessly stepped into the peak of the Empress. Behind him, Feng Qingyun's eyes brimmed with disbelief. To challenge the seal of the Empress Ji Ningxuang, Feng Qingyun knew it would demand considerable effort. Yet, their master had breached the seal with such ease. Just how formidable is he? Feng Qingyun's admiration for Yi Qingyun deepened. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingyun, Feng Qingyun's thoughts were far from reality. After all, he had done nothing. It was solely the efforts of the system at play. A life of leisure was truly delightful. Ding! The host has successfully arrived at the peak of the Empress. Due to a proactive attitude, rewards are dispensed in advance. Rewards: 500 years of cultivation, which allows a direct breakthrough to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, the human race's sacred sword Qingyun sword, a supreme imperial artifact. 10 ninth grade cultivation pills, 10 ninth grade marrow cleansing pills, 10 ninth grade spirit recovery pills, and 10 ninth grade golden healing pills. Host: Yi Qingyun cultivation. Great success in the quasi-emperor realm treasure, Qingyun sword, supreme imperial artifact. Can directly break through to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Shall it be executed immediately? Qingyun. Qingyun wore a bewildered expression. A proactive attitude has led to rewards being dispensed in advance. Is that truly possible? The system truly delights him with an array of rewards. Chapter 4. Empress, you would not wish to witness the decline of the Flowing Cloud sect, would you? Qingyun chose not to make an immediate breakthrough. Currently, he found himself on the Empress Peak. Should the disturbance from his breakthrough interrupt the Empress, it would be quite unfortunate. He decided to assist the Empress before pursuing his own advancement. As he ascended towards the peak, the temperature plummeted after reaching the halfway point, with snowflakes gently cascading down, blanketing the branches. Crystals of ice hung from the boughs, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. The scenery atop the Empress Peak was indeed unparalleled. The beauty of the landscape was matched only by the elegance of its inhabitants, Qingyun remarked with admiration. Contemplating the Empress's exquisite visage and her perfectly proportioned figure stirred a restless energy within him. Nevertheless, Qingyun's purpose for this journey was to assist the Empress, rather than to indulge in her beauty. He considered himself a man of integrity, one willing to sacrifice his own desires for the greater good. In aiding the Empress and fostering the advancement of the Flowing Cloud sect, he must dedicate himself entirely. There are truly few who embody such selflessness as I do, Qingyun mused inwardly. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a cave dwelling. Turning to Feng Qingyun, he instructed, "Please wait here for me. I shall discuss some matters with the Empress." To this, Feng Qingyun respectfully replied, "Yes, esteemed one." Qingyun gazed at the ancient stone door of the cave, noticing that it too bore seals and restrictions. It appeared that the Empress was indeed quite cautious. However, with the system in place, there was no cause for concern. As expected, before Qingyun could utter a word, the seals on the stone door were shattered, and the door itself swung open. Satisfied, Qingyun nodded and entered the cave dwelling. Once he stepped inside, the stone door closed automatically behind him. Contrary to expectations, the cave was not dark or damp. Rather, it was brilliantly illuminated and suffused with the fragrance of lotus blossoms. At the heart of the cave lay a pond, adorned with blooming pink lotuses, their petals glistening as droplets of water cascaded onto the leaves. In the forefront, upon a slab of jade, sat a stunning beauty, resembling an ice mountain. Her long hair was elegantly secured with a peach-red wooden hairpin, and her exquisite features were so flawlessly sculpted that they bore no imperfections. Her skin was as pale as snow, perfectly contoured. She was none other than the Empress Jining Shuang. As Qingyun observed Jining Shuang, her enchanting peach blossom eyes gradually opened. Their gazes locked in a moment of surprise and bewilderment. Qingyun, how did this individual find his way to her Empress Peak? It was inconceivable. She had laid 2 seals to prevent intruders. How could he have breached them? Even a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm would find it challenging to dismantle her seals. Moreover, Qingyun was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. What terrified Jining Shuang the most was her utter inability to sense Qingyun's presence, allowing him to effortlessly infiltrate her sanctuary. Could it be that Oldly bestowed some artifact upon this individual before his departure? Jining Shuang pondered, referring to Li Moyang, who held a venerable status as the elder brother of the revered ancestor, Dongfang Su. Li Moyang, known for his extreme laziness and perpetual slumber, had spent the majority of his life as the Peak Master. Following the ancestor's demise, it was expected that Li Moyang would ascend to the position of sect leader. However, he flatly declined, asserting that the responsibilities of a sect leader were far too burdensome compared to the ease of being a Peak Master. "Greetings, sect leader," Qingyun addressed with a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor confrontational. In times past, he might have refrained from meeting Jining Shuang's gaze. Yet now he had undergone a profound transformation. As Jining Shuang scrutinized Qingyun, she was perplexed by her inability to detect any trace of his cultivation energy at such close quarters. Truly peculiar. Why are you here instead of languishing on Lingxiao Peak? Despite her myriad questions, Jining Shuang chose not to inquire further, responding instead with an icy demeanor. Among the 72 Peak Masters, Qingyun was the laziest, preferring to recline whenever possible. Each time he departed Lingxiao Peak, it was merely to procure the latest edition of illustrated volumes. Yet today, this individual unexpectedly appeared at the Empress's Peak. Unfazed, Qingyun inquired calmly, "Sect leader, have you yet to achieve a breakthrough?" Upon hearing this, Jining Shuang's delicate brows slightly furrowed, and the mention of the subject stirred a deep displeasure within her. Over 5 centuries had elapsed, yet her cultivation remained stagnant at the great perfection realm. There was no need for your concern regarding when I might achieve a breakthrough. Return to your Lingxiao Peak. Should you dare to trespass upon the Empress Peak again, I shall not show you mercy. Ji Ningshuang replied frostily. Had it not been for the regard she held for elderly, she would have already delivered a sharp rebuke. Please, Sect Master, remain calm. Qingyun has come to assist you in your breakthrough. Yi Qingyun interjected. The Empress's reaction was entirely anticipated by him. He had foreseen this scenario. You intend to assist me in my breakthrough? Ji Ningshuang scoffed, as if she had heard the most ludicrous jest. A novice at the Foundation establishment realm. Yi Qingyun believed he could aid her? Was he perhaps a drunkard like elderly, stumbling to her Empress Peak in a drunken stupor? My time is exceedingly precious. I have no leisure for such trivial banter. The Empress's countenance turned frigid, emanating a chilling aura that caused the temperature in the entire cave to plummet, distorting even the fabric of space itself. Sectmaster, our time is running short. The various transcendent forces are eyeing our Luyun sect with predatory intent. Without a formidable emperor-level expert to safeguard us, we may find it impossible to deter them. Yi Qingyun assessed. Ji Ningshuang's expression had grown exceedingly grim. She was naturally aware of these circumstances. Her heart was more anxious than anyone else's. However, anxiety proved futile, as breaking through to perfection was no easy feat. A sharp glint flashed in Ji Ningshuang's beautiful eyes. If Yi Qingyun did not depart soon, she would likely take action. For the sake of the Luyun sect's survival. Should one evade fate due to fortune or misfortune? As a member of the Luyun sect, Yi Qingyun could not act selfishly. Sect Master, please allow me to assist you. Yi Qingyun produced a tome of martial arts. As an advanced imperial-level technique, it emanated a powerful aura that immediately captured Ji Ningshuang's attention. Is this an imperial-level technique? Or perhaps an advanced version? Where did you acquire this? Ji Ningshuang's pupils constricted in astonishment. Yi Qingyun seemed somewhat different today. Yet, when Ji Ningshuang beheld the name of the technique, her delicate face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, with even her ears turning hot. Although she had lived for nearly 3 millennia, most of that time was spent in cultivation, leaving her as naive as an innocent maiden in this regard. She was somewhat familiar with such techniques. The combination of yin and yang doubled the cultivation speed, which was not uncommon in the divine Qingyun continent. However, it was her first encounter with an advanced imperial-level yin-yang technique. With the might of an advanced imperial-level technique, should they cultivate together, it would take no more than 1.5 years to achieve perfection in the great emperor realm. Master, you surely do not wish to witness the decline of the Flowing Cloud sect, do you? For the sake of the Flowing Cloud sect, Qingyun is willing to dedicate everything. Yi Qingyun understands that Ji Ningshuang has already been moved. Chapter 5. The Eternal Dragon Emperor Body and the Eternal Ice Phoenix Body. Ji Ningshuang's complexion was flushed, her ears burning with a gentle heat. This imperial-level cultivation technique represented an extraordinary opportunity. To overlook it would indeed be a grave misfortune. Yet, the thought of cultivating together. Yi Qingyun remained unhurried, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. One would hardly have perceived your deep commitment to the Flowing Cloud sect, Ji Ningshuang remarked. Gazing intently at Yi Qingyun, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Yi Qingyun, maintaining his earnest demeanor, replied, Mistress, you do me an injustice. Though I may appear somewhat indolent at times, my unwavering passion for the Flowing Cloud sect has never wavered. I am a man of integrity. Yet you perceive me as a petty scoundrel. Nevertheless, I trust that with your exceptional talent, even without this technique, you would surely ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Farewell, Qingyun, he declared as he accepted the cultivation method, turning decisively to exit the cave dwelling. Despite his outward composure, a tempest of anxiety brewed within him. If the Empress did not urge him to stay, the system's reward of the cultivation technique would become futile. Observing Yi Qingyun's resolute figure retreating, Ji Ningshuang furrowed her brow, feeling a stir of emotion within her. Had she truly misjudged him, attributing the thoughts of a petty soul to one of noble character? If she were to miss this opportunity, her aspiration to attain the consummate stage of the Emperor realm could take centuries, if not longer. Hold on, the Empress finally spoke. Yi Qingyun's eyes sparkled with delight, though he feigned indifference as he replied, Master, after much contemplation, I realize this technique might be somewhat offensive to you. Therefore, let us conclude this matter here. It is of no consequence. If you do not speak of it, neither shall I, and thus no third party shall be aware. Ji Ningxuang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her tone wavering slightly. The usually imperious figure of hers revealed a rare vulnerability. Yi Qingyun secretly reveled in his triumph. What of the Empress? She was still firmly in his grasp. Very well, since the Empress insists, I shall willingly accompany you into this perilous endeavor. As the sect leader. How could I, Yi Qingyun, allow the flowing cloud sect to descend into decline? He turned resolutely, declaring with conviction. Ji Ningxuang found herself momentarily perplexed by Yi Qingyun's intentions. What should I do? Her enchanting eyes fixated on him, revealing a hint of panic. Akin to a startled fawn, Yi Qingyun stepped closer, and an elegant fragrance enveloped him. Omitted a myriad of words. Ding. The system's voice resonated, indicating that Ji Ningxuang had begun to comprehend the technique. Within her, a pure force emerged, drawing in the pure yang force from Yi Qingyun as if they were two magnets. In the ensuing 49 days, the two diligently cultivated within the cave, their bodies resonating with the sounds of dragon roars, as a formidable power surged within them, giving rise to shimmering golden dragon scales. Yi Qingyun's physical strength has been greatly enhanced. Although he has only reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, his formidable physical power is sufficient to shatter the defenses of a fully realized quasi-emperor with a single blow. Boom. Roar. Ultimately, Yi Qingyun has manifested the ancient dragon emperor body. This ancient dragon emperor body ranks among the finest of divine bodies, characterized by its unparalleled physical prowess and ferocious strength. When perfected, its might can rival that of the dragon race's most powerful beings. Host. Yi Qingyun Realm. Pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Value. 570 years. Capable of directly breaking through to fully realized Quasi-Emperor. Physique. Ancient Dragon Emperor Body. Beginner. Treasure. Xinyuan's Sword. Supreme Imperial Artifact. After more than 70 days of cultivation, Yi Qingyun has astonishingly increased his cultivation by 70 years. This technique is truly extraordinary. Yi Qingyun revels in the experience, witnessing his cultivation soar to new heights. Chirp. A cry of a phoenix resonated from within Ji Ningxuang. The temperature of the entire cave once again plummeted as the frigid energy permeated, disrupting the order of space. Subsequently, a powerful ice phoenix apparition emerged from Ji Ningxuang's body. Ji Ningxuang has awakened the ancient ice phoenix body. This is the benefit of practicing the yin-yang dragon phoenix art. With the ancient ice phoenix body, even with her cultivation at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, Ji Ningxuang can contend with fully realized Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, Ji Ningxuang's cultivation aura had significantly elevated, and with a few more training sessions, she would likely achieve a complete breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. The Eternal Ice Phoenix Body? As Ji Ningxuang sensed the changes within her, a flicker of astonishment crossed her beautiful eyes. This technique not only greatly enhanced her cultivation, but also enabled her to forge the Eternal Ice Phoenix Body. However, the process was somewhat embarrassing. Nevertheless, Ji Ningxuang discovered that cultivating together seemed rather delightful. How do you know so much? Ji Ningxuang shot a reproachful glare at Yi Qingyun. This fellow must have planned this all along, hadn't he? To assist the sect leader, I must diligently study. Yi Qingyun replied with a proud smile. Ji Ningxuang rolled her eyes at him, feeling as though this man had devoured her entirely, leaving no trace behind. You should return now. Allow this empress some time to recuperate. Ji Ningxuang, unable to endure any longer, seized the opportunity to retreat. Though Yi Qingyun was left wanting, he understood that patience is a virtue and there was no need to rush. Sect leader, I shall take my leave for now. In a few days, I shall return to train together, Yi Qingyun said after tidying up before departing the cave dwelling. Watching Yi Qingyun's retreating figure, Ji Ningxuang felt a surge of tenderness within her. This man would indelibly linger in her heart. Ji Ningxuang rubbed her throat. That rascal. Not at all gentle. Ji Ningxuang lamented. Deeply astonished and perplexed, she pondered the source of Yi Qingyun's formidable skills. Moreover, she sensed that Yi Qingyun had undergone a profound transformation, resembling an unfathomable abyss, rendering her unable to decipher his true nature. Chapter 6. The perfect completion of the Emperor's disciple, a nap, and he becomes a sword master? Upon exiting the cave abode, Yi Qingyun returned to his residence on Lingxiao Peak. Feng Qingyang gazed at Yi Qingyun, a flicker of astonishment appearing in his aged eyes. In just over 70 days, the master seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Whether it was merely an illusion, he sensed an overwhelming dragon might within the Master's essence. As a divine beast, dragons possess formidable physical strength. And in a contest of equal cultivation, the human race would undoubtedly be no match for the dragon clan. Yet, how could such dragon might reside within the Master? Had he perhaps cultivated a divine body related to the dragon race? Feng Qingyang's expression shifted dramatically as he silently speculated. Upon returning to Lingxiao Peak, Qingyun stretched lazily, feeling the weariness from the arduous labor of the past 70 days. Old Feng, please take these medicinal pills and refine them. Qingyun casually tossed a small jade vial, which Feng Qingyang respectfully accepted. Although Feng Qingyang had attained the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, he could still advance further. As his protector, Qingyun was naturally generous. Thank you for your gracious gift, Master. Feng Qingyang expressed his gratitude. When Feng Qingyang sensed the pills within the jade vial, he was utterly astonished. While medicinal pills were commonplace, such as the cultivation pill and the marrow cleansing pill, essential to every major sect, the grade of these pills was astonishingly all of the 9th tier. The jade vial, casually discarded by the Master, contained a total of 10 9th tier medicinal pills. The 9th grade elixirs, indeed, are a rarity throughout the Eastern domain, existing as treasures highly coveted even by transcendent powers. Yet, the Master casually produced 10 of them. And Master, these elixirs are exceedingly precious. You should keep them for yourself. Feng Qingyang stammered, cradling them in his hands, eager to return them to Qingyun. Take them. They are merely 9th grade elixirs, of which there is an abundance, Qingyun replied, waving his hand dismissively, his drowsiness intensifying as he yearned for slumber. Ding! As the host demonstrated benevolence towards his subordinates, generously gifting 10 9th grade elixirs, a 100-fold return was triggered. Rewards: 100 9th grade Peiyuan pills, 100 9th grade Shisui pills. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Qingyun furrowed his brow, pondering, must there be a reward for this? It's far too much. I can hardly use them all. These 9th grade elixirs could easily be treated as candy in the future. 9th grade elixirs, abundant? Feng Qingyang stood frozen, convinced he had misheard. How could such esteemed elixirs feel as trivial as cabbages in the presence of the Master? Qingyun entered his chamber, disregarding Feng Qingyang further. With hands still cradling the jade vial, Feng Qingyang's aged eyes brimmed with gratitude and astonishment. He sensed that as long as he diligently followed the Master, he would inevitably ascend to unprecedented heights. Inside the room, Qingyun immediately collapsed onto the bed. Dog system, I'm going to sleep now. You handle the breakthrough, he instructed before succumbing to deep slumber. Soon, the sound of snoring resonated. He needed to nurture his body and continue aiding the Empress in her cultivation. Cultivation requires unwavering commitment. One cannot afford to be inconsistent. After consuming 500 years of accumulated energy, he broke through to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Once Qingyun fell into slumber, the system commenced assisting him in his breakthrough. Within his dantian, spiritual energy rapidly coalesced, forming pure power that coursed through his body, surging against his cultivation realm. With a resounding boom, Qingyun's aura surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he achieved the consummate level of the quasi-emperor realm. Fortunately, the system had already concealed the mysteries of Lingxiao Peak, preventing any attention from others. Only Feng Qingyang sensed it. This aura. The pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm? The Master is actually a quasi-emperor level powerhouse? Feng Qingyang's pupils constricted sharply, finding it almost unbelievable. The Master appeared to be no more than 30 years old, yet had attained the consummate level of the quasi-emperor realm. Such an existence is unparalleled in the entire Qingyun continent. The Master's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the land. With a respectful demeanor and an excited tone, Feng Qingyang declared, I must also seize the time to cultivate diligently. I cannot afford to lag behind the Master. A sudden sense of urgency overcame Feng Qingyang. Although he currently possessed the strength of the consummate emperor realm, he could not afford to become complacent. The Master's talent is undeniably formidable. Yet he remains diligent in his cultivation, engaging in discourse with the Empress and secluding himself in his chamber for intense training. What grounds does Feng Qingyang have to become complacent? Strive. One must strive. If one does not perish, then one must strive with unwavering resolve. Feng Qingyang retrieved the elixirs bestowed upon him by the Master and commenced the urgent process of refinement. Within the confines of the room, Qingyun continued to slumber peacefully. Ding! The system detected that the host was asleep, rewarding him with the Imperial-grade advanced martial technique, Sword Immortal's Kneeling, along with 10 9th grade breakthrough pills. The system is now automatically comprehending the Imperial-grade advanced martial technique Sword Immortals kneeling for the host. The comprehension has been successfully completed. After 2.5 days of uninterrupted slumber, the system automatically gathered sword energy for the host. Congratulations. The host has now become a sword master. Gathering sword energy qualifies one as a sword master. Mastering sword intent elevates one to sword immortal. And comprehending the laws of the sword elevates one to sword deity. As Qingyun slept, the system's voice echoed persistently within his mind. Time passed, and eventually, a series of knocks resonated from outside the room. Awakened from his pleasant dream, Qingyun felt a tinge of annoyance. However, upon sensing the powerful sword energy within him, as well as the array of elixirs and martial techniques in his possession, he was taken aback. What on earth? I merely took a nap, and now I have become a sword master? Qingyun was thoroughly perplexed. The gathering of sword energy within one's body is no simple feat. It demands an exceptionally profound talent for the sword. Some individuals may spend their entire lives without ever gathering a hint of sword intent. Yet, after a single slumber, Qingyun found that sword intent had naturally emerged within him. How infuriating it is to see such disparities among people. Furthermore, Qingyun had comprehended a high-level imperial swordsmanship technique known as the Immortals kneel with one sword. Why does that sound so familiar? Regardless, its grandeur is undeniable. With a single strike, even immortals must bow. This high-level imperial sword technique is unparalleled in the entire eastern region. Should Qingyun unleash this sword strike, how would the transcendent Xintian sword sect respond? Instantly, Qingyun's spirits lifted. The system truly understands him. Not only had it aided him in achieving the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, but it had also bestowed upon him numerous rewards. The more he slacks off, the more invincible he becomes. As Qingyun stepped out, a disciple clad in the attire of the Luyun sect bowed respectfully. Peak Master Yi. The sect will hold a disciple recruitment assembly today. The sect master has sent me to inform you. Although the disciple bowed to Qingyun, there was not a trace of reverence in his heart. Who does not know that Qingyun became the peak master purely due to fortune? Otherwise, with his foundational cultivation, it would be challenging for him to even become a servant disciple of the Luyun sect. Yet, luck was on his side. What could one do about it? A recruitment assembly? Very well, this peak master is aware, Qingyun replied, stretching lazily. The disciple recruitment conference is held once every 3 years, aimed at infusing the Luyun sect with fresh blood. In the past, it was always the inebriated master who attended. Now that he has ascended to the position of peak master, it is naturally his turn. The process of accepting disciples is exceedingly bothersome. Perhaps I should learn a thing or two from the inebriated master instead. Qingyun chuckled softly, approaching the trial square with the intention of merely observing the spectacle. Chapter 7. The Disciple Recruitment Conference. The trial square was already teeming with people, with hundreds of thousands of young men and women gathered, eager to join the Luyun sect. However, as a transcendent force, the difficulty of the entrance examination for the sect was exceedingly high. Out of the more than 300,000 present, achieving 3,000 successful candidates would be considered remarkable. At the forefront stood the Empress Qingyun, donned in a flowing robe of azure, resembling a celestial being, exuding an air of nobility. Her beautiful eyes were icy, her expression indifferent, creating an aura that repelled those who dared to gaze upon her. All of the 70-odd peak masters were in attendance, save for Qingyun. The Luyun sect placed great importance on the disciple recruitment conference, necessitating even the presence of the Empress herself. Yet, the slothful Qingyun was late. Qingyun furrowed her brow, pondering whether that individual was still ensconced in slumber. Instantly, her displeasure grew. It was she who had been worn to the bone. Yet she still made the effort to arrive. Was Qingyun truly so lacking in consideration as to keep the sect leader waiting? Su Jinbin, the master of the sword peak, snorted coldly. He possessed a pair of striking sword-like brows, radiating an intimidating presence even without anger, and emanated a fierce and domineering sword intent. Indeed, he was a sword immortal. Upon Su Jinbin's utterance, the youthful aspirants in the trial square turned their excited gazes towards him. Not only was Su Jinbin a sword immortal, but he had also attained the entry level of the Emperor realm. To be accepted into his sword peak would undoubtedly lead to significant future achievements. However, the sword peak stands prominently among the 72 peaks, making it quite challenging to gain the attention of Su Jinbin. Alas, it is indeed the indulgence of his master uncle that has spoiled him, rendering him somewhat arrogant. Qingyun, the master of the Blade Peak, also voiced his criticism. He is robust, with well-defined muscles, and exudes a fierce power akin to rolling thunder. The strength of Blade Peak is on par with that of Sword Peak, both regarded as sacred grounds for cultivation by the elite. At this moment, all the peak masters are condemning Qingyun. When the master uncle was still present in the Flowing Cloud sect, they naturally dared not speak ill of him. However, with the master uncle having vanished for 2.5 years, many have grown intolerant of Qingyun's laziness. Despite the collective criticism, Qingyun remained indifferent. Surely, someone capable of breaking her seals and wielding advanced imperial-level techniques cannot be ordinary. Yet, Qingyun is indeed excessively lazy and somewhat mischievous. Are you all praising me? Qingyun appeared unexpectedly, startling everyone. Qingyun's gaze fell upon him, revealing a flicker of emotion deep within her eyes. The vivid images from days prior resurfaced in her mind, causing her ears to flush slightly. Even now, her throat still felt a bit sore. Praising you? Heh. Qingyun, do you even realize the time? The sect master is personally present. Before Su Jinbin could finish his sentence, Qingyun tossed out an illustrated album. That was a unique album awarded by the system, exquisite and lifelike, far surpassing the albums circulating in the market. Su Jinbin took the album, and merely glancing at the cover ignited an uncontrollable heat within him, almost causing a nosebleed. Coughing, he remarked, "Master Uncle, it's understandable that the younger generation tends to doze off." Hastily, Su Jinbin tucked the album away, greeting with a smile, shedding the previous intensity. What a remarkable item. The other peak masters observed this with gleaming eyes. They were aware of Qingyun's passion for collecting albums. Despite their numerous attempts through various channels to amass such collections, they lacked the necessary connections. "Master Uncle, please come over. I have warmed your seat for you." Qingyun, the master of the Knife Peak, stepped forward to welcome Qingyun, inviting him to take his seat while he stood aside. Little Chun is quite considerate. Qingyun smiled and tossed another album to him. Upon seeing this, Qingyun's expression brightened, fearing others might covet it, and he quickly tucked it away, eager to study it thoroughly that evening. "Master Uncle, you are being too modest. This is merely what little Qin ought to do," Qingyun replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Wei Yu, the master of the Gun Peak, pondered how to curry favor. He too desired that album. Ahem. Qingyun lightly cleared her throat, casting a disdainful glance at Qingyun. This little troublemaker had tarnished the reputation of the Luyun sect. However, what exactly does that album depict? Could it be that the fellow's exquisite technique stems from having perused those illustrations? Upon encountering the Empress, the various peak leaders finally quelled their inner restlessness. They resolved to pay a visit to Qingyun once the discipleship ceremony concluded. In the trial square, all eyes were fixated on Qingyun. Among them were individuals of noble lineage, well-informed and naturally aware of Qingyun's reputation. The leader of Lingxiao Peak, Qingyun, was akin to a bottomless pit. Relying on the fortuitous luck accrued over 8 lifetimes, he had carelessly ascended to the position of peak leader, reportedly possessing only foundational cultivation. Qingyun's exploits were the envy of all. Yet, despite their envy, none would be foolish enough to become his disciple. A mere foundational cultivator could hardly surpass the elders in their own families. How could he possibly guide their training? Thus, joining Qingyun at Lingxiao Peak was out of the question. Unperturbed by the gazes of the crowd, Qingyun took his seat and cast a cheerful glance at the Empress. Qingyun, startled, quickly averted her eyes, feeling as if he were about to devour her. Qingyun was quite pleased, contemplating that after the ceremony, he would continue assisting the Empress in her cultivation. Before long, he leaned back in his chair and fell into a deep slumber, snoring audibly. Qingyun was tempted to give him a hefty kick. Had he truly fallen asleep so soon after arriving? The snoring was still quite loud. Did the Flowing Cloud sect have no regard for their reputation? However, the various peak masters had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, they now dared not offend Qingyun, for if they did, those exquisite illustrated volumes would no longer be within their reach. Drowsiness is indeed contagious. Several peak masters beside Qingyun were on the verge of dozing off. Observing this, Qingyun felt she could no longer delay. Otherwise, all the peak masters would succumb to sleep under Qingyun's influence. "Old Su, we may begin," Qingyun instructed Su Jinbin. Su Jinbin shook his head to dispel the drowsiness, and then lightly tapped the ground, elevating himself into the air. Only those who have cultivated to the postnatal realm can traverse the skies. Among the disciples present, Most were below the core formation stage. Thus they yearned for the ability to soar through the heavens. Esteemed guests, I welcome you to the Flowing Cloud sect from afar, the old man addressed the assembly. This entrance examination is divided into 2 stages, the first being a talent assessment, and the second a test of one's mental state. Only those who successfully pass both stages shall be eligible to become disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with eager anticipation, preparing to give their utmost effort. Although the Flowing Cloud sect had been on a decline in recent years, it was still a powerful entity. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. As long as they joined the Flowing Cloud sect, their martial journey would undoubtedly be more prosperous. Chapter 8. The Abandoned Prodigy. The reason for establishing 2 levels of assessment in the sect initiation test lies in the equal importance of mental fortitude and innate talent. Without a robust heart, even the most extraordinary talent will falter, rendering any long-term progress unattainable. Therefore, once talent is deemed satisfactory, mental state must also meet the required standards. Only by possessing both attributes can one be accepted as a disciple of the Luoyuan sect. As the atmosphere surged with excitement and anticipation, a cacophony of snoring pierced through the air. Qingyun and several nearby peak masters had succumbed to slumber, particularly Qingyun, who was so deeply asleep that he drooled, truly savoring his dreams. Qingyun furrowed her brow, casting a look of disdain towards Qingyun. Just a few days prior, she had shared candid moments with this man, practicing together. How did it suddenly feel as though she had been trampled by a pig? Ah, that must be the renowned peak master of Lingxiao Peak, Qingyun. Truly, seeing is believing. From the drool cascading from him, it is evident he is indeed that individual. One must remember to avoid joining his peak, lest their future be irreparably tainted. The disciples attending the sect initiation test whispered amongst themselves. To be the one who leads the pack in slumber during the disciple recruitment conference, and to drool profusely, could only be Qingyun. No, there is also his notorious alcoholic master. However, Lim Zhang was merely inebriated and lost in slumber, lacking the dramatic flair of Qingyun. Furthermore, Qingyun had lulled over a dozen peak masters into a deep sleep, an act undeniably egregious. Yet, in pursuit of the refreshing illustrated volumes, the various peak masters and elders chose to turn a blind eye. Ahem. Thus commenced the talent assessment. Su Zhenbin cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a stone tablet, imbued with ethereal resonance, materialized. This was the talent stone. Practitioners need only channel their spiritual energy into it, and the tablet would emit varying hues to ascertain their talent level. The crowd's gaze shifted from Qingyun to the talent stone. Su Zhenbin elaborated. The talent stone is categorized into 5 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. Blue signifies the lowest tier, while red denotes the highest. Achieving green is sufficient to pass the initial assessment. The rules were exceedingly straightforward, and once Su Zhenbin concluded, the audience grasped the concept. Among the multitude, there inevitably existed individuals of exceptional caliber, exuding confidence and shining brightly even amidst the throng. The 3 most resplendent youths were Mu Bai, Wang Haoyu, and Su Beichen. They hailed from formidable lineages, nearly rivaling first-rate forces. Thus, having been endowed with abundant resources from an early age, they had all reached the foundation establishment stage. This was particularly remarkable in a crowd where the majority were merely at the Qi refinement stage. Simultaneously, they possessed a multitude of followers, akin to stars encircling the moon. In stark contrast stood a disheveled youth, his demeanor tense, fists clenched, with a glimmer of fierce determination flickering in his eyes. How could he ever forget the humiliation inflicted upon him and his family by that woman? His very existence hinged on the pursuit of vindication. If only he could join the Flowing Cloud sect, a realm of boundless potential awaited him. Yet, despite nearly 2 decades of arduous cultivation, his progress remained at the foundation stage, his talent woefully inadequate, making it exceedingly difficult to pass the entrance examination. Qingyun, please step forward for the talent assessment, spoke the elder in charge of the evaluation. A boy with a center-parted hairstyle approached slowly, first bowing respectfully to the elder before gathering spiritual energy and imprinting it upon the talent stone. Buzz, the resonance of the talent stone began to circulate, eventually transforming into a hue of blue. Blue talent, disqualified, the elder declared, a statement he had grown accustomed to. Achieving green talent was no trivial feat. Despite the presence of 300,000 disciples, it was already commendable that merely 50,000 passed the initial trial. Elder, I have devoted 2.5 years in preparation for this entrance examination. I humbly request an opportunity, Qingyun implored, a hint of reluctance lacing his voice. Yet, the elder merely shook his head. Step down. Your bone age is still young. Return in 3 years to contend once more. If he grants one individual a privilege, it becomes inherently unjust for the others. Moreover, the Empress occupies the foremost position. Very well, thank you, Elder. Qingyun sighed, and subsequently vanished into the throng. Zhangsun stepped forward to assess his talent. Li Si prepared himself. The Elder continued to call out. After 2.5 hours, half of the disciples had undergone their talent assessments, yet the success rate was disheartening. The quality of this cohort appears rather subpar. Su Jinbin and his companions shook their heads in disappointment. Thus far, the most exceptional talent merely illuminated the talent stone to a yellow hue, indicating commendable aptitude, with the potential to reach the void realm in the future. As for red and orange talents, none had yet emerged. Please invite Mu Bai to step forward for his talent assessment. Upon the elder's command, the crowded assembly parted to make way, and the distinguished Mu Bai emerged. I pay my respects to the elder. Mu Bai bowed with neither servility nor arrogance. The elder nodded in satisfaction, sensing that Mu Bai was indeed extraordinary. Mu Bai summoned a trace of spiritual energy and pressed it against the talent stone. Boom. The talent stone erupted with a tremendous sound, initially glowing green, then yellow, and ultimately stabilizing at an orange hue. Hiss. An orange talent, a semblance of imperial potential. Mu Bai most formidable. Regardless of whether they were disciples or peak masters, all gazed with astonished eyes. Mu Bai quite impressive. Su Jinbin smiled with satisfaction, having taken a liking to Mu Bai. After the realm assessment, he intended to accept him as a disciple. Mu Bai, orange talent, qualified. The elder announced with a smile. Thank you, elder. Mu Bai replied with a faint smile as he slowly descended from the high platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The talent assessment continued. And soon it was Wang Haoyu's turn. Wang Haoyu possessed the same orange talent as Mu Bai, a potential emperor, which delighted the peak masters, indicating that this cohort harbored numerous prodigies. However, the most astonishing revelation came from Su Baichen. As Su Baichen's spiritual energy infused the talent stone, the stone trembled violently and then surged to red talent. Gulp. Su Xiao has achieved red talent. My heavens, red talent, the potential of an emperor. If he does not falter along the way, he holds the promise of breaking through to the emperor realm. Instantly, the entire assembly's focus converged upon Su Baichen. This was the true embodiment of a celestial prodigy. Even the Empress Qingyun could not help but cast a glance at Su Baichen. To enroll a disciple with the potential of an emperor was indeed a remarkable fortune for their Luyun sect. Yet, Qingyun merely glanced once. The potential of an emperor was, for her, merely ordinary. As a true master of the sovereign realm, she understood that this was not the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Baichen felt a profound sense of pride, brimming with self-confidence. Once he became a disciple of the Luyun sect, he would strive for the position of Holy Son. And at that time, even the Empress would regard him with newfound respect. The presence of a sovereign draws attention wherever one may go. Xiaohua, please step forward to assess your talent, the elder urged, suppressing his inner excitement. The anxious youth slowly ascended the high platform. Witnessing the formidable talents of Su Baichen and the others filled him with envy. Yet, his resolve remained unyielding. For over a decade, he had endured humiliation and hardship, leaving him battered and bruised. Such minor setbacks were mere trifles in comparison to his struggles. Even in the face of failure, what did it matter? He could always begin anew. As long as he was alive, endless possibilities awaited him. Ding. The detection of the scion of destiny, previously rejected in marriage, triggers a task for discipleship with a tenfold return. Chapter 9. The Countenance of the Emperor? What utter nonsense. Character, Xiaohua talent, a once-in-an-era genius in the sword arts. Possessing the chaotic sword body. Due to a lack of awakening, the spiritual energy within him has been absorbed, leaving him stagnating at the foundation establishment stage for a decade. Character introduction, betrayed by his childhood sweetheart and cruelly cast aside, he endures humiliation with remarkable fortitude. His resolve is formidable, and once the chaotic sword body awakens, his future will be limitless, eclipsing even the mightiest emperors. Task: to accept Xiaohua as a disciple and assist him in awakening the chaotic sword body. Note: the host need not feel pressured. Simply take Xiaohua as a disciple. The system shall handle the cultivation. Rewards: chaotic heavenly emperor's technique, automatically awakens the chaotic sword body upon cultivation, a supreme imperial artifact Xinjiang ruler. Advanced Imperial Martial Arts Flame-Splitting Wave Ruler. Advanced Imperial Martial Arts Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. 100 Grade 9 Cleansing Pills, and 300 years of cultivation. Tenfold return. The techniques, martial arts, and swordsmanship cultivated by Xiaohua will be returned to the host 1,000-fold. Should Xiaohua practice the techniques and martial arts imparted by the host may directly comprehend them to perfection. As the voice of the system echoed, Qingyun smacked his lips and slowly opened his eyes, still drowsy. Xiaohua, the fated child cast aside? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Who would have thought that this disciple recruitment event would feature a child of destiny? Qingyun gazed at Xiaohua with great interest. He had originally intended to forego taking on disciples, as it seemed rather troublesome. However, the system assured that once it accepted Xiaohua, there would be no need for him to intervene in the cultivation matters. Moreover, he would receive 1,000-fold return on his efforts. How could one possibly refuse? Once Xiaohua ascended to become a sword immortal, Qingyun would follow suit, reaching the pinnacle of sword immortals. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not to be missed by Xiaohua. This scoundrel has awakened? Ji Ningxuang discreetly glanced at Qingyun. Surprisingly, he noticed her gaze and responded with a mischievous grin, causing Ji Ningxuang's cheeks to flush as memories of their recent training together surfaced in her mind. This rogue, it seemed, had ensnared her heart. Nevertheless, his skills were undeniably impressive. Observing that several peak masters nearby had succumbed to slumber, Qingyun furrowed his brow and flicked their foreheads lightly. What has transpired? The peak masters jolted awake, their eyes reflecting a hint of panic. What is the matter with you? Such an important assembly, and you dare to fall asleep? I am truly disappointed in you, my dear disciples. Qingyun wiped the remnants of drool from the corner of his mouth and reprimanded them with utmost seriousness. Ji Ningxuang, Su Jinbin, Shen Haojia. The Empress and all the peak masters were rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom that a person's audacity could be so boundless. Had it not been for Qingyun's decision to retire for the night, the others would not have been lulled into slumber. Master, you are indeed correct. Several peak masters replied, suppressing their inner discontent with subdued voices. For the sake of the illustrated manuscript, they endured. Following this brief interlude, the collective gaze shifted towards Xiaohua. When he channeled his spiritual energy into the talent stone, the monument revealed no immediate response. Taking an eternity to finally display a blue talent, it turned out to be the most inferior of talents, barely flickering to life. A complete disappointment. Could it be? Such a talent dared to invite humiliation upon itself? Observing that he was nearing 30 years of age, it seemed he would never have the hope of entering the Luyan sect. Young man, perhaps it would be wise to return home and tend to the fields. Some began to mercilessly mock upon witnessing Xiaohua's blue talent. There are individuals who derive pleasure from the suffering of others. In the face of their derision, Xiaohua's countenance darkened. He had endured such scenarios countless times before. Yet, he did not falter. Rather, his resolve grew ever stronger. However, regardless of his relentless efforts in cultivation, his progress seemed as if it were firmly fixed, unable to break through, and the spiritual energy within him would inexplicably dissipate. Perhaps this was simply fate. Xiaohua, blue talent, unqualified, declared the elder with an indifferent tone. Xiaohua turned, despondently making his way back down to the audience. Qingyun had been closely observing Xiaohua, who had been jilted, bearing the surname Xiao, and faced ridicule wherever he went. This was undoubtedly a quintessential tale of a great male protagonist. Xiaohua possessed a formidable Dao heart, and once the chaotic sword body awakened, his prospects would be boundless. Hold on, young man. Qingyun suddenly rose to his feet. The crowd looked on in confusion, unable to fathom Qingyun's intentions. The despondent Xiaohua halted his steps, turning to gaze at Qingyun with equal perplexity. Although it was his first encounter with Qingyun, the murmurs of the crowd had provided him with a general impression. In summary, he was deemed utterly inept, having ascended to the position of peak master at Lingxiao Peak merely by sheer luck. Nevertheless, Xiaohua still respectfully bowed, addressing him, "Greetings, Peak Master Yi." Qingyun nodded, his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of profundity. "Young man, this Peak Master sees that you possess an extraordinary bone structure and exceptional intelligence, making you highly suited for cultivation and the grand task of saving the world. Ahem. Would you be willing to take me as your master and join Lingxiao Peak?" Yi Qingyun had parroted the words of his inebriated master. Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered speechless. Yi Qingyun actually wished to take Xiaohua as his disciple. How absurd. It was astonishing that such a notoriously lazy individual would actively seek a disciple. The crux of the matter was that Xiaohua's talent was exceedingly poor, perhaps even inferior to Yi Qingyun's. Many speculate that Yi Qingyun merely seeks a servant to fetch tea and water. Given his prowess, it seems implausible that he could attract disciples of exceptional talent. What could possibly be on his mind? Jining Xiang murmured in confusion. She increasingly found Yi Qingyun inscrutable. Even if he were to accept a disciple with merely blue talent, their future would likely be bleak, destined to languish in mediocrity. Could the peak master truly wish to take me under his wing? Xiaohua felt a surge of exhilaration. Although Lingxiao Peak bore a somewhat tarnished reputation, becoming a part of Lingyun's sect meant there would still be opportunities ahead. Indeed, Yi Qingyun affirmed with a nod. Xiaohua, filled with excitement, swallowed hard and, without hesitation, performed the customary bow of apprenticeship. Master, I humbly beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Ha ha ha, splendid. Rise, Yi Qingyun chuckled, having already distributed all rewards. He had amassed nearly 400 years of cultivation, and with another 600 years, he could ascend to the realm of the great emperor. Moreover, by aiding Xiaohua in awakening the chaotic sword body, Yi Qingyun would also manifest the chaotic sword body and cultivate it to perfection. As the peak master held the privilege to directly recruit disciples, this did not contravene any rules. Those disciples deemed lacking in talent looked on Xiaohua with envy. However, Mu Bai and his companions regarded the situation with disdain. Per Xiaohua indeed. His talent was already mediocre, and now he has joined Lingxiao Peak. It seems his life has reached an impasse. Lingxiao Peak is only fit to accept waste like Xiaohua. I fear that the esteemed Su Xiao, possessing the demeanor of an emperor, would not even deign to cast a glance at Lingxiao Peak. Indeed, I would rather die than enter Lingxiao Peak. It is merely a place for idlers waiting for death. A disciple, with a touch of bitterness, remarked. Yet, Yi Qingyun let out a cold laugh. The demeanor of an emperor? What a load of rubbish. Not even worthy to guard the gates of Lingxiao Peak. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. The notion that one lacking the qualifications to guard Lingxiao Peak could be so audacious was truly astonishing. Coming from Yi Qingyun's lips, everyone felt as though this fellow had yet to awaken from slumber. Su Beichen's countenance darkened, his displeasure palpable. How dare Yi Qingyun look down upon him? If it weren't for Yi Qingyun's good fortune, he might not even qualify as a mere servant disciple of Luyun's sect. However, as the peak master, Su Beichen naturally refrained from voicing his thoughts. He vowed that in due time, he would make Yi Qingyun regret his arrogance. Xiaohua, if you diligently follow this peak master and cultivate well, surpassing any so-called emperor's demeanor will be but a trifling matter. Yi Qingyun encouraged Xiaohua. This statement left Xiaohua feeling somewhat insecure. The demeanor of an emperor was a realm he could only dream of. Yes, I will strive to do my best, the disciple replied earnestly. Xiaohua responded in a somewhat faint voice. Yi Qingyun smiled, unaware of how extraordinarily exceptional Xiaohua truly was. Once Xiaohua's chaotic sword body awakens, everyone will come to realize just how right Yi Qingyun's actions were today. Chapter 10. The Primacy of Mindset. Jining Shuang cast a perplexed glance at Xiaohua. She could not fathom why Yi Qingyun had chosen to take Xiaohua as his disciple. Was there something extraordinary about him? Yet, despite her scrutiny, she could discern no distinguishing traits in Xiaohua. At nearly 30 years of age, his cultivation remained at the foundational stage, a talent so mediocre that he would scarcely gain entry into even the second-tier sections. Nonetheless, as the master of Lingxiao Peak, Yi Qingyun possessed the authority to accept any disciple beyond the reach of external interference. Under the watchful gaze of all present, Xiaohua followed Yi Qingyun back to his seat. Shortly thereafter, the sound of Yi Qingyun's snoring resonated once more. Standing beside him, Xiaohua was enveloped in a cloud of dismay, pondering whether joining Lingxiao Peak could truly lead to a reversal of fortune. A nagging sense of uncertainty lingered in his mind. However, he resolved to embrace the situation. After all, he was now a member of the Luyun sect. After this brief interlude, the entrance examination continued. The trial grounds, which had once been bustling with nearly 300,000 participants, now harbored fewer than 30,000. The remaining participants were to undergo the second round of tests, the mindset assessment. Su Jinbin stepped forward once again, radiating an aura of indistinct sword energy, resembling a sharp and formidable blade. He gazed at the 30,000 disciples who had successfully passed the first test and addressed them. Congratulations on overcoming the initial challenge. You have now ventured halfway into the Flowing Cloud sect. If you can triumph in the second challenge, you shall become disciples of the sect. Su Jinbin's ability to inspire was formidable. In just a few sentences, he ignited a fervor within the hearts of the 30,000 disciples, filling them with anticipation. The second challenge, a test of inner peace, was time-limited to 6 hours. Failure to succeed within this time frame would result in disqualification. We will rank you based on the time taken to complete the challenge, as well as your performance in the first test. The top 100 disciples will have the privilege to choose any cultivation peak, while the remaining disciples will be assigned by the sect, Su Jinbin continued. Upon hearing this, Su Beichen, Mu Bai, and Wang Haoyu were brimming with eagerness. They held a strong confidence in their mental fortitude. Inspired by Su Jinbin's words, Xiaohua too felt compelled to give it a try. Although he believed he lacked the innate talent of others, he considered his mental resilience commendable. Life is about daring to take risks. If one fails, one can simply begin anew. Master, I too wish to participate in the second challenge of inner peace. Xiaohua implored Qingyun. However, Qingyun had succumbed to sleep, drooling at the corner of his mouth once more. This left Xiaohua feeling somewhat bewildered. Was his master truly capable of sleeping so profoundly? Upon hearing that Xiaohua wished to partake in the Heart Realm test, the leaders of the various peaks shook their heads in unison, deeming his intention a folly destined for humiliation. For Xiaohua's innate talent was woefully inadequate. He had already lost face during the initial stage of the assessment. Now, having joined Lingxiao Peak and become a member of the Luoyun sect, what need was there to court further trouble? Should he fail to navigate the Heart Realm formation, the embarrassment would only deepen, tarnishing not only his own reputation, but also reflecting poorly on Qingyun. Yet, it seemed that Qingyun's reputation had already been diminished beyond repair. Xiaohua, you are now a disciple of the Luoyun sect. There is no necessity for you to undergo the Heart Realm test. Jiningshuan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Her concern stemmed from a desire to protect Qingyun, as she feared that Xiaohua might be unable to escape the Heart Realm formation, leading to further ridicule directed at Qingyun. Having once shared honest encounters, Jiningshuan instinctively wished to uphold his dignity. The leaders and elders present were taken aback. It was unexpected for the sect master to concern herself with such trivial matters. Indeed, the sect master, Xiaohua replied, tinged with regret. With the sect master's words echoing in his ears, he felt compelled to relent. Xiaohua, pursue whatever you desire without excessive apprehension, Qingyun suddenly murmured, turning over and wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, addressing Xiaohua as if in a dreamlike state. Upon hearing this, Jiningshuan furrowed her brow. This rogue, despite her good intentions, seemed oblivious to her concern. Master, are you not afraid that your disciple will bring you shame? Xiaohua asked hesitantly. Qingyun chuckled inwardly. Shame? How could that be? You possess the Chaos Sword body. Once awakened, your talent will overshadow any so-called great emperor. Moreover, with Xiaohua's mindset, he undoubtedly surpasses Su Beichen and others. Silly child, pursue your path with abandon, and do not worry about the judgments of the mundane world. Furthermore, as your master, my virtue is esteemed, and I will not be scorned for trivial matters. Qingyun encouraged Xiaohua. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes. Noble virtue? Esteemed? Does he not feel a pang of conscience saying such things? Setting aside the latter statement, Xiaohua felt deeply moved. With such trust from his master, he could not let him down. Very well, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, Xiaohua declared with unwavering resolve. Subsequently, he returned to the throng, prepared to face the second test. The empress scoffed internally. Qingyun was somewhat oblivious to the reality. Nevertheless, it was not she who would be embarrassed. Her relationship with Qingyun was not particularly close. After all, they had only been candid with each other for over 70 days of training. TSK, truly a young bull unafraid of tigers, struggling even with blue talent, and yet daring to enter the mindset great array. Xiaohua, were I in your position, I would certainly refrain from further exposing myself to ridicule. What significance does joining Lingxiao Peak hold? You remain but a mere wastrel. Numerous disciples began to mock Xiaohua. The very fact that someone of his limited talent could gain entry into Luoyun's sect left them feeling profoundly unsettled. Yet, Xiaohua remained impervious to their taunts. He would demonstrate through his prowess that he was far from a failure. The dignity he had lost, he would reclaim with his own hands. Observing Xiaohua's calm demeanor, Yi Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Having been jilted and humiliated, enduring over a decade of stagnant cultivation, the repeated setbacks had forged Xiaohua into an indomitable spirit with an unwavering resolve. Now then, the mind realm assessment shall commence. Once Su Jinbin confirmed that all were prepared, he waved his sleeve, and instantly a grand formation emerged, swirling with intricate and profound patterns, engulfing all within. This was the mind realm formation. Once enveloped by it, one would enter a state of illusion. Only those with immense willpower and a steadfast heart could hope to emerge from the mind realm formation. Esteemed guests, who among Su Beichen, Wang Haoyu, and Mu Bai do you believe will be the first to exit the mind realm formation? My wager is on Su Beichen, for one of his imperial stature is unlikely to possess a feeble mind. Mu Bai is not to be underestimated either. Although his talent may be slightly inferior to Su Beichen's, should his resolve be sufficiently strong, he too may aspire to break through to imperial status in the future. The various peak masters engaged in fervent discussion. Yi Qingyun reclined languidly, a faint smile gracing the corners of his lips. Su Beichen and Mu Bai were competing with Xiaohua? The child of destiny is not so easily vanquished. Puff, within the realm of the heart's array. Disciples were already spewing blood as they were flung out. Their resolve faltered, rendering them incapable of shattering the formation, and they suffered backlash, leading to their elimination. In a mere span of minutes, over 10,000 disciples had succumbed to this backlash. The peak masters had grown accustomed to such outcomes. The heart's array is not easily withstood. As the saying goes, realms are birthed from the heart, and the illusions within the array are spun from the entanglements of one's mind. In the midst of the illusions, Xiaohua once again encountered the woman. She stood high above, unwilling even to cast a glance in his direction. Xiaohua, we are no longer inhabitants of the same world. I hope you possess the wisdom to sign this annulment of our betrothal. To make amends, the Ning family is prepared to offer 3 6th-grade Peiyuan pills. Ning Kaiwei presented the marriage contract along with the 3 pills. Xiaohua felt his heart bleed. They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts. Yet now, this was the indignity he faced. As he witnessed this scene once more, Xiaohua's heart turned to stillness. He tore the marriage contract asunder and cast the pills aside. His voice icy as he declared, Ning Kaiwei, listen well. Today I, Xiaohua, am unilaterally dissolving our engagement. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Today, you may disregard me, but in the future, I, Xiaohua, shall rise to a level beyond your reach. With that, Xiaohua turned and departed, undaunted by the oppressive presence of the Ning family's formidable warriors. He brushed aside the disdainful gazes and venomous remarks of the crowd with a smile. He is determined to demonstrate through his actions that he is far from worthless. Look, someone has broken through. What? It has only been 13 minutes, and yet someone has already emerged from the heart realm formation? Could it be Su Beichen? A youth emerged from the formation, surrounded by intricate patterns that obscured his true form. Upon recognizing the young man's visage, all the peak masters and elders were left in stunned silence. For the first one to exit the great formation was none other than Xiaohua. Chapter 11. Is it truly commendable to break the formation in nearly 2.5 hours? Not even a dog would measure up. Xiaohua? How could this be possible? The first to emerge from the heart realm formation is actually Xiaohua? Could it be that the formation has malfunctioned? That seems implausible. If it had, there wouldn't have been so many disciples eliminated by backlash. The leaders and elders of various peaks stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even the Empress Ji Ningxiang was taken aback. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would be the first to exit the heart realm formation? This indicates that Xiaohua possesses an exceptionally formidable Dao heart, far surpassing that of Su Beichen and Mu Bai. Alas, his talent is rather lacking, otherwise. With such a powerful Dao heart, it would not only be possible for him to ascend to the rank of emperor, but perhaps even transcend it. Wait, could it be that someone had already discerned the strength of Xiaohua's Dao heart? Is that why he took Xiaohua as his disciple? Ji Ningxiang suddenly had a revelation, her beautiful eyes instinctively turning toward Yi Qingyun. There he remained, lounging languidly, his expression serene, as if nothing had transpired. For everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Xiaohua is indeed the true child of destiny, incomparable to any mere dog. Witnessing this scene, Ji Ningxiang's conviction in her inner thoughts grew stronger. Yi Qingyun must have known all along about Xiaohua's formidable Dao heart. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on allowing him to enter the heart realm formation. Perhaps there are even greater secrets hidden within Xiaohua? Yi Qingyun, This fellow bears a striking resemblance to his revered granduncle, Jining Xuan mused inwardly. Throughout her life, there have been but two individuals she could not fathom, one being her granduncle Li Moyang, and the other, Yi Qingyun. Her granduncle, often seen clutching a gourd of wine, either indulges in drinking or succumbs to slumber. Though he appears disheveled, it is more a reflection of his helplessness. The trials he has endured remain a mystery to all. Even during the lifetime of the esteemed ancestor Dongfang Su, Li Moyang remained reticent. While he seldom intervenes, his prowess is indisputable, and it is unlikely one could find a rival in the entire eastern domain. Yet, despite this, Li Moyang feels a profound sense of helplessness, even despair, leading him to seek solace in drink daily. In contrast, Yi Qingyun embodies a carefree abandon, characterized by an inherent laziness. Yet, this very individual effortlessly shattered her sealed restraints and casually produced a high-level imperial technique. Furthermore, he discerned with a mere glance the formidable resolve of Xiaohua's heart. All signs indicate that Yi Qingyun is a man of extraordinary caliber. Within the entire Lu Yunzong, it is likely that Yi Qingyun conceals the most profound secrets. Disciple Xiaohua, living up to his master's expectations, successfully navigated the formation. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Xiaohua approached Yi Qingyun, respectfully bowing. His gaze unwavering. He stood with dignity, reminiscent of an unparalleled powerhouse. In this moment, the various peak masters felt a profound sense of misjudgment. Perhaps Xiaohua is indeed a talent worth cultivating? Could it be that Yi Qingyun has long recognized Xiaohua's extraordinary potential? No. It is impossible for Yi Qingyun to possess such discerning insight. It must have been a fortunate coincidence. An attempt to casually take on a disciple merely to serve tea and water. Although Xiaohua's resolve is remarkably strong, his innate talent is decidedly lacking. Even a blue talent seems somewhat beyond his reach, far from meeting any acceptable standard. It is likely that, even with a lifetime of practice, he would struggle to surpass the nascent soul realm. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly deserving of being the beloved disciple of this peak master. Yi Qingyun laughed heartily, deliberately raising his voice when he mentioned beloved disciple. He aimed to slap the faces of the other peak masters. Did they not look down upon Xiaohua? Did they not believe their judgment was flawed? But what is the reality? Xiaohua managed to emerge from the Heart Realm array in merely 13 minutes, effortlessly surpassing Su Beichen and others. And this is just the beginning. Once Xiaohua awakens the chaotic sword body, his true talent will be revealed. Thank you for the praise, Master. Xiaohua did not feel pride. His journey is still long. Merely possessing a strong resolve is insufficient. He must also elevate his innate talent. The eliminated disciples gazed at Xiaohua with deep reverence. Having endured the Heart Realm array, they now comprehended the depths of their despair. As time ticked away, by the end of the hour, fewer than 3,000 disciples remained within the array. The eliminated disciples soon learned of Xiaohua's remarkable achievements. They found it utterly astonishing. Yet, simultaneously, they felt a sense of regret for Xiaohua. Such a formidable will, if matched with an equally powerful talent, would surely lead to a breakthrough into the realm of the Emperor in no time. Alas, Xiaohua's talent was regrettably lacking. After 2.5 hours, the second disciple to emerge from the Heart Realm array appeared, Su Beichen, who possessed the demeanor of an emperor. Surrounded by the array's intricate patterns, Su Beichen radiated a divine brilliance, resembling a deity, undeniably deserving of the title Child of Heaven. A confident smile graced his lips, as he reveled in his remarkable achievement of exiting the Heart Realm array in just 2.5 hours. Who else could match such a feat? He was certain that, apart from himself, no one could have accomplished this in that time frame. At that moment, he was the center of attention. With immense talent and a resolute will, he seemed nothing short of perfection. It was likely that upon his future ascension to the Emperor's realm, even the Empress would regard him with newfound admiration. Capturing the Empress's heart would render his life complete. Su Xiao has broken the array. 2.5 hours, an impressive accomplishment indeed. The crowd turned to him, many peak masters offering their praises. Aside from the abnormality that was Xiaohua, Su Beichen's will was already remarkably strong. Disciple Su Beichen has successfully broken the array, he declared, cupping his hands in salute, relishing the exhilarating sensation of being in the limelight. In comparison, Xiaohua seemed nothing more than a mere jester before him. The moment he stepped out of the Heart Realm array, he noticed Xiaohua. It seemed that Xiaohua had been eliminated from the array long ago. What a humiliating endeavor. How could someone so inept dare to enter the Heart Realm array? Xiaohua. No, You entered the Luoyun sect even before I did, so I should address you as Brother Xiao. Although you have been eliminated, do not be disheartened. Your courage is commendable, and I, as your junior, hold you in high regard. Henceforth, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation at Luoyun sect, feel free to seek my guidance. Su Beichen said to Xiaohua, intending to draw a comparison between them and make it known that he, Su Beichen, had entered the Luoyun sect with the highest score in the sect's entrance examination, while Xiaohua was merely fortunate. Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned in disbelief. Xiaohua had been eliminated? No. He had already broken free from the array within 13 minutes. Ahem, Su Beichen, perhaps you should take a moment to rest, Su Jinbin. The peak master of the sword peak interjected, unable to watch any longer. Xiaohua merely smiled and said nothing further. Su Beichen, who had been the center of attention since childhood, believed himself to be the focal point of the universe. 2.5 hours to break the array. Yi Qingyun regarded Su Beichen with the same look one might reserve for a fool. Thank you for your praise, Peak Master Yi. Though I have achieved a modest accomplishment, it is not worthy of pride. I shall devote myself to diligent cultivation and strive to reach greater heights. Su Beichen broke into a broad smile, not waiting for Yi Qingyun to finish speaking, and replied with great ambition. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun found himself both amused and exasperated. Is 2.5 hours truly something to boast about? Ahem, you seem to have misunderstood. What I intended to convey is that your performance is rather disappointing. To say the least, my beloved disciple managed to break the formation in merely 13 minutes. Your 2.5 hours is, frankly, quite unremarkable, almost unworthy of mention. Yi Qingyun cleared his throat gently and then offered a reminder. Chapter 12. The Infinite Spiritual Liquid Pool, inexhaustible, truly inexhaustible. 13 minutes to break the formation? How could that be possible? If Xiaohua could dismantle the formation in 13 minutes, then I, Su Beichen, would stand on my head and eat. Upon hearing Yi Qingyun's words, Su Beichen scoffed with disdain. He had taken 2.5 hours to emerge from the Heart Realm formation. How could that useless Xiaohua possibly achieve such a feat in a mere 13 minutes? Yi Qingyun was undoubtedly lying. At this, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Su Beichen. The poor child, so young, already burdened with the infamous title. Young man, I hope you can fulfill your promise. Yi Qingyun chuckled, his face alight with anticipation. Standing on one's head and eating. Just imagining that scene is thrilling. Feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, Su Beichen grew uneasy. Why were they looking at him with such pity? Could it be that what Yi Qingyun said was true? Impossible. Xiaohua could never break the Heart Realm formation in just 13 minutes. Before long, Mu Bai emerged, closely followed by Wang Haoyu. One by one, the other disciples exited the Heart Realm formation. Second place? That's not too shabby, considering Su Beichen is a prodigy. Mu Bai gazed at Su Beichen's silhouette. Though somewhat reluctant, he could only accept reality. When 6 hours had passed, all disciples who had not broken the formation were eliminated. Fewer than 3,000 disciples remained in the trial square. Su Jinbin gazed at the crowd before announcing, the first place in the Mind Realm test is Xiaohua, completing it in 13 minutes. The second place goes to Su Beichen, who took 2.5 hours, while the third is Mu Bai. In terms of the overall ranking, Su Beichen claimed the first position, followed by Mu Bai, then Wang Haoyu, and so forth. Upon hearing this, although Su Beichen secured the top spot in the comprehensive ranking, his expression remained grim, devoid of any joy. This was due to the undeniable truth in Yi Qingyun's words. Xiaohua had indeed navigated the Mind Realm formation in merely 13 minutes. It was over. He was in deep trouble. Su Beichen would have to fulfill his promise of eating while upside down. Mu Bai and Wang Haoyu, too, looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. The once deemed useless Xiaohua had astonishingly emerged as the champion of the Mind Realm test. Just how formidable was his Dao heart? Alas, Xiaohua's lack of talent rendered such strength a mere waste. How amusing, Yi Qingyun chuckled, envisioning the scene of Su Beichen eating upside down. The show had concluded. My disciple, it is time for us to depart. Yi Qingyun gradually rose to his feet and, accompanied by Xiaohua, vanished from the crowd's sight. The sect entrance examination had come to a close. Despite Xiaohua achieving the top rank in the Mind Realm test, his abysmal performance in the talent assessment prevented him from entering the top 10. Yet, none of that mattered now, for Xiaohua had successfully joined the Lingxiao Peak. Next, Su Beichen and the others were to select their training peaks. Naturally, they would not choose Lingxiao Peak, nor would Yi Qingyun accept them, for their imperial demeanor did not even grant them the privilege of guarding Lingxiao Peak. Could it be that all of this was indeed true? Su Beichen's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart wavering slightly. He had anticipated shining brilliantly during the sect entrance examination. Yet it seemed he would be reduced to the ridicule of others. Su Xiao, do not dwell too much on this. Although Xiaohua possesses a formidable heart of Tao, his talent pales in comparison to yours. I have heard that a grand sect competition will be held 3 years after entering the sect. At that time, you can challenge Xiaohua and redeem your honor. With your talents, 3 years will be more than sufficient to leave Xiaohua far behind. Many of the sycophants were already flattering Su Beichen. Despite his embarrassment, as the top scorer of the entrance examination, his prospects were boundless. And he might even aspire to become the saint son of the Luyun sect in the future. The sect competition? Su Beichen thought to himself, resolutely vowing that he would make Ling Xiaopeak suffer humiliation. Today, he had been branded with the title of disgrace. In the future, he would surely defeat Xiaohua and ruthlessly humiliate Ling Xiaopeak, proving to everyone his unparalleled genius. Jini Shuang, catching a glimpse of Su Beichen, couldn't help but shake her head. Su Beichen is excessively petty and arrogant, a disposition that often leads to premature failure. The fact that Qingyun has taken an interest in him suggests that there may be other secrets lurking within Xiaohua. Jini Shuang narrowed her beautiful eyes. Pondering this thought, she resolved to seek out Qingyun for clarification when the opportunity arose. It would not be long before Qingyun would come to the Empress Peak for cultivation. Strangely, that thought evoked a pleasant feeling within her. How could she allow herself to dwell on such impure notions? Jini Shuang shook her head, striving to calm the tumult within her heart. Her motivation for cultivating alongside Qingyun was solely for the benefit of the Luyun sect. Yes, that was indeed the case. At Lingxiao Peak, Xiaohua surveyed the desolation surrounding him. Apart from himself, there were no other disciples present, and the spiritual energy was remarkably sparse, lacking the richness found at the trial square. Yet, he bore no complaints. The fact that Qingyun had accepted him despite the odds and placed such trust in him filled Xiaohua with gratitude. How could he possibly voice any grievances against his master? I must devote myself to diligent cultivation and elevate Lingxiao Peak to greatness, repaying my master's kindness. Xiaohua silently vowed within himself. Ding. In recognition of the host's enthusiastic completion of tasks, the system has granted an additional reward to assist Lingxiao Peak in becoming the foremost among the 72 peaks. Additional reward: Primordial Cultivation Tower, Infinite Spiritual Liquid Pool, Advanced Spirit Attraction Great Array of the Emperor Tier. The Primordial Cultivation Tower is divided into 3 levels, currently in its first level state. Attaining the first level requires 1 year of cultivation within the tower, equivalent to 30 years in the outside world. Reaching the second level requires 1 year within the tower, equating to 60 years externally. Achieving the third level necessitates 1 year of internal cultivation, corresponding to a century beyond. Infinite Spiritual Liquid Pool. The spiritual liquid is boundless, granting the host the liberty to utilize it without depletion. Indeed, it is inexhaustible. Advanced Imperial Grade Spirit Induction Array. This arrangement gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the spiritual density of Lingxiao Peak to exceed that of the external world by 100-fold. Upon returning to the peak, Qingyun initially intended to retire to his chamber for rest, but to his astonishment, the system unexpectedly issued additional rewards. After the spirit induction array was established at Lingxiao Peak, the density of spiritual energy surged dramatically, even manifesting as spiritual mist. Furthermore, an additional cultivation tower and a spiritual liquid pool appeared atop Lingxiao Peak. What is happening? Why does it feel as if the spiritual energy is becoming increasingly dense? Xiaohua furrowed his brow as the rich spiritual energy surged toward him, forming a mist that threatened to envelop him completely. His limbs and bones invigorated. The yet-to-be-awakened chaos sword body voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy. Master, this spiritual energy is extraordinarily rich, Xiaohua exclaimed with excitement. With this abundant spiritual energy, a flicker of hope reignited within Xiaohua's heart. This is just the beginning? Disciple, come, allow me to show you the world. Qingyun led Xiaohua to the infinite spiritual liquid pool. The boundless spiritual liquid granted them the freedom to utilize it at will. Truly, it is an invincible system. Once the chaotic sword body within Xiaohua has fully absorbed the spiritual liquid, he will be able to cultivate the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique to awaken the chaotic sword body. Once Xiaohua awakens the chaotic sword body, Qingyun will also be able to obtain it and directly cultivate it to its pinnacle, akin to an effortless victory. It is as if others are laboring on his behalf, a truly delightful experience. If he were to recruit a few more disciples, He could relish the joys of a capitalist. Chapter 13. Qingyun breaks through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Xiao Huo regains confidence within the cave dwelling. Qingyun sat cross-legged in meditation. The dense spiritual mist surged into his body, so pure that it required no refinement, compressing directly into his dantian. With a deep breath, he felt invigorated. Another inhalation felt like enlightenment. At this critical juncture, the abundant spiritual mist finally stirred his realm, allowing him to break through from the consummate level of the Emperor realm to its pinnacle. Each major realm comprises 4 minor stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. However, if a practitioner remains stuck at the perfection stage for an extended period without a breakthrough, their cultivation will reach a peak state, preparing them to challenge a new realm. At last, I have broken through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Qingyun opened his eyes, and the space within the cave began to warp, then shatter explosively. The might of the Emperor swept forth like it could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, Qingyun felt more confident in striving for the legendary realm beyond. Yet, in this lifetime, he resolved not to act recklessly. He must ensure every preparation is in place. This spiritual mist, a high-level spirit attraction array of the Emperor tier. Hiss. The master has actually set up a high-level spirit attraction array of the Emperor tier? Qingyun rose, following the source of the spiritual mist, where he perceived the spirit attraction array. Every sect possesses a spirit attraction array, yet as a transcendent force, such arrays are typically found at the celestial tier. However, there exists a grand spirit gathering array of imperial rank upon Lingxiao Peak. This is utterly more formidable than the sacred grounds in the central domain that have been inherited for 1,000,000 years. What, then, is that tower? Qingyun's aged eyes gazed upon the Hongming cultivation tower. The tower seemed to pulsate with the laws of heaven and earth, emanating a primordial purple aura, akin to a divine artifact. During his secluded cultivation, such monumental changes had transpired on Lingxiao Peak. Qingyun began to wonder if his master was indeed a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Any single treasure taken forth would be sufficient to stir the entire continent. Qingyun felt immense gratitude for being able to follow his master. What of the ancestors of the Qingfeng sect? There is no comparison to the privilege of serving as his master's disciple. Even if tasked with guarding Lingxiao Peak, Qingyun would be more than delighted. Under the guidance of Qingyun, the master and disciple approached the spirit liquid pool. This pool spanned over 100 square meters, filled with the most exquisite spirit liquid. Gulp. Upon witnessing the spirit liquid pool, Xiao Huo was rendered speechless. Is this truly the Lingxiao Peak he had come to know? First, the dense spiritual energy, 100-fold greater than that of the outside world. Now, it boasts a spirit liquid pool exceeding 100 square meters. Its rich spirit liquid sufficient for the entire disciples of the Luyun sect to refine. Master, does this spirit liquid pool belong solely to us at Lingxiao Peak? Xiao Huo asked incredulously. Qingyun nodded, regarding the modest spirit liquid pool as nothing particularly extraordinary. A diminutive pool of spiritual liquid? Over 100 square meters of spiritual liquid pool, and my master dares to call it small? Pray, have you heard what people say? Xiao Huo could hardly contain his excitement as he stepped forward, producing a small jade vial, ready to fill it to the brim for consumption. This spiritual liquid was extraordinarily pure, entirely suitable for direct ingestion. Observing this, Qingyun furrowed his brow and admonished, Disciple, what are you doing? Are you truly planning to drink it? The spiritual liquid I procure from the outside world is meant to be consumed directly and then refined, to avoid any waste. Xiao Huo replied, brimming with enthusiasm. But master, I can hardly waste such an opportunity now that I have access to this spiritual liquid. Qingyun was momentarily speechless. With the abundance of spiritual liquid now at their disposal, was there truly any concern about waste? Without further ado, he swiftly shed his garments and plunged into the pool. Qingyun gave Xiao Huo a gentle nudge, sending him into the spiritual liquid pool. Within Xiao Huo, the chaos sword body voraciously absorbed the spiritual liquid, creating a series of swirling vortices of considerable magnitude. Over the years, the Xiao family had exhausted nearly all their resources to provide Xiao Huo with cultivation materials. Yet, his cultivation remained stagnant at the foundational level. This was not due to a lack of talent, but rather the immense resources required to nourish the chaos sword body. Only when the chaos sword body reached saturation could it be awakened. Master, this cannot be. It is far too wasteful. Since childhood, my body has been flawed. No matter how much spiritual liquid I absorb, my cultivation remains at a standstill. This entire pool of spiritual liquid must not be squandered, Xiaohua exclaimed in a state of panic. Using spiritual liquid for a bath. This is truly a waste of resources. Foolish child, open your eyes and see. Has the spiritual liquid diminished? Qingyun said with a smile. Xiaohua furrowed his brows. He observed closely, and although his body was fervently absorbing the spiritual liquid, it showed no signs of depletion. How is this possible? Xiaohua was bewildered, feeling utterly incredulous. Qingyun continued, Disciple, in 3 years, the sect competition will take place. I care not for fame or fortune. Thus, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Simply cultivate at your leisure. Of course, it is important to have a goal. Just aim for first place casually. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua thought he had misheard. Do not put too much pressure on oneself. And casually aim for first place? Given his talent, it would be remarkable if he did not come in last, let alone claim first. Master, I fear that. Before Xiaohua could finish, Qingyun solemnly interjected, Disciple, within you lies an exceptionally powerful sword body. It has yet to awaken, which is why all these years. The spiritual energy you have absorbed has been claimed by that sword body, causing your cultivation to stagnate. Once you awaken that sword body, the Emperor realm will merely be your starting point. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes widened in astonishment. Within him, there existed an unawakened sword body. No wonder the spiritual energy he had absorbed over the years had seemingly vanished. It was all consumed by the sword body. I bestow upon you these treasures, hoping that 3 years hence, during the grand competition of our sect, you shall astonish all. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Qingyun sent forth the Chaos Emperor's art, the flame-devouring wave ruler, and the mysterious heavy ruler, all of which soared before Xiaohua. Imperial tier techniques? Furthermore, Imperial-level martial skills, and an Imperial artifact. Xiaohua was left utterly astounded. The 3 items casually produced by his master could indeed stir the entire divine Qingyun continent. Moreover, at the moment the Chaos Emperor's art manifested, Xiaohua's chaos sword body within him reacted as if ignited, fervently absorbing spiritual essence with wild abandon. At that instant, a monumental transformation unfolded within him, akin to a rebirth. He truly sensed the presence of the chaos sword body. A long-lost confidence sparkled in Xiaohua's eyes. Upon awakening the chaos sword body, his innate talents would ascend to unprecedented heights. This was the authentic him. The disgrace of the broken engagement, the ridicule, all the dignity he had lost would be reclaimed by his own hands. Simultaneously, Xiaohua was filled with profound admiration for his master, Qingyun. How could this master, so often dismissed as a waste by the outside world, truly be a mere incompetent? He suspected his master was a recluse of immense power, deliberately masquerading as a disinterested and lazy figure to elude attention. Xiaohua considered himself extraordinarily fortunate to have been accepted as Qingyun's disciple. He vowed to dedicate himself to rigorous training, determined not to disappoint his master's expectations. Upon witnessing Xiaohua regain his confidence, Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. His task had been accomplished, and now he could recline and await Xiaohua's awakening of the chaotic sword body. It was time to assist the Empress in her cultivation. A few days without sharpening one's blade would surely lead to rust. Qingyun smirked with a hint of mischief, the image of Ji Ningxue's flawless figure appearing vividly in his mind. Chapter 14. My host, my adoration. A gift of 3 unique flames, Qingyun tore through the void with ease, stepping into the ethereal realm and vanishing from sight. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage. While he could not rend space as effortlessly as the great emperors, tearing the void was well within his capabilities. With a bit more training alongside the empress, Qingyun would soon ascend to the emperor realm with remarkable ease. What others could only dream of attaining, he could grasp with little effort. In truth, it would not be difficult for Qingyun to break through to the emperor realm at this very moment. All he needed was a brief immersion in the infinite spiritual liquid pool followed by training in the primordial cultivation tower. However, Qingyun found himself too lethargic, and solitary cultivation was exceedingly dull. There was nothing more pleasurable than training alongside the Empress. The Empress, resembling a naive young girl, allowed Qingyun to unleash his full potential. Witnessing her typically aloof demeanor transform into one of shyness was a delightful contrast that lingered in his mind. Just as Qingyun departed from Lingxiao Peak, he sensed a quasi-emperor presence approaching. Emma Wudao? He quickly identified the individual as the master of Dan Peak, Emma Wudao. At that moment, Mo Wudao stood at the foot of Lingxiao Peak. If all went as expected, he was likely there in pursuit of those illustrated tomes. It seemed that even that old fellow had a penchant for such things. I had thought he was merely a curmudgeon, Qingyun mused, unable to suppress a chuckle. Mo Wudao, as a ninth-grade alchemist, holds an exceedingly noble status, second only to the empress within the Luyun sect. Generally, Mo Wudao presents himself as remarkably composed, embodying the grace of a true mentor. Yet, this virtuous gentleman has come to solicit an album from Qingyun. TSK. It seems all men are alike in this world. Qingyun chuckled softly, and then leaped gracefully to the foot of the mountain. Clad in a gray alchemist robe, Mo Wudao's eyebrows were as white as snow, cascading down like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal aura. The scent of medicinal herbs lingered around him, a testament to his years of alchemical practice. Mo Wudao gazed at Lingxiao Peak with a mixture of hesitation and determination, his steps faltering as he contemplated the implications of his request. If word of his inquiry about the album were to leak, would it not tarnish his esteemed reputation? With a furrowed brow, he murmured to himself. Yet, the album haunted his thoughts, after catching a fleeting glimpse of it at the trial plaza the previous day. It had become unforgettable. He had never encountered such a flawless form. Well, since he was here, he might as well proceed. With a light cough, he resolved to ascend Lingxiao Peak. At that moment, however, Qingyun called out, "Young Mo, what brings you to Lingxiao Peak?" Even the empress referred to Mo Wudao as Old Mo, yet Qingyun addressed him as Young Mo. This was partly due to Qingyun's superior lineage, and partly because Mo Wudao sought his favor. Even if he were to be called Young Mosey, he would not dare to retaliate. Qing, Master Uncle, when did you arrive? Mo Wudao abruptly turned around, gazing at Qingyun with a hint of surprise. As an alchemist, his mental acuity was remarkably formidable. However, he had failed to perceive Qingyun's arrival. Could it be that Qingyun's cultivation was so feeble that it rendered him almost imperceptible? Qingyun smiled faintly, reflecting that when one seeks a favor from another, the dynamics shift significantly. He had addressed Mo Wudao as Little Mo, and rather than retaliating, Mo Wudao obediently referred to him as Master Uncle. Here at Lingxiao Peak, my presence is quite natural, is it not? But you, Little Mo, the busy individual that you are, what brings you to my Lingxiao Peak? Qingyun inquired with feigned innocence. Mo Wudao appeared somewhat embarrassed, his face flushing red. However, he quickly masked his discomfort and replied earnestly, "Master Uncle, the thing is, I recently sought to acquire several volumes on human anatomy for research purposes, which is why I have come to your Lingxiao Peak." Upon hearing this, Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Mo Wudao truly was quite clever. Low emotional intelligence. I came to find some Risku images. High emotional intelligence. I came to seek volumes on human anatomy. Truly, Mo Wudao was cunning beyond measure. Shouldn't you have gone to the library instead? Why did you come to my Lingxiao Peak? Qingyun feigned confusion, intent on putting Mo Wudao in a difficult position and relishing the sight of his flustered expression. As expected, Mo Wudao furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Who does not know that Master Shushu is well-versed in a myriad of texts, possessing knowledge of celestial phenomena and earthly geography? The collection within the library pales in comparison to the richness of Master Shushu's own collection. Hence, I hastened to Lingxiafeng. Mo Wudao, this clever fellow, seized the moment and began to flatter Qingyun. Who would have anticipated that Mo Wudao, once a lofty ninth-rank alchemist, would now seek to curry favor with Qingyun? You do have discerning eyes, Qingyun remarked with a smile, feigning difficulty. Upon hearing this, the seasoned Mo Wudao understood precisely what was implied. With confidence, he produced a finely crafted jade vial, from which wafted a potent aroma of elixir. Master Shushu. Within this vial are 3 7th-rank foundation establishment pills. Upon refining them, you should be able to achieve great success in your foundation establishment, perhaps even reaching perfection. Mo Wudao presented it with both hands, a grin adorning his face. Qingyun's cultivation had stagnated at the foundation establishment stage for over a decade. The allure of the 7th-rank pills was indeed formidable. He believed that Qingyun would find it impossible to resist the temptation of these elixirs. 7th-rank foundation establishment pills. Qingyun mused, somewhat exasperated. Having attained the 9th-rank pills, he hardly cared for these 3 7th-rank pills. Even if 9th-rank pills were as common as candy, they would be more than sufficient. Qingyun contemplated the idea of crushing the 9th-rank pills and using them to nourish the flowers and plants on Lingxiafeng, contributing to the greenery, which hardly seemed wasteful, did it? If Mo Wudao were to discover Yi Qingyun's innermost thoughts, he would likely be left in utter shock. His success rate in concocting ninth-grade elixirs is scarcely above 20%, and the risk of catastrophic failure could lead to his demise. Yet, Yi Qingyun dares to entertain the notion of using ninth-grade elixirs as fertilizer for mere flowers and plants? Can you believe such folly? Dear uncle, there is no need for formality. Surely, it is reasonable to exchange these 3 foundation-building pills for 3 volumes of anatomical illustrations? Mo Wudao grasped Yi Qingyun's hand, placing the jade bottle down as he spoke slowly. However, Yi Qingyun merely chuckled and shook his head, looking at Mo Wudao as if he were a fool. Ah, young Mo, you may keep this elixir. I cannot accept the offerings of the younger generation. He returned the jade bottle to Mo Wudao. 7th-grade elixirs? Not even fit for a dog. Upon hearing this, Mo Wudao was momentarily stunned. How could this be? Yi Qingyun had outright rejected it? This was a 7th-grade foundation-building pill. Uncle, regarding the anatomical illustrations. Mo Wudao's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave as he inquired. Yi Qingyun seemed to ponder momentarily before asking with intrigue, Young Mo, I have heard you possess a rare flame known as the Ghostly Hellfire, ranked 9th on the exotic flame list. Might you lend it to this humble peak master for a brief experiment? Indeed, the only thing that piqued Yi Qingyun's interest from Mo Wudao was the exotic flame. Such flames are extraordinarily precious, and alchemists typically seek to subdue them for their alchemical endeavors. Upon hearing this, Mo Wudao's brows furrowed in defiance as he firmly rejected. Master uncle, please do not jest. I nearly lost my life in the endeavor to subdue the ghostly hellfire. If I were to relinquish it to you, how would I continue my alchemical pursuits? This was Mo Wudao's unwavering boundary, and he could not possibly surrender it willingly. Ding. My host, I am here to indulge you. Is it not merely a? Who among us does not possess one? Reward, Annihilation Emperor Flame, 1st on the Purifying Lotus Demon Fire, 2nd on the Crimson Lotus Karma Fire, 3rd on the Chapter 15. Mo Wudao's Collapse. Alas, the system has unexpectedly rewarded me with all 3 of the top ranked from the darkened system truly cannot withstand even the slightest provocation. In essence, whatever others possess, Yi Qingyun must also acquire. Conversely, whatever others lack, Yi Qingyun must possess as well. It is exhilarating, indeed. This serves not only as a means for alchemy but also as a formidable weapon. Once incinerated by this, even the corporeal form of a quasi-emperor will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Particularly, the top 3 exhibit terrifying potency. Yi Qingyun intends to bestow one of these upon his disciple. Can one still be called Xiaohua without any? Moreover, any items gifted to his disciples yield a 10,000-fold return. If he were to gift Xiaohua, might it not directly return 1,000? Yi Qingyun is already filled with anticipation. Yet, would this not drain the system entirely? Master uncle, I truly cannot part with that. How about this? I shall offer you a 9th-grade foundation-building pill. What do you think? Mo Wudao, still unwilling to concede, steeled himself and proposed. One cannot reap without sowing. In pursuit of the illustration book, one must take risks. He possesses but a scant few 9th-grade pills, and using one would diminish his stock. Given the immense value of a 9th-grade foundation-building pill, it is reasonable to exchange it for an illustration book, is it not? He could hardly believe that Yi Qingyun would remain unmoved. Yet, Yi Qingyun merely smiled, gently pushing aside Mo Wudao's hand, refusing to accept the 9th-grade foundation establishment pill. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, rendering the 9th-grade pill utterly useless to him. Moreover, he possessed an abundance of elixirs, be it the 9th-grade vitality pill or the 9th-grade marrow cleansing pill, each one far superior to the foundation establishment pill Mo Wudao offered. Seeing this, Mo Wudao furrowed his brow, astonished that Yi Qingyun had rejected him once more. Could it be? This was a 9th-grade foundation establishment pill, a priceless treasure, rare and sought after, yet Yi Qingyun had turned it down? Mo Wudao's mind was flooded with a torrent of disbelief. To refuse a 7th-grade pill was one thing, but to spurn a 9th-grade potion was simply unfathomable. Clearly, Yi Qingyun was making things difficult for him. Little Mo, my dear disciple, I was merely jesting earlier. As for thee, I possess my own. Why would I need yours? Yi Qingyun chuckled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Mo Wudao was taken aback. Yi Qingyun had. How could that be possible? As a rare and divine entity was known to exist in only a handful of forms across the entire continent, each emergence causing a stir. How could you Qingyun, with merely foundation establishment cultivation, possibly possess Master, I understand you are being sarcastic, but I truly cannot part with my... Mo Wudao assumed Yi Qingyun was intentionally trying to provoke him. Yi Qingyun felt utterly wronged. He truly spoke no falsehood. The 3 unique flames he possesses, even a single one of them could easily overpower the phantom hellfire wielded by Mo Wudao. Master Uncle, while I cannot bestow upon you the unique flame, I can offer you a glimpse. Mo Wudao, fearing Yi Qingyun's ire, refrained from providing him with the album, thus he sought to make amends. As Mo Wudao formed intricate hand seals, an ethereal blue flame erupted from his fingertips. The flames intensified, and the temperature in the vicinity surged rapidly. Within the searing blaze lurked a chilling essence, reminiscent of a specter from the depths of hell. This was the phantom hellfire, ranked 9th on the unique flame list. Mo Wudao cherished the phantom hellfire as a precious treasure, rarely allowing anyone to behold it. But today, in pursuit of the album, he made an exception. Master Uncle, the power of this phantom hellfire is quite formidable. Your cultivation is relatively weak, and you cannot gaze upon it for too long. Mo Wudao cautioned Yi Qingyun. Relatively weak? Unable to gaze for too long. Yi Qingyun's current cultivation level could easily surpass Mo Wudao's. Should he activate the ancient Dragon Emperor's physique, he could even contend with those at the Emperor realm. The mere phantom hellfire was of no concern to him. Subsequently, Mo Wudao retracted the phantom hellfire and, with a smug expression, inquired, Master Uncle, what do you think? Is this phantom hellfire not impressive? Are you satisfied with it? Regarding the album. In response, Yi Qingyun offered a faint smile, acknowledging its merit, yet remarked, it is indeed commendable, but in comparison to my unique flames, it pales significantly. Mo Wudao furrowed his brows, a persistent feeling gnawing at him that Yi Qingyun was playing tricks. Yet, the 9th grade elixir was not something Yi Qingyun desired, and he could not offer his to him either. What was he to do? Was he destined to be forever estranged from that coveted album? Last night, he had tossed and turned, sleep eluding him. If he failed to acquire the album, it seemed that slumber would again evade him tonight. Little Mo, allow me to showcase my... Yi Qingyun said with a confident smile. Very well, I shall await the spectacle, Mo Wudao replied, wary of dampening Yi Qingyun's enthusiasm. Thus he indulged him in this playful charade. He found it hard to believe that Yi Qingyun could truly summon. However, in the next moment, a flicker of flame appeared at Yi Qingyun's fingertips. Observing this, Mo Wudao couldn't help but chuckle. Was this the Yi Qingyun spoke of? It seemed that any cultivator possessing spiritual energy could conjure such a flicker of flame. Wow, Master Uncle's is incredibly powerful, 1,000 times stronger than my ghostly hellfire. Mo Wudao praised, hoping to endear himself to Yi Qingyun in pursuit of the dreamlike album. Yi Qingyun, however, was taken aback. He had not yet fully summoned his, and here this fellow was already lavishing him with compliments. In the next instant, a cerulean flame erupted, transforming into a resplendent azure lotus, distorting the very fabric of space and bending the laws of nature. Mo Wudao's ghostly hellfire trembled within him at this moment. What the... could it be? Is it truly the... Mo Wudao sank to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the Yi Qingyun's hand. Is this flame, indeed, the second ranked on the... Good heavens, am I truly not dreaming? The coveted, which Mo Wudao could only yearn for, is unexpectedly in the possession of Yi Qingyun? A mere novice at the foundation establishment stage has tamed the... Has he lost his mind, or has the world gone mad? If Mo Wudao were to discover that Yi Qingyun also possessed the end, he would surely spit out blood in shock. Master, where did you acquire this? Mo Wudao gulped, his voice trembling with excitement. He was consumed by envy and jealousy. At such a tender age, Yi Qingyun had already obtained the... while he, despite exhausting himself, could only subdue the 9th ranked. Truly, comparing oneself to others is a path to despair. Mo Wudao felt on the verge of collapse. I merely stumbled upon it. It's just nothing remarkable. Yi Qingyun responded nonchalantly after securing the... Naturally, Mo Wudao did not believe Yi Qingyun's flippant words. Could it be a parting gift from their revered master? What a source of envy. It is a pity that the is in Yi Qingyun's hands. It seems almost a waste of such a precious treasure. Chapter 16. A remarkable advancement. Mo Wudao had long ceased to harbor hopes of acquiring the album from Yi Qingyun, for the allure of elixirs held no sway over him. Yi Qingyun possessed of his own, one even more formidable than that in Mo Wudao's possession. For the first time, Mo Wudao felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. As a 9th grade alchemist, he was accustomed to being in high demand. Even emperors would defer to him. Yet, Yi Qingyun had repeatedly rebuffed his advances. It was not entirely Yi Qingyun's fault. The system had bestowed upon him far too many advantages. Sighing, Mo Wudao addressed Yi Qingyun, "Master Uncle, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned away, his silhouette tinged with melancholy. It was evident that today's events had dealt a significant blow to him. "Little Mo, your thirst for knowledge brings me great solace. Take this anatomical diagram and study it diligently," Yi Qingyun said, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Mo Wudao, as he presented him with an exquisite volume. Upon hearing this, Mo Wudao spun around, his eyes alight with excitement. The pristine physique depicted within was simply too perfect. In the realm of cultivation, one is taught to maintain a heart unclouded by desires. However, as humans, such needs are inescapable. Lacking the means to seek pleasure in the mortal realm, they are left to seek solace within themselves. These alluring albums may well redeem countless reclusive souls. Mo Wudao carefully tucked away the art album and then bowed respectfully to Yi Qingyun, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Master Uncle, for your generous gift. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. I shall never decline if it is within my capabilities." The sight of an ancient being, nearly 10,000 years old, addressing Yi Qingyun as esteemed elder was, in its own way, quite amusing. Yi Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Securing the heart of a ninth-grade alchemist with merely an art album was undoubtedly a wise investment. "Little Mo, it is getting late. Return and focus on your studies," Yi Qingyun advised in a tone befitting an elder. "Ahem, you are no longer young, so do take care." At these words, Mo Wudao's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he respectfully replied, "I shall heed your teachings, Master Uncle." With that, he hurried back to the alchemy peak, likely too preoccupied with thoughts of alchemy for some time to come. But perhaps that mattered little, for is not life meant to be enjoyed? Moreover, a man remains youthful at heart until death. The atmosphere of the Luoyuan sect was being subtly influenced by Yi Qingyun. "Frost, I have arrived." Yi Qingyun stepped once more into the void, making his way to the Empress Peak. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the Empress Peak, and gazing upon the familiar structures, he recalled the days spent cultivating alongside Jining Frost. Ah, how vividly enchanting it was. In order to assist the host and the Empress in their cultivation, the system graciously rewards them with an assortment of garments, X10. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Qingyun was filled with exhilaration. What a remarkable system indeed, even providing attire. Yi Qingyun could hardly fathom how alluring Jining Shuang would appear in those seductive outfits. Within the cave abode, Jining Shuang seemed somewhat distracted. So much time had passed, yet that scoundrel had still not arrived. Must the Empress personally seek him out? Jining Shuang voiced her complaints. As a woman, she certainly could not venture to Lingxiao Peak herself, could she? Did that fellow not appreciate her demeanor? Jining Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring in confusion. "Frost, do you miss me?" Yi Qingyun's voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the cave. At this, Jining Shuang felt a surge of panic, wondering if her earlier remarks had reached Yi Qingyun's ears. Would that not tarnish her noble image? Nevertheless, the prospect of Yi Qingyun's arrival brought her joy. "Oh, Frost, why is your face so flushed?" Yi Qingyun approached, lifting Jining Shuang's chin and teasing her. Jining Shuang's ears burned with embarrassment. This scoundrel's audacity was indeed growing. How dare he refer to her as Frost? She was, after all, the illustrious Empress. Were it anyone else who called her Frost, they would have likely been met with a swift demise at her hands. However, Yi Qingyun's call did not repel Jining Shuang in the slightest. "Yi Qingyun, I have a question for you," Jining Shuang said, calming her inner turmoil as she gazed at him. Yi Qingyun nodded, responding with a smile. "Frost, we have long since established a relationship where nothing is off limits. Feel free to inquire about anything." "Who said I wanted to discuss everything with you?" Jining Shuang shot a glare at Yi Qingyun, her inherent nobility reduced to that of a mere child in his presence. "The disciple you accepted, Xiaohua, besides possessing a formidable Dao heart, is there something else remarkable about him?" Jining Shuang articulated her lingering doubt. She sensed that the matter was far from simple. To be favored by Yi Qingyun undoubtedly meant that Xiaohua harbored an extraordinary secret. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun chuckled with intrigue, his voice deep and resonant as he said, "Frost, come closer, and I shall reveal it to you." Upon hearing Yi Qingyun's voice, Jining Shuang's heart raced. She was fully aware that this was a trap set by him, yet she found herself drawn closer, leaning in to listen intently. Omitted a million words, the two engaged in their cultivation practices day after day, their progress remarkable. In just 3 short years, Ji Ningxuang had overcome her bottleneck and was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Not only that, but the Eternal Dragon Emperor body and the Eternal Ice Phoenix body had also reached perfection. Once activated, their power would be utterly terrifying. Chapter 17. Awakening the Chaotic Sword Body. I have reached my peak in idleness. Stop. Please stop. Beast, it's been 3 years. Am I not allowed to beg for mercy? Within the cave residence, the pleas of Ji Ningxuang echoed. Qingyun was simply too formidable. 3 years had passed. Yet he remained as vigorous as ever. This was undoubtedly thanks to the system's reward, the indestructible pill. It surpassed any tonic for vitality by leaps and bounds. If the indestructible pill were to be auctioned, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. Hee, I shall let you off this time, Qingyun said with immense satisfaction. Over the course of these 3 years, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and his cultivation value was now sufficient to break through to the Emperor realm. Beast, for the time being. It cannot continue. I have already overcome the bottleneck, and it is time to strive for perfection in the Emperor realm, Ji Ningxuang addressed Qingyun, clearly apprehensive that this beast would pounce on her again. Qingyun tidied himself up, then nodded, yet a mischievous grin spread across his face as he remarked, Frost. Your ability to overcome the bottleneck is entirely due to my assistance. To help you break through, I even sacrificed my own purity. Upon hearing this, Ji Ningxuang's expression darkened, and she retorted angrily, Get lost. This rogue truly took advantage of the situation and pretended to be virtuous. She finally realized that Qingyun had intended to take advantage of her from the very beginning. How foolish she had been to believe that he was genuinely selfless. Frost, I shall seek you out once you achieve your breakthrough. Qingyun was already satisfied and prepared to depart. Ji Frost seemed to contemplate something and remarked, In just half a month, the sect competition will commence. Over these 3 years, you have neglected Xiaohua. Are you not concerned about his potential disgrace in the competition? Upon hearing this, Qingyun merely smiled nonchalantly. Disgrace? How could that be possible? Xiaohua is the child of destiny. I fear the Chaos Sword body has already awakened. When he wields the Xianzhong Qi and unleashes the flame-splitting wave cutter, who could possibly rival him? Rest assured, everything is well within my control. Qingyun smiled confidently before leaving the cave. As she gazed at Qingyun's retreating figure, Ji Frost's beautiful eyes became misty. She found herself increasingly unable to fathom this enigmatic individual. Moreover, the true extent of Qingyun's formidable prowess remained a mystery to her. Yet, she was certain that Qingyun was undoubtedly the most concealed gem within the Flowing Cloud sect. The seemingly inept master of the Waste Peak would one day astonish the entire divine Qingyun continent. How could her man possibly be lacking? Ugh, what do you mean, my man? Ji Frost shook her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Subsequently, Ji Frost composed herself and began to sit cross-legged, striving for the completion of the Emperor realm. She did not wish to miss the sect competition that would take place in 3 months, so she needed to hasten her breakthrough. After 3 years of profound cultivation, Ji Ningxuang has gained complete confidence and can effortlessly achieve the consummation of the Emperor realm. Once she breaks through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, combined with the ancient Ice Phoenix physique, she will have no rivals within that realm. After departing from the Empress Peak, Qingyun accessed the system panel. Host. Qingyun cultivation. Full circle of the semi-emperor realm requires 1. 200 years of cultivation value to break through to the entry of the emperor realm. Physique. Ancient dragon sovereign body. Complete. Cultivation value. 1. 300 years. Can directly break through to the entry of the emperor realm. Technique. Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Art. High Emperor Tier. Martial Skill. 1 Sword. Immortal Kneeling. High Emperor Tier. Disciple. Xiaohua Cultivation. Minor success in the postnatal realm. Physique. Chaotic Sword Body. Entry. Technique. Chaotic Heavenly Emperor Art. Entry. Martial Skill. Flame Splitting Wave. Sky Slicing Sword Technique. The tenfold reward has been credited, and the host will receive the Chaotic Sword Body, which will be cultivated directly to perfection. Along with the comprehension of the sword techniques Flame, Splitting Wave, and Sky Slicing Sword Technique. Gazing at the information panel, Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. Xiaohua had indeed not disappointed him. In just 3 years, his cultivation had progressed from the foundational stage to minor success in the postnatal realm, surpassing 3 significant realms. Such a pace of cultivation is unattainable even for the prodigies of the central domain. Moreover, Xiaohua has successfully awakened the chaotic sword body and grasped sword techniques. 3 months hence, at the grand competition of the sect, Xiaohua shall shatter everyone's perceptions. Suddenly, Qingyun manifested the chaotic sword body, and a formidable chaotic sword chi surged within him. Remarkably, Qingyun's chaotic sword body reached perfection, with his current mastery of the sword path. Though he is yet to attain the status of sword immortal, he can effortlessly slay even those of that rank. The power of the chaotic sword body is indeed terrifying. Among the 3,000 divine bodies, the chaotic sword body ranks among the top 3. Qingyun also comprehended the sword techniques flame-splitting wave and heaven-cleaving sword technique, achieving perfection in both. Whatever martial skills Xiaohua grasps, Qingyun can cultivate to completion without delay. After 3 years of tranquility, the chaotic sword body has reached its zenith. It is utterly exhilarating. Upon returning to Lingxiao Peak, Qingyun intends to break through to the Emperor realm. With the ancient dragon emperor body and the chaotic sword body, Qingyun will be able to contend even in the minor and major accomplishments of the emperor realm. The process of cultivation is remarkably effortless. Qingyun shattered the void and, in the blink of an eye, returned to Lingxiao Peak. Feng Qingyun hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the esteemed one. Standing before Qingyun, Feng Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. After 3 years apart, the esteemed one has grown even stronger. Old Feng, have you also broken through to the pinnacle of the emperor realm? Qingyun gazed at Feng Qingyun with a sense of satisfaction and spoke warmly. Feng Qingyun, equally elated, responded with fervor. It is thanks to the elixirs provided by the esteemed master and the abundant spiritual mist of Lingxiao Peak that I was able to achieve my breakthrough so swiftly. His words were indeed heartfelt. Feng Qingyun had long held Qingyun in the highest regard. Over the past 3 years, he had visited the spirit liquid pool and entered the primordial training tower. The spirit liquid pool was truly an inexhaustible source. The disciple taken in by the master had absorbed an unfathomable amount of spirit liquid, yet the pool remained ever full, showing no signs of depletion. As for the primordial training tower, its wonders were even more astonishing. Feng Qingyun had cultivated within for 90 years, while merely 3 years had elapsed in the outside world. With the emperor-level spirit summoning array, the limitless spirit liquid pool, and the miraculous training tower, even a complete novice could achieve remarkable growth. All of this was, of course, the handiwork of Qingyun. How could Feng Qingyun not revere him? Should the master desire it, Feng Qingyun would gladly lead the entire Foqing sect to merge with Lingxiao Peak. By the way, esteemed master, during your absence over these 3 years, profound changes have transpired in Xiaohua, Feng Qingyun said, seemingly struck by a revelation, his tone filled with excitement. Over a year ago, Xiaohua suddenly manifested a divine body, and in my haste to investigate, I discovered that it was none other than the chaotic sword chi. Remarkably, the disciple of the esteemed master has awakened the chaotic sword body. Moreover, within merely 3 years, Xiaohua's cultivation has surged remarkably, leaping from the foundation establishment stage to the postnatally acquired stage. His innate talent for swordsmanship is astonishing, and he is on the verge of comprehending the essence of the sword. Once he grasps this essence, he will ascend to the realm of the sword immortal. To achieve such a status before the age of 30 is virtually unheard of. I am aware, Qingyun replied with a faint smile, exhibiting no particular astonishment. Upon witnessing this, Feng Qingyun inhaled sharply, realizing that everything had been anticipated by their esteemed leader. Who, apart from the esteemed one, could have envisioned that a seemingly useless cultivator at the foundation establishment stage would awaken the chaotic sword body within a mere 3 years? Chapter 18. Wholesaling. Qingyun and Feng Qingyun arrived at the spirit liquid pool. After 3 years of consumption, the pool remained full, showing no signs of depletion. The infinite spirit liquid pool replenishes itself endlessly, allowing for an abundance of spirit liquid that is simply inexhaustible. Xiaohua was situated within the pool, his visage now more mature than 3 years prior. A powerful chaotic sword energy radiated from within him, fierce and unyielding, shattering the void around him. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Xiaohua opened his eyes, 2 beams of piercing light flashing through. The rich spirit liquid surged violently into his body. The cultivation technique he practiced was the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art, an imperial-level method known for its exceptional efficiency, yielding remarkable results with minimal effort. In mere moments, Xiaohua's dantian became full, and his cultivation aura rapidly ascended, encountering no bottlenecks whatsoever. After awakening the Chaos Sword body, Xiaohua's talent soared to unprecedented heights, utterly surpassing Su Beichen, who bore the presence of an emperor. The realm of the emperor was merely the starting point for Xiaohua. With a tremendous roar, another breakthrough occurred, propelling Xiaohua to the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Xiaohua reveled in the sensation of his newfound strength. He would ascend step by step to the zenith of martial arts, washing away the humiliation of his broken engagement. Regaining his composure, Xiaohua made his way towards his master, Qingyun. At the moment master arrived at the spirit liquid pool, Xiaohua sensed his presence, prompting him to hasten his cultivation. After 3 years of separation, Xiaohua felt an even deeper sense of gratitude and respect for his master. Everything he possessed today was entirely due to Master Qingyun. While others looked down upon him and mocked him with cold words, only Master stepped forward, taking him as a disciple and granting him a new lease on life. With a thud, Xiaohua knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times before Qingyun. Disciple Xiaohua pays his respects to Master. His eyes glistened with emotion as he performed the respectful gesture. Observing this, Qingyun smiled with satisfaction and stepped forward to assist him in rising. He felt somewhat embarrassed, for after accepting Xiaohua, it was the system that had nurtured him. Qingyun had essentially become a hands-off mentor. Moreover, Xiaohua had also become Qingyun's worker, as Xiaohua awakened his divine body and cultivated martial techniques. Qingyun was able to replicate them flawlessly and elevate them to their pinnacle. Disciple, seeing you in this state brings me immense joy. My efforts over the past 3 years have not been in vain, Qingyun remarked, patting Xiaohua on the shoulder, his demeanor calm and collected. Although he had not shown himself during these 3 years, the system's accomplishments were indeed his own. Surely, the system held a similar belief? Indeed, how could that system dare to defy him? Gratitude fills my heart for Master's nurturing over the past 3 years. I shall forever cherish it deeply. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you, Master, Xiaohua declared with unwavering conviction. Qingyun smiled with satisfaction and then inquired, Disciple, with merely 3 months until the Grand Sect competition, do you possess the confidence to secure first place? Upon hearing this, Xiaohua nodded resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. 3 years prior, such confidence eluded him. Yet now, he had undergone a profound transformation, reborn anew. Su Baichen and Mu Bai would serve as mere stepping stones on his path to greatness. Excellent. That is the spirit of a worthy disciple, Qingyun praised with a smile. As the child of destiny, Xiaohua's journey of resurgence had officially commenced. Qingyun appeared to ponder for a moment before addressing Xiaohua. By the way, disciple, I have a few items I wish to bestow upon you. At this, Xiaohua felt a flicker of confusion. His master had already gifted him numerous treasures, including imperial-grade techniques, martial arts, and weapons. He felt immensely satisfied. It was known that advanced imperial-grade techniques were scarce even among the sacred grounds of the central domain, yet his master had provided them so freely. Now, the prospect of receiving further gifts ignited an intense anticipation within Xiaohua. Every item his master offered was indeed a treasure. Feng Qingyang's gaze was also drawn in, eager to witness what remarkable treasures the master would unveil next. After all, the gifts bestowed by the master are anything but ordinary. The martial arts techniques are never beneath the imperial rank, and the artifacts are always of imperial caliber. If this were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy throughout the entire divine Qingyun continent. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Feng Qingyang and Xiaohua, Qingyun summoned the essence of 3 extraordinary flames. The Annihilation Emperor Flame emanated an aura of world-destroying might. The Purifying Lotus Demon Fire exuded a strange, yet perilous essence. And the Red Lotus Fiery Blaze was untainted by karma and boundless in nature. As these 3 extraordinary flames manifested simultaneously, the temperature of the entire Lingxiao Peak surged dramatically, even distorting the fabric of space as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. Hiss, is this extraordinary fire? Or perhaps 3 types? The Annihilation Emperor Flame, the Purifying Lotus Demon Fire. My heavens, the top 3 extraordinary flames are actually in the hands of the master? Feng Qingyang, well-versed in such matters, quickly recognized the 3 extraordinary flames. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the great emperor realm, he still felt a sense of threat before these flames. The legendary extraordinary flames? Although Xiaohua had never encountered them, he had heard tales of their might and was equally stunned. Extraordinary flames are celestial treasures, each one exceedingly precious. Yet, the master possesses 3 of them? And they are indeed ranked among the top 3 extraordinary flames. Indeed, they are the top 3. Disciple, I bestow upon you the essence of these three extraordinary flames. Take the time to refine them. Qingyun casually tossed the essence of the Xiaohua, as if discarding 3 pieces of refuse. Such a rare and sought-after flame was given away so nonchalantly. How could the master bestow it upon another so easily? As Xiaohua received the essence, the violent power of the flames forced him to stagger back several paces, singeing his garments and even scorching his flesh. Observing this, Qingyun made no effort to assist. If Xiaohua could not master even the essence of he would not be worthy of being the child of fortune, regardless of his previous grandeur. He must now submit. Xiaohua's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his teeth. The chaotic sword body was activated, unleashing the chaotic sword chi to firmly suppress the 3 essences of. Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. This behavior truly aligned with that of the child of fortune. With the acquisition of Xiaohua would become even more formidable. One could not help but wonder if the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus would make an appearance in the divine Qingyun continent. Ding! Bestowed upon the disciple were 3 essences of, resulting in the acquisition of the Annihilation Emperor Flame, the Purifying Lotus Demon Fire, and the Crimson Lotus Karma Fire. As expected, after the gifts were bestowed, the system triggered a return. However, unlike before, it did not activate a tenfold return but rather replicated the 3 essences of. Nonetheless, this was sufficient, as an excessive would serve little purpose. Thank you, Master, for the bestowed. Xiaohua expressed his gratitude with fervent excitement. With these 3 unique flames, his power would be significantly augmented once more. Leaf Qingyun suddenly entertained a bold notion regarding whether bestowing the unique flames upon Feng Qingyang might trigger a return of some sort. Turning to the envious Feng Qingyang, he inquired, "Old Feng, do you desire these unique flames?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang assumed Leaf Qingyun was testing him and quickly replied, "I dare not covet the treasures of my esteemed master." How could Leaf Qingyun fail to perceive Feng Qingyang's thoughts? Who could remain untempted in the presence of such unique flames? "I shall grant you a portion of these flames as well." Leaf Qingyun once more summoned the essence of the 3 unique flames. Upon sensing their aura, Feng Qingyang was utterly astounded. To his knowledge, there were only over 30 unique flames throughout the entire divine Qingyun continent, each one irreplaceably singular. Yet, the master had presented a second set of unique flames, namely the Annihilation Emperor Flame, the Purifying Lotus Demon Flame, and the Red Lotus Karma Flame. Could it be that the master was capable of wholesale distribution of unique flames? Chapter 19. The man who turned the emperor's tribulation into a massage master. He is far too precious. This old servant dares not accept it. Although Feng Qingyang was quite tempted, he refrained from immediately taking the source of the reason being, that was indeed of extraordinary value. Isn't it just? I possess an abundance of it. Take it if you wish. With cooking and other tasks will become significantly more convenient, Qingyun remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang was momentarily taken aback. To use for cooking? This was utterly wasteful. Had Mo Wudao been present, he might have spat blood in disbelief. Mo Wudao had nearly sacrificed his life to tame while Qingyun could casually distribute it and even contemplate using it for mundane cooking. Such a notion was simply unfathomable. Then, the old servant respectfully acquiesced. Feng Qingyang, trembling with excitement, effortlessly subdued the 3 sources of, wielding his peak emperor-level cultivation. Ding! Awarded Feng Qingyang 3 sources of, the Annihilation Emperor Flame, the Purifying Lotus Demon Flame, and the Crimson Lotus Karma Flame. Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. Just as he had anticipated, regardless of whom he gifted the system would invariably trigger a return. Thus, he could indeed distribute in abundance. What a delightful experience it was. Very well, please refine the sources of. After giving his instructions, Qingyun turned and made his way to his courtyard. We bid you farewell, esteemed master. Feng Qingyang and Xiaohua bowed deeply as they called out to Qingyun. With the acquisition of the 2 felt as though they had gained a formidable advantage. Their admiration for Qingyun had reached new heights in their eyes. He was nothing short of an omnipotent deity. The ability to procure in abundance was nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, what could possibly be beyond the capabilities of their master? Upon returning to his room, Qingyun stretched languidly before reclining on the soft bed, ready to indulge in a deep slumber. System, the matter of my breakthrough is entrusted to you. Do ensure it is done quietly, so as not to disturb my rest. Qingyun instructed the system before drifting into the realm of dreams. The sound of his snoring echoed softly, a rhythmic lullaby. Cultivation? The prospect of training seemed far-fetched. Unless it was alongside the Empress as the host prepared to advance to the Emperor realm, the system recognized that such a breakthrough entailed enduring the tribulation of thunder, which would create a considerable disturbance. Hence, the system had established an independent space for the host, while Qingyun, still asleep, found himself transported along with his bed into this secluded realm. It was noteworthy that a formidable emperor could also create an independent space of his own, albeit significantly smaller and more fragile than that conjured by the system. However, there was no cause for concern regarding the space created by the system. Boom. In this independent space, thunderclouds gathered ominously, engulfing the entire sky. The tempest howled, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumblings of thunder, as if the apocalypse had descended. Cultivation inherently defies the heavens. To attain the rank of an emperor, one must endure divine retribution, manifested as the thunder tribulation. Many formidable beings have perished amidst the tribulation, their souls dissipating, forever barred from the emperor's realm. It can be said that the thunder tribulation is a veritable nightmare for all cultivators. However, to transcend into the emperor's domain, one must endure the onslaught of the tribulation. Quiet down, you mutt. Can't you see my host is sleeping? The system's voice resonated, as Qingyun's physical form rapidly strengthened. Although he had yet to break through to the emperor level, his physical prowess rivaled that of an emperor. Coupled with the eternal dragon emperor body, his corporeal strength was sufficient to overpower any emperor. Simultaneously, the intensity of the thunder tribulation was being diminished. Thus, the tribulation posed no threat whatsoever to Qingyun. Crack, boom. Thunder rolled ominously, followed by bolts of lightning striking down like thunderous dragons upon Qingyun. Yet, the force of the lightning had been considerably weakened, while Qingyun's physical body had greatly enhanced. Consequently, when the lightning struck, it felt akin to a gentle massage, tingling and exceedingly pleasant. Ah, delightful. So delightful. Technician number 72, your technique is truly remarkable. As Qingyun lay in slumber, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, prompting him to utter words of dreamlike reverie. The thunder tribulation endured for a full 2.5 hours, during which Qingyun reveled in the experience, a blissful smile gracing his lips. Had a powerful emperor-level cultivator been present, they would likely have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood in public. For them, facing the thunder tribulation was akin to a living hell. A moment's carelessness could lead to their souls scattering. Yet, Qingyun appeared to transform the tribulation into a soothing massage. With a resounding boom, as the thunder tribulation dissipated, Qingyun's cultivation rapidly ascended, propelling him directly into the threshold of the emperor realm. Both his strength and agility were significantly enhanced. From this day forth, Qingyun was indeed an emperor-level cultivator. Achieving the emperor realm placed him at the pinnacle of martial arts, marking him as a true powerhouse capable of dictating the fates of others. Remarkably, Qingyun's breakthrough to this realm was astonishingly effortless. It could be said that he approached it with a sense of ease, spending his days either in slumber or engaging in training with the Empress. Yet, at just over 30 years of age, he had already ascended to the emperor realm. The pursuit of cultivation was, for him, a remarkably untroubled endeavor. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the realm of the emperor. Due to your diligent cultivation attitude, you have been rewarded with a high-level imperial martial technique, the Golden Crow Transformation Technique. This technique harnesses the power of the Golden Crow, serving both as a means of movement and a mode of attack. When cultivated to perfection, it allows one to traverse vast distances in an instant. You have successfully mastered the Golden Crow Transformation Technique. Host, Qingyun Physique, Eternal Dragon Emperor Body, Perfected, Cultivation, Entry-Level Emperor Realm. To reach the minor completion of the Emperor Realm requires 500 years of cultivation value. Cultivation value, 100 years techniques. Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Art, Chaotic Heavenly Emperor Art Martial Skills, Immortal Sword Kneeling, Flame-Splitting Wave Devouring Technique, Sky-Slashing Sword Art, Golden Crow Transformation Technique. Upon awakening, Qingyun realized that more than a month had passed. What a truly refreshing slumber. Wait, did I dream of a technician giving me a massage? Yet, the sensation felt remarkably real. Qingyun felt invigorated, and his body was immensely comfortable, as if he had genuinely received a massage. Have I truly broken through to the Emperor Realm? As he sensed the immense power coursing through him, a subtle smile graced Qingyun's lips, reflecting his satisfaction. The efficiency of the system is indeed remarkable. With a mere flick of his hand, Qingyun tore through the fabric of space ahead, causing the surrounding area to warp, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In combat, Qingyun could effortlessly command the life and death of his adversaries. The power of the great emperor is truly extraordinary. No wonder everyone aspires to attain such a status. Qingyun clapped his hands and then rose from his bed. To his astonishment, he noticed golden patterns swirling upon his feet, and with a mere thought, he unleashed the formidable power of the golden crow, capable of incinerating all in its path. Furthermore, when he took a single step, he found himself transported thousands of miles away. What in the world? System, did you sneakily bestow me with rewards while I was asleep? Qingyun opened his information panel, and upon seeing the golden crow's transformation technique, everything became clear. I must say, next time you decide to surreptitiously grant me rewards, could you at least give me a heads up upon my awakening? Otherwise, my heart might not be able to bear the surprise. Chapter 20. The Astonishing Sword. Just how powerful is the master? After becoming acquainted with the golden crow transformation technique, Qingyun realized the true magnitude of its prowess. With a mere thought, he could manifest in any location within the eastern region in less than 10 minutes. While emperors possess the ability to tear through space for instantaneous travel, such feats pale in comparison to the golden crow transformation. Armed with this technique, even if Qingyun were unable to best his adversaries, he could effortlessly extricate himself from perilous situations. Naturally, within the realm of emperors, he was more than capable of engaging in battle, rendering escape unnecessary. Qingyun was thoroughly pleased, and his earlier irritability dissipated. Surely, the system must have exhaled in relief as well? With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode purposefully and, in the blink of an eye, found himself atop Ling Shao Peak. A sudden gust of wind swept through, startling Xiaohua, who was deep in his cultivation. What has occurred? Furrowing his brows, Xiaohua gazed ahead in vigilance. The very fabric of space appeared to be breached, leaving a striking scar that radiated a searing flame-like energy, as if it threatened to incinerate all existence. As he focused intently, Xiaohua was astonished to find that at the forefront of this scar stood none other than his master, Qingyun. Master? Only then did Xiaohua's taut nerves begin to relax. Curiosity ignited within him. What manner of technique was his master practicing? Even upon appearing before him, Qingyun remained undetectable, all the while unleashing such formidable power. Xiaohua harbored no doubts that the power of that flame could easily incinerate him. Did my vigorous stroll after waking frighten you? Qingyun inquired with a smile, addressing Xiaohua. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua was taken aback and swallowed hard. Such a tremendous commotion. And Master claimed it was merely a walk? Surely, even those of the quasi-emperor realm would be reduced to ashes before Master's fiery might. And no, I was frightened. Xiaohua replied, shaking his head and uttering a fib. He was nearly petrified with fear. Was there any need for inquiry? Before long, Feng Qingyun arrived, having also sensed that terrifying power of the golden crow. Upon seeing the revered one, Feng Qingyun exhaled in relief. Esteemed one, I pay my respects, he said, bowing respectfully. Qingyun nodded and then turned to Xiaohua, asking, Disciple, how have you fared in your training of the two martial techniques I imparted? In response, Master, I have achieved minor success in both techniques, Xiaohua replied candidly. Both techniques were of the advanced imperial tier, exceedingly difficult to master. For Xiaohua to reach minor success within a span of over 3 years was indeed a remarkable feat. Hearing Xiaohua's answer, Feng Qingyun gasped in astonishment. The talent of this disciple taken in by the esteemed one was truly extraordinary. He had condensed sword energy and become a swordsman in merely 3 years, while also managing to cultivate 2 advanced imperial techniques to minor success. Such extraordinary talent, even the proud geniuses of the central domain cannot hope to rival. Given time, Xiaohua is destined to attain the status of a great emperor, perhaps even reach that legendary realm. In 2 months, the sect's grand competition will unfold, and achieving small success may still prove somewhat precarious. After all, Su Beichen had already attained the pinnacle of the core formation stage 3 years ago. Now, having spent 3 years at the knife peak, his cultivation is likely nearing the innate realm. Qingyun spoke slowly. Su Beichen possesses the aura of an emperor, and with Chan Haoji accepting him as a direct disciple, resources will undoubtedly be allocated to him. While not on par with the resources of Ling Xiafeng, they will not be lacking either. For someone with the bearing of an emperor like Su Beichen, breaking through 2 major realms in 3 years is not a daunting task. During these 3 years, Xiaohua has managed to break through 3 major realms. In the time ahead, the disciple will devote himself to rigorous training, vowing to secure first place in the sect's grand competition. Xiaohua's gaze was resolute, emanating a formidable chaotic sword energy, as if he intended to rend the heavens asunder. Observing this, Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. As long as Xiaohua possesses unwavering determination, he will surely defeat Su Beichen. Before the true favored son of destiny, Su Beichen, with his imperial bearing, is but an ant. My disciple, watch closely as I demonstrate the heaven-slaying sword technique in the flame-dividing devouring measure, with a flick of his sleeve. Qingyun opened a separate space. Within this secluded realm, only Qingyun and the two others remained, barehandedly carving out space. Has the master already attained the status of an emperor? Qingyun suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in astonishment, and his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The master, possessing merely the physical age of a little over 30, has already achieved the rank of an emperor. He is undoubtedly the youngest emperor-level powerhouse in the divine Qingyun continent. Xiaohu was equally astounded. Although he only possessed the cultivation of the acquired realm, he had heard of the formidable abilities of emperor-level beings. The ability to carve out space with bare hands is a feat only achievable by those of the emperor rank. His master is actually an emperor-level powerhouse. He had always considered his master to be powerful, yet he never imagined that his master had already attained the status of an emperor. They were of similar ages, yet their levels of cultivation were worlds apart. His master, despite being extraordinarily strong, often sequestered himself in his room to cultivate, leaving Xiaohua with no justification to be complacent. From this moment forward, he must strive relentlessly. Qingyun lightly touched the ground, his form floating gracefully into the air. Clad in flowing white garments that billowed like the wings of a celestial being, his long hair dancing in the wind, resembling a deity from the heavens above. He extended his fingers, and a fierce sword aura emanated from his fingertips, coalescing into a sharp, gleaming sword. Disciple, behold. Qingyun's eyes glinted with cold intensity as the condensed sword was suddenly unleashed. In the instant of drawing the sword, a lethal sword strike swept forth, shattering the vast emptiness before him in an instant, as if the very heavens had collapsed. Qingyun and Xiaohua had yet to comprehend the situation. Yet the formidable power of that sword had already shattered the heavens above. Gulp. Master, has he truly perfected the heaven-slaying sword technique? Xiaohua felt an overwhelming astonishment. This was the genuine might of the heaven-slaying sword technique. The entire sequence of his master drawing the sword and unleashing the strike echoed in his mind, imparting a profound understanding akin to a sudden enlightenment. Second sword. After delivering that strike, Qingyun once again gathered the sword energy within him, refusing to take a moment's respite, and struck anew. At that moment, chaotic sword energy erupted from Qingyun's being. Qingyun then realized that the revered master possessed the chaotic sword body as well. Furthermore, the master had perfected the chaotic sword body to an extraordinary degree. It was utterly terrifying. Boom. The powerful chaotic sword energy transformed into a raging inferno, as a single strike ignited a fiery sword slash that scorched the very heavens and earth. The entire space trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapsing. Xiaohua focused intently, etching every movement of his master Qingyun into his memory, as he felt the might of the flaming sword slash. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Even Qingyun was rendered speechless. This strike was enough to pose a threat to him. Just how powerful is the revered master? This remains a mystery, known to no one, for no one has yet compelled the master to unleash his full strength. Chapter 21. Su Beichen. This time I shall shine brightly. Two sword techniques were executed in a single breath by Qingyun, the entire process flowing seamlessly. Having been cultivated to an exquisite level, suddenly Qingyun retracted the sword energy, and the three returned to Lingxiao Peak. As if the previous scene had been merely a dream, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Disciple, did you take note? Qingyun inquired of Xiaohua. Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, clearly still in shock from the experience. With hands clasped in respect, he replied to Qingyun, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have gained some understanding, and 2 months will suffice for me to master these two sword techniques." Upon hearing this, Qingyun nodded in approval. "Very well. I believe in you." The upcoming sect competition in 2 months would be Xiaohua's moment to shine. He had remained dormant for far too long, akin to a sealed treasure sword, and it was time for him to awaken. 3 years ago, Su Beichen had suffered a setback. Earning the moniker of the boy who ate dung, and it was likely that during this sect competition, he would seek every opportunity to humiliate Ling Xiaopeak. However, the outcome would surely astonish Su Beichen. On the knife peak, within the trial grounds, Su Beichen gripped a large blade, his bulging muscles straining against his attire, resembling a fierce tiger emanating an aura of ferocity. Owing to his exceptional physical strength, Su Beichen had chosen to join Knife Peak. Over the past 3 years, he had made rapid progress, advancing from the peak of the Golden Elixir realm to the threshold of the Innate realm, traversing nearly 3 major levels of cultivation. This is the essence of the terror embodied by one with the stature of an emperor. Moreover, Su Beichen has cultivated the lower-tier martial technique Dominant Blade Decision to a minor success. Once unleashed, its power is truly formidable. Brothers, I implore you to exert your utmost strength. Su Beichen grips his great blade, veins bulging on his forehead, his internal force surging violently like tumultuous waves. Before him stand 3 disciples, each with a bone age exceeding 50 years. Yet, their cultivation level mirrors Su Beichen's, all being at the initial stage of the innate realm. Their innate talents, however, are not comparable to Su Beichen's. Despite their 30 years of additional training, they remain unable to widen the gap. Sensing the ferocious energy within Su Beichen, a tinge of trepidation flickers within the hearts of the 3 disciples. It is well known that Su Beichen possesses a fierce combativeness, and due to his formidable physical strength, he has nearly no rivals within the same realm. In a one-on-one confrontation, none of the 3 disciples could stand against him. Even when united, they still feel a sense of uncertainty. As for Su's direct disciples, let us keep our engagement brief. One disciple remarks preemptively. He fears that Su Beichen, in a frenzy, might inflict grave injuries upon them. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Over the past 3 years, Su Beichen has already injured countless fellow disciples. Rest assured, brothers, the junior disciple is well aware. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Beichen lunged forth like a fierce tiger, wielding his massive blade with unrestrained ferocity. A powerful force erupted, sharp and domineering, enveloping the 3 disciples in an instant. The trio, unwilling to underestimate their opponent, summoned all their strength to combat Su Beichen. The entire arena trembled violently, the ground beneath their feet cracking open, fissures spreading like veins. In less than 100 exchanges, the 3 disciples found themselves at a disadvantage. Su Beichen's power was overwhelmingly savage, rendering them incapable of withstanding the onslaught. His dominating blade technique had reached a level of minor perfection, showcasing a skillful mastery of the blade coupled with a ferocious force, leaving no room for error. Please, Su, we concede. The 3 disciples' faces turned pale as the overwhelming force ravaged their bodies, making every movement a struggle, their hands nearly numb. However, Su Beichen remained deaf to their pleas. Blinded by rage, he executed another ruthless strike, sending the trio hurtling through the air. Their anguished cries echoed, and they crashed heavily to the ground, collapsing into a pool of blood. Su Beichen grinned widely. With his current prowess, he was already a rarity among the disciples. In this grand sect competition, who could possibly rival him? This time, he would shine brilliantly on the stage, ensuring that no one would overshadow his glory. The humiliation of 3 years prior would be avenged with great force. What a disgraceful youth, destined to become a mere footnote in history. Ling Xiaopeak, Xiaohua. Let us see how I shall humiliate you this time. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Beichen's eyes, igniting the fierce spirit of battle within him. Beichen, how could you inflict harm upon your fellow disciples once again? Chen Haoji approached, his brow furrowed with concern as he noticed the 3 severely injured disciples. Su Beichen, with both an exceptional talent and a resolute heart, possessed a singular flaw, an overwhelming desire for victory coupled with a proclivity for violence. If left unchecked, he would surely descend into madness. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Su Beichen bowed respectfully to Chen Haojia and continued, Master, I momentarily lost control and inadvertently injured the 3 brothers. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Chen Haojia regarded Su Beichen with a complex expression. Inadvertently injured 3 brothers? Such a preposterous excuse had been heard by him more than 10 times before. How could he possibly place his trust in Su Beichen again? Beichen, as practitioners, we must not only focus on our cultivation levels but also nurture our minds and spirits, lest we succumb to the allure of slaughter, Chen Haojia admonished. Su Beichen nodded in feigned compliance. Disciples shall heed your teachings, Master. Rest assured, I will never allow the darkness of slaughter to cloud my vision. Yet, Deep within, Su Beichen harbored a starkly different perspective. To him, the strong wielded absolute power, while the weak were unworthy even of the right to exist. Once he attains the status of a great emperor, even Qin Haojie will no longer possess the authority to restrain him. It is sufficient for you to be aware of this. I have heard that Mu Bai condensed his sword energy a year ago, entering the ranks of sword masters. Although he has only achieved the perfection of the acquired realm, he should not be underestimated. Do not take him lightly, Qin Haojie advised Su Beichen. He secretly hoped for a formidable opponent to challenge Su Beichen's arrogance. However, Mu Bai evidently falls short of this expectation. In the upcoming sect competition, Su Beichen is virtually assured of victory. Mu Bai? He is not worthy to be my disciple's rival. In this sect competition, my disciple vows to secure the first place, bringing glory to my master and to the Blade Peak. Su Beichen smiled confidently, as if the first place in the sect competition were easily within his grasp. Witnessing Su Beichen's prideful demeanor, Qin Haojie found himself at a loss for words. He indeed wished for the Blade Peak to achieve first place, yet he did not desire to see Su Beichen descend into bloodshed. Once the desire to kill reaches an uncontrollable extent, turning back becomes impossible. On the Empress Peak, Jining Shuang, after centuries of stagnation in her cultivation, finally experienced a breakthrough. Achieving the perfection of the Great Emperor realm, the might of the Great Emperor erupted, activating the ancient ice phoenix body, unleashing an overwhelming chill that ravaged the skies, freezing the very fabric of space, which then shattered with a thunderous roar, scattering into fragments. With the ancient ice phoenix body, Jining Shuang is already invincible within the Great Emperor realm. Fortunately, she did not miss the sect competition. This emperor is quite curious to discover what is so extraordinary about that Xiaohua. Ji Ningfang slowly opened her beautiful eyes, speaking with a hint of anticipation. After breaking through to the realm of the emperor, Ji Ningfang's skin became increasingly delicate and fair, as if it could be easily pierced like water. Upon noticing the JK uniform left behind by Yi Qingyun, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and images of their shared cultivation moments flooded her mind. This scoundrel! How could he leave behind his clothes? Ji Ningfang quickly tucked the JK uniform away, feeling utterly humiliated at the thought of this dignified and aloof empress donning such lowly attire to please Yi Qingyun. How could she have been so foolish as to agree to that rascal's request? Chapter 22. Drawing the sword 100,000 times, only to reveal its edge on a single day at the foot of Lingxiao Peak. Before a majestic waterfall, Xiaohua diligently practiced his swordsmanship day after day. He had repeated the simple act of drawing his sword no fewer than 100,000 times. Within the recesses of his mind, the entire sequence of his master Yi Qingyun executing two sword techniques played repeatedly. Suddenly, the chaotic sword energy within Xiaohua erupted, and in a flash, he drew the Xuanzhong. In that instant, a fearsome chaotic sword slash was unleashed, piercing through the void and cleaving the 3,000-foot waterfall in twain. The residual force wreaked havoc, igniting the entire surface of the lake. Xiaohua had mastered the heaven-slaying sword technique to a remarkable degree. While its power did not rival a tenth of his master's, it was more than sufficient to contend with the innate realm practitioner, Su Beichen. Satisfied, Xiaohua sheathed the Xuanzhong, and a fierce glimmer sparked in his eyes. Having endured for over a decade, he had drawn his sword 100,000 times, all for the sake of this moment to showcase his brilliance. This time, he would declare to the world that he, Xiaohua, was no mere waste. He was determined to bring honor to his master and to the entire Lingxiao Peak. With the Xuanzhong resting upon his back, he made his way towards his master's courtyard. The day of the sect's grand competition had arrived, and he was to accompany his master to the martial arena. The immense Xuanzhong exuded a formidable presence as it lay upon him. Upon reaching the door, Xiaohua gently rapped upon it. Yi Qingyun lay beneath the covers, lost in a deep slumber. Master, today marks the day of the sect's grand competition. Are you still in meditation? Xiaohua softly called out. However, several minutes passed without a response from the room. Xiaohua furrowed his brow, pondering the diligence and dedication of his master, who never squandered a moment, isolating himself in his chamber for rigorous training. It was no wonder that his master had achieved the realm of the emperor at such a young age. Once again, Xiaohua felt a surge of inspiration, resolving to hold himself to stricter standards and aspire to his master's level. Is it already time for the sect's grand competition? Yi Qingyun mumbled, turning over with sleepy eyes. The competition was designed to evaluate the cultivation achievements of the newly initiated disciples over the past 3 years, and the masters of the 72 peaks were required to attend. Thus, Qingyun had no choice but to comply. With a creak, Qingyun opened the door and was heartened to see Xiaohua brimming with vitality. He believed that this year's competition would surely astonish everyone. Disciple pays respects to the master. Xiaohua greeted Qingyun with a respectful bow. Qingyun nodded and, in a somewhat languid tone, replied, "Let us proceed to the training grounds." Were it not for witnessing his master's formidable prowess, one might easily be deceived by his seemingly laid-back demeanor. To others, the master appeared merely as a seemingly insignificant peak lord of the foundational realm. However, the so-called waste peak master in their eyes is, in fact, a genuine powerhouse of the Emperor realm, capable of effortlessly tearing open space and unleashing a sword strike that sends the heavens and earth into a tumultuous upheaval. The martial arts arena is already overflowing with spectators. All 72 peak masters are present, with the exception of Qingyun. Among the 3,000 disciples, 2,500 are outer disciples. While the remaining 500 belong to the inner sect, they will compete separately. The top 10 outer disciples will be directly promoted to inner disciples and receive generous rewards. Similarly, the top 10 inner disciples will also be granted substantial prizes, with the foremost disciple among them becoming one of the candidates for the position of Holy Son. At the location of the Blade Peak, Su Beichen stands with his arms crossed, exuding a ferocious aura akin to a fierce beast, eagerly anticipating the battle. On Sword Peak, Mu Bai stands calmly, his handsome and refined appearance attracting the attention of numerous female disciples. In contrast, the focus on Wang Haoyu, the disciple of the Spear Peak, is considerably less. His talent does not match the formidable prowess of Su Beichen nor the striking looks of Mu Bai, rendering him somewhat forlorn. As the crowd awaits the commencement of the sect competition, an area of space suddenly shatters without warning and a graceful figure emerges. With skin as fair as snow and a jade-like complexion, her long and elegant legs instantly captivate the attention of all. Upon recognizing the newcomer as the Empress Qingyun, everyone discreetly averts their gaze. In the Flowing Cloud sect, only 4 individuals possess the ability to traverse space: the Empress Qingyun, as well as the leaders of the Sword Peak, Su Jinbin, the Blade Peak, Chen Haojia, and the Spear Peak, Wei Yu. These 4 are the only ones who have attained the realm of the Great Emperor, mastering the power of space. The other peak leaders and elders, with the highest cultivation being merely at the quasi-emperor level, lack the capability to navigate through dimensions. Is the sect master truly here? In previous competitions, the sect master did not attend. It is astonishing that this time there is an exception. The disciples were overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing the empress's personal arrival. Qingyun, the illustrious empress of the eastern region, enveloped in legend, is revered as the goddess in the hearts of countless men. Yet, this goddess they idolize has already been won over by Qingyun. Bow before the sect master. All peak leaders, elders, and disciples bowed deeply in reverence. Yet, an inexplicable sense lingered in the air. The empress seemed somehow different, more enchanting than before, her aura increasingly composed. Qingyun's beautiful gaze searched the crowd but did not catch sight of Qingyun. "Please rise," she commanded, waving her sleeve gracefully before taking her seat at the head of the assembly. The arrival of the Empress brought immense joy to Su Beichen's heart. The Empress has never attended the sect's grand competitions. Surely, this visit is due to me. It must be my extraordinary talent that has captured the Empress's attention. Su Beichen thought to himself, filled with self-satisfaction. He has already envisioned seizing the top position and becoming a candidate for the Holy Son, basking in the Empress's favor as she invites him to dine together. Only he, Su Beichen, is worthy of the Empress Qingyun. The mere thought of conquering the most beautiful woman in the eastern domain sends a thrill through him. During this time of fervent daydreaming, Qingyun has not spared him a glance. Her sole concern is when Qingyun will arrive, and what secrets lie within Xiaohua. This is the true reason for her presence at the sect's grand competition. As time ticks away, impatience grows among the crowd. Is Lingxiao Peak not coming? Perhaps. Given that Xiaohua struggles even with a blue talent, it is feared that after 3 years, his cultivation remains stagnant at the foundation establishment stage. To come would only invite humiliation. Abstaining may indeed be the wiser choice. It is truly a pity for Xiaohua's formidable Dao heart. The crowd buzzes with speculation, convinced that Lingxiao Peak has forfeited. Su Beichen feels a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to humiliate Xiaohua during the competition and bring shame upon Lingxiao Peak. Now, that ambition seems unlikely to materialize. However, after the sect competition, his moniker as the boy who eats dung will surely fade into history. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reverberates from outside the martial arena. Qingyun and Xiaohua approach slowly. When the crowd notices Xiaohua carrying a heavy measuring tool, confusion sweeps over them. What trick is this fellow attempting to play? Why wield a cumbersome and clumsy measuring tool when a fine sword is at one's disposal? Speaking of which, with Xiaohua's foundational cultivation level, is he truly capable of wielding such a heavy instrument? This measuring tool is far from ordinary. Ji Ningxue narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, murmuring with significant undertones. Although the mysterious measuring tool was shrouded, she still caught a glimpse of its elusive aura. Chapter 23. Come, place your bets, 1 to 100. Apologies for my tardiness, everyone. Qingyun addressed the crowd. Master Uncle, your seat has long been prepared for you. The various peak masters rose in unison, eager to curry favor with Qingyun. By winning Qingyun's favor, they believed they could obtain the coveted illustrated volume. Qingyun had skillfully employed this tactic to win hearts. Ji Ningxuang felt a wave of exasperation, pondering how thoroughly the ethos of the Luyun sect had been corrupted. Surprised by his own popularity, Qingyun realized that possessing the illustrated volume made him highly sought after, especially among this group of elderly bachelors, who had no defenses against the allure of the Jade Maiden illustrations. Alas, you lot, the older you get, the less decorum you exhibit. Can't you learn a thing or two from my own commitment to a life of simplicity and self-restraint? Mo Wudao rose, chastising the peak masters. Aside from Qingyun and the Empress, Mo Wudao held the highest status. Thus, his admonishment of the peak masters was not unwarranted. Seeing this, Ji Ningxuang smiled with relief, recognizing that there were still principled individuals within their sect. Ahem, Master Uncle, little Mo has already warmed up your seat. You may simply take a seat, Mo Wudao said with a bow, approaching Qingyun with a beaming countenance. The peak masters were left in a state of bewilderment, while Ji Ningxuang's smile abruptly froze. What on earth is Xiao Mo? I never imagined that Mo Wudao would be such a person. Truly, the moral standards of society are in decline. Ha. Xiao Mo is quite thoughtful. Qingyun patted Mo Wudao on the shoulder and, without hesitation, took a seat beside him. He chuckled. As long as the master uncle is happy, Mo Wudao diligently massaged Qingyun's shoulders and back, providing meticulous service. It seems that the art book given to Mo Wudao 3 years ago no longer suffices. Xiao Mo, how has your study of the human anatomy diagram I provided last time progressed? Qingyun inquired. Mo Wudao's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he replied earnestly, Master Uncle, after studying the human anatomy diagram you gave, Xiao Mo has gained a considerable understanding of human anatomy. Now I can even discern it with my eyes closed. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the various peaks furrowed their brows, pondering the legitimacy of this human anatomy diagram. However, it is commendable that you possess such a thirst for knowledge. The Master Uncle is quite pleased. Here, take this brand new human anatomy diagram to study as well. Qingyun casually tossed a book, its alluring imagery instantly capturing everyone's attention. What on earth? Is this what you call a human anatomy diagram? Thank you, Master Uncle. Mo Wudao swiftly tucked it away, fearful of drawing unwanted attention. Master Uncle, I have also been studying the human anatomy diagram recently. Look. Master Uncle, I too have an interest in these studies. The leaders of the various peaks were all in a state of agitation. Ji Ningxuang shook her head, pondering how that scoundrel Qingyun never failed to cause trouble wherever he went. Silence, Ji Ningxuang commanded. An imperial aura enveloped the entire martial arena, and all fell silent. The grand competition officially commenced, with all outer disciples drawing lots for their matches. Ji Ningxuang delved straight into the matter at hand, sparing no time for idle chatter. The elder in charge of the competition then busied himself, overseeing 10 arenas where battles erupted in a cacophony of clash and conflict. The contests among the outer disciples garnered little attention. After approximately 2 hours, the top 10 were determined. Next came the highly anticipated intersect competition, where disciples from the various peaks would engage in sparring, showcasing the fruits of their 3 years of cultivation. A total of 500 inner disciples participated in the grand competition, divided into 3 rounds. The first round would yield the top 100. The second round would refine it to the top 10, and the third round would unveil the champion. Go forth, my disciple, Qingyun said softly to Xiaohua, casting a glance in his direction. Xiaohua nodded and proceeded to draw lots with the heavy Xianzhong Qi on his back. Su Beichen, watching Xiaohua, was filled with disdain, sneering, "I thought you wouldn't dare show up." In response to Su Beichen's mockery, Xiaohua chose to ignore him. There was no need to engage with someone so self-important. The arena would reveal the truth in due time. After drawing his lots, Xiaohua turned and waited to the side. Seeing himself ignored by Xiaohua, Su Beichen gritted his teeth in frustration. "What a useless fool. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade." 3 years prior, during the realm assessment, Su Beichen's glory had been usurped by Xiaohua, resulting in him being branded with the humiliating title of the boy who eats dung. This had been a lingering shame for him. When the competition arrived, he was determined to make Xiaohua pay dearly. Even if he could not confront Xiaohua on the arena, he had devised a way to humiliate him. He had already bribed disciples from various peaks, promising a month's salary to anyone who could disgrace Xiaohua and Lingxiao Peak. The direct disciples received a 7th grade elixir monthly, along with spiritual liquids, spirit stones, and an array of resources, an enticing offer for ordinary disciples. Xiaohua glanced at the name on the bamboo stick, which belonged to Li Junhui of the Knife Peak. What a coincidence! He was set to face a disciple of the Knife Peak in the first round. The draw results were quickly announced, and upon discovering that Xiaohua's opponent was indeed Li Junhui, Su Beichen was overjoyed. Is it truly one of their Knife Peak members? This promises to be entertaining. Xiaohua's adversary was Li Junhui. Such ill fortune. Not only was Li Junhui from the Knife Peak, but he had also reached the initial stage of the acquired realm. Xiaohua was in for a tough battle. It seemed Lingxiao Peak was destined for an early exit. "You say that, as if facing other opponents would guarantee Lingxiao Peak's survival," someone chuckled. Ha, quite true. The crowd erupted in laughter, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Yet, Yi Qingyun remained unfazed, even nurturing a bold idea. "Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to place your bets. Those who wager on Xiaohua's defeat will receive odds of 1 to 100, Yi Qingyun proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the onlookers gazed at him with incredulity. Had they misheard? Betting on Xiaohua's loss could yield such extraordinary odds? How could Xiaohu possibly stand against Li Junhui? The outcome seemed predetermined. How could Yi Qingyun dare to invite wagers? Surely, they would be left with nothing to show for it. "Master, is this indeed true?" questioned a peak master, seeking confirmation from Yi Qingyun. "Absolutely. My word is my bond." Yi Qingyun replied promptly. "Very well. I shall wager 1,000 spirit stones on Xiaohua's defeat. I will bet 10,000 spirit stones. I too will stake 10,000 spirit stones." The various peak masters and elders promptly produced their storage bags, handing them over to Yi Qingyun. Upon cursory examination, he discovered nearly 1 million spirit stones. Goodness, what a substantial sum. Although he currently lacked for resources, an abundance was always welcome. If surplus resources proved unnecessary, they could always be utilized for constructing facilities, perhaps even toilets. After all, 10,000 spirit stones could surely build at least 10 toilets, couldn't they? All those placing bets were overjoyed at the prospect, because they could secure odds of 100 to 1. Even a wager of 1,000 spirit stones could yield a return of 100,000 spirit stones, which was simply a windfall. This fellow, Jining Shuang, gazed at Yi Qingyun, her heart already harboring an inkling of suspicion. It was likely that the peak's masters and elders would end up with nothing to their names. Nevertheless, Jining Shuang was also curious about what Xiaohua possessed that enabled such a turnaround. What secrets lay within him? Chapter 24. The first glimpse of brilliance. Yi Qingyun, with tears in his eyes, wagered a fortune of 1 million spirit stones. Has Yi Qingyun lost his mind? A 100 to 1 odds, and he stakes his very life? Given Xiaohua's innate talent and strength, a swift elimination seems inevitable. Yet, in this moment, Yi Qingyun dares to invite everyone to place their bets? The astonishing odds of 100 are nothing short of madness, are they not? I am only curious about how Yi Qingyun intends to cover the stakes. 1 million spirit stones at 100 to 1 translates to a staggering 100 million spirit stones. Even if he were to sell the entirety of Lingxiao Peak, he could not amass such a sum. Doubt soon rippled through the crowd. They believed Xiaohua's defeat was a foregone conclusion. How could Yi Qingyun possibly produce 100 million spirit stones as compensation? In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Yi Qingyun maintained a calm smile, retorting, "Who says Lingxiao Peak cannot afford it?" "Master Yi," a disciple interjected, "it is widely known that your Lingxiao Peak lacks even a proper spirit-conducting formation, and the entire peak is impoverished. What do you intend to wager for this 100 million spirit stones?" Hearing this, Xiaohua found it somewhat amusing. They claim Lingqiao Peak lacks a decent spirit-conducting formation? How absurd. Even the spirit-conducting formations of the Holy Lands in the central region pale in comparison to that of Lingqiao Peak. Moreover, there exists an infinite spirit liquid pool. The Hongming Cultivation Tower, an imperial-grade advanced martial arts. Any one of these would far exceed 100 million spirit stones, would it not? That is an excellent question. In response to his disciples' inquiries, Qingyun remained composed and unruffled. He produced an exquisite jade vial, from which he poured out several exquisite ninth-grade elixirs, known as the cleansing marrow pills. The rich aroma of the medicinal herbs wafted through the training ground, and each pill bore 9 intricate patterns, symbolizing their ninth-grade status. Is this truly a ninth-grade elixir? The astonishment was palpable. Moreover, it was the highly coveted cleansing marrow pill, rumored to cleanse the marrow and refine one's innate talent. A ninth-grade cleansing marrow pill could indeed transform one's very essence. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. But there was more to behold. Qingyun flashed a grin and retrieved several more small jade vials, each brimming with ninth-grade cleansing marrow pills. Each of these pills could fetch an astronomical price, and their rarity rendered them nearly priceless. The most astounded of all was Mo Wudao. As an alchemist, he fully understood the value of the ninth-grade cleansing marrow pill. Among all elixirs, the cleansing marrow pill was the most challenging to concoct, and given Mo Wudao's success rate, it was likely less than 5%. Yet, Qingyun possessed over 100 ninth-grade cleansing marrow pills. This was madness, pure madness. It dawned on Mo Wudao why, 3 years prior, Qingyun had shown little interest in the elixirs he had presented. It turned out that Qingyun had over 100 ninth-grade pills in his possession, rendering the 7th-grade elixirs he had brought to the table utterly trivial by comparison. Moreover, Qingyun possessed a rare flame, the Apocalypse Emperor Flame, which held the esteemed position of being ranked first on the list of extraordinary fires. At that moment, Mo Wudao sensed that Qingyun was far from ordinary. Master Uncle, where did you procure these elixirs? The various peak masters and elders gazed at Qingyun with expressions of bewilderment. Yet, Qingyun chose to remain silent, leaving them in suspense. Could it be that Master Mo exchanged the scroll for these elixirs? Suddenly, the crowd's attention shifted to Mo Wudao, their eyes filled with disdain. Mo Wudao had consistently proclaimed his inability to refine the cleansing marrow pill, yet here he was, secretly trading it for a scroll? It wasn't me, Mo Wudao exclaimed, his face a picture of innocence. How could he possibly possess the skill to concoct a 9th-grade cleansing marrow pill? However, the others remained skeptical. For within the Luoyuan sect, Mo Wudao was the only one capable of producing 9th-grade elixirs. Just how many secrets was this fellow concealing from me? Jining Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, sensing that Qingyun resembled an unfathomable chasm, impossible to discern. The 9th-grade cleansing marrow pill was undoubtedly not bestowed upon Qingyun by Mo Wudao. Given Qingyun's ability to effortlessly produce high-level imperial techniques, it seemed entirely plausible for him to possess several hundred 9th-grade elixirs. Master Mo, I never expected you to be this kind of person. The other peak masters remarked to Mo Wudao with a tone laced with sarcasm. Old Mo, you are being rather ungracious, considering our friendship. Wouldn't it be reasonable to grant me a 9th-grade cleansing marrow pill? Mo Wudao felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. The 9th-grade cleansing pill had no connection to him whatsoever. Yet, at this moment, he found himself inextricably entangled in the situation. Esteemed colleagues, surely these elixirs are sufficient for your compensation? Qingyun inquired of the assembly. Master Uncle, how could you say such a thing? We have unwavering faith in your resources. They replied with obsequiousness. Indeed, Master Uncle is as wealthy as a nation. Is it not merely 100 million spiritual stones? We harbor no concerns whatsoever. The gathering sought to placate Qingyun, for only by doing so could they secure their compensation after Xiao's anticipated defeat. Should the spiritual stones fall short, they would be compelled to use the 9th-grade cleansing pill as collateral. Acquiring even a single 9th-grade cleansing pill would be a tremendous windfall. Truly. The foolish are often the ones with abundant wealth, Su Beichen scoffed, viewing Qingyun as lacking in intelligence. Xiahua cast a cold glance at Su Beichen. Those who dare to show disrespect to his master would undoubtedly face repercussions. Contestants 1 through 10, please ascend the stage for the competition, announced the elder in charge of the intersect trials. Following this, 20 disciples took to the platform, commencing their contest under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The sounds of fierce combat erupted, electrifying the atmosphere. The prowess of the inner sect disciples greatly surpassed that of their outer sect counterparts, rendering the event exceptionally captivating. After approximately half an hour, it was finally time for Xiaohua and Li Junhui to face off. Knife Peak Li Junhui, I look forward to your guidance, he stated. Li Junhui was a robust figure, exuding the aura of a postnatal realm cultivator, reminiscent of a mighty bull. The disciples of Knife Peak were renowned for their strength, and Li Junhui was no exception. I am Xiaohua from Lingxiao Peak. I seek your guidance, he stated indifferently. Despite the simultaneous contests occurring on 10 stages, all eyes were fixated on the one where Xiaohua stood, as the majority of elders and disciples had placed their bets. Should Xiaohua falter, they would reap a 100-fold return. If Qingyun was unable to produce 100 million spirit stones, he would have to resort to using a 9th-grade marrow-cleansing pill as collateral. To them, Xiaohua was akin to a living marrow-cleansing pill. Under the gaze of the multitude, Li Junhui approached Xiaohua, unarmed, presumably deeming Xiao unworthy of a weapon. With each step he took, the aura of his postnatal cultivation erupted, causing the entire stage to tremble. You are quite unfortunate. You encounter me in the first round. In order to claim a month's salary from Su's esteemed teachings, I must thoroughly dominate you. Li Junhui grinned, his eyes brimming with disdain. How could a mere waste, barely possessing blue talent, possibly stand as a rival to him? With a resounding crash, Li Junhui surged forward, his speed so swift that he left a blur in his wake. Upon closing in on Xiaohua, he gathered his fists, aiming a powerful strike at Xiaohua's head, the force of his punch creating a deafening sound. Xiaohua was enveloped by the force of the punch, seemingly rendered powerless to turn the tide. Li Junhui's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving Xiaohua, that ineffectual wretch, utterly unresponsive. It was unexpected for the bout to conclude so swiftly. Had I known, I would have wagered a few hundred more spirit stones, with a 100-fold payout. The profits were simply extraordinary. How exhilarating. My initial investment of 1,000 spirit stones is poised to soar to 10,000. Everyone believed Xiaohua was destined to lose. Their excitement was palpable. Could it truly be so easy to profit? Ji Ningxiang fixed her gaze intently on Xiaohua, sensing that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. Yi Qingyun remained languidly reclined in his chair, unfazed by the unfolding spectacle. Let the bullets fly a while longer. What can you possibly use to counter my 30 years of cultivation? Li Junhui laughed triumphantly, already claiming Su Beichen's monthly salary as his own. Once he had vanquished Xiaohua, he intended to humiliate him thoroughly, ensuring a satisfactory conclusion to this affair. It seemed almost too effortless. Suddenly, Xiaohua struck. He extended his palm and, astonishingly, enveloped Li Junhui's fist. The once formidable force of the punch was instantaneously extinguished, dissipating into nothingness, as if time itself had come to a standstill. With a powerful tug, Xiaohua sent Li Junhui soaring through the air. Emitting a shriek of terror, boom, Li Junhui was hurled off the stage, crashing to the ground. Everyone was bewildered, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet Li Junhui had already been defeated. What just transpired? How could Xiaohua's seemingly mundane strike effortlessly neutralize Li Junhui's powerful attack and subsequently eliminate him? Even the leaders of the various peaks failed to discern the subtle intricacies of the event, and Li Junhui himself was left in a state of shock. Observing this, Yi Qingyun offered a faint smile and promptly collected 1 million spirit stones into his possession. In this instance, Yi Qingyun, with a heavy heart, made a staggering profit of 1 million spirit stones. Chapter 25. The gamblers regret Xiaohua, that useless wretch, actually triumphed? What on earth is Li Junhui doing? Could he possibly be throwing the match? It indeed seems plausible, considering Yi Qingyun possesses over 100 9th-grade cleansing pills. He certainly has the financial means. Damn Li Junhui. He made me lose 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones? I staked a full 10,000. And now it's all gone. The peak masters, elders, and disciples who placed their bets found it hard to accept the outcome. With his yellow talent and foundational prowess at the initial stage of the acquired realm, Li Junhui's physical strength was formidable. How could he possibly lose to Xiaohua? Moreover, Xiaohua didn't even harness any spiritual energy, defeating Li Junhui solely through brute force. It seemed evident that Li Junhui had intentionally thrown the match. Amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Xiaohua slowly descended from the stage. Li Junhui, you scoundrel, how dare you throw a match? Su Beichen furrowed his brow and stormed towards Li Junhui. Who am I? Where am I? I have lost? Li Junhui struggled to rise, his expression one of utter bewilderment. In the instant he made contact with Xiaohua, it felt as though he had been engulfed by the ocean, utterly devoid of strength. Smack! Suddenly, Su Beichen delivered a resounding slap to Li Junhui's face, sending him flying across the arena. Li Junhui, you possess an audacity so profound. Daring to openly engage in fixed matches? You have truly tarnished the esteemed reputation of our knife peak. Speak, what inducements has Ling Xiafeng offered you? Su Beichen questioned coldly, gripping Li Junhui firmly. Li Junhui's face had been rendered a grotesque mess, resembling that of a swollen pig, with traces of blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth, a pitiful sight indeed. Su, esteemed one, I am wronged. I swear I have not participated in fixed matches, nor have I received any benefits from Ling Xiafeng. Li Junhui stammered, utterly bewildered. Fixed matches? What nonsense is this? Smack! Su Beichen, infuriated beyond measure, sent Li Junhui flying once more. Your defiance is quite audacious. Rest assured, once the grand competition concludes, I possess ample means to compel your confession. Su Beichen gritted his teeth, casting a reluctant glance towards Xiaohua. Damn it, is it merely because of his financial prowess? When we meet in the arena, let us see how Xiaohua continues to flaunt his might. The expression of Chun Haojia, the leader of Knife Peak, was dark and foreboding. To be candid, he too suspected Li Junhui of colluding in fixed matches. Otherwise, how could one explain such an inexplicable defeat? During the betting, he had wagered 10,000 spirit stones, anticipating a return of 100,000, only to discover that Li Junhui had lost. Xiaohua's physical strength should far exceed that of the acquired realm. Ji Ningxuang smiled subtly, finding this grand competition increasingly captivating. Although others may not perceive it, Ji Ningxuang sees it clearly. To withstand Li Junhui's punch with sheer brute force requires at least the strength of the innate realm. Even if Xiaohua has not yet broken through to the innate realm, his physical prowess is already on par with it. Reflecting on 3 years ago, Xiaohua was merely at the foundation establishment stage. In just a brief span of 3 years, he has ascended through 3 or 4 major realms, truly an astonishing feat. Qingyun's discernment is indeed sharp. Soon, the first round of the competition concluded. Xiaohua effortlessly secured his place among the top 100. When the second round commenced, Xiaohua's opponent was a disciple from the Sword Peak. Master Uncle, can we still place bets on this match? Su Jinbin inquired of Yi Qingyun. The disciples of Sword Peak would undoubtedly not engage in any pretense, ensuring Xiaohua's inevitable defeat in this round. Come. 200 to 1, bet locked. Yi Qingyun readily agreed. 200 to 1. Goodness, if I win this bet, not only can I recover my previous losses, but I could also gain over 100-fold. Upon hearing the odds, the crowd was stirred. This is the psychology of a gambler, once faced with a loss. The urge to wager recklessly in hopes of recouping what was lost becomes overwhelming. Little do they realize, they have already fallen into Yi Qingyun's trap. The Peak Master placed a further bet of 10,000 spirit stones, wagering on Xiaohua's defeat. Su Jinbin was the first to produce 10,000 spirit stones. I shall wager 5,000 spirit stones. I wager 10,000 spirit stones. I raise the bet to 15,000 spirit stones. With Su Jinbin leading the charge, the various Peak Masters, elders, and disciples eagerly followed suit. Yi Qingyun conducted a rough tally and was astonished to discover that the total had surpassed 200,000 spirit stones. It appears this assembly of gamblers, eager to reclaim their lost fortunes, has laid bare their entire reserves. 200,000 spirit stones, surely sufficient to construct over 20 privies, wouldn't you agree? How exhilarating. The elder bellowed, let the duel commence between Xiaohua of Lingxiao Peak and Zhang Jinhao of Jianfeng. Subsequently, Xiaohua and Zhang Jinhao ascended the arena, capturing the attention of all present. Brother Zhang, whether we achieve a 2-to-1 payout hinges upon your performance, exclaimed the crowd. Even Peak Master Su has placed a bet. As a disciple of Jianfeng, Zhang Jinhao would never dare to feign weakness. Rest assured, Xiaohua is destined to lose this match without doubt. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Jianfeng. Zhang Jinhao, I humbly seek your guidance, Zhang Jinhao proclaimed with a respectful gesture. With a thunderous roar, his inner cultivation surged, reaching the minor completion of the acquired realm. Although he had yet to gather his sword aura, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. Zhang Jinhao summoned his treasured sword, its brilliance shining forth as it pointed menacingly at Xiaohua. Lingxiao Peak, Xiaohua, I humbly seek your guidance. Xiaohua remained composed, and unruffled, the mysterious heavy ruler at his back remaining untouched. Within the confines of the same realm, there was yet to be an individual worthy of his blade. Draw your weapon. I have no desire to oppress, Zhang Jinhao proclaimed. Xiaohua, his expression indifferent, retorted, speak such words when you possess the capacity to threaten me. You arrogant fool. Zhang Jinhao's gaze sharpened as he lunged at Xiaohua with deadly intent. The brilliance of the sword surged forth, its fierce momentum rapidly closing in on Xiaohua. Observers collectively exhaled in relief. It seemed victory was assured. At last, we shall compel you to reveal your true prowess. Ji Ningxuan mused with intrigue. As the sword's force approached, Xiaohua abruptly coalesced his fist, empowered by the chaos sword body. Even devoid of any spiritual energy, he was capable of engaging with those of innate strength. His seemingly unremarkable fist surged toward Zhang Jinhao. Is Xiaohua out of his mind? Against the might of senior brother Zhang's sword, it was certain that his hands would be shattered. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Xiaohua's audacity was beyond measure, daring to confront with bare hands. Did he truly believe Zhang Jinhao would indulge him in a mock duel? You fool. Zhang Jinhao scoffed, convinced of his impending victory. It appeared he intended to find a way to humiliate Xiaohua, thus securing a month's worth of resources from Su Beichen. Boom. Just as Zhang Jinhao felt assured of triumph, that seemingly unremarkable fist had already closed in on his head. Whether it be the momentum of the sword or the sword itself, neither could deter those formidable fists. What on earth is happening? Clang, ah. Zhang Jinhao was struck by Xiaohua's fist, letting out a piercing scream as he was sent flying off the stage, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhang Jinhao is lost. The arena fell into a profound silence. They were certain that Zhang Jinhao had not thrown the match. Yet, Xiaohua, relying solely on his fists, had disregarded all of Zhang Jinhao's assaults. At that moment, they realized Xiaohua was extraordinary. Could it be that Xiaohua is a body cultivator? It is said that while the realms of body cultivators may not be high, their physical strength is astonishingly formidable. Given Xiaohua's power, it is highly plausible that he has chosen the path of body cultivation. Damn it, I've lost my 10,000 spirit stones. Is there a possibility that Li Junhui did not throw the match at all? Have we been deceived from start to finish? Goodness, Master Yi is exceedingly cunning. Isn't he? He has deliberately set a trap for us to fall into. After 2 rounds, he has reaped nearly 4 million spirit stones. The gamblers suddenly awakened to their folly. However, it was already too late. Yi Qingyun collected all the more than 2 million spirit stones. Earning money has never been so effortless. Indeed, no matter where one goes, there will always be gamblers. Chapter 26, The Battle with Mu Bai. Odds of 1 to 1,000. Could it be that the true extent of his cultivation has yet to be revealed? Ji Ningxuang furrowed her brows, realizing that Xiaohua's strength surpassed her expectations. How could this be? How has that good-for-nothing achieved such prowess? Could he genuinely be a physical cultivator? Yet, with his azure talent, it seems implausible that he could attain such formidable power even on the path of physical cultivation. Su Beichen's expression darkened, overwhelmed by disbelief. He had anticipated that Xiaohua would be eliminated in the early rounds, yet here he was, surprisingly among the top 10. Over the course of 3 years, Xiaohua seemed to have transformed entirely. Perhaps this was fortuitous. It would allow me to personally humiliate you on the stage. Regardless of whether you are a physical cultivator, you remain utterly insignificant in my presence. Su Beichen's gaze was sharp, his inner battle spirit ablaze. He was determined to bring Xiaohua to his knees. This time, he would not allow Xiaohua to steal the limelight. Master, has Xiaohua indeed embarked on the path of physical cultivation? Su Zhenbin inquired of Yi Qingyun. The crowd, intrigued, turned their eyes toward Yi Qingyun, eager for an answer. Yi Qingyun stifled a yawn, responding with a casual demeanor. Have you not all witnessed it yourselves? Ah, master. So you devised this scheme from the very beginning, merely awaiting our plunge into it? Oh, woe is me. 20,000 spirit stones have vanished just like that. I vow never to gamble again. I, too, have resolved never to gamble again in this lifetime. Otherwise, I shall sever my own hand. All the esteemed leaders, elders, and disciples lamented. Indeed, it is said that 9 out of 10 gambles result in losses. They were, after all, merely walking spiritual stones. Master Uncle, your fortune is truly remarkable. The disciple you casually accepted is unexpectedly a genius in physical cultivation. Who would have thought that Xiaohua, possessing blue talent, would embark on the path of physical cultivation? However, as one progresses further in physical training, The difficulty escalates. It seems this may already be Xiaohua's limit. To reach this stage with blue talent is commendable, the crowd murmured. Qingyun merely smiled in silence. What utter nonsense regarding physical cultivation. His beloved disciple is pursuing the way of the sword. It is merely that the chaos sword body is exceedingly formidable, resulting in an exceptionally powerful physical form, which makes it appear akin to physical cultivation. Of course, Qingyun would not directly reveal this, for how else could he continue to profit? The second round of the competition concluded swiftly. Su Beichen, Mu Bai, Wang Haoyu, and others emerged victoriously, securing their places among the top 10. The final decisive battle was imminent. All disciples who reached the top 10 possessed genuine skills. Only Xiaohua faced skepticism. Although the strength of physical cultivation is formidable, his cultivation level is insufficient. Given Xiaohua's talent, he is likely still at the foundation establishment stage. When confronted with a genius like Su Beichen, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Contestants in the top 10, please step forward to draw bamboo sticks. The elder proclaimed loudly. Xiaohua casually selected a bamboo stick, only to discover it bore the name of Jianfeng Mubai. Mubai possessed an orange talent. Although he lacked the demeanor of an emperor, his abilities were undeniably formidable. It was rumored that over the past 3 years, he had amassed sword energy and ascended to the status of a swordsman, achieving the pinnacle of the acquired realm, his strength only second to Su Beichen. Upon the announcement of the matchups, the atmosphere became electrified. This was due to the fact that Su Beichen's opponent was Wang Haoyu, while Xiaohua was pitted against Jianfeng Mubai. A splendid spectacle was anticipated. The true nature of Xiaohua, whether he was a mere insect or a dragon, would soon be revealed. The crowd buzzed with expectation. The peculiar victories of Xiaohua in the previous 2 rounds had left many puzzled, as he had never unveiled his cultivation level. Xiaohua, Mubai declared, let me see just how much you are worth. He cast a glance at Xiaohua, his inner battle intent ablaze. However, he did not regard Xiaohua with much concern, for his true rival was Su Beichen. Despite Xiaohua's reliance on brute force to triumph in the earlier rounds, he paled in comparison to Mubai. Please. The blade peak Su Beichen and the spear peak Wang Haoyu step onto the stage for the contest. The competition for the top position was deemed of great significance. Thus, multi-stage battles were abolished, allowing only one stage at a time. Su Beichen leaped gracefully onto the arena. Wang Haoyu felt a surge of anxiety, as he held no confidence against Su Beichen. It was indeed unfortunate for him to draw the formidable Su Beichen. Brother Wang, I have heard of your exceptional agility. Su, have come to experience it firsthand. Su Beichen smiled broadly, emanating a fierce aura akin to that of a ravenous beast. The preceding 2 rounds of combat had left him unfulfilled. Please, Su brother. Wang Haoyu summoned his spear, which astonishingly reached the level of a divine weapon. Its power so formidable that the surrounding void twisted and shattered. As a direct disciple, possessing a divine weapon was standard. As for imperial artifacts, there were scarcely 2 within the entire Luoyuan sect. Aware of Su Beichen's might, Wang Haoyu took the initiative, activating the dragon's dance technique, conjuring over 100 phantoms and seemingly vanishing from sight. Swish, immediately, a fierce and domineering thrust of the spear surged forth, targeting Su Beichen's vital points. Wang Haoyu had achieved the pinnacle of the acquired realm, and with the might of the divine weapon, he stirred a tempest of excitement among the onlookers. Everyone held their breath, not daring to blink. Come forth. Su Beichen stood undaunted, his aura erupting in full force, revealing his innate realm prowess. Paired with the grand blade of divine weaponry, commanding an overwhelming presence. Clang. Boom. Thud, thud, thud. After several exchanges, Wang Haoyu found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his exquisite agility, his strength paled in comparison to that of Su Beichen. Su Beichen may falter countless times, yet Wang Haoyu can afford but a single misstep. I regret to inform you, but you have been defeated. Su Beichen grinned widely, charging forth like a rabid dog, wielding his broadsword with a fierce slash that instantly sent Wang Haoyu hurtling through the air. Thud, Wang Haoyu coughed up blood, unable to withstand the onslaught, and collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Wei Yu, the leader of the gun peak, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Su Beichen's blows were excessively severe, devoid of any mercy, truly reckless. Chen Haojie furrowed his brow, noting the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from his disciple. Thank you for the lesson, Su Beichen. Still savoring the thrill, sheathed his sword and cast a glance filled with combat fervor towards Xiaohua as he prepared to leave the stage. I hope you can endure until the end. That way, I shall have the pleasure of personally vanquishing you. With a smirk, Su Beichen returned to his position at the blade peak. Xiaohua's gaze was icy, completely disregarding Su Beichen. Those who indulge in excessive chatter often meet their demise swiftly. Now, may I invite Xiaohua of Lingxiao Peak and Mu Bai of Sword Peak to the stage for their contest, the elder announced once more. A profound silence enveloped the arena as all eyes turned in eager anticipation. Soon, they would discover the true extent of Xiaohua's prowess. Come. Betting on Xiaohua's defeat offers 1,000 to 1 odds. Place your bets now. Yi Qingyun's voice boomed like thunder, instantly drawing the attention of the entire audience. A 1 in 1,000 odds. How utterly insane. This is none other than Mu Bai, a talent blessed with an orange aura. Should misfortune not befall him, he is poised to ascend to the ranks of the quasi-emperors. What does Xiaohua possess to compare with Mu Bai? The mere mention of such odds left Xiaohua utterly astounded. If he were to unwittingly lose, would his master's temperament not shatter entirely? Of course. Such a scenario is unfathomable. I wager 10,000 spirit stones on Xiaohua's defeat. I stake 20,000 spirit stones. I bet 30,000 spirit stones. Did you not declare you would never gamble again? Or else, you might find your hands severed. You know nothing. If I win this round, not only will I recoup my losses, but I shall also reap a staggering profit of over 900 times. Even a fool understands the choice to make here. A valid point. Coincidentally, I have my wife's cosmetic allowance in hand. So let us wager it all. The gamblers, once again ensnared, stripped their coffers bare for this round. Yi Qingyun counted carefully, and the total exceeded 600 million spirit stones. This was indeed a monumental windfall. With the earlier 300 million spirit stones included, he had amassed nearly 1 billion spirit stones. Although the system could easily reward him such an amount in mere moments, the satisfaction of earning it by his own hand was far more gratifying. Ding! The system detected the host's fondness for spirit stones and has awarded the host 100 million spirit stones. The system's voice resonated, and the smile on Yi Qingyun's face suddenly froze. What does this mean? What is so remarkable about a few filthy coins? The system, after its dark transformation, possesses such a fragile disposition that it cannot endure even the slightest setback? Chapter 27. When I draw my sword, you have already lost. Mu Bai ascended the arena. His features striking and well-defined, clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an air of elegance. The female disciples present were almost entirely captivated by him. Not only did Mu Bai possess formidable talent, but his striking appearance rendered him akin to a deity among men. Xiaohua, bearing the weight of the Xianzhong Qi, approached the stage with measured steps. The Xianzhong Qi, nearly as tall as Xiaohua himself, appeared quite imposing. I hope you possess genuine skill rather than merely indulging in theatrics, Mu Bai remarked calmly, standing like a sharp sword, emanating a palpable aura of danger. A year prior, Mu Bai had already harnessed sword energy within himself, earning the title of Sword Master. Furthermore, his sword had reached the status of a divine artifact. You will soon come to realize this, he added. Xiaohua maintained a demeanor of indifference, yet the fighting spirit within him burned fervently. Mu Bai's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, and as a sword master, he was indeed a worthy adversary. Xiaohua's composure surprised Mu Bai. His sword energy was exceptionally fierce, and the pressure he exuded was formidable enough to instill trepidation even among peers of the same realm. Yet, Xiaohua remained unfazed. Such calmness was rather unusual. Having reached this point with a blue talent, you have already proven your worth. As for Su Beichen, leave him to me. You just watch carefully from below. Mu Bai's tone was sharp. Meanwhile, a formidable sword aura emanated from his body, enveloping the entire arena. Naturally, Xiaohua found himself shrouded in this sword energy. This sword aura was indeed remarkable. It would be exceedingly difficult for anyone below the innate realm to withstand it. However, for Xiaohua, who possessed the chaotic sword body, it was merely child's play. Such powerful sword energy. Master Su Feng, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure. With Mu Bai's talent, he is likely to comprehend the sword intention and ascend to the realm of sword immortals within a century. Surely, there will be no more unexpected developments now. Although Xiaohua has chosen the path of body cultivation, his innate talent is sorely lacking, and his cultivation remains a significant flaw. He could never be a match for Mu Bai. It seems that Lingxiao Peak is in for a substantial loss. As they felt Mu Bai's sword aura, everyone who had placed bets wore broad smiles, their hearts instantly filled with reassurance. They had already suffered 2 consecutive losses, and for this third round, they had wagered all their fortunes. If they were to misplace their bets again, they would be left with nothing. Yet, if they bet correctly, the odds would yield a 1,000-fold return, allowing them to recoup their previous losses and even gain over 900 times their investment. Who would have thought that a worthless individual could even enter the top 10? Huh. It's a pity you won't have the opportunity to compete with me. However, the one who will claim the top spot can only be me. Su Beichen grinned, a flicker of disdain flashing deep within his eyes. Whether it be Xiaohua or Mu Bai, neither is worthy of being his opponent. With the demeanor of an emperor, he is destined to be the most resplendent among them all. Just as everyone believed Mu Bai was assured of victory, he himself was taken aback. For before his formidable sword energy, Xiaohua remained utterly unmoved. What could this mean? Mu Bai furrowed his brow, gazing at Xiaohua with incredulity. Even if Xiaohua were a body cultivator, how could he so brazenly disregard his sword energy? Just how formidable is Xiaohua's physique? Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary divine body? On the high seat, Jining Shuang seemed to sense something. Qingyun smiled faintly. The spectacle is about to commence. Impossible. How could you possibly ignore my sword energy? Mu Bai gripped tightly, his internal sword energy becoming ever more violent, forming fierce gusts of sword wind that threatened to shatter the very void, compelling even those of innate level to retreat from its edge. Confronting this overwhelming sword wind, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and then unleashed a powerful punch. It was still a simple, unadorned strike, yet upon contact with the sword wind, it erupted with terrifying force. Boom! The powerful sword wind was utterly obliterated by Xiaohua's punch. Not only that, the residual force of the punch sent Mu Bai staggering back several paces. Step, step, step. Crack. As Mu Bai's unsteady figure landed, the ground instantly caved beneath him. In that fleeting moment, his mind went blank. Although Xiaohua's punch seemed rather ordinary, its force rivaled that of an innate realm master. It dawned upon him how Li Junhui and Zhang Jinhao had met their defeat. Had it not been for his own profound cultivation, he too might have been sent crashing off the stage. Hiss! What transpired? Mu Bai, the esteemed disciple, was actually forced back by a single punch from Xiaohua. At this moment, the martial arts arena was filled with gasps of astonishment. Xiaohua's physical strength was truly terrifying. Could his power truly rival that of an innate realm cultivator? The various peak masters finally began to sense the gravity of the situation. Those who had previously believed victory was assured now felt their hearts plummet. If Xiaohua were to win again, they would indeed face utter ruin. It appeared we have all underestimated you. No longer daring to underestimate Xiaohua. Mu Bai summoned his treasured sword. A fierce sword light emanated from him, coalescing into a formidable sword aura aimed directly at Xiaohua. Today, victory shall belong solely to me. With a chilling glare, Mu Bai charged toward Xiaohua. His perfected post-heaven realm cultivation erupted forth, sweeping out with immense power. Return to the origin slash. As he drew near to Xiaohua, Mu Bai unleashed a powerful sword strike. The sword traversed the entire arena, subsequently descending from the heavens, rendering Xiaohua diminutive in comparison. This was the pinnacle technique of Jianfeng, the return to origin slash. It was unexpected that Mu Bai had already cultivated it to mastery, a strike potent enough to threaten even those of innate realms. This technique, originally imparted to counter Su's teachings, was unexpectedly unleashed in his battle against Xiaohua. The fact that Xiaohua had reached this level was already astonishingly defiant of fate. Upon witnessing Mu Bai reveal his trump card, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. I'm afraid you've lost. Mu Bai's expression was fierce, confidence radiating from his eyes. He believed that Xiaohua had no chance of turning the tide. The fierce sword strike loomed larger in his vision, yet Xiaohua remained unperturbed. He grasped the Xian heavy ruler, channeling the chaotic sword energy within him. In the moment he drew his sword, a beam of sword light swept forth with astonishing speed and formidable might, directly crashing into Mu Bai's slash. From the drawing of the sword to the execution of the technique, the entire process flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath. Clang! Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. Just as everyone was processing the events, Mu Bai's sword slash was obliterated by the terrifying chaotic sword energy. What? Splurt! Mu Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet the overwhelming sword energy had already sent him flying, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of rich blood. Boom! In the next moment, Mu Bai fell to the ground, a wave of faintness overwhelming him, rendering him unconscious. The instant Xiaohua unsheathed his sword, Mu Bai had already lost. Xiaohua had drawn his sword 100,000 times, all for this very moment. Chapter 28. What does it matter if one embodies the stature of an emperor? It merely serves as a stepping stone. How could Mu Qin possibly lose? How could Mu Qin be defeated by Xiaohua? All the disciples widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had misperceived the scene before them. Yet, upon the arena, only Xiaohua remained. His appearance was unremarkable, adorned in the most commonplace sect attire, an embodiment of humility. However, an aura of formidable sword energy enveloped him. The seemingly cumbersome giant ruler emanated divine patterns, exuding a ferocious essence akin to that of a raging beast, as if it were ablaze, strikingly conspicuous. The entire arena was cleaved in two by the overwhelming sword momentum, leaving all in awe. Was that chaotic sword energy? Could it be that Xiaohua possessed the chaotic sword physique? Suddenly, the Empress Ji Ning Shuang rose to her feet, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Her heart churning with tumultuous waves. The sword energy within Xiaohua was extraordinary, imbued with a potent chaotic force. Though he only held the rank of a sword master, his might rivaled that of a sword immortal. The chaotic sword physique. Upon hearing the Empress's words, all the peak masters stood in unison. Sect leader, are you certain that is the chaotic sword physique? Su Jinbin, the master of the sword peak, inquired with a quivering voice. Even the injury of his own disciple had not rendered Su Jinbin so uncomposed. He fully understood the implications of the chaotic sword physique. Among the 3,000 divine bodies, the chaotic sword body undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. Possessing the chaotic sword body is merely the beginning of achieving the status of a sword immortal. Even mastering the laws of the sword and becoming a sword deity will come with ease. If Xiaohua truly possesses the chaotic sword body, then the Luyun sect shall witness the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy in the realm of swordsmanship. That aura of sword energy cannot be mistaken. The shock in Ji Ningshuang's heart remained unabated, her chest rising and falling with an alluring intensity. Gulp. Upon hearing the Empress's response, the leaders of the various peaks gazed at Xiaohua with incredulity. This young man, who was branded as a waste 3 years prior, has astonishingly transformed into an extraordinary genius of swordsmanship? That is the chaotic sword body. Who would have anticipated its appearance in their Luyun sect? Although there exists rivalry among the peaks, they unite firmly against external foes, harboring a sincere hope for the rise of the Luyun sect. With a prodigy like Xiaohua in their midst, how could the Luyun sect not ascend? I comprehend now. Xiaohua had not awakened the chaotic sword body 3 years ago, causing the spiritual energy within him to be absorbed by the sword body, resulting in only a blue talent being measured. Now that the chaotic sword body has awakened, Xiaohua's talent will undoubtedly reach red level, surpassing even the form of an emperor. Su Jinbin exclaimed with sudden clarity. Master, you have deceived us terribly. I fear you discovered Xiaohua's possession of the chaotic sword body 3 years ago, did you not? At this moment, the leaders of various peaks finally came to a realization. No wonder Qingyun had claimed 3 years ago that the demeanor of an emperor was inferior to that of a dog. Before the chaotic sword body of Xiaohua, the imperial bearing indeed paled in comparison. Moreover, the enormous ruler in Xiaohua's hand, if the old man was not mistaken, should have reached the pinnacle of imperial artifacts. Right? The peak master of the Qi Peak, Lin Xian, asked excitedly. He had risked his life to forge mere divine weapons, and had never dared to dream of imperial artifacts. Yet, Xiaohua possessed an exquisite imperial artifact. The sword technique displayed by Xiaohua must be of advanced imperial rank. Master, how many secrets are you concealing from us? The elder of the martial arts pavilion gazed at Qingyun in astonishment. Could it be that the 9th-grade marrow-cleansing pill was not a gift from old Mo, but rather from Master himself? All the peak masters and elders unanimously turned their eyes towards Qingyun. This seemingly languid and perpetually drowsy master was, in fact, the one who harbored the deepest secrets within their Luyun sect. Even the Empress had failed to discern that Xiaohua possessed the chaotic sword body. Yet Qingyun had seen through it. The weapon he casually produced was an exquisite imperial artifact. The martial technique he casually tossed out was of advanced imperial rank, with over 100 9th-grade marrow-cleansing pills. All of this indicated that Qingyun was extraordinarily remarkable. For all these years, they had been deceived by Qingyun. In the face of the crowd's inquiries, Qingyun merely stretched lazily and subsequently pocketed the entirety of 6 million spiritual stones. Dear friends, these spiritual stones shall be graciously accepted by your esteemed master, he remarked with a rather audacious smile. Witnessing this, the hearts of the onlookers bled with despair. In a mere few hours, They had squandered their entire fortunes. Master, do not evade the topic. You have yet to address our questions. Su Jinbin, though pained, was more eager for answers. Come, let us continue betting, this time at a ratio of 1 to 10,000. Is anyone willing to stake? However, Qingyun disregarded Su Jinbin and continued to call out to the crowd. This time, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched in dismay. Are you truly addicted to fleecing us? Do you think of us as mere chives to be harvested daily? Knowing of Xiaohua's formidable strength, only a fool would dare to place a bet. Jining Shuang had long recognized Qingyun's extraordinary nature, as they had been candid with one another. Thus, she was not as astonished as the others. Yet, she still could not decipher Qingyun, perpetually sensing that he had many hidden cards yet to be revealed. Mubai was assisted down by the disciples of Jianfeng. In the position of Daofeng disciples, Su Beichen's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot. Xiaohua actually possesses the chaotic sword body. That last strike. Even Su Beichen lacked the confidence to withstand. How could this be possible? Xiaohua, once deemed a waste, had transformed into a prodigy of the sword path. Su Beichen, come forth. Xiaohua's indifferent gaze fixed upon Su Beichen. To show disrespect to his master would incur a tremendous cost. The once arrogant Su Beichen now hesitated at this moment. The chaotic sword energy emanating from Xiaohua instilled a profound fear within Su Beichen. Despite his imperial demeanor, he felt as insignificant as an ant before Xiaohua. With a lack of confidence, Su Beichen approached the arena. To contend with you, only a single sword is required. The mysterious heavy ruler in Xiaohua's hand pointed directly at Su Beichen. The might of the supreme imperial artifact caused the great sword in Su Beichen's grasp to tremble. The overwhelming chaotic sword energy also pressed down upon Su Beichen, intensifying his sense of pressure. You, arrogant fool. Having always been the center of adoration, Su Beichen could hardly tolerate being belittled by Xiaohua. His dignity had been trampled upon. Boom. In a frenzy, Su Beichen charged at Xiaohua. The aura of his innate realm erupted, resembling a feral ancient beast. As the great sword in his hand emitted a resonant hum, directly invoking the Overlord blade technique. The fierce momentum of the blade seemed capable of shattering the void itself. Victory shall belong solely to me. I, Su Beichen, am the foremost prodigy of the Luyun sect. Consumed by rage, Su Beichen's singular focus was on triumph. And the formidable blade energy had already reached Xiaohua. Boom. As the aura of cultivation within Xiaohua surged forth, it reached the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. The chaos sword body was fully awakened, unleashing a formidable torrent of chaotic sword energy that swept across the entire arena. The weaker disciples found themselves gasping for breath. With the flame-dispersing wave staff in hand, Xiaohua leaped into the air, transforming all the sword energy into flames. He then delivered a decisive strike. The fiery blade cutting through the heavens as if the very fabric of the universe was shattering. The collision of two powers erupted with a resounding roar, as Su Beichen's blade was utterly obliterated, devoid of any resistance. In the following moment, the fiery sword strike consumed Su Beichen entirely. The physical strength he had once taken pride in crumbled under this assault. What grandeur of an emperor did he possess? He was merely a stepping stone for Xiaohua. In that instant, Su Beichen realized the vast chasm that lay between him and Xiaohua. He was, in truth, but a mere jester. With a splatter, Su Beichen transformed into a bloodied figure, his body charred and crashing to the ground. Xiaohua had achieved ultimate victory with a single stroke of his sword. Chapter 29. Innate Spiritual Roots. Enlightenment Tea Tree. The legendary Chaos Sword body indeed possesses terrifying power. With his postnatal cultivation realm, Su Beichen is utterly outclassed. Truly, Qingyun is the unrivaled prodigy of our Luyun sect. With Qingyun, our sect is destined to rise to prominence. All hail Qingyun. Xiaohua's prowess astonished everyone, leaving them in awe. As for Su Beichen, he is merely a fallen genius, stripped of his former glory. Did you all notice that the sword techniques Xiaohua just executed also reached the advanced imperial tier? My heavens, how profound is the foundation of Lingxiao Peak? The elder from the martial arts pavilion gasped in astonishment once more. Xiaohua's two sword techniques, both at the advanced imperial tier. When did such advanced martial skills become as commonplace as cabbages? Master, are you not going to provide us with an explanation? Qingyun once again became the center of attention. Xiaohua's transformation over the past 3 years owes entirely to Qingyun's guidance. All signs point to Qingyun being the mastermind behind the scenes. Well, since we've come this far, I shall reveal the truth. In fact, I am a powerful Emperor Realm expert, and Xiaohua's current achievements are all thanks to my teachings. Qingyun patted his chest, unabashedly declaring. Upon hearing this, Jining Shuang cast a contemptuous glance at Qingyun. How could this fellow lie with such composure, his heart untroubled and his face devoid of shame? After accepting Xiaohua, Qingyun had spent 3 full years cultivating alongside her on the Empress Peak. Where, pray tell, did he find the time to mentor Xiaohua in his training? All of this was attributed to the system, of course. Yet the system's merit was ultimately a reflection of Qingyun's own prowess. The Great Emperor Realm. Master Uncle, what do you take the Great Emperor Realm for? If one could attain the Tao merely by wishing for it, then our Flowing Cloud sect would not be limited to just 3 great emperors. Furthermore, the path to becoming a great emperor is fraught with tribulations. Since Master Uncle's arrival at the Flowing Cloud sect, it seems no tribulation has ever descended. While they understood that Qingyun was extraordinary, none believed him to be a powerhouse of the Great Emperor Realm. Such beings are exceedingly rare, each a long-established legend. Though Qingyun was of high standing, his actual age was scarcely over 30. Achieving a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm was already a remarkable feat, so how could he possibly be a great emperor? Seeing the skepticism in the crowd, Qingyun chose not to elaborate further. It sufficed for him to know the truth. How others perceived it was of no concern to him, as all eyes were fixated on Qingyun in the midst of the blood-soaked ground. Su Beichen was engaged in a frenzied act of desperation. He was prepared to burn his vital essence, wagering everything in a bid to slay Xiaohua. A fierce killing intent gleamed in Su Beichen's eyes. With a thunderous roar, Su Beichen's vital energy surged wildly, transforming him into a crimson shadow as he charged towards Xiaohua on the arena. His speed was astonishing, arriving before Xiaohua in the blink of an eye. An intense, murderous intent enveloped Xiaohua in an instant. Xiaohua, I shall see you dead. Su Beichen's face twisted in rage. He found himself with no retreat. Xiaohua had trampled on his dignity and stripped away everything he held dear. From being the proud son of heaven, he had plummeted into the depths of despair. This drastic fall was unbearable for him. Beichen, stop! Chen Haojie exclaimed, his face paling as he shouted. The aura of a sovereign erupted from him, and he became a blur as he darted forward. But it was too late. No one had anticipated Su Beichen's reckless fury. Su Beichen, you seek death. At this moment, not only Chen Haojie but also Su Jinbin and Wei Yu rushed forward. Xiaohua's talent was unparalleled, a once-in-an-era existence. If anything were to happen to him, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire Luoyuan sect. Amidst the chaos, Qingyun remained remarkably composed, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. On the arena, Xiaohua gripped the mysterious heavy ruler, his gaze icy. The chaotic sword body within him erupted completely, cascading down like a waterfall from the heavens. Since you seek your demise, allow me to escort you on your journey. Xiaohua's reaction was swift and decisive. After the eruption of the chaotic sword chi, Su Beichen found that even with his blood essence ablaze, he could not inflict any harm upon Xiaohua. What? In that moment, despair enveloped Su Beichen entirely. The chasm between him and Xiaohua was far greater than he had ever imagined, an insurmountable gap. Die! The mysterious heavy ruler in Xiaohua's grasp descended with a ferocious swing. Boom! The void shattered instantaneously, and the terrifying sword energy rampaged forth, obliterating Su Beichen's offensive in an instant. Su Beichen let out a wretched cry, swiftly slain, transforming into a crimson mist of blood. Rumble! As the sword struck down, the earth fractured, revealing a deep pit stretching 1,000 meters. Chen Haojie and the others abruptly halted, their forms frozen in shock as they gazed at Xiaohua. This was the true might of Xiaohua. Even with Su Beichen's blood essence ignited, he remained incapable of wounding him. The once mighty Su Beichen, who bore the demeanor of an emperor, had thus met his demise. Xiaohua sheathed the heavy ruler, turning away without a backward glance as he descended the arena, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. Sai, what was the point of this? I have long warned you. A heart consumed by murderous intent will only lead to your ruin. Chen Haojie sighed deeply, speaking with sorrow. This calamity was entirely of Su Beichen's own making. Xiaohua was merely defending himself in retaliation. Ding! The voice of the system resonated, announcing that the disciple painstakingly nurtured by the host had begun to shine. You have received the following rewards. 1. 500 years of cultivation, which can directly propel you to the minor success of the Emperor realm. 10 advanced Emperor-level cultivation techniques. 10 advanced Emperor-level martial arts. And 1 enlightenment tea tree. To one's astonishment, The reward included an enlightenment tea tree. It is known that the enlightenment tea tree is a congenital spiritual root, capable of condensing destiny. Such lavish generosity from the system is truly remarkable. Master, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully claimed the top position. Xiaohua approached Qingyun and bowed respectfully. After enduring humiliation for over a decade, Xiaohua had finally arrived at his moment of glory. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He intended to show the disdainful Ning Kaiwei that he, Xiaohua, was far from being worthless. Well done. Yi Qingyun replied with a contented smile, then stood up, stretching languidly. Let us return. We have amassed sufficient spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, the others felt a pang of heartache. 10 million spiritual stones indeed filled their coffers, but that wealth represented their family as foundation. Please hold on, Xiaohua. This is your reward for claiming the top position. An elder stepped forward, presenting a storage ring containing cultivation techniques, artifacts, and elixirs. Xiaohua hesitated momentarily, for he had little need for these techniques and elixirs. Take it. Winter is approaching, and the techniques and martial arts can serve as firewood. After the elixirs are crushed, they may also serve as fertilizer for the flowers and plants, while the divine artifacts can be employed to eradicate the excess weeds. Leaf Qingyun said slowly. Yes, master. Xiaohua then accepted the storage ring. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in astonishment, their mouths agape. Burning martial skills as fuel? Using elixirs for fertilization? Employing divine artifacts to hoe the weeds? Goodness, is this truly human discourse? Yet, Xiaohua was adorned with treasures. Merely presenting one would suffice to overshadow the rewards bestowed by Luyun's sect. Truly, the disparity among individuals can be mortifying. Just how affluent is Lingxiao Peak? They could scarcely fathom it. The once infamous Lingxiao Peak now emerged as the most resplendent entity among the 72 peaks. Chapter 30, Master Uncle, do you still need a warm bed? Before departing, Yi Qingyun cast a meaningful glance at Jining Shuang. Their eyes met, and Jining Shuang felt a flush creep to her ears. This incorrigible scoundrel was becoming increasingly audacious. Yi Qingyun seemed to be implying that he would ascend to the Empress Peak tonight to aid her in her cultivation. As she gazed at Yi Qingyun's retreating figure, Jining Shuang's heart was a tumult of emotions. 10 years ago, she would have never deigned to glance at him. Yet now, Yi Qingyun had become her doubt partner, or rather, her man. Not only that, but he had also nurtured an exceptional prodigy for the Luyun sect. Had it not been for Yi Qingyun's insistence on accepting Xiaohua, the Luyun sect would have missed out on a peerless talent. Moreover, Yi Qingyun harbored many secrets. If he so desired, the sacred grounds of the central domain would likely bow before him in submission. Just who are you, really? Jining Shuang pondered, realizing the keen insight of her master uncle, who had bestowed a great gift upon the Luyun sect before his departure. She suddenly comprehended why her master uncle had chosen the seemingly mediocre Yi Qingyun as his direct disciple. For Yi Qingyun was indeed the savior of the Luyun sect. Of course, this was merely Jining Shuang's conjecture. In truth, Li Moyang had not contemplated so deeply when he accepted Yi Qingyun. He simply sought a successor. Upon returning to Lingxiao Peak, the master and disciple resumed their cultivation, with Xiaohua fully immersed in his training. The cultivation level of the protagonist is still far from sufficient. As far as he knows, 10 years ago, Ning Kaiwei had already entered the transcendent force known as the Wuji Palace. Given Ning Kaiwei's remarkable talent, she must have received vigorous training from Wuji Palace. Now, a decade later, her cultivation level is at least at the innate realm, and it is possible that she has reached the Purple Mansion realm. If Xiaohua wishes to surpass Ning Kaiwei in a short period, he must dedicate himself to even more rigorous training. Thus, he entered the Hongming training tower for seclusion, resolutely deciding to emerge only after breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Otherwise, he would remain in seclusion indefinitely. Training within the Hongming training tower for 30 years equates to merely 1 year passing in the outside world. With Xiaohua's innate talent, he could achieve a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm in just 2 or 3 years of training there. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun, who is striving for a breakthrough to the small completion of the Emperor realm, is eager to proceed directly to the Empress Peak without wasting a single moment. However, at that moment, the system prompted him to undergo a breakthrough. Due to the immense commotion caused by the breakthrough, the system automatically shielded the anomalies. Yi Qingyun felt a surge of energy within his body, his physical strength swelling, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingyun's cultivation level ascended to the small completion of the Emperor realm, encountering no bottleneck, the process remarkably smooth. Has he truly achieved the small completion of the Emperor realm? As he sensed the formidable power within him, Qingyun felt a moment of daze. The act of breaking through was astonishingly effortless. At this moment, he found himself devoid of any concept regarding cultivation levels. There is no alternative. The system is overwhelmingly powerful, and it merely requires a state of repose. Thus, the Enlightenment Tea Tree shall be planted here. Qingyun arrived at his courtyard, and with a graceful sweep of his sleeve, the Enlightenment Tea Tree took root in this very spot. Towering several hundred meters high, the tree emanated a dazzling divine radiance, harmonizing the laws of heaven and earth, while its delicate fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating all who inhaled it. In moments of stagnation, one need only pluck a few leaves and consume them to experience an immediate breakthrough. This enlightenment tea is extraordinarily precious, sold by the leaf, yet remains a rarity in the marketplace. However, on Lingxiao Peak, there stands an enlightenment tea tree of several hundred meters in height, a sight that would undoubtedly leave onlookers astounded. Frost, I have arrived, Qingyun declared. After planting the enlightenment tea tree, he set off for Lingxiao Peak. Yet, as he stepped out, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the masters of various peaks, along with numerous disciples, had gathered. At that moment, Lingxiao Peak had become the focal point of the Luoyuan sect. Each peak master had come to extend their congratulations, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lingxiao Peak, fully aware of its immense wealth. Goodness, can you all feel that? Such dense spiritual energy. The closer they approached Lingxiao Peak, the more potent the spiritual energy became. At the foot of the mountain, the peak masters were utterly astonished, for the concentration of spiritual energy at Lingxiao Peak far surpassed that of any other peak. This is merely at the foot of the mountain. The crowd, brimming with anticipation to ascend the peak, was utterly captivated upon reaching the mid-mountain, overwhelmed by the dense spiritual energy that surrounded them. The essence had thickened to a liquid state. Boom. I have broken through. I too have achieved a breakthrough. Goodness. How can the spiritual energy of Lingxiao Peak be so potent? Oh dear, is it still too late to join Lingxiao Peak? Many disciples experienced their own breakthroughs, as Lingxiao Peak became a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Once the crowd reached the summit, they stood in awe. The spiritual energy had transformed into a liquid essence, wafting through the air. Even the various peak masters greatly benefited from absorbing it. In such an environment, how could one not advance in their cultivation? Look at that cultivation tower, exclaimed one. My goodness, mystical runes are swirling, and the laws of heaven and earth converge. Could it possibly be a supreme imperial artifact? That tree looks oddly familiar. Wait, could that possibly be the Enlightenment Tea Tree? What? The Enlightenment Tea Tree? You mean there is one atop Lingxiao Peak? The peak masters were left dumbfounded. They hurried to the Enlightenment Tea Tree, and merely inhaling its fragrant aroma led many of them to experience breakthroughs in their cultivation. It truly is the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Good heavens, one might even expect a pig cultivating on Lingxiao Peak to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm, wouldn't you agree? Everyone seemed to be on the brink of madness. The heritage of Lingxiao Peak surpassed their wildest imaginations. Once a desolate place, Lingxiao Peak appeared to have undergone a miraculous transformation overnight. The sanctuaries of the central domain, which had been passed down for millions of years, could not compare to the formidable foundation of Lingxiao Peak. If the depth of Lingxiao Peak were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire Qingyun continent. Everyone, what is happening here? Qingyun approached slowly, observing this group of Na'vi individuals with a hint of urgency in his heart. His sole desire was to reach the Empress Peak. Thud. Master, does Lingxiao Peak still require servant disciples? I am willing to sweep the floors and tend the gardens. Su Zhenbin, the master of Sword Peak, fell to his knees before Qingyun, his expression one of earnest pleading. Damn it, you beat me to it. Master, I am willing to be your cook. Whatever you wish to eat in the future, I shall prepare for you. Please, master, do not cast me aside. Chun Haojia, the master of Blade Peak, clung to Qingyun's leg. The spiritual energy of Lingxiao Peak was remarkably dense, complemented by a top-tier cultivation tower and the enlightenment tea trees. If he could remain here, his cultivation would surely experience another breakthrough. Master, do you need someone to warm your bed? Little Mo is willing to keep your bed warm. Master Ancestor, I am also willing. Mo Wudao boldly proclaimed, uttering such audacious words. Soon, this inspired imitation from male and female disciples alike. Qingyun felt an overwhelming headache. It appears that the ancient sages were not mistaken. Wealth should remain concealed, for otherwise, it may attract a plethora of troubles. Each of you may pluck a single leaf of the enlightenment tea and hasten back. Qingyun addressed the crowd. Ling Xiaopeak lacks for menial disciples. And this peak master has no need for warmth in his bed. Enlightenment tea? Splendid, splendid. Many thanks for the generous bestowal, Master Uncle. The various peak masters, elders, and disciples eagerly began to gather the enlightenment tea leaves. However, they adhered to the rules diligently, each taking but one leaf. They were aware that incurring the displeasure of their master uncle could result in the loss of even a single leaf of the treasured tea. After dispersing the crowd, Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. At last, he could make his way to the Empress Peak. Chapter 31. The second child of fortune on the summit of the Empress Peak, Ningxuan sat cross-legged, striving to quiet her mind for meditation. Yet, her thoughts wandered incessantly. Would the scoundrel not come today? Slowly, Ningxuan opened her enchanting eyes, sparkling like stars, bright and alluring. She retrieved the garments given by Qingyun, her cheeks flushed, resembling ripe cherries. Once this peculiar attire adorns me, I shall surely captivate you, Ningxuan mused inwardly. Scoundrel, just wait and see how I shall deal with you. With a swift motion, Ningxuan tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from the Empress Peak. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at Lingxiao Peak. Is this Lingxiao Peak? The moment her jade-like legs stepped into the realm, Ningxuan was momentarily taken aback. For in the air, there floated ethereal liquid. The spiritual essence at Lingxiao Peak was so abundant that it had transformed into liquid form. Was this the same desolate Lingxiao Peak she remembered? With a single breath of the spiritual liquid, Ningxuan felt immensely invigorated. Is that the cultivation tower? Or perhaps an extraordinary imperial artifact? Ningxuan scanned her surroundings, her gaze fixating on the magnificent primordial cultivation tower. Divine runes flowed upon its surface, coalescing the laws of heaven and earth, as if time itself had come to a standstill. If her intuition were correct, this tower had altered the very order of time. Entering it for cultivation would extend time infinitely. How many secrets does Qingyun still conceal from me? Ningxuan inhaled sharply, utterly astonished by the treasures atop Lingxiao Peak. As she approached Qingyun's courtyard and beheld the towering enlightenment tea tree, her astonishment deepened. Could this magnificent tree, soaring hundreds of meters high, truly be the legendary enlightenment tea tree? Ningxuan gazed at the tree with disbelief, its branches shimmering with the convergence of profound laws, radiating a dazzling divine light. This was undoubtedly the fabled enlightenment tea tree. Each leaf from this tree held the potential to assist a quasi-emperor or even a mighty emperor in breaking through their limitations. Therefore, even a single leaf could fetch an astronomical price at auction. Yet, here on Lingxiao Peak stood a tree of such majestic height. This solitary enlightenment tea tree alone could rival the entirety of the Eastern Domain's extraordinary powers. This scoundrel possesses both a cultivation tower and the enlightenment tea tree, each capable of aiding me in overcoming my bottleneck, yet he chooses to employ the double happiness technique. At that moment, Ningxuan felt utterly deceived. With graceful steps, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, intent on confronting Qingyun directly. Why has Frost arrived? Qingyun, intending to head to the Empress Peak, sensed Ningxuan's presence. Upon seeing her, a wave of heat surged within him. To his surprise, Ningxuan had donned the attire he gifted her. Frost. Qingyun stepped forward, fixating intently on those exquisite legs. Deng Tuzi, I ask you, with both the cultivation tower and the enlightenment tea tree present atop Lingxiao Peak, which could assist me in breaking through my bottleneck, why do you? Slap. Before Ningxuan could finish her sentence, Qingyun had already delivered a sharp slap to her thigh. What are you doing? Ningxuan scolded, her tone laced with annoyance. What do you think? Qingyun replied with a mischievous grin, and to her astonishment, he swept her into his embrace. Ningxuan's heart raced, fluttering like a startled rabbit. 1,000,000 words omitted. After months of diligent cultivation, Qingyun's prowess had significantly advanced. This joyful method of training was undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. Ding. The system announced the discovery of the second child of destiny, prompting the host to proceed to the Maple Leaf Forest and accept him as a personal disciple. Rewards included 1,000 years of cultivation, the Supreme Emperor's Scripture, which aids in reconstructing the Supreme Bone and awakening the Supreme Divine Body, unlocking the Supreme Reincarnated Eye, Qingyun's Secret Art, Advanced Emperor Level, and Swanee's Secret Art, Advanced Emperor Level, alongside 10 modern outfits. Just as Qingyun was about to indulge in a short nap, the system assigned him a task. Upon seeing the rewards, Qingyun deduced that this child of destiny must surely bear the surname Shi, and that his supreme bone had been rendered useless. Nevertheless, the system's rewards were truly remarkable. Of course, not referring to black or white silk, but rather in earnest. Not only could it reconstruct the supreme bone, but it could also awaken the supreme divine body and the supreme reincarnated eye. How astonishing was that? If he could take this child of fortune as his disciple and impart the supreme heavenly emperor's art to him, would it not mean that he too could attain the supreme bone, the supreme divine body, and the supreme heavy pupil? What joy there would be in gaining another laborer! Having contemplated this, Qingyun tore through the fabric of space and set off towards the Red Leaf Forest. Situated within the territory of the Luyun sect, the distance was not considerable. With Qingyun's speed, he could arrive in but a few breaths. At this moment, a fierce battle raged within the Red Leaf Forest. "Young master, hurry, we must flee. Old Zhou, ha ha ha. Old fool, do you truly believe you can save that little beast?" A middle-aged man clad in silver armor, wielding a divine spear, laughed heartily. The aura of his cultivation, at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, erupted from within him. And behind him followed 100 soldiers, each at the innate level of cultivation. Their identities were immediately discernible as they donned the battle armor of the Tiangong Empire. The Tiangong Empire is one of the 8 transcendent powers of the eastern region, ruling over hundreds of kingdoms with profound strength. The silver-armored general, known as Long Sheng, had been dispatched to capture the former crown prince, Shi Tian. With a single thrust of his spear, he struck down the elder protecting Shi Tian, causing him to kneel, his essence rapidly depleting. "Young master, quickly. We must go. Ahead lies the Luyun sect. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope." The elderly man ignited himself, unleashing a terrifying power that momentarily forced Long Sheng and the others to retreat. "Old Zhou." Shi Tian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Yet he was oblivious to the pain. Tears streamed down his face as he summoned every ounce of his strength to run towards the Luyun sect. He must survive, and then seek vengeance for his mother and for old Zhou. Chapter 32. How dares the Waste Peak Master interfere? This old wretch is truly unfortunate. Long Sheng was forced back several hundred steps, his body drenched in blood, which filled him with immense indignation. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Let this general pursue." Long Sheng commanded the hundreds of soldiers behind him. "Yes, general." The multitude of soldiers sprang into action, grasping their long spears, transforming into swift shadows as they chased after Shi Tian. Shi Tian's complexion was ashen. Despite exerting all his strength, his speed remained akin to that of an ordinary mortal. His supreme bone had been extracted, and his dantian was rendered useless, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the soldiers, he appeared utterly helpless and despondent. Once the prince of the Tianwu Empire, he had been a figure of unparalleled stature. Born with the supreme bone that heralded the manifestation of celestial phenomena, a favored child of destiny. Yet, the fragrant concubine ensnared the emperor, orchestrating a nefarious scheme that led to his mother being cast into the cold palace, ultimately resulting in her tragic demise. Shi Tian could not escape this calamity either. The fragrant concubine conspired with the great general Yu Wenyan to extract his supreme bone, thereby incapacitating him. The very bone that was taken from him was transplanted into her son, Shi Chun. In a single night, Shi Tian plummeted from grace, from being the adored prodigy to an individual devoid of any cultivation. Upon learning of the incident, although the emperor was enraged, he refrained from punishing the fragrant concubine and her offspring. Due to the supreme bone being transplanted into Shi Chun, the emperor could not afford to offend Shi Chun, who possessed the supreme bone, merely for the sake of a useless individual. The imperial family was inherently callous, and with Shi Chun inheriting the supreme bone, he became the future of the Tianwu Empire. As for Shi Tian, he was nothing more than a dispensable waste. Under the escort of Elder Zhou, Shi Tian managed to escape the palace, only to be relentlessly pursued by Long Sheng to the Red Leaf Forest. Whoosh, 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 boom. 100 soldiers swiftly descended upon him, their innate cultivation allowing them to move with incredible speed, effectively surrounding Shi Tian. "Are you plotting a rebellion?" Shi Tian exclaimed in despair, bellowing at the multitude of soldiers. With his dantian crippled and cultivation lost, he found himself gasping for breath after a short distance of flight. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Shi Tian, Do you still believe yourself to be the former prince? Now, you are merely a waste, and even if I were to slay you, the empire would not seek retribution. Long Sheng, wielding a divine spear, approached Shirtian slowly. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him, plunging Shirtian into despair. Indeed, Long Sheng spoke the truth. Even if he were to perish in the Red Leaf Forest, the empire would not pursue the matter. After all, Long Sheng was aligned with the fragrant concubine and the general. How could his indifferent father, the emperor, bother to hold Long Sheng accountable for a mere waste? Even the empress, who had stood by the emperor throughout his life, ultimately met a tragic end in the cold palace. The emperor, notorious for his lechery and incompetence, had succumbed to the allure of the fragrant concubine's beauty. Now, with the arrival of the fragrant concubine's son, Shirchun, who had obtained the supreme bone, her power had grown even more formidable. Bring him forth, sever his tendons and ligaments. Let us see how he attempts to escape, commanded General Long Sheng with a grin. Addressing his soldiers. Yes, General. A soldier approached Shirtian, intent on crippling him. I will fight you to the bitter end. Shirtian gritted his teeth and charged at the soldier. He was acutely aware that he was likely facing death, and preferred to perish here rather than be captured and dragged back to the palace. Regrettably, he would be unable to exact revenge for his mother or for the old man Zhou, and that wretched woman, the fragrant concubine. Clang. Poof. The soldier's spear quivered as Shirtian, devoid of any cultivation, was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Cough, cough. Shirtian spat blood, his head spinning, his vision gradually blurring. In his prime, he could have effortlessly dispatched a soldier of innate prowess. Yet now, he was easily overpowered by a mere foot soldier. Haha, what a pitiful sight. Reduced to being toyed with by a single soldier. How the mighty have fallen. Once the pride of the empire, now a mere shadow of his former self. Truly, it is a lamentable fate. Long Sheng mocked, his derisive laughter echoing painfully in the air. Shirtian, too, found himself laughing, as if the heavens were deliberately toying with him. Bestow upon him the supreme bone. Is it merely to serve as a dowry for others? His wretched existence has undeniably reached its conclusion. Mother, your child has been unfilial. Shirtian slowly closed his eyes, allowing 2 streams of murky tears to flow down his cheeks. A soldier stepped forward, thrusting his sharp spear towards Shirtian's feet. How dare you act with such impunity within the territory of my Luyun sect? Cease this at once. Qingyun materialized out of thin air, positioning himself protectively in front of Shirtian. The soldier, taken aback, abruptly halted his spear midair. Long Sheng furrowed his brow. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Qingyun donned the attire reserved for the peak master of Luyun sect. Could this youth be the peak master of Luyun sect? If so, the situation becomes rather precarious. No, this youth appears to be only in his 30s. Could he possibly be the so-called useless peak master of Lingxiao Peak? Ha ha ha, truly, heaven is aiding me. Long Sheng seemed to have realized something. A contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Among the 72 peak masters of Luyun sect, all but the useless peak master Qingyun posed a threat to Long Sheng. Yet, today, by unfortunate chance, the one who stepped forward is indeed the so-called useless peak master Qingyun. Seeing the peak master of Luyun sect take action, Shirtian felt a flicker of hope arise within him. However, upon hearing Long Sheng's words, that hope was instantly extinguished. It is said that Qingyun, the peak master of Lingxiao Peak, has stagnated at the foundational stage even after 20 years of cultivation, and his rise to peak master was merely a stroke of luck. If it were any other peak master, Shirtiandu would feel a sense of salvation. However, the one who arrived was none other than Qingyun. Was it truly the heavens that sought his demise? Shirtiandu chuckled bitterly, casting a resentful gaze towards the sky. His life had been nothing short of tragic. Little did he expect that the peak master was so renowned. Qingyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Long Sheng, and inquired with a smile. In response, Long Sheng scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Renowned is an understatement. Your exploits have circulated throughout the entire eastern region, becoming the topic of conversation for people of all ages. Qingyun, this is a matter of the Tianwu Empire. I advise you to refrain from meddling." No, wait, you. A mere useless peak master would likely be incapable of intervening even if you wished to. As soon as the words left his lips, a formidable aura emanated from Long Sheng, signifying his attainment of the quasi-emperor realm, causing the surrounding void to instantly freeze and the very fabric of space to warp. A powerful killing intent enveloped the entire maple grove. Longsheng issued a clear warning to Qingyun, as if to say, "Young man, do you see? I am a quasi-emperor realm expert. The mere mention of it could terrify you." "Ah, yes, 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 you are absolutely correct. I am indeed the so-called useless peak master. I am merely at the foundation establishment stage, utterly incompetent, easily dispatched by even one of your soldiers," Qingyun replied with a mischievous grin, remaining undeterred. Chapter 33. A single strike to vanquish the Emperor's champion. Is this what you call a useless peak master? Ah, at least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Longsheng remained oblivious to Qingyun's peculiarity, mistaking it for self-deprecation. The countenance of the 100 soldiers mirrored a wild arrogance, their lips curling into smug smiles. How could the esteemed peak master of the Flowing Cloud sect be so feeble as to be bested by mere soldiers? Truly pathetic. Qingyun exuded not a trace of energy fluctuation, appearing as an ordinary mortal, scarcely superior to the stone beneath his feet. This only served to exacerbate Longsheng and his companions' disdain for him. If you wish to avoid trouble, then be swift in your departure. Longsheng barked at Qingyun without an ounce of courtesy. Confronted with a novice of the Foundation establishment realm, there was no need for civility. Had Qingyun not held the title of Peak Master, Longsheng would have already pierced him through with a single thrust. "Senior, this matter does not concern you. Please leave at once," Tian whispered, fully aware of his impending doom, wishing to spare others from entanglement in his fate. Qingyun merely smiled serenely, casting a gaze of pity upon Longsheng. This foolish giant was blissfully unaware of his impending demise. "Boy, are you deaf? I command you to leave at once," Longsheng roared. Years of relentless warfare had imbued him with a heavy aura of bloodlust. The oppressive presence of the quasi-emperor enveloping the entire sea of crimson leaves, overwhelming all within. The 100 soldiers trembled, chilled to the bone. Did you not hear the general's words? Get lost. The leading soldiers swept their long spears towards Qingyun. He was merely a useless individual. As long as they did not kill him, it seemed that the Luoyuan sect would not confront the Tianwu Empire. As the spears approached, Qingyun chose to disregard them entirely. "Senior, be careful. Let him go, and I will accompany you." Tian, unwilling to see Qingyun embroiled in this turmoil, shouted loudly. However, it was too late. The spear pressed closer to Qingyun, its fierce light erupting, poised to send him flying. Longsheng grinned, his eyes gleaming with triumph. How dare a mere waste of a peak master obstruct his path? Truly a fool. No. Tian's brows furrowed tightly, gritting his teeth as he cried out. Swish, the spear descended, and Qingyun's figure was seemingly shattered. Yet, strangely, not a single drop of blood was shed. No. It was merely an afterimage. Longsheng's smile abruptly froze. How is this possible? Qingyun possesses only foundational cultivation. How could he possibly conjure an afterimage? Even more terrifying was the fact that Longsheng had failed to perceive Qingyun's presence at all. Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. It was merely an afterimage? My heavens, how terrifying must the senior's agility be? However, did the rumors not suggest that he possessed merely the cultivation of the Foundation establishment realm? Life is fleeting. I, the master of this peak, shall extend a benevolent hand and escort you on your journey. Suddenly, Qingyun appeared, extending his hands and tearing violently. With a sharp sound, the space occupied by the dozen soldiers was utterly rent asunder, leaving not a single survivor, reduced instead to a mist of blood. Their final moments devoid of even a scream. The acrid scent of blood terrified the remaining soldiers, and the vice-general, Longsheng, was left utterly dumbfounded. To tear apart space with bare hands. You are an emperor-level powerhouse. Longsheng staggered back several paces, his complexion turning ashen. It is well known that only those at the Emperor realm possess the ability to rend space with their bare hands. The so-called waste of Lingxiao Peak is, in fact, an emperor. With a swift motion, Qingyun turned and, with a flick of his hand, the remaining 80 soldiers met the same gruesome fate. Transformed into a cloud of blood mist. The air was saturated with the crimson haze. Qingyun, basking in the blood, stepped forward slowly, a smile gracing his lips, as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. This marked his first act of killing since his transmigration. Truth be told, it was rather satisfying. Gulp. Longsheng, overwhelmed with terror, swallowed hard. Qingyun was an emperor, while he himself was merely at the threshold of emperor realm, rendering him utterly outmatched. Should Qingyun desire his death, it would be an effortless endeavor. How dare you slay the people of the Tianwu Empire? Longsheng's voice trembled. his legs quaking beneath him. A formidable emperor-level being in his 30s is truly unprecedented on the entire God Qingyun continent. The seemingly inconsequential peak master of Lingxiao Peak has concealed his power far too well. Qingyun disregarded Long Sheng entirely and turned his gaze towards the astonished Shitian. Upon meeting Qingyun's eyes, Shitian gasped in disbelief. Standing before him was an emperor-level powerhouse. Even the transcendent Tianwu Empire, including the reclusive ancestors, could muster only 5 such beings. Would you be willing to take me as your master? As long as you choose to follow me, no one shall ever harm you again. Qingyun stood with his hands clasped behind him, his white robes billowing without wind, resembling an unparalleled celestial lord, emanating an aura of authority without anger. Preposterous. He is a criminal of our Tianwu Empire. How can you possibly accept him as your disciple? Long Sheng interjected, his brow furrowing in immediate protest. Excuse me? This master speaks. It is not your place to interrupt. Qingyun's gaze turned cold, his piercing eyes locking onto Long Sheng. Instantly, an overwhelming chill descended. Even the battle-hardened Long Sheng felt a shiver of trepidation, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Boom! The might of the emperor erupted within Qingyun, sweeping across the realms, crashing down upon Long Sheng with immense force. Crack! The void shattered, and even space itself twisted. Long Sheng's flesh began to contort, his bones fracturing. Splatter! Ah! Dragon Sheng gasped as he stood before the imposing might of his adversary. Within mere seconds, he succumbed, blood spilling forth from his lips as he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. You are opposing the entire Tianwu Empire. Fear clouded Dragon Sheng's eyes. In his desperation to defend Qingyun, he had invoked the wrath of the entire empire. Silence! Qingyun's voice dripped with frost as he raised his hand, casting a shadow over the heavens, devouring all in its path. Dragon Sheng's eyes widened in horror, despair flooding his heart. At that moment, he grasped the extent of his folly. To Qingyun, the Tianwu Empire was but a mere trifle. Had circumstances been different, Dragon Sheng might have lingered a while longer, but now, only death awaited him. No, please do not kill me. Before he could finish his plea, a swift motion reduced him to a mist of crimson. Stunned, Shitian stood frozen in disbelief. The vice-general of the Tianwu Empire, a formidable figure on the brink of ascension, had been slain by a single gesture from Qingyun. Consider this a parting gift from your master. Qingyun remarked with disdain as he wiped his hands clean, turning his gaze toward Shitian. The murderous intent that had enveloped him moments before dissipated, replaced by a serene smile. One moment, he was a harbinger of death. The next, he transformed into a gentleman of grace and warmth. Shitian inhaled sharply, unable to fathom the true depth of Qingyun's power. To dispatch a quasi-empire strongman with a mere flick of his wrist, and yet the world still labeled him a worthless peak master? Truly, they were blind. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Shitian knelt before Qingyun and respectfully bowed. Not only would he willingly acknowledge Qingyun as his teacher, but he would also gladly accept him as a father or even a grandfather. Though his supreme bone was taken and his dantian rendered useless, he was fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by a formidable emperor. It was truly a blessing from the heavens. Chapter 34. Is this not a celestial palace? Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting the Son of Fortune as a disciple, receiving the following rewards. 1,000 years of cultivation. The Supreme Emperor's art, which aids in reconstructing the Supreme Bone and awakening the Supreme Divine Body, unlocking the Supreme Rebirth Eyes. Qingyun's Secret Technique, Emperor Rank, Advanced. Swani's Secret Technique, Emperor Rank, Advanced, and 10 modern outfits. Host, Qingyun Physique, Chaotic Sword Body, Perfected, Cultivation. Minor success in the Great Emperor Realm. Requires 1,500 years of cultivation to break through to major success in the Great Emperor Realm. Cultivation value, 1,200 years. As Shitian completed the ceremony of apprenticeship, the system rewards were immediately credited. Upon gazing at the information panel, Qingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system truly understood him. He had longed to try on the black and white silks. Jiningshuan's flawless, smooth jade legs would surely look exquisite in them. Ha ha ha, splendid. From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Qingyun gently assisted Shitian to his feet. Do I have an elder brother? A disciple favored by the master must possess remarkable talent, Shitian thought, filled with anticipation for his elder brother. However, As Shirtian recalled the loss of his supreme bone and the destruction of his dantian, a wave of inferiority washed over him. No matter how powerful the master may be, he would be unable to cultivate alongside him, and he feared he would become a burden to his master. Moreover, with Longxing meeting a tragic end in the Red Leaf Forest, the heavenly martial empire will undoubtedly seek retribution, and it is likely that formidable warriors will soon be dispatched for vengeance. He could no longer afford to burden his master. Master, I have become a useless being. Accepting me as your disciple may tarnish your esteemed reputation. Furthermore, the heavenly martial empire will not spare me, and I cannot drag you down. Having come to this realization, Shirtian's gaze fell into a profound despondency. Despite his myriad of grievances, he found himself powerless to change his fate. Observing Shirtian's somber demeanor, Qingyun chuckled nonchalantly. Your supreme bone has been seized? Your dantian destroyed? Such is the hallmark of a child of destiny. Without experiencing great ups and downs, how can one soar to the skies and conquer the vast expanse? Since you have taken me as your master, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. What of the heavenly martial empire? Should they dare to come, I shall ensure they return empty-handed. Qingyun's tone was calm, yet an aura of fierce resolve radiated from him, embodying an unyielding authority. For the sake of a mere cripple, his master, Qingyun, was willing to offend the entire heavenly martial empire. In that moment, Shirtian felt a profound sense of security, and his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. The two people he held dearest had already perished, yet heaven had bestowed upon him a mentor. Thank you, master. Once a disciple, forever a son. As long as I, Shirtian, draw breath, I shall never forget the kindness of my master. Shirtian solemnly assured Qingyun. Qingyun smiled with satisfaction, and then said, let us return to the Luoyuan sect. Shirtian nodded, but before departing, he bowed 3 times at the spot where Zhou Lao had perished. Zhou Lao, rest assured, I shall ensure that your and my mother's grievances are avenged. Shirtian declared firmly, wiping away the tears from his eyes. Now that he had survived, he vowed not to squander his life, no matter the cost. He would seek retribution. As he gazed at Shirtian's resolute figure, a phrase echoed in Qingyun's mind. Who claims invincibility? Who dares to declare undefeated? Not even in the era of the fallen emperors. The illustrious emperor of the wild would soon make his appearance in this world. Subsequently, Qingyun tore through the fabric of space, bringing Shirtian back to the Luoyuan sect. This fellow certainly had audacity, daring to strike down the deputy general of the Tianwu Empire. Just as Qingyun departed, Ji Ningxuang emerged from the void. Witnessing the might of Qingyun's strike left her deeply shaken. It seemed that Qingyun's strength surpassed that of Su Jinbin and others, undeniably beyond the reach of an ordinary emperor-level powerhouse. With a wave of her delicate hand, the blood mist lingering in the air dissipated, erasing even the traces of battle, as if nothing had ever transpired. The mere Tianwu Empire, having offended her, would face the consequences, should they dare to approach. She would not hesitate to send them to the afterlife. Ji Ningxuang narrowed her beautiful eyes, her voice icy as she spoke. Having now reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm and possessing the ancient Ice Phoenix body, she could contend even with the foremost figures at the peak of the Emperor realm, harboring no fear of the heavenly martial empire. The Crown Prince, Shirtian, once a paragon of excellence, had his supreme bone seized and his dantian destroyed. It seemed he would never cultivate again. What was Qingyun's true intention in taking in Shirtian? Was it merely out of pity? Or did he possess a method to restore Shirtian's dantian? Ji Ningxuang murmured in confusion. While she felt the notion of restoring the dantian was somewhat far-fetched, Qingyun harbored too many secrets. Perhaps he truly could restore Shirtian's dantian. Yet, even if Shirtian's dantian could be mended, his innate talent would be significantly diminished, as his supreme bone had been extracted. The incident involving Xiangfei and the Grand General forcibly removing Shirtian's supreme bone had long been the talk of the eastern region, and Ji Ningxuang was certainly aware of it. She felt profound sympathy for Shirtian's plight. In the past, she might not have had the strength to confront the heavenly martial empire head-on, but now things were different. Since Shirtian had joined the Luoyuan sect, he was now one of its own. No one, from any faction, dared to lay a finger on him. Ji Ningxuang glided gracefully, swiftly vanishing into the crimson-leaved forest. On Lingxiao Peak, a space shattered, and Qingyun emerged slowly with Shirtian. This is Lingxiao Peak. Such rich spiritual energy. Although Shirtian was unable to cultivate, he could still perceive the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. On Lingxiao Peak, there was undoubtedly a highly sophisticated spirit conjuring formation, which was several dozen times more potent than the spiritual energy found within the imperial palace of the Tianwu Empire. If he could cultivate here, the results would be nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, as Shi Tian gazed into the distance, he quickly recognized the towering Hongming cultivation tower. With his keen insight, he discerned that this treasure was undoubtedly a supreme imperial artifact, capable of altering the fabric of time itself. In addition, there stood a towering enlightenment tea tree. Gulping nervously, Shi Tian struggled to believe the reality before him. He felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. A cultivation tower that could manipulate the order of time, and a majestic enlightenment tea tree reaching hundreds of meters into the sky. Good heavens, could this place truly be anything other than a celestial palace? Even the sacred sites of the central region could not rival the profound heritage of Lingxiao Peak. Since the demise of the ancestor of the Luyun sect, it had been in a steady decline, marginalized by 7 other transcendent forces. Yet, who could have imagined that an astonishing secret lay hidden atop the Lingxiao Peak of the Luyun sect? Chapter 35. Reshaping the Supreme Bone. Awakening the Supreme Divine Body. Upon witnessing the astonished expression on Shi Tian's face, Qingyun couldn't help but smile. It is no surprise that anyone arriving at Lingxiao Peak would be utterly amazed. Not even the most powerful emperors are exempt from such awe. The treasures atop Lingxiao Peak are simply too abundant. Even a single leaf plucked from the Enlightenment tea tree could fetch an astronomical price in the outside world. As Shi Tian gazed upon the myriad treasures, a profound despair enveloped his heart. Whether it be the primordial training tower or the Enlightenment tea tree, each represented an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, he had become a mere invalid, incapable of cultivation. These treasures were destined to remain beyond his reach. Noticing the deep-seated disappointment in Shi Tian's eyes, Qingyun shared a knowing smile before presenting the rewards from the system. Xiao Tian, I have here a cultivation technique and 2 body refinement techniques for you. Take them and cultivate diligently. With a flick of his sleeve, 3 volumes of martial techniques landed in Shi Tian's hands. The moment he made contact with the techniques, a powerful aura surged forth, accompanied by the convergence of profound principles, radiating a dazzling divine light. Could this be an imperial-level technique? An imperial-level martial skills? No, wait. They've actually reached the advanced imperial tier. Shi Tian inhaled sharply, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. The 3 martial techniques casually presented by his master were of an advanced imperial level. Good heavens! Was it not said that advanced imperial techniques only existed in those sacred grounds? Moreover, it is utterly inconceivable for the sacred grounds of the central domain to suddenly produce 3 tomes of advanced imperial-level martial arts techniques. Yet, Master Qingyun has indeed accomplished this feat at this moment. Shi Tian began to question whether his master might be a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Where else could the treasures of Lingxiao Peak and these advanced imperial techniques have originated? Master, these techniques and martial arts are undeniably powerful, yet my Dantian has been destroyed. I fear I might disappoint your goodwill, Shi Tian said, a hint of dejection in his voice. Qingyun, unfazed, replied, Xiao Tian, take a moment to truly absorb the Supreme Heavenly Emperor's technique. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian furrowed his brow, pondering whether there was some hidden mystery within this technique. He closed his eyes and focused intently on the Supreme Heavenly Emperor's technique. Suddenly, he felt a gentle force surging into his body. An unbearable heat enveloped him, as if something within him was on the verge of awakening. Could it be the Supreme Bone? Master, this technique seems capable of allowing me to regenerate the Supreme Bone. Shi Tian exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. This aura was all too familiar to him. It was indeed the Supreme Bone. Qingyun smiled with satisfaction and urged, now, delve deeper into your feelings. Shi Tian nodded eagerly and once again closed his eyes. In that instant, he astonishingly felt his Dantian miraculously healing. Hiss. My Dantian is recovering. Shi Tian's face lit up with joy, tears of exhilaration streaming down his cheeks. To his astonishment, the Dantian could indeed be restored, and even the Supreme Bone could awaken anew. Although the Supreme Celestial Emperor's art is merely of high imperial rank, it undoubtedly surpasses all other martial techniques in existence. With a thud, Shi Tian fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to Qingyun, to the point where blood began to flow from his forehead. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Quickly rise, Qingyun said, feeling a pang of sympathy as he helped Shi Tian back to his feet. Tears streamed down Shirtian's face. Master, you are like a second parent to me. With the restoration of my Dantian and the awakening of my supreme bone, I shall seek vengeance for my mother and for Elder Zhou. In that moment, hope rekindled within Shirtian's heart. Foolish child, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. The mere Tianwu Empire is hardly worthy of concern. It would be a trivial matter for me to send someone to capture your enemies. You could stab them a few times each day to relieve your anger. Yi Qingyun reassured Shirtian. He indeed possessed the capability to do so. On Lingxiao Peak, there resided another formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, Feng Qingyang. If Feng Qingyang were to venture to the Tianwu Empire, aside from the ancestral figure Shi Yongfei, capturing anyone else would be a breeze. Upon hearing this, Shirtian was once again struck with awe. He was acutely aware of the might of the Tianwu Empire, but he knew that his master was not merely speaking fancifully. If his master dared to utter such words, then it was certain that he could fulfill them. He could hardly fathom how many hidden cards his master possessed. Master, I appreciate your goodwill, but I wish to seek vengeance with my own hands. With the Supreme Celestial Emperor's art in my possession, retribution is merely a matter of time. Shirtian's confidence was once again reignited. He was, after all, a child of destiny, and now with the prospect of restoring his supreme bone, that confidence surged anew. Very well, it is commendable that you have your own plans. Yi Qingyun nodded in approval. Subsequently, Yi Qingyun led Shirtian to the infinite spiritual liquid pool. Gazing at the expanse of the pool, spanning hundreds of square meters, Shirtian was once more rendered speechless. Remove your garments and immerse yourself in the bath. Yi Qingyun instructed. Bathe in the spiritual liquid? Shirtian was taken aback. Even though he hailed from the Tianwu Empire, he had never indulged in such opulence. To bathe in spiritual liquid seemed an utter waste. Fear not, this spiritual liquid is inexhaustible, Yi Qingyun remarked nonchalantly. By cultivating the Supreme Celestial Emperor's art within the pool, your supreme bone, supreme divine body, and supreme dual pupils will awaken swiftly. All right. With his master's encouragement, Shirtian no longer hesitated. He shed his garments and, with a splash, plunged into the spiritual liquid pool. Following that, Shirtian began to cultivate the Supreme Emperor's art. The pure essence of spiritual liquid was absorbed into his body, nourishing his internal organs. The previously incapacitated Dantian was visibly recovering at an astonishing pace. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qingyun departed with satisfaction, for his involvement had now concluded. Once Shirtian awakened the Supreme Bone, Yi Qingyun would also manifest the Supreme Bone, enabling him to cultivate directly to the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, he would refine both the Qingyun technique and the Swan Ni technique to their utmost limits. Although both were body refinement techniques, they possessed distinct attributes. The former offered the agility and ferocity of the Qingyun, while the latter endowed the practitioner with the formidable physique and strength of the Swan Ni, thus complementing each other harmoniously. Frost, in that alluring attire, would undoubtedly look exquisite. Yi Qingyun licked his lips and set off towards the Emperor's Peak. The news of Yi Qingyun accepting a new disciple quietly spread throughout the Luyun sect. When the others learned that it was Shirtian, the former prince of the Tianwu Empire, they were filled with curiosity. After all, Shirtian was deemed a waste. Why would their master take him in? Yet, since it was their master's decision, they offered unwavering support. For them, Yi Qingyun had become a figure of omnipotence. Reflecting upon the treasures of Lingxiao Peak and the elixirs, techniques, martial skills, and imperial artifacts possessed by their master only reinforced their belief in his extraordinary capabilities. Simultaneously, the Tianwu Empire learned of the demise of Vice General Long Sheng. Although they were unable to identify the perpetrator, it is evident that Long Sheng was murdered within the territory of the Luyun sect, suggesting an undeniable connection to them. The Grand General Yuan Yin, at the helm of a formidable force of 100,000 dragon riders, marched resolutely towards the Luyun sect. In recent years, the Luyun sect has experienced a decline. After the departure of their ancestral figure, the sect has lacked the authoritative presence once commanded, especially under the leadership of the Empress Jining Xuan. Yuan Yin's mission is to compel the Luyun sect to surrender the individual responsible for Long Sheng's demise and to apprehend the fugitive Shirtian. As long as Shirtian remains alive, Yuan Yin cannot find solace, for he harbors an undisclosed secret with the fragrant concubine. To ensure safety, Shirtian must perish, even though he has already been rendered a mere shell of his former self. Chapter 36. Swiftly deliver the offenders. And the defiant shall be executed. The dragon cavalry is the mightiest legion of the heavenly martial empire, with each soldier possessing the prowess of the Purple Mansion realm. They have long been engaged in relentless battles, exhibiting an insatiable thirst for blood and an aura of slaughter. They are dubbed the dragon cavalry due to their mounts, which bear the bloodline of the flood dragon. Each creature is a colossal entity, towering several dozen meters, adorned with dragon horns and tails, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Under the command of Yuan Yin, 100,000 dragon cavalry marched resolutely towards the Flowing Clouds sect, causing a stir throughout the eastern region. The formidable forces of various factions observed in silence, pondering the unfolding events. What has transpired? The Grand General of the Heavenly Martial Empire has personally taken to the field. Leading such a vast army? Is a confrontation with another powerful faction imminent? Looking at the direction of the dragon cavalry's advance, it appears they are heading towards the Flowing Clouds sect. The Flowing Clouds sect? Another transcendent power, albeit in decline in recent years, however. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Does the Heavenly Martial Empire seek to assimilate the Flowing Clouds sect? Your information is outdated. I have heard that the Deputy General of the Heavenly Martial Empire, Long Shang, was slain within the territory of the Flowing Clouds sect, and the former Crown Prince Qingyun has sought refuge there. It seems the Heavenly Martial Empire intends to demand an explanation from the Flowing Clouds sect, pressuring them to deliver the offenders. That explains the formidable mobilization of the Heavenly Martial Empire. One wonders how the Flowing Clouds sect will respond. Although the Empress Ji Ningxuang possesses extraordinary talent, she remains rather young and may struggle to withstand the wrath of the Heavenly Martial Empire. The entire eastern domain has become the focal point of the Luoyun sect. Should the two transcendent forces clash, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although there have been numerous frictions among the 8 major transcendent powers over the years, never before has a formidable emperor-level warrior been dispatched for direct confrontation. However, this time is different. General Yuan Yin has personally taken action, and one fears that the situation will not end well. Had the venerable ancestor of the Luoyun sect still been alive, the Tianwu Empire would not dare to act so arrogantly. Unfortunately, the sect's patriarch has perished, and Master Li Moyong has been missing for 5 to 6 years without a trace. Relying solely on the female Emperor Ji Ningxiang does not provide much deterrent strength. Rumble, roar. Outside the Luoyun sect, 100,000 dragon riders hastened to the scene, darkening the sky with their presence and emitting furious roars. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, shattering the void itself. General Yuan Yin, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden spear, stood tall and imposing, his sharp gaze filled with killing intent, exuding the aura of an invincible war god. The terrifying pressure surged towards the Luoyun sect. Bang! The protective array of the sect activated automatically. Even the oppressive aura of an emperor-level warrior struggled to breach it. This is the foundation of a transcendent power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing the commotion, the various peak lords, elders, and disciples rushed to the scene, armed with divine weapons, standing ready in formation, their momentum rivaling that of the 100,000 dragon riders. Yuan Yin, you dare to abandon the imperial palace and wreak havoc in our Luoyun sect, do you? Chen Haojia, wielding a great blade and possessing a robust physique that rivals Yuan Yin's, emanated a fierce imperial aura that effectively countered Yuan Yin's oppressive presence. On the surface, Luoyun sect had only 3 peak masters who had attained the realm of the Great Emperor: Su Jinbin of the Sword Peak, Chen Haojia of the Blade Peak, and Wei Yu of the Spear Peak. However, all 3 were merely novices in the Great Emperor realm, whereas Yuan Yin had reached a minor accomplishment within it. In the face of Luoyun sect's formidable figures, Yuan Yin did not so much as blink, his eyes brimming with disdain. The Luoyun sect was no longer what it once was, and with the backing of the entire Tianwu Empire, Yuan Yin felt emboldened and arrogant. He looked down upon them, speaking in a frigid tone. By the command of the Emperor, I am here to apprehend the fugitive Shi Tian and to investigate the cause of Long Xing's demise. What business does the Tianwu Empire have in our Luoyun sect? Do you truly believe we are easy prey? Su Jinbin summoned his sword, and as a sword immortal, he radiated a piercing sword intent, his murderous aura matching Yuan Yin's. Stop pretending, General. The criminal Shi Tian is within your Luoyun sect. Hand him over without delay. Furthermore, Long Sheng was killed within your domain. Luoyun sect owes the Tianwu Empire an explanation. I urge you to swiftly ascertain the truth and surrender the murderer of Long Xing. Those who defy shall be slain. Yuan Yin wielded the golden divine spear, his imperial might surging skyward, surpassing even that of Su Jinbin and his companions. Although the distinction between the entry-level and the minor achievement in the Emperor realm was but a slight tier, the disparity in strength was monumental. Kill! Kill! The 100,000 dragon cavalry brandished their long spears, their voices thunderous with fury. The atmosphere was charged with murderous intent, a testament to the might of the Tianwu Empire's most formidable legion. Yet, the Luoyuan sect remained undaunted. In their own territory, would they allow themselves to be bullied? With Shi Tian having already become a disciple under their esteemed master, he was, in essence, their junior brother. If Yuan Yin sought to take him away, he would have to inquire whether they consented. In the face of external threats, the Luoyuan sect stood united. Since the demise of their ancestor, they had been ostracized by various factions. Though they chose to endure, it did not imply that they were fearful. Should they show weakness to the Tianwu Empire today, it would only invite further provocations from an increasing number of forces against the Luoyuan sect. A single blow must be struck to prevent a flurry of retaliations. The Luoyuan sect was not to be trifled with. Such nonsense. Chen Haojie erupted in fury. You claim that a member of the Tianwu Empire was slain within the confines of the Luoyuan sect. Do you possess any evidence to support such wild accusations? Esteemed colleagues, someone seeks to cause unrest within our Luoyuan sect. What shall we do? Su Jinbin, wielding a precious sword, summoned forth a formidable aura of sword energy. His white robe billowing as if caught in a windless storm, embodying the very essence of a sword immortal. Those who dare offend the Luoyuan sect shall face death. The elders and disciples present invoked their magical artifacts, their powerful auras erupting as they confronted the 100,000 dragon cavalry. The sky seemed to split in two, an impending battle ready to ignite at any moment. Yuan Yan's brow furrowed, the palpable intent to kill within him intensifying. The heavenly martial empire indeed possessed no evidence. The moment Long Sheng was slain, the threads of fate were obscured. Even the esteemed ancestors' calculations could not unveil the identity of the perpetrator. However, this incident was undoubtedly linked to the Luoyuan sect. Since you refuse to hand over the culprit, I shall take matters into my own hands. Should I discover that the criminal, Shi Tian, resides within your Luoyuan sect, do not blame me for being merciless. With a mighty leap, Yuan Yin unleashed his overwhelming imperial might, intent on forcefully infiltrating the Luoyuan sect. At that moment, the 100,000 dragon cavalry surged forward. Boom! The sky darkened, the earth trembled. As if the apocalypse had arrived. Presumptuous! How dare you, an outsider, claim entry into the Luoyuan sect? Su Jinbin, Chen Haojie, and Wei Yu charged forth simultaneously, their imperial auras converging to enclose Yuan Yin within their ranks. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Luoyuan sect engaged in fierce combat against the dragon cavalry. Unfazed by the brazen aggression of the heavenly martial empire, the Luoyuan sect boldly retaliated, launching into battle without hesitation. This scene instilled a sense of awe among the various factions. However, can the Luoyuan sect, now bereft of its ancestral protector, truly withstand the wrath of the Tianwu Empire? One fears that after a fleeting moment of heroism, they may find themselves cast into an abyss from which there is no return. Chapter 37. The Empress strikes. Is it excessive to annihilate your 100,000 dragon riders? Yuan Yin, adorned in golden armor and wielding a divine spear, unleashed the overwhelming might of the emperor as he faced off against the three peak masters, Su Jinbin among them. The terrifying imperial aura clashed in the air, shattering the void within a radius of several hundred miles, casting the heavens into darkness and the earth into chaos, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Even the residual force was capable of effortlessly obliterating a mountain 10,000 meters high, compelling even quasi-emperors to retreat in trepidation. The 100,000 black cavalry and the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect dared not approach the battlefield occupied by Yuan Yin and his companions, keeping their distance while engaged in their own fierce skirmishes. The black cavalry, as the most formidable legion of the Tianwu Empire, was known for its bloodshed and extensive combat experience, exhibiting ferocity akin to beasts unleashed from their confines. However, the Flowing Cloud sect was no pushover. As one of the 8 transcendent powers, the core disciples possessed cultivation levels predominantly in the innate and purple mansion realms, and their numerical superiority allowed them to effectively encircle the 100,000 dragon riders, obstructing their advance. You would do well to consider your actions carefully. Should you provoke the Tianwu Empire, the consequences will be dire. When the great emperor of Tianwu descends, even the ancestors may be compelled to intervene. With your current strength, The Flowing Cloud sect will be utterly incapable of withstanding the wrath of the Tianwu Empire, Yuan Yin declared sharply, deflecting the onslaught of the three adversaries. To hell with you. You dare to rampage at the doorstep of my Flowing Cloud sect, and you expect me to tolerate your insolence. Dominating blade technique. Chen Haojia's veins bulged, exuding an overwhelming imperial might, his sinewy muscles tearing through his garments as he unleashed his formidable power, directing his martial arts towards Yuan Yin with a fierce strike. With a thunderous crash, the colossal blade descended from the heavens, summoning a devastating slash that shattered the very fabric of space, effectively sealing Yuan Yan's escape. Excellent. I shall join the fray as well. There's nothing quite like the thrill of a collective onslaught. Su Jinbin grasped his 3-foot Qingfeng sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy and intent from within, subsequently executing the Guiyuan slash, which coalesced into a titanic sword strike, aimed squarely at Yuan Yin, with a powerful blade assault preceding him and a fierce sword strike following. Yuan Yin found himself in a precarious predicament. Yet, his countenance remained serene, though a glint of lethal intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. As a battle-hardened veteran, he had traversed the gates of death countless times, having faced even graver perils in his past. Thus his composure was unshakable. Clearly, you are determined to stand against the heavenly martial empire. If that is the case, then let us engage in battle. With a sudden flourish, Yuan Yin brandished his divine spear, unleashing a torrent of spear light that countered the dual assault from Su Jinbin and Chen Haojie. In a mere moment, Yuan Yin unleashed hundreds of spear strikes. Both Su Jinbin and Chen Haojie, having reached the initial stages of the Emperor realm and remaining stagnant for an extended period, possessed considerable depth in their cultivation. After successfully parrying their combined onslaught, Yuan Yan's hands trembled, visibly straining under the pressure. Ambush. At that moment, Wei Yu executed the imperial-level movement technique Dragon Step, emitting a series of dragon roars as he swiftly approached Yuan Yin, channeling all his strength to pierce towards Yuan Yin's head. The fierce lance of light tore through the void, akin to a cannonball, near half a meter from Yuan Yin's head. Even with the physique of an emperor, Yuan Yin found himself in dire straits, feeling as though his face would shatter, blood even beginning to seep forth. Yuan Yin gritted his teeth, his reflexes sharp, as he summoned all his strength to swing the divine spear, colliding it against the approaching lance. Clang! The two spears clashed with a deafening sound, causing Wei Yu's lance to veer slightly. Yet it grazed closely, shattering the right side of Yuan Yin's battle armor and injuring his flesh, blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, charge. Su Jinbin and Chen Haojie launched another assault, offering Yuan Yin no respite. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Yin dared not hold back any longer, unleashing all his power to contend against Su Jinbin and his companions. Yet the outcome remained uncertain for the time being. However, the overwhelming imperial might fractured the space, causing the heavens to collapse, unleashing torrential rain that obliterated mountains and resulted in countless lives lost. Before an emperor, ordinary beings are but ants. On the peak of the empress, the perspiring Jining Shuang changed into her own attire. Her complexion was rosy as she complained, "Lecture, day after day, I wonder where you find these peculiar outfits. I shall never wear them again." Yi Qingyun, reveling in the moment, gazed at the bashful Jining Shuang, his heart brimming with delight. "Hurry and dress properly. I must attend to those insignificant beings from the Tianwu Empire." Jining Shuang suppressed the heat rising within her, her beautiful eyes turning icy. Yuan Yin led the dragon riders to their arrival, and Jining Shuang sensed it, but at that moment, Yi Qingyun was about to, hence the delay. The audacity of the Tianwu Empire to wreak havoc at the doorstep of their Luyun sect could not be tolerated. The Luyun sect had remained dormant for far too long. It was time to reveal their strength to the world. With Jining Shuang's current cultivation, even those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm would pose no challenge to her. In her eyes, Yuan Yin was merely a trivial figure. "How do you intend to deal with them?" Yi Qingyun inquired as he donned his attire. "Kill. Not a single one shall be spared." Jining Shuang's eyes glinted with a fierce, murderous intent. She was not one to show mercy. Yuan Yin's audacity stemmed from his contempt for the Luyun sect and for her as the empress, and thus, Jining Shuang felt no obligation to extend them any courtesy. A chilling aura enveloped the entire cave, causing the once flowing waters of the pool to freeze in an instant. Even Yi Qingyun, possessing the cultivation of an emperor, could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. If it were to come to a confrontation with Jining Shuang, Yi Qingyun would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he has managed to subdue her. The more formidable Ji Ningxuan becomes, the more delectable his soft living appears. Not leaving a single one. You truly are ruthless. Can't you take a leaf out of my book and be a bit kinder? Yi Qingyun shook his head, teasingly. Ji Ningxuan shot him a glare and retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, someone didn't even flinch when slaying dragons in the Red Leaf Forest. How could this emperor possibly compare to you? Right? Yi Qingyun. At her words, Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow. Were you also in the Red Leaf Forest that day? He inquired. This woman had been lurking in the shadows, witnessing his first act of killing, which, while undeniably brutal, was a pivotal moment for him. What else could it be? You create a mess, and it falls to this emperor to clean it up, Ji Ningxuan said, turning away. An aura of chilling cold emanating from her as she intended to head outside the Luoyuan sect. Clean up? All right. Yi Qingyun grinned mischievously, conjuring up rather inappropriate images in his mind. You lecher. Ji Ningxuan, having finally managed to calm her emotions, felt her face flush anew. This fellow could turn any path into a chaotic mess. As for that scoundrel Yuan Yen, let him live for now. His life is meant for my disciple to claim. Yi Qingyun seemed to have recalled something, and turned to Ji Ningxuan with a solemn reminder. Your disciple? Shi Tian? His dantian has been destroyed. How can he possibly kill Yuan Yin? Do you intend for me to bind him and send him to Ling Xiafeng? Ji Ningxuan inquired, perplexed. Sending him to Ling Xiafeng is not out of the question. No, what I mean is that one day, Shi Tian must take Yuan Yin's life himself. Yi Qingyun replied with a faint smile, brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Ji Ningxuan's delicate brows furrowed in thought. Shi Tian personally taking Yuan Yin's life? But he is merely a waste without a dantian. How could that possibly happen? Suddenly, Ji Ningxuan realized something, spinning around with a start. Could it be that you have healed Shi Tian's dantian? Yi Qingyun merely smiled without providing an answer, yet Ji Ningxuan had already gleaned the response she sought. She could not help but gasp in astonishment. Yi Qingyun can truly restore Shi Tian's dantian? How is that even possible? Could it be that Yi Qingyun is indeed an immortal descended to the mortal realm? No, that cannot be. How could there be such a lecherous immortal? And one so bizarre as well. Hey, what else with that sudden look of disdain and contempt? Yi Qingyun retorted, somewhat irked. Ji Ningxuan waved her sleeve, tearing through the fabric of space and whisking Yi Qingyun away towards the outskirts of Luoyuan sect. What are you doing? I just want to go back to sleep. Yi Qingyun exclaimed. You have created a mess, and even if I were to assist you in resolving it, you would merely have to stand by and watch. With no hope of resting. Were you not quite audacious just moments ago? In an instant, the space outside the flowing cloud sect shattered. A leg, as pure and smooth as jade, elegantly emerged. Upon closer inspection, one might discern several red marks, remnants of being grasped by Yi Qingyun. A formidable imperial aura began to permeate the atmosphere, halting all battles, whether at the battlefield of Yuan Yin or among the 100,000 dragon cavalry. As they all sensed an overwhelming pressure. Master. The master has emerged from seclusion. We welcome the master. Su Jinbin and the others ceased their actions, bowing alongside all their disciples in reverence. Oh dear! Suddenly, Yi Qingyun was pulled aside by Ji Ningxuan, nearly losing his balance. Uncle Master. Observing the disheveled appearance of Yi Qingyun, concern flickered among the crowd. Although their Uncle Master possessed an abundance of treasures, his capabilities appeared somewhat lacking. For none had witnessed his training or seen him in action. Greetings to you all. Pay no mind to your humble peak master. Continue your battles without hesitation. And do not feel obliged to show courtesy to this rabble. Yi Qingyun chuckled lightly, then found a spot to sit down, crossing his legs, fully prepared to enjoy the spectacle. Witnessing this, Ji Ningxuan felt an overwhelming urge to slap the fellow. Though it was you who created this mess, you now appear utterly unconcerned. Can she report Yi Qingyun for the murder of Longsheng? Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that after witnessing Yi Qingyun's prowess, Ji Ningxue is convinced that should Yi Qingyun choose to intervene, the likes of Yuan Yin would stand no chance. This individual has been concealing his true abilities, not merely to play the role of a cunning underdog, but rather out of a desire for ease. After all, once one's strength is revealed, one must also shoulder certain responsibilities. The Empress Ji Ningxue, upon sensing the imperial might emanating from Ji Ningxue, Yuan Yin immediately felt a sense of urgency. He gazed upon her, and indeed, she was as breathtaking as the rumors suggested. A beauty so extraordinary that such a captivating figure truly exists in this world. In comparison, Xiang Fei pales significantly. Of course, Ji Xue possesses not only an unparalleled beauty but also an extraordinary talent. At merely 1,000 years of age, she has already attained the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. Yu Wenyan, having lived for no less than 5,000 years, remains stagnant at the early stages of the great emperor realm. Given Ji Xue's innate gifts, it is only a matter of time before she achieves the perfection of the great emperor realm. Once she does, the other transcendent forces will no longer dare to act so presumptuously. The various transcendent powers have also recognized this reality. Hence, in recent years, they have been exerting pressure on the Flowing Cloud sect, seeking to ascertain its true strength. I have met the sect master, Yu Wenyan said, bowing respectfully to Ji Xue. The surface etiquette must be observed. Ji Xuang's icy gaze fell upon Yu Wenyan. A chill enveloped Yu Wenyan, leaving him shivering despite possessing the body of an emperor. Although Ji Xuang was merely one minor realm above him, the disparity in their strengths was monumental. Master, a vice-general of the Tianwu Empire has perished within the territory of your Luoyuan sect. Shouldn't your sect provide an explanation for this matter? He continued, moreover. A fugitive from the Tianwu Empire, Shi Tian, has also entered the realm of Luoyuan sect. I wonder if the master has encountered him. Suppressing the terror within, Yu Wenyan forced himself to speak. After all, he was backed by the entire Tianwu Empire. He found it hard to believe that Ji Xuang would dare to lay a hand on him. The current Luoyuan sect was no longer the same as it once was. Very well, I shall provide you with an explanation, Ji Xuang replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenyan's face brightened with joy, believing that the master was indeed reasonable. However, before he could finish his words, Ji Xuang unexpectedly unleashed a palm strike from afar. Boom! The aura of her perfected imperial realm erupted. With a single strike, the heavens were obscured, and all things seemed to be engulfed by this blow, plunging into an eternal night. The void shattered, space itself collapsed, and the laws of order became chaotic. Do not kill me. No, please, do not kill me. This strike, precise and unerring, descended directly upon the 100,000 dragon riders. In that instant, all warriors and dragons were reduced to a mist of blood, their anguished cries resounding in a cacophony as crimson stained the heavens. Ji Xuang's expression was as frigid as ice. Not even a blink escaped her eyes. Those who dared to violate the majesty of her Luoyuan sect would face such dire consequences. The realm of the great emperor. Perfected? Yu Wenyan's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stupefied. He was too late to intervene, and possessed neither the strength nor the capacity to do so. For Ji Xuang had astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. How could this be? It was well known that she had encountered a bottleneck, stagnating at the accomplished level of the great emperor. Even the ancestors had predicted that it would be challenging for her to make any advancements within 30 years. Yet, what was this unforeseen turn of events? The sect leader had transcended to the perfected great emperor realm. The entire Luoyuan sect erupted in joyous expectation, their hearts brimming with excitement. With even the peak masters moved to tears. Since the passing of the ancestor, Luoyuan sect had been deprived of a formidable force capable of intimidating other factions, plunging them into a precarious situation. Over the years, they had endured oppression from various powers, and a pent-up frustration lingered in their hearts. Now, with the Empress having broken through to the perfected great emperor realm, even if the ancestors of other transcendent forces were to make an appearance, they could no longer threaten the Luoyuan sect. What the masses remain unaware of is that atop Lingxiao Peak resides a formidable being of peak emperor realm cultivation. Had it not been for Yi Qingyun's insistence on restraining him, he would have long since emerged to reduce Yu Wenyang to mere pulp. Chapter 38. Should the Celestial Martial Empire wish to wage war, the Flowing Cloud sect stands ready to engage at any moment. The Flowing Cloud Empress has unexpectedly achieved the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. When did this occur? How could this be possible? To attain such mastery before reaching the age of 2000, just how extraordinary is the Empress's talent? Has the Flowing Cloud sect been concealing its true strength all these years? The implications are profoundly unsettling, and it seems the Celestial Martial Empire has met its match. A decree was issued. Henceforth, all elders and disciples within the sect are strictly forbidden from entering the territory of the Flowing Cloud sect, and any provocation against them will result in severe punishment, execution for those who defy this order. Following Ji Xuan's demonstration of her complete mastery of the Emperor realm, the entire eastern domain was thrown into turmoil. Those who had previously underestimated the Flowing Cloud sect now dared not regard them lightly. promptly issuing commands to avoid trespassing into their domain or inciting their wrath. Outside the Flowing Clouds sect, Qingyun, clad in a simple gown, displayed a slender waist and impeccably straight, snow-white legs, her figure exquisitely perfect, her delicate features resembling that of a celestial maiden descended to earth. After vanquishing 100,000 dragon riders, her icy gaze fell upon Yu Wenyin. An intense chill emanated from Qingyun, as snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers, enveloping everything in an icy grip, time itself seemingly suspended. The space around Yu Wenyin was similarly encased in frost, despite his nascent mastery of the Emperor realm. He found himself utterly immobilized in that moment. Moreover, that chilling sensation was infiltrating his body, encasing his blood in ice, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones, inflicting unbearable pain. His entire form was encrusted with ice particles, resembling a frozen corpse. Yu Wenyin trembled from the cold, terror filling the depths of his eyes, to the extent that he could not even dare to meet Qingyun's gaze. Having long been seasoned on the battlefield and accustomed to a life where he danced with death, his resolve had been remarkably steadfast, yet, at that moment, he was still overwhelmed by an infinite dread. The Flowing Cloud Empress was truly a monster, one not to be trifled with. The blood mist enveloped the surroundings, the air thick with a palpable chill, as all members of the Flowing Cloud sect gazed upon Qingyun with reverence. The sect leader's strength had actually ascended to such an extraordinary level, even if the sect leader had achieved the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. The coldness emanating from her should not be so terrifying, should it? Unbeknownst to them, Qingyun had awakened the ancient Ice Phoenix body, wielding the coldest essence known to the world, one that even the mightiest of emperors could not withstand. Very well, splendidly done. Yu Wenyin, your forces are far too few. They are utterly insufficient for our sect leader to vanquish. It was said that your Tianwu Empire possessed 300,000 dragon riders. Now that 10,000 have perished, there should remain 200,000, shouldn't there? Do bring them over when you have a moment. Our Flowing Cloud sect is warm-hearted and eager to assist, willing to send them down as well, allowing them to continue their brotherhood below. Qingyun could not restrain himself from applauding. He was thoroughly entertained, after all, without the need for him to intervene directly. Gulp. All the peak masters and elders swallowed hard. How daring of the master uncle to speak so boldly. If he provoked the empress, a single slap could spell his demise. Qingyun cast a disdainful glance at Qingyun, wishing she could deliver a sharp reprimand to him. After all, during their training sessions, it was Qingyun who had always teased her. Qingyun wore a mischievous grin, prompting Qingyun to hastily avert her gaze. She was genuinely intimidated by this fellow. As a dignified empress, she had completely fallen into Qingyun's hands. Yu Wenyin was already petrified, his face ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Even with all his strength, he could not escape the chilling aura emanating from Qingyun. This aura seemed capable of freezing all things in existence. Are you satisfied with my explanation? Qingyun asked, her expression unreadable as she fixed her gaze on Yu Wenyin. To him, she appeared akin to a demon. Qingyun had single-handedly annihilated 100,000 dragon riders, a catastrophic loss for the entire Tianwu Empire. Each dragon rider possessed Purple Mansion realm cultivation, and the resources expended to cultivate such a formidable force were incalculable. Now rendered futile by a mere swipe of Qingyun's hand, Yu Wenyin felt a profound sense of anguish, yet he was unable to safeguard himself. Given Qingyun's temperament, it was entirely possible she could eliminate him as well. Master, your actions may not be prudent, he ventured cautiously. Yu Wenyin no longer possessed the defiance he had moments ago. His only desire now was to extricate himself from this dire situation. What is improper? Where lies the transgression? You dared to storm into my Flowing Cloud sect with your troops. Should I not exact retribution upon you? Qingyun's beautiful eyes glinted with frost, instantly enveloping Yu Wenyin in a bone-chilling coldness. The formidable body of the great emperor was utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. The excruciating pain compelled him to emit cries of anguish. Thud. The esteemed general, a powerful figure of the emperor's realm, collapsed to his knees. This scene left the various factions in stunned silence. Did the Empress Qingyun truly intend to slay Yu Wenyin? As the Grand General of the Tianwu Empire, his status was second only to Emperor Shirhan Shan, and his prowess ranked among the top 3 within the empire. Should he perish within the Flowing Cloud sect, it would undoubtedly incite an unquenchable wrath from the Tianwu Empire. What do you truly desire? Yu Wenyin, now thoroughly terrified, stammered his inquiry. In Qingyun's gaze, He distinctly perceived a murderous intent. Had she lost her senses? Did this woman genuinely intend to take his life? When you led your troops to invade my Flowing Clouds sect, you should have anticipated such consequences. Allow me to inform you, Qingyun is indeed within my Flowing Clouds sect. However, he has already pledged himself to you Qingyun as his master. He is now a disciple of my sect, and you shall not lay a finger upon him, declared the Empress Qingyun to Yuanyin. There is nothing to conceal. If the heavenly martial empire desires a relentless confrontation, they may come at any time. After all, she does not regard the heavenly martial empire with any seriousness. Possessing the ancient ice phoenix body, she can easily subdue even the venerable ancestor Shi Yongfei of the heavenly martial empire. Moreover, what of Yi Qingyun, that formidable figure? His true strength is undoubtedly impressive. Even if he cannot rival Shi Yongfei, dealing with the Emperor Shi Hanshan should pose no challenge. The world remains oblivious to the true terror of their Luyun sect, especially at Lingxiao Peak. To take Yi Qingyun as a master, Yuanyin found himself bewildered. Yi Qingyun is notoriously known as the incompetent peak master. Has Shi Tian lost his senses to choose such a waste as a mentor? However, given that Shi Tian's cultivation has been rendered ineffective, he too is deemed a failure, making it somewhat reasonable for him to seek apprenticeship under another deemed inadequate. He is a fugitive from the heavenly martial empire, a criminal. How dare you shelter? Before Yuanyin could finish his words, the Empress Ji Ningxue struck once more with her palm. Although it was a strike from afar, it pierced through the void, manifesting a colossal palm imprint soaring thousands of meters high, continuously enlarging in Yuanyin's sight. No. Yuanyin's eyes widened, filled with dread. He should have kept his mouth shut. Boom. The chill enveloped Yuanyin, rendering him immobile. At that moment, he was struck with such force that his corporeal form could no longer endure, shattering into a mist of crimson. His pitiful cries echoed through the heavens, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard. However, a being of imperial caliber is not so easily vanquished. Though his physical body was destroyed, Yuanyin's soul still clung to existence. Yi Qingyun had merely stated that Yuanyin could not be killed, yet he never forbade the destruction of his corporeal form. Glub. This woman is truly ruthless. Yi Qingyun swallowed hard, secretly acknowledging her ferocity. Yuanyin ought to be grateful to him. Otherwise, he would have faced complete annihilation of his soul by now. This scene equally terrified the various factions. Was the Empress of Flowing Clouds truly serious? Should Yuanyin perish, the heavenly martial empire and the Flowing Clouds sect would undoubtedly be embroiled in a relentless feud. The clash of these two transcendent forces would lead to unimaginable consequences, especially now that the Empress had reached the pinnacle of the imperial realm. The powerful observers lurking in the shadows could not help but gasp in astonishment. Empress Ji Ningxuang was far more merciless than they had anticipated. Fortunately, they had refrained from taking the lead. Otherwise, they would have been oblivious to the manner of their own demise. Yuanyin was left with but a fleeting specter of his soul, paralyzed by fear and unable to move. If his soul were to be destroyed once more, he would truly descend into a state of eternal damnation. No, you cannot kill me. I am the Grand General of the Tianwu Empire. You cannot take my life. Yuanyin uttered in terror. Despite being a Grand General and having lived a life teetering on the edge of danger, he remained profoundly afraid of death. The arduous journey to attain the status of a great emperor was not one to be taken lightly. Now, with a position that placed him above countless others, how could he resign himself to such a fate? What does it matter if I kill you? With a graceful wave of her jade hand, Ji Ningxuang unleashed a tremendous force, firmly grasping Yuanyin's soul. Please do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. From this day forth, I shall never again set foot within the Luyun sect. I implore you, grant me a chance to live. Yuanyin sensed the chilling breath of death encroaching upon him. His life and demise lay within Ji Ningxuang's control. A shiver ran through all who witnessed this scene. In their minds, great emperors were invincible beings, yet before Ji Ningxuang, he appeared so utterly fragile. The once mighty and imposing Grand General now found his image utterly shattered. Yet, Yuanyin could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. All that occupied his thoughts was the desire to survive. Were you not so arrogant before? It seems even the lofty Grand General can be reduced to a state of beggary. Ji Ningxuang let out a cold laugh, relishing the humiliation she inflicted upon Yuanyin. How audacious for such a being to dare to act so brazenly. I can no longer bear it. I implore you to grant me a chance at survival. Yuanyin indeed begs for mercy like a dog. Master, this loyal beast seems obedient. Perhaps we could spare his life? Yi Qingyun echoed. Yuan seethed with uncontainable fury. He could endure the Empress's relentless humiliation, but what audacity did this useless peak master possess to seek attention here? Were it not for the Empress's words, "A mere finger could crush you, you worthless peak master." Very well. To his astonishment, Ji Shuang actually consented. How remarkable, truly. She is worthy of her title as my esteemed senior. By the way, it seems my senior arrived alongside the master. When did they grow so close? It suddenly dawned on the crowd, particularly given the Empress's aloof demeanor. How could she possibly pay heed to my senior? It was indeed perplexing. Thank you for sparing my life, Your Majesty. Yuan face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated that this worthless peak master would save him. Well, once he regains his corporeal form, he shall repay this peak master in kind. As long as he survives to return, he will undoubtedly cleanse the shame of this day. Begone! Ji Shuang waved her sleeve, and Yuan's soul was sent sprawling, nearly shattering into fragments from the force. Yuan exerted every ounce of strength to steady his spirit. Return and inform Shi Han that henceforth he should cease his interest in Shi Tian and refrain from provoking my Luoyuan sect. Otherwise, I shall personally pay a visit to the imperial palace. Should the Tianwu Empire desire war, my Luoyuan sect shall accompany them to the very end. Ji Shuang declared with an impassive expression. The imperial might surged, disturbing the laws of order and manifesting a terrifying cosmic phenomenon. Yuan dared not linger any longer. He fled without a moment's hesitation. This Ji Shuang was nothing short of a demon. With the entirety of the 100,000 dragon riders perished and Yuan's physical form obliterated, the losses were indeed catastrophic. The world has reshaped its perception of the Luoyuan sect. The Empress of Luoyuan is even more ruthless than the fallen ancestor. She is absolutely not to be trifled with. The sect master is formidable. All members of the Luoyuan sect knelt on one knee, exclaiming in excitement. This marks the most triumphant day for our Luoyuan sect in nearly a decade. Ji Shuang's gaze fell upon Yi Qingyun, and then she coldly inquired, "Have you had enough of the spectacle?" "It's been quite enjoyable," Yi Qingyun replied languidly, relishing the unfolding drama. Ji Shuang shot him a glare before tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing from sight. "Master Uncle, you truly possess great courage, daring to confront the sect master," Su Jinbin and other peak masters remarked, somewhat astonished. Yi Qingyun rose from his seat, stretched leisurely, and remarked, "Instead of merely spectating, one ought to devote time to enhancing one's own abilities. It is truly disgraceful to falter when three unite against one." He shook his head, then tossed 3 bottles of elixirs and a canister of enlightenment tea. Goodness, a 9th rank cleansing elixir. A full canister of enlightenment tea. I am deeply grateful for the generous gifts from my esteemed uncle. Su Jinbin, Chen Haojie, and Wei Yu, the 3 peak masters, bowed deeply in reverence to Yi Qingyun. Effective immediately, the cultivation tower on Lingxiao Peak shall be accessible to the entire sect, with priority given to peak masters, elders, and core disciples. Yi Qingyun proclaimed to all present. The overall strength of Luoyuan sect warranted significant enhancement. Otherwise, if a formidable adversary were to arrive, he would be burdened with the responsibility of their safety. "Thank you, esteemed uncle. Thank you, granduncle." The assembly knelt on one knee, honoring Yi Qingyun with the utmost respect. Once the resources of Lingxiao Peak were made available, the benefits would be immeasurable. Even the sacred lands of the central region could not offer such treatment. Ding, your disciple, Shi Tian, has restored his Dantian, returning to the innate realm, and has reshaped his supreme bone, awakening the supreme divine body and activating the supreme twin eyes. You shall inherit all of Shi Tian's attributes and divine abilities, and directly cultivate to perfection. Host, Yi Qingyun physique, everlasting dragon emperor body, chaos sword body, perfection. Supreme bone, perfection. Supreme divine body, perfection. Supreme twin eyes, perfection. Cultivation level, minor success in the Emperor Realm Chapter 39. The Feast of Heroes and the ascension to the Great Sword Immortal in an astonishingly brief span of mere days. Shi Tian had remarkably reforged the supreme bone, awakening both the supreme divine body and the supreme. Upon Yi Qingyun's right arm, a resplendent golden bone emerged, exuding a ferocious aura reminiscent of a wild beast, its power truly formidable. This was none other than the illustrious supreme bone. Yi Qingyun not only acquired it, but also cultivated it to perfection. Observing his robust arm brimming with strength, Yi Qingyun smiled contentedly. This is the joy of having others toil for one's benefit. With the Supreme Bone in his possession, Qingyun skillfully wielded the hand of the Celestial, flawlessly unleashing the bone's formidable power. Beyond the Supreme Bone, he also possessed the Supreme Divine Body and the Supreme. The might of the Supreme Divine Body was on par with that of the Chaos Sword Body, now endowed with 2 divine bodies. Qingyun's physical prowess could easily crush any Emperor-ranked powerhouse. After experiencing the might of the Supreme Bone and the Supreme Divine Body, Qingyun eagerly activated the Supreme. Instantly, his eyes shimmered with a purplish hue, warping the very fabric of space wherever his gaze fell, even influencing the laws of time and altering its flow. Through the Supreme, Qingyun could anticipate his opponent's subsequent moves, effortlessly gaining the upper hand. Furthermore, the Supreme could gather primordial energy, unleashing a divine light that dealt a fatal blow to his adversaries. The Supreme Eye of the Heavens did not originally belong to Qingyun. Rather, it was possessed by his half-brother, Qingyun, who had seized the Supreme Bone from Qingyun. However, the System's reward of the Supreme Emperor's art has granted Qingyun the awakening of the Supreme Eye as well. When Qingyun witnesses Qingyun unlocking the Supreme Eye, he will undoubtedly be utterly astounded. In summary, Qingyun has turned misfortune into fortune. Both his innate talent and strength now vastly surpass his previous self. With just a few years of cultivation on Lingxiao Peak, he will effortlessly overpower Qingyun. Qingyun transformed into a swift shadow, hastening towards the spirit liquid pool. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Qingyun's exuberant voice. My Supreme Bone has returned, and I have awakened the Supreme Divine Body. No, wait, the Supreme Eye as well. Qingyun's eyes radiated with a violet ethereal light, albeit only just unlocked. His cultivation was merely at the entry level, and thus its power could not be compared to Qingyun's. Qingyun was well acquainted with the Supreme Eye. His half-brother Qingyun possessed it. The Supreme Eye was a path of invincibility. Why should one rely on another's bone? Despite already possessing the Supreme Eye, Qingyun callously snatched away Qingyun's Supreme Bone and even crippled his dantian. This debt of blood must be repaid in full. The blood feud with his mother and elder Zhou must also be avenged. As Qingyun approached, his footsteps silent, he sensed Qingyun's turmoil and softly called out, "Little Tian." Qingyun was abruptly taken aback, finally emerging from his haze of hatred. "Master?" Upon seeing Qingyun, Qingyun's expression transformed into one of reverence, nearly brimming with tears. It was solely due to his master's teachings that he was able to mend his dantian and reconstruct his Supreme Bone. Master Qingyun was akin to a rebirth for him. Qingyun leaped forward and knelt before Qingyun, bowing deeply 3 times. "Master, thanks to your teachings, I have restored my dantian and reshaped my Supreme Bone. Furthermore, I have awakened the Supreme Divine Body and unlocked the Supreme Double Pupil." His face flushed with excitement, his eyes glistening with moisture. In this lifetime, he would willingly traverse fire and water for Qingyun. "Good disciple, well done. Ahem. But could you perhaps put your clothes on first?" Qingyun gently coughed, casting a kind reminder at Qingyun. Upon hearing this, Qingyun's face instantly turned crimson. In his overwhelming excitement, he had left the spiritual liquid pool without donning his attire. He hurriedly turned away, scrambling to dress himself. "I must apologize for causing you to witness such a spectacle." After putting on his clothes, Qingyun spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Qingyun chuckled softly. "With your impressive development, how could it be considered a spectacle? If it weren't for my own superior development, I might have felt inferior in your presence." Qingyun furrowed his brow, pondering whether such words were appropriate to utter. Seeing the slight embarrassment on Qingyun's face, Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. Such is the nature of a youthful novice. Once they embark on their journey, their shyness dissipates. "Little Tian, are you aware of the Celestial Heroes Banquet?" Qingyun inquired, with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing this, Qingyun nodded. The Celestial Heroes Banquet is organized by the 8 transcendent forces, allowing any prodigy from these elite factions to participate, engage in challenges, and exchange insights freely. As the former crown prince of the Tianwu Empire, Qingyun was certainly familiar with the banquet. Moreover, being a gifted individual himself, he had always kept a keen eye on the event. What young prodigy does not yearn for fame through battle? The Celestial Heroes Banquet presents such an opportunity, held once every decade. The next banquet is scheduled to occur in 2.5 years. Qingyun had originally prepared himself for this occasion. However, fate took a cruel turn. His Supreme Bone was usurped, and his dantian was rendered useless. From being a lofty figure among the gifted, he had suddenly fallen to the status of a cripple. Thus, he dared not harbor any aspirations regarding the banquet. Yet, the circumstances have changed. His dantian has been restored, his supreme bone has been reforged, and he now possesses both the supreme divine body and the supreme heavy eye, rendering him even more formidable than before. At the Celestial Heroes Banquet, Qingyun is likely to represent the Tianwu Empire. Tian clenched his fists, a cold glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Although Qingyun wields the supreme heavy eye, he has always been overshadowed by Tian, struggling to find his own moment in the limelight. Now, Qingyun has acquired the supreme bone and possesses the supreme eye, naturally yearning to shine at the gathering of talents and make his debut, proving his innate talent and strength to the world. Indeed, Qingyun will undoubtedly represent the Tianwu Empire in battle. Qingyun nodded in affirmation and replied. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Tian's eyes intensified. At this gathering of talents, my master hopes that both you and Xiaohu can bring glory to our Luoyuan sect. In recent gatherings, our sect has consistently ranked at the bottom, which has brought great shame upon us. Whether the Luoyuan sect can regain its dignity rests solely on you and Xiaohua, Qingyun advised Tian. As he understood, Xiaohua's childhood sweetheart, Ning Kaiwei, has become the saintess of the Wuzhigong and will certainly represent them in this gathering. In the past, Ning Kaiwei chose to annul her engagement with Xiaohua, humiliating the Xiao family profoundly, a grievance that Xiaohua finds hard to swallow. This gathering of talents presents an opportunity for him to prove himself. As long as he can trample Ning Kaiwei underfoot, he will be able to resolve his inner turmoil. Tian is also determined to challenge Qingyun at the gathering, for they share an irreconcilable enmity. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will ensure that Qingyun is thoroughly subdued at the gathering of talents. Tian declared, his expression fierce, his teeth clenched in determination. Yet, he is his half-brother, who ruthlessly seized his supreme bone, rendered his dantian useless, and even orchestrated the death of his mother. This enmity shall remain unavenged. I vow not to live as a man until it is repaid. If you possess such resolve, it is commendable. With 2.5 years remaining until the Celestial Feast, you should dedicate this time to your cultivation within the Primordial Training Tower. Do not neglect the Qingyun and Swanee techniques. Qingyun addressed Tian. Both techniques are body-refining arts. Should Tian succeed in his cultivation, his physical prowess would be significantly augmented. Qingyun too would experience an enhancement in his own strength. I shall remember, Master, Tian replied earnestly. Very well. Proceed with your training, Qingyun said, nodding in satisfaction before turning to leave. I bid you farewell, Master. After paying his respects, Tian hurried towards the Primordial Training Tower. As the tower was open to the public, disciples from various peaks flocked to train, creating a continuous stream of visitors. Upon seeing Tian, they respectfully greeted him with, Qinchuan. Given the resources of Lingxiao Peak, they were naturally inclined to be amiable. Moreover, Tian was a direct disciple of their grandmaster. How could they dare show him any disrespect? Yet, they were puzzled, for Tian's dantian had been rendered useless, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Why then was he at the training tower? Greetings to you all, Tian replied briefly before hastily entering the training tower. In the ensuing 2.5 years, he would enter seclusion for cultivation. Qingyun had acquired the supreme bone and was conferred the title of prince, with the resources of the Tianwu Empire at his disposal, ensuring his rapid advancement in cultivation. Therefore, Tian could not afford to be complacent. He was determined to trample Qingyun underfoot at the Celestial Heroes Banquet. If the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to eliminate Qingyun. Both Tian and Xiaohu were engrossed in their cultivation within the Hongming Cultivation Tower. Time flowed differently. A year outside equated to 30 years within the tower. With 2.5 years remaining until the Celestial Heroes Banquet, 75 years would pass inside the tower, which, given their prodigious talents, would be sufficient for both to ascend to the Purple Mansion realm. Presently, the top talents of other transcendent forces were also at the Purple Mansion stage. However, in terms of equal realms, Xiaohua and Tian would undoubtedly dominate their peers. Qingyun indulged in a leisurely slumber and, after consuming several golden gun immortal pills, made his way to the Empress Peak. Frost, your husband has arrived. Upon entering the cave dwelling, he held alluring garments in his hands. Jining Shuang was seated in meditation, her skin as flawless and radiant as pristine jade. Notably, her slender legs were straight and smooth, seemingly capable of producing dew at a mere touch. As Jining Shuang opened her eyes, they sparkled with brilliance, shining like stars, truly captivating peach blossom eyes. Upon seeing the garments in Yi Qingyun's hands, her face flushed a vivid crimson. "Deluded fool, you shall not force me to wear these bizarre garments any longer," Jining Frost said, her brows furrowed in irritation. "Oh, Frost, just this once more," Yi Qingyun replied, gently cradling Jining Frost's delicate foot. You said the same last time," Jining Frost retorted, half-heartedly resisting before ultimately donning the outfit. As he beheld the alluring Jining Frost, Yi Qingyun's desire surged. "Deluded fool, in 2.5 years, the Celestial Talents Feast will commence. I must make arrangements," Jining Frost declared, pushing Yi Qingyun away. With a grin, Yi Qingyun replied, "Rest assured, I have already made the necessary preparations. This time, our Flowing Cloud sect will secure the top 2 positions." Jining Frost, skeptical, questioned, "Do you realize that Shi Chun of the Tianwu Empire possesses the Supreme Bone and Supreme Heavy Eyes? It is said his cultivation has reached the Purple Mansion realm. Not to mention the Holy Sun Shou Tianqi and the Holy Maiden Ning Kaiwei of the Wujigong, both of whom have cultivated the Wujigod body. With their powers also in the Purple Mansion realm, our Flowing Cloud sect disciples, it may be exceedingly difficult for them to compete." Each Celestial Talents Feast left Jining Frost troubled, as the disciples of their sect had failed to shine, consistently finishing at the bottom. Although Xiaohua possessed the chaotic sword body during the last sect competition, his cultivation was merely at the postnatal realm, significantly distant from the Purple Mansion realm. It seemed unlikely he would stand out in this upcoming feast. "Is the Purple Mansion realm truly formidable? They are all but rubbish," she scoffed. "Just watch. This time our Flowing Cloud sect will surely astonish everyone." Yi Qingyun smiled with pride, then stepped forward. 2 years have swiftly passed. Through diligent cultivation during this period, Yi Qingyun's cultivation value has accumulated to 1,400 years. With just 100 more, he could break through to the realm of the Great Emperor. Jining Shuang has also made significant progress over these 2 years, albeit exhausted and out of breath. Ding! Your disciple Xiaohua has comprehended the sword intent and successfully ascended to the rank of Sword Immortal. You too shall comprehend the sword intent and become a Sword Immortal. All 5 elements sword intent comprehended. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the Great Sword Immortal. Due to the host's dedicated teaching of disciples, truly embodying the principle of imparting knowledge through action, an additional reward is granted. 500 years of cultivation value. 1,000 various 9th grade elixirs, 10 imperial artifacts, 10 imperial level techniques, and 10 imperial level martial arts. The system's voice echoed unexpectedly. Within Yi Qingyun, the 5 elements sword intent of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth was born, interdependent and complementary, wielding tremendous power. Comprehending the sword intent is merely the threshold of a sword immortal. Only by mastering the complete 5 elements sword intent can one be deemed a great sword immortal. Once Xiaohua comprehends a single sword intent, Yi Qingyun would directly master the 5 elements sword intent. This is the formidable strength of the invincible system. Suddenly, Jining Shuang sensed something, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Yi Qingyun. You have comprehended the 5 elements sword intent? You've ascended to Great Sword Immortal?" Jining Shuang was also proficient in the art of swordsmanship, having comprehended only 4 distinct sword intents. Thus, she was exceptionally familiar and sensitive to the nuances of sword intent, instantly perceiving it. The master of Sword Peak, Su Zhenbin, had attained a complete understanding of the 5 elemental sword intents. However, he had lived for over 7,000 years, while Yi Qingyun was merely in his 30s. The most absurd aspect was that for the past 2 years, Yi Qingyun had been training alongside her. How could he possibly have had the time to grasp the intricacies of swordsmanship? This was utterly preposterous. I inadvertently comprehended it, Yi Qingyun replied with a smile. Jining Shuang's expression was one of disbelief. Could this truly be the language of a human? Yet in the very next moment, the complete 5 elemental sword intent manifested within Jining Shuang as well. Through the technique known as the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix art, Yi Qingyun was able to impart his understanding of sword intent to Jining Shuang. What? I have also birthed the complete 5 elemental sword intent. Jining Shuang was overjoyed, scarcely able to believe the reality of it. Was it truly the case that training together could yield such remarkable benefits? This was the five elemental sword intent. To comprehend it so effortlessly was nothing short of miraculous. If the ancient practitioners of the Qingyun sword sect, who had devoted their entire lives to the mastery of swordsmanship, were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be driven to the brink of apoplexy. Chapter 40. Breaking through to the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Journey to the Wuji Palace. Ji Ningxuang formed a sword with her fingers, channeling the essence of the five elements sword intent. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth each possessed distinct characteristics, complementing one another, saturating the entire cave with a lethal aura. With a mere thought, Ji Ningxuang could effortlessly slay an Emperor Realm expert using her sword intent. A flicker of joy danced in her beautiful eyes, given her current progress. It would ordinarily take her at least a century to comprehend the final Earth sword intent and thus master the complete five elements sword intent. Nevertheless, even at such a pace, she would surpass 99% of sword cultivators. However, after practicing alongside Qingyun, she had achieved comprehension of the final Earth sword intent without any effort on her part. Through the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix technique, Qingyun had imparted the complete five elements sword intent to her. It must be said, the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix technique was indeed formidable. In just 5 or 6 years of cultivation with Qingyun, she had already broken through her previous limitations. It seemed that it would not be long before she could challenge the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Surpassing the Emperor Realm was merely a matter of time. Ji Ningxuang retracted her sword intent and turned to Qingyun, questioning him. "Rogue, what have you been doing these past 2 years?" Before she could finish her sentence, realization dawned upon her, and her face flushed crimson. Qingyun approached with a mischievous grin, teasingly lifting her chin and saying, "Do go on. What do you think I have been up to these past 2 years? You get away." The once ethereal and aloof empress now shyly pushed away Qingyun, unable to meet his gaze. Over the past 2 years, could Ji Ningxue possibly be unaware of Qingyun's activities? He had nearly exhausted her. How could he have comprehended the essence of the five-element sword technique without any time to delve into the sword path? Was there a secret he was concealing from her? Ji Ningxue inquired with a hint of confusion. Qingyun was shrouded in mysteries that were utterly inscrutable. "Come closer, and I shall reveal everything to you," Qingyun grinned, employing an old trick. This frightened Ji Ningxue, prompting her to retreat a few steps for last time. He had deceived her with this very ploy. If you refuse to speak, I have no desire to listen," Ji Ningxue chided. Qingyun stretched lazily, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he strolled toward the cave entrance. "I'm off now. I shall return for a nap," he waved his hand, turning his back to Ji Ningxue. Feigning seriousness, Ji Ningxue reminded him, "Do not forget the boast you made 2 years ago. The top 2 spots in the talented gathering belong to my Luyun sect. Fear not, it is already assured." Qingyun replied with a confident smile before vanishing into the cave. "Let us hope you are not merely boasting, for if so, I shall not spare you," Ji Ningxue warned coldly. Following this, Ji Ningxue took a bath. These past 2 years had indeed been somewhat sullied. The talented gathering was fast approaching, and Ji Ningxue needed to make the necessary arrangements. The 8 transcendent forces place immense significance on the Celestial Feast of Talents. During this event, the entire Eastern Domain's attention will undoubtedly converge upon the Celestial Feast, with the top 3 transcendent forces garnering exceptional scrutiny, thereby attracting a multitude of gifted disciples. It is only through a continuous influx of fresh talent that a sect can thrive. However, due to the consistently low rankings of the Luyun sect in previous editions, the disciples recruited over the years have lacked exceptional prowess. This vicious cycle has led to a decline in quality, rendering them inferior to the prodigies of other transcendent forces. Each time the Celestial Feast is held, the Luyun sect finds itself in a position of embarrassment. Although Ji Ningxue is indifferent to others' opinions, she understands that for the sake of the sect's development, she cannot remain passive. This year's Celestial Feast demands a transformation in the fortunes of the Luyun sect. Upon returning to Lingxiao Peak, Qingyun was nearly convinced he had stumbled into the wrong place. At the foot of the mountain and within its heart, numerous caves had been excavated, where disciples from various peaks were diligently cultivating. It is no wonder they are so engrossed. The spiritual energy at Lingxiao Peak is extraordinarily abundant. Even cultivating at the foot of the mountain yields efficiency levels several times greater than those on his own peak. In Qingyun's perception, it seemed that the other peaks were nearly devoid of disciples. Goodness, does that not render the peak masters mere ornaments? Qingyun murmured in astonishment. However, in the next moment, Yi Qingyun sensed the presence of the peak masters Mo Wu Dao, Su Jinbin, Chen Haojia, and Wei Yu. They had unexpectedly relocated to the caverns carved into the heart of the mountain. It was utterly astonishing. Nevertheless, the cultivation levels of Su Jinbin, Chen Haojia, and Wei Yu had all advanced to the minor completion of the Emperor realm, marking a remarkable progression. This rapid advancement was largely due to Yi Qingyun's decision to grant them access to the Hongming cultivation tower, along with a generous supply of 9th-grade elixirs. Without this assistance, their cultivation speed would hardly have permitted them to transcend to the major completion of the Emperor realm within 5 centuries. The Emperor realm requires arduous progression, and while Su Jinbin and his companions possessed decent talents, their abilities had yet to reach a truly extraordinary level. After consuming a substantial quantity of 9th-grade cleansing elixirs, their innate gifts were improved, and combined with the resources of the Hongming cultivation tower and the abundant spiritual energy of Lingxiao Peak, they achieved their breakthroughs at such an accelerated pace. It seemed prudent to arrange a grand spirit-attracting formation throughout the entirety of the Luyun sect. Yi Qingyun contemplated inwardly. Focusing solely on the development of Lingxiao Peak would indeed be somewhat limited. Transforming the entire Luyun sect into the foremost sect of the ages would prove far more intriguing. However, such matters could wait until after a good night's sleep. The past 2 years had been exceedingly exhausting. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Qingyun collapsed into a deep slumber. As he slept, the system automatically facilitated his breakthrough to the major completion of the Emperor realm, shielding him from the overwhelming disturbances that accompanied such a momentous event. With a resounding roar, the aura of Yi Qingyun surged within him, effortlessly breaking through to the realm of the Great Emperor, rendering the concept of a bottleneck obsolete. Host: Yi Qingyun Constitution, Ancient Dragon Emperor Body, Chaos Sword Body, Supreme Bone, Supreme Divine Body, Supreme Heavy Pupil Cultivation, Great Emperor Realm. Great Perfection. Achieving complete mastery requires 2,000 years of cultivation value. Cultivation value: 400 years treasures. Qingyun Sword, Supreme Imperial Artifact, World-Extinguishing Imperial Flame, Purifying Lotus Demon Fire. Martial Skills and Divine Abilities: 1 Sword Immortal Kneels, High Imperial Level, Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique, High Imperial Level, Flame-Splitting Wave Measuring Technique, High Imperial Level. Kunping Treasure Technique, High Imperial Level, Swanee Treasure Technique, High Imperial Level. After breaking through to the Great Emperor Realm, Yi Qingyun's strength further intensified. Within the Great Emperor Realm, he had become invincible. Half a year swiftly passed. Xiaohua and Shi Tian emerged from their secluded training, hastening towards the courtyard where Yi Qingyun resided. Upon seeing Xiaohua, Shi Tian immediately recognized him as his senior brother. A formidable sword aura emanated from Xiaohua, accompanied by an overwhelming sword intent. Could it be an illusion? His senior brother appeared to be merely in his early 30s. Yet, he had already comprehended the sword intent and ascended to the status of a sword immortal. Greetings, senior brother. Shi Tian approached and, under Xiaohua's puzzled gaze, respectfully performed a bow. To be chosen by a master as a disciple indicates an extraordinary talent. It seems rather unremarkable to become a sword immortal even in one's 30s. Who are you? Xiaohua inquired, somewhat puzzled. How could it be that after a few years of seclusion, he emerged to find himself with an additional junior brother? I am Shi Tian, the second disciple accepted by our master, Shi Tian replied with a smile. Shi Tian? Why does that name sound somewhat familiar? Could he possibly be the former crown prince of the Tianwu Empire? Suddenly, Xiaohua recalled that the former crown prince of the Tianwu Empire was indeed named Shi Tian. Furthermore, as he observed his junior brother, he sensed an extraordinarily fierce aura emanating from him. Even with his chaotic sword body, he doubted his physical strength could rival that of Shi Tian. His junior brother was evidently quite remarkable. You are correct, brother. I hail from the Tianwu Empire. However, I have since severed all ties with it, Shi Tian stated with unwavering resolve. In the depths of Shi Tian's eyes, Xiaohua discerned fury and a thirst for vengeance. Xiaohua had heard of Shi Tian's plight, which he could ascertain was even more tragic than his own. What surprised him, however, was that Shi Tian was able to restore his Dantian. This was undoubtedly related to their master. From this day forth, you and I shall be like true brothers, though born of different parents. I shall accompany you in avenging your grievances, Xiaohua declared as he stepped forward and patted Shi Tian on the shoulder. Both being lost souls in this vast world, they were able to comprehend the anguish and fury residing within one another. Thank you, senior brother. The anger within Shi Tian dissipated, revealing a warm smile upon his face. Let us proceed to pay our respects to Master. The two made their way to the threshold of Qingyun's chamber. At that moment, Qingyun remained ensconced in slumber. Ding. Please proceed to the Wujigong to attend the elite banquet and assist the two disciples in resolving their inner turmoil. Rewards. Primordial Spirit Induction Array, capable of enveloping the entire Liyuan sect. Primordial Defense Array, a millennium of cultivation. Assorted 9th grade elixirs X10, 000. Assorted Imperial Artifacts X100. Assorted Imperial Grade Techniques X100. Assorted Imperial Grade Martial Skills X100, and a Bikini X1. A bikini? Qingyun abruptly awakened, his expression one of excitement as he inquired. Upon glimpsing the system's rewards, Qingyun's interest was piqued. Wonderful! How splendid that there is a bikini! Moreover, the Primordial Spirit Induction Array and the Primordial Defense Array that can encompass the entire Liyuan sect are also included. With the establishment of these two formidable formations, the Liyuan sect will be able to develop swiftly within a secure environment, and within a few decades, it may surpass other transcendent forces. Master, are you there? Outside the room, the voices of Xiaohua and Shitian could be heard. Qingyun adjusted his attire and slowly opened the door, striving to maintain an air of celestial grace in front of his disciples. Disciples pay their respects to Master. Xiaohua and Shitian respectfully bowed before Qingyun. Although they could not discern the exact level of their master's cultivation, it seemed that he had grown even stronger over the years. Standing before him, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Qingyun gazed at his two disciples. Ahem, beloved students. Disciple, Xiaohua physique, chaotic sword body, fully realized, cultivation, perfected purple mansion realm swordsmanship, sword immortal, comprehended four-sword intent, artifact, mysterious heavy ruler, supreme imperial artifact, martial techniques, celestial sword technique, fully realized. Flame-splitting wave ruler, fully realized, disciple, Shitian physique, supreme bone, supreme divine body, supreme heavy eye cultivation, great success in purple mansion realm martial techniques, Qingyun treasure technique. Swanee treasure technique, quite impressive. Both of you have reached the purple mansion realm, Qingyun remarked with a satisfied smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua and Shitian were taken aback. They concealed their auras, yet their master was still able to discern their cultivation levels with a mere glance. Truly, nothing could be hidden from the piercing gaze of their master. Xiaohua and Shitian exchanged knowing smiles, feeling an even deeper reverence for Qingyun. This year's Celestial Heroes Banquet will be held at the Wuji Palace. You two should prepare yourselves. I shall accompany you, Qingyun instructed them. Only by helping them resolve their inner conflicts could their cultivation progress more smoothly. Wuji Palace. Xiaohua's expression darkened instantaneously. Visions of the past flicker vividly in one's mind. The reason Ning Kaiwei chose to sever her engagement with the Xiao family transcends merely the fact that Xiaohua has languished in the foundational realm for over a decade. A far more compelling motive lies in the fact that the Grand Elder of the Wujigong has accepted her as a personal disciple. Thus, Ning Kaiwei conveyed to Xiaohua that they inhabit entirely different worlds, urging him to cease his entanglements with her, and asserted that she would not squander time on matters of romantic affection. The humiliation of breaking off the engagement has perpetually haunted Xiaohua's thoughts. Shitian, too, wore a stern expression. At the upcoming heroic banquet, he would once again confront the Tianwu Empire, facing Shitian, the one who had seized his supreme bone. Over the past 2 years, although the Tianwu Empire had refrained from sending troops to the Liyuan sect, they had not relinquished their pursuit of Shitian. This restraint was primarily due to Ji Ningxuang's recent ascension to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, which instilled a sense of caution in the Tianwu Empire. Additionally, with the heroic banquet approaching, the timing was ill-suited for large-scale warfare, thus prolonging their inaction. I am aware of your intentions, Qingyun stated. His hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor composed. During this heroic banquet, you are free to act as you wish, should any issues arise. I shall bear the consequences for you. However, this statement bore significant implications. If the two sought vengeance, they would inevitably incur the wrath of both the Tianwu Empire and the Wujigong. Yet, their master's encouragement to proceed unimpeded indicated a dismissive stance towards these formidable powers. Thank you, Master. When the time for vengeance arrives, this life of the disciple shall belong to the Master. With but a word from the Master, the disciple is willing to brave fire and water, without hesitation. Tears glistened in Shitian's eyes as he spoke with fervor. Although Xiaohua said nothing, he cast a grateful glance toward Qingyun. To possess such a master is, indeed, a life without regrets. The entire Lu Yun sect is diligently preparing for this year's grand feast of talents, having languished at the bottom for many sessions. They cannot afford to lose face this time. Jining Shuang personally intervened, accompanied by the three peak masters Su Jinbin, Chen Haojie, and Wei Yu, meticulously selecting 2 disciples. One is Su Fan, and the other is Wang Yanxiao, both of whom have reached the Purple Mansion realm, albeit only at the entry level. Nevertheless, they stand out as the most exceptional among the many disciples. Jining Shuang could only place her hopes upon Qingyun. Within the Grand Hall, Qingyun arrived with Xiaohua and Shi Tian. Greetings, Master Uncle. The various peak masters bowed respectfully to Qingyun, their gazes shifting to Xiaohua and Shi Tian. However, the auras of both were veiled, rendering them undetectable. Xiaohua was relatively fine, possessing the chaotic sword body, but Shi Tian's situation was dire. His Dantian had been destroyed, and his supreme bone seized. Could it be that the Master Uncle intends for Shi Tian to participate in the Grand Feast of Talents as well? Jining Shuang's gaze similarly fell upon the two, and even she found them inscrutable. However, she chose to place her trust in Qingyun. The Emperor declared that the remaining 2 spots would be granted to Xiaohua and Shi Tian. Jining Shuang's cool voice resonated. Chen Haojie, taken aback, sputtered and spewed his tea. Wasn't this a bit hasty? Master, shouldn't we reconsider the allocation of the last 2 spots? The Emperor's mind was resolute. Prepare yourselves, for we shall embark towards Wuzhigong on the morrow. Jining Shuang, undeterred by dissent, firmly allocated the final 2 spots to Xiaohua and Shi Tian. Lascivious one, do not disappoint me, otherwise you shall witness my wrath, Jining Shuang silently vowed. Amidst the palpable tension enveloping everyone, Qingyun remained unfazed, reclining leisurely as if he were merely embarking on a leisurely excursion to Wuzhigong. Chapter 41. A meeting of rivals the following day. Jining Shuang and her companions arrived early at the trial square. A total of 9 individuals were set to journey to the Wuji Palace, including the sect leader Jining Shuang, the trio of Qingyun, Su Jinbin, and Chen Haojie, as well as Wei Yu, and the foremost disciples of the Sword Peak and Blade Peak, Su Fan and Wang Yanxiao. Su Fan and Wang Yanxiao had been members of the Lu Yun sect for over 70 years, and their bone age was nearing a century. However, in the realm of cultivation, those under 100 years of age are still considered youthful prodigies, while those exceeding this age are no longer eligible to partake in the Grand Banquet of Champions. Despite their advanced years, their cultivation prowess remained unremarkable, appearing rather ordinary when compared to the likes of Prince Shi Chun of the Tianwu Empire, the Saintess Ning Kaiwei of the Wuji Palace, and the Saint Xiao Tianqi. If the Lu Yun sect aspired to secure a position among the top 3, it would have to rely on the 2 disciples from Lingxiao Peak. However, doubts lingered in the hearts of the group regarding Xiaohua and Shi Tian. Xiaohua possessed the chaotic sword body, a talent beyond question, yet his short training period made it unlikely for him to reach the Purple Mansion realm. As for Shi Tian, his Dantian had been rendered useless, and his supreme bone had been extracted. Was it not akin to sending him as a gift to the Banquet of Champions? Nonetheless, the Empress had already spoken, despite the doubts harbored within. No one dared to voice their concerns. Dressed in a simple gown, Jining Shuang exuded an air of nobility and elegance, radiating a cold demeanor that kept others at bay. Chirp! Before long, a magnificent azure-scaled eagle soared through the sky, its colossal form spanning over 1,000 meters. Its expansive wings nearly obscuring the heavens, emanating an aura of formidable ferocity. This majestic creature served as the mount of Jining Shuang, classified as an 8th-tier beast. The classification of beasts ranges from 1 to 10, corresponding to the 10 realms of martial arts, with the 8th-tier beast aligning with the Void Realm. Let us depart, Jining Shuang declared, leaping gracefully onto the back of the azure-scaled eagle. Subsequently, Qingyun, Xiaohua, Shi Tian, Su Jinbin, and others followed suit, taking their positions atop the eagle. With a resounding cry, the azure-scaled eagle tilted its head to the sky and transformed into a swift azure blur, vanishing from sight in an instant, its speed rivaling that of a quasi-emperor. Farewell, esteemed leader. The group watched as their leader ascended into the sky, bowing in respect. They hoped that this time, at the Celestial Talent Feast, the Lu Yun sect would not finish at the bottom once more. It was a daunting prospect, as figures like Shi Chun from the Tianwu Empire, Ning Kaiwei from the Wuzhigong, and Ren Tian from the Xiantian sword sect were all renowned prodigies. Compared to them, Brother Su and Brother Wang appeared somewhat lacking. Although Xiao Qinchuan possessed remarkable talent, his brief training period rendered his cultivation level a potential weakness, making it challenging to gain any advantage. Concern etched on their faces, the group was filled with trepidation about this year's celestial talent feast. On the back of the azure-scaled eagle, Jin Ningxuang stood at the forefront, her hands clasped behind her, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the distant clouds and mist. Lost in contemplative thought, the three peak masters, Su Jinbin and his companions, bore expressions of anxiety, occasionally releasing deep sighs. Su Fan and Wang Yanxiao sat cross-legged in meditation, seeking to temporarily grasp the elusive wisdom of the Buddha. Among them, the most leisurely and comfortable were Yi Qingyun and his two disciples. Yi Qingyun reclined lazily with his hands resting behind his head, allowing the gentle breeze to caress him. Meanwhile, Xiaohua and Shitian closed their eyes, indulging in tranquility. Observing Yi Qingyun's demeanor, Jin Ningxuang wondered if he truly felt confident in their endeavor. Glancing at him with her peripheral vision, she murmured to herself. Reflecting on Yi Qingyun's seemingly endless array of tactics, her anxiety lessened. Perhaps Xiaohua and Shitian might indeed bring a miracle to the Luoyuan sect. After 2 days of travel, Jin Ningxuang and her companions finally arrived at the territory of the Wuzhigong. According to the rules, within the domains of the 8 transcendent powers, the use of flying beasts was prohibited, necessitating their journey on foot to the Wuzhigong. Suddenly, a piercing sound of breaking air pierced the atmosphere. A resplendent warship approached swiftly, its passage tearing through the void. The flag of the Tianwu Empire billowed atop the ship. Shitian's brow furrowed instantly, his eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent as he gazed at the imperial vessel. To his surprise, they were to meet so soon? Luoyuan sect? Several figures emerged from the warship, led by the formidable Tianwu Emperor, Shirhanshan. Dressed in a dragon robe, he exuded an aura of authority, his gaze firmly fixed upon Jin Ningxuang and her companions. Behind the great Emperor Tianwu stood the formidable General Yuan Yin, the esteemed Zhao Wenxiang, the Crown Prince Shurchen, and several other princes. Yuan Yin had fully recovered from his injuries, having restored his physical form. Yet, upon laying eyes on Jin Ningxue, a profound sense of dread engulfed him. It was this very woman who, 2 years prior, had single-handedly annihilated 100,000 dragon riders, reducing his body to ruins. For the past 2 years, he had existed in a state of unrelenting anger and terror. "Good brother, we meet again," Shurchen remarked with elegance, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an air of regal authority as he donned the imperial dragon robe and the wings of virtue crown. Crack! Shurtian's fists clenched tightly, the sound of bones cracking resonating in the air, his eyes bloodshot and feral, akin to a hellish demon, fixated on Shurchen with a thirst for vengeance. Were it not for Shurchen and his mother, Shurtian would not have descended to such depths. His mother had been ensnared by their schemes, ultimately succumbing to despair. They had crippled Shurtian's dantian and had Shurchen seize his supreme bone. When foes confront one another, the atmosphere thickens with murderous intent. The great Emperor Tianwu, Shirhanshan, cast a complex glance at Shurtian. Deep down, he felt a pang of guilt towards Shurtian. However, he could not afford to offend Shurchen, who possessed both the supreme bone and the supreme heavy eye, all for the sake of a discarded pawn. For Shurchen was, indeed, the future of the Tianwu Empire. "Good brother, it has been over 2 years, yet your temper remains as fierce as ever. I have heard that you have taken a worthless master as your teacher? No. It is only fitting that the worthless should apprentice under the worthless." The corners of Shurchen's mouth curled slightly as he derisively addressed Shurtian. "Dare to show disrespect to the master, I will see you dead." Shurtian resembled a ferocious beast, intent on pouncing to tear Shurchen apart. "Shurtian, do not be agitated. When bitten by a rabid dog, one must never retaliate. There are many ways to deal with a mad dog, do you understand?" Yi Qingyun interposed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the smile on Shurchen's face instantly froze, his gaze sharpening with murderous intent as he glared at Yi Qingyun. "Who do you think you are? This prince speaks, and you dare to interrupt." In the face of Shurchen's arrogance, Yi Qingyun's eyes turned icy. He had no qualms about sending Shurchen to the afterlife prematurely. Boom. Just as Yi Qingyun prepared to take action, an overwhelming imperial might erupted from Jin Ningxuang's being. The frigid power enveloped the entire warship in an instant. Not good. Shirhanshan furrowed his brow, hastily channeling his own imperial might in an attempt to counter Jin Ningxuang's chilling force. Clang. Staggering steps echoed as Shirhanshan, with only the mastery of the great emperor realm, found himself no match for Jin Ningxuang. He stumbled backward, retreating several paces in disarray. As for Shurchen and Yuan, they were violently thrown aside, their bodies encased in ice crystals, their very blood frozen solid. Chinner, Shurhanzan called out anxiously. Yi Qingyun is my esteemed master's uncle. Do you believe he lacks the authority to interject? Ji Ningxuang's expression was frosty, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Shurhan Mountain and the others. Ji Ningxuang, you are exceedingly audacious. My heavenly martial empire is not to be trifled with. Shurhan Mountain, unaccustomed to such indignation, gritted his teeth and replied. Though he was no match for Ji Ningxuang, the heavenly martial empire had its ancestors to safeguard them. Should they choose to intervene, Ji Ningxuang might find herself unable to withstand their might. It is your failure to control your own rabid dog. I am merely assisting you in taming it. Should there be a next time, he shall not be permitted to live. As her words concluded, Ji Ningxuang's gaze fell upon Shurchen. A chilling aura enveloped him, rendering Shurchen as if he were standing at the gates of hell, trembling uncontrollably. If Ji Ningxuang wished to eliminate him, a mere thought would suffice. Not even the emperor could save him. How could this woman possess such terrifying power? Yuan was already rendered speechless, barely daring to meet Ji Ningxuang's eyes. We shall take our leave, Ji Ningxuang declared, turning away with her entourage. Shurtian cast a glance at Shurchen, his murderous intent unabated. On the arena, he would show no mercy. Shurchen would pay a harrowing price for all his transgressions. Ji Ningxuang, await my retribution. After the grand banquet of the prodigies concludes, you shall witness how I deal with you. Shurhan Mountain spoke, his countenance dark and foreboding. Once the celestial martial empire exerts its full strength, the flowing cloud sect will be utterly incapable of withstanding it. At that juncture, the annihilation of the flowing cloud sect will render the Empress Ji Ningxue nothing more than a plaything beneath him. He is determined to train Ji Ningxue to be utterly submissive. Chun'er, do not allow the flowing cloud sect any respite on the arena. Shurhanzan instructed Shurchen. Indeed, Ji Ningxue possesses an extraordinarily formidable talent, yet the disciples of the flowing cloud sect leave much to be desired. Relying solely on Ji Ningxue, it is impossible to resurrect the flowing cloud sect. Yes, father. Shurchen's countenance was frigid, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. Even without Shurhanzan's admonition, he would ensure that the flowing cloud sect faced dire consequences. Possessing both the supreme bone and the supreme heavy eye, he would undoubtedly outshine all others and deliver a resounding humiliation to the flowing cloud sect. If given the chance, he would not hesitate to eliminate Shurtian. Within the boundless palace, a series of peaks rose majestically, shrouded in ethereal mist and rich in spiritual energy. However, when compared to the spiritual essence of Lingxiao Peak, it pales significantly. Sect Master, this way please. The elders and disciples of the boundless palace hastily arrived to guide Ji Ningxue and her companions. Brother Sure. It's been a while. The Grand Elder Zhang Dong of the boundless palace was tasked with welcoming the celestial martial empire. Observing this, Qin Haojie remarked with displeasure. What is the meaning of this, boundless palace? They send a mere ordinary elder and a group of disciples to receive my flowing cloud sect. Yet a grand elder is specifically assigned to welcome the celestial martial empire? Do they look down upon my flowing cloud sect? In the face of Qin Haojie's grievances, the elder guiding them remained indifferent, as if he had not heard a word. Such was the arrangement of the Wujigong. Dissent held no sway. Although Ji Ningxuang had achieved the pinnacle of the emperor realm, her strength paled in comparison to the long-established ancestors who had long mastered this level of cultivation. Furthermore, the disciples of the Lu Yun sect possessed mediocre talents, rendering them incapable of bearing significant responsibilities, thus sealing the sect's fate towards decline and leading to their differential treatment. Ji Ningxuang said nothing, yet her heart brimmed with discontent. It seemed that her display of power 2 years ago, when she annihilated the 100,000 dragon cavalry, had not sufficiently instilled fear in the major factions. To earn respect from others, one must possess formidable strength and a resolute heart. Xiao Hua and Shi Tian were keenly aware of this situation. They vowed to showcase the might of the Lu Yun sect on the arena, bringing glory to their master and sect. Chapter 42. Unable to endure. No longer must one endure during this grand gathering of prodigies. The Wujigong not only extended invitations to the 7 eminent powers but also included first-rate and second-rate forces. Of course, the first-rate and second-rate factions were not obligated to partake in the festivities. Rather, they were there to witness the spectacle and bear testimony. Master, we have arrived. For the next few days, your sect shall reside here. Guided by an elder of Wujigong, Jining Shuang and her companions found themselves in a rather humble courtyard. Is this truly our accommodation? The expressions of the group darkened instantly. In their perception, only individuals from first-rate and second-rate forces occupied the vicinity. As for the transcendent powers, such as the Tianwu Empire, they had been escorted to other locations. To think that Luyun's sect, one of the 8 transcendent forces, was treated no differently than a first-rate faction? This was a blatant insult to their dignity. How dare they? They are overstepping their bounds. Chen Haojia, known for his fiery temperament, was already displeased by the fact that Wujigong had sent a mere ordinary elder to welcome them. Now, as they were assigned to the same residential area as the first-rate forces, his patience was wearing thin. Boom. The terrifying might of an emperor erupted from within Chen Haojia, reaching the minor completion stage of the emperor realm, as he directly suppressed the elder and disciples of Wujigong. Thud. Under the overwhelming pressure of his imperial might, the elder and disciples of Wujigong crumbled to their knees, unable to bear the weight. What do you intend to do? This is all the arrangement of the palace lord and has nothing to do with us. The elder's face was filled with trepidation as he hastily explained. He had never anticipated that Chen Haojia had actually achieved a minor breakthrough to the realm of the emperor. Very well, I shall confront your palace lord directly. Chen Haojia grasped the elder firmly in his hand, preparing to make his way to the grand hall of the Wujigong. Jining Xue remained expressionless, not intervening in Chen Haojia's actions, for the conduct of Wujigong had indeed been excessive. The commotion drew the attention of various powerful factions, and upon recognizing the presence of the Luyun sect, they quickly came to a realization. Wujigong had audaciously placed the Luyun sect in the residential area designated for first-rate powers. This was a blatant disregard for the Luyun sect. No wonder they were so enraged. Whoosh, 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 Senior Chun, I implore you to temper your anger. Several streaks of light pierced through the void, swiftly descending upon the courtyard of the Luyun sect. Leading them was a young prodigy clad in white, exuding charm and grace. It was he who had just spoken to halt Chen Haojia. This was Zhou Tianqi, the holy son of Wujigong. Beside him stood a woman of exquisite beauty, dressed in a flowing azure gown, with a figure that was both statuesque and perfectly developed, her proud bosom slightly rising and falling with her breath. Ninghui. Xiaohua's gaze fell upon the woman in the green dress, his pupils abruptly narrowing, reigniting the fury within his heart. It was this woman who, over a decade ago, had come to the Xiao family to annul their engagement, her haughty and imperious demeanor etched indelibly in his memory. Is it you? Ning Kaiwei also noticed Xiaohua. She had not anticipated encountering the waste of the Xiao family in the Wuji Palace. Kaiwei, who is he? Zhou Tianqi inquired in an affectionate tone. This is the Xiao family waste I mentioned to you before. I never expected he would join the Luyun sect. Ning Kaiwei replied, her gaze fixed steadily on Xiaohua, her expression indifferent. So it is him. Zhou Tianqi nodded, then deliberately wrapped his arm around Ning Kaiwei's slender waist, doing so to provoke Xiaohua. In the Wuji Palace, Zhou Tianqi and Ning Kaiwei, a match made in heaven, presented a striking couple. Upon witnessing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, inwardly cursing the despicable woman. When Ning Kaiwei had called off their engagement, she had claimed she did not wish to waste time on romantic entanglements. Yet, after merely a decade with the Wuji Palace, she had chosen to be with Zhou Tianqi. Xiaohua harbored no feelings for Ning Kaiwei anymore. All that remained was animosity. The Xiao and Ning families had been amicable for generations, with the latter's rise owing much to the support of the former. However, after Ning Kaiwei was taken as a disciple by the Grand Elder of Wuji Palace, she had callously chosen to sever ties with Xiaohua, showing no mercy and subjecting the Xiao family to immense humiliation. Such ungrateful individuals truly evoke disdain. Qingyun patted Xiaohua's shoulder and conveyed, disciple, remember their true colors. When we reach the arena, unleash your full fury upon them. Let it be known, should any trouble arise, your master will bear the brunt for you. Upon hearing these words, Xiaohua nodded appreciatively. With his master's assurance, he felt prepared to engage in battle. Zhou Tianqi smiled with self-satisfaction. Dismissing the notion of needing to intervene against a mere waste, he turned to Chen Haojia and said, Senior, it is regrettable that my Wuji Palace has not hosted you appropriately. I shall make arrangements for your accommodations anew, and I hope that you will spare Elder Zhao. Wuji Palace indeed regarded Luyun's sect with contempt. Initially believing that Luyun's sect would choose to bide their time, they were taken aback when an attack was launched instead. Moreover, with Chen Haojia having achieved the minor success of the Emperor realm and the presence of Jining Shuang, they were undeniably formidable. prompting the dispatch of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden to mediate. You insolent wretch, do you truly think I am without temper? Chen Haojie hurled Elder Zhao to the ground and then placed a foot upon his chest. Holy Son, save me. The elder spat blood, his eyes wide with terror. Zhou Tianqi and the others furrowed their brows, clearly taken aback by Chen Haojie's audacity. Senior Chen, this is excessive, Zhou Tianqi stated coldly. Excessive, you say? Huh. This is entirely the result of your own making, Wuji Palace. Chen Haojie exclaimed, forcefully sending Elder Zhao sprawling. Kindness begets exploitation. They truly do not fear trouble at Luyuan's sect. Take Elder Zhao away to rest, Zhou Tianqi instructed, his expression dark. Yes, son of the Holy One. Two disciples replied as they carried Elder Zhao away. Gentlemen, please, Zhou Tianqi stated, his face devoid of emotion. Subsequently, Luyuan's sect was accommodated in an elegant pavilion nestled by the mountains and waters, alongside other transcendent forces. The transcendent factions, including the Tianwu Empire, were eagerly observing the spectacle of Luyuan's sect's predicament. However, Luyuan's sect's response was rather unexpected. Chen Haojie's cultivation level astonished them all. Who would have anticipated that within merely 2 years, he would ascend to the minor success of the great emperor realm? Luyuan's sect, indeed, was no longer as easily bullied as before. Nevertheless, the younger generation of Luyuan's sect still left much to be desired. In the grand hall of Wuji Palace, Zhou Tianqi and Ning Kaiwei came to report. Palace Master, Chen Haojie has injured Elder Zhao, Zhou Tianqi stated, his countenance grim. I have witnessed it myself, Palace Master Li Liang replied, his expression unyielding, yet his eyes were shrouded in shadow. What is the Palace Master's intention? Zhou Tianqi inquired cautiously. Li Liang squinted slightly, his voice low and grave. If we encounter disciples of the Luyuan sect on the arena, we shall strike with lethal force. In my Wuji Palace, it is not their place to act with impunity. Even if Ji Ningshuang were to achieve the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, what of it? A mere girl, how could she possibly be a match for our ancestors? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianqi's lips curled into a sinister smile. In that case, he would not hold back. Ninghui was his woman. Yet Xiaohua had once been betrothed to her. This was nothing short of a humiliation for him, and thus he resolved to personally eliminate Xiaohua. The various transcendent forces targeted the Luyuan sect not merely due to the fall of its ancestor, but more significantly because of their apprehension towards Ji Ningshuang's prodigious talent. Should she continue to cultivate unimpeded, it would not be long before she surpassed even the Emperor realm. At which point the major transcendent forces would no longer stand a chance against the Luyuan sect. Therefore, they sought to extinguish her potential before she could grow formidable. Chapter 43. The emergence of Xiaohua. The following day, various powerful factions hastened towards the arena, for it was the inaugural day of the illustrious talent feast. The arena was already teeming with people, bustling with excitement. Shaped in a circle, the seating arrangement ascended in tiers, ensuring that every attendee had an unobstructed view of the stage. The front row was reserved for the 8 eminent factions. As the host, the Wujigong took center stage in the first row, with the other esteemed factions sequentially taking their seats. Qingyun sat beside Ji Ningshuang, inhaling the delicate fragrance that emanated from her, his mind wandering to memories of their shared cultivation sessions. Perhaps noticing the mischievous smile playing on Qingyun's lips, Ji Ningshuang furrowed her brow in response, realizing that this rogue was undoubtedly conjuring inappropriate thoughts. She could hardly tolerate the lewd expression that adorned his face. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to you all, proclaimed Li Liang, the master of Wujigong, as he leaped onto the stage after all the factions had settled. This talent feast is hosted by Wujigong, and I assure you that I shall uphold principles of fairness and justice, allowing our esteemed talents to engage in friendly exchanges and contests. I invite you all to supervise and witness this event together. May this talent feast be a resounding success, and may the young prodigies of our eastern domain flourish and reach new heights. As Li Liang concluded his address, the arena erupted in enthusiastic applause. The anticipated banquet of the prodigies has long been awaited by various powerful factions. They are eager to witness the remarkable growth of the celestial talents from the 8 transcendent forces. The banquet is not bound by excessive rules. Any participant may freely challenge others. The disciples seeking to engage in combat may now ascend the platform. The one who can defend their position until the end shall be crowned the new champion of this prodigious gathering. Once the esteemed leader, Li Liang, returned to his seat, the Grand Elder Li Liang continued to preside over the banquet. As his words echoed through the venue, an electrifying atmosphere enveloped the crowd. I humbly offer myself as the first to ascend the platform. Shortly thereafter, a striking figure emerged. All eyes turned to behold the holy son of the Qingyun sword sect, Ren Tian, who stepped forth with grace, a sharp sword slung across his back. With the elegance of a dragonfly skimming the water, he effortlessly made his way to the stage. Unexpectedly, the first challenger for the platform was none other than Ren Tian of the Qingyun sword sect. It is said that his cultivation has reached the Purple Mansion realm, and his swordsmanship is extraordinarily formidable. At the tender age of just over 70, he has comprehended 2 sword intents, entering the ranks of the sword immortals, and is hailed as the foremost sword practitioner of the younger generation. A thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. All gazes are now firmly fixed upon Ren Tian, whose reputation in the Eastern domain is substantial, second only to figures such as Shurchen and Zhou Tianqi. Su Fan of the Luoyuan sect, I invite you to the platform for a duel, Ren Tian declared, directing his challenge toward the position of the Luoyuan sect. Once ascended to the arena, anyone may challenge those who stand upon it, and those on the stage cannot refuse. Simultaneously, the combatants may initiate challenges, though the challenged have the right to decline. Su Fan furrowed his brow. Was Ren Tian truly daring to challenge him? Su Fan was well aware of Ren Tian's intentions. He sought to establish dominance by targeting a novice, ensuring that even in the event of later defeat, he would leave a favorable impression before the crowd. This was a deliberate choice to pick on the weak. Aside from the Luoyuan sect, disciples from other transcendent forces were not to be trifled with. Su Jinbin and others wore somber expressions, feeling a sense of discomfort within. Though Su Fan recognized that he was no match for Ren Tian, he still approached the arena. To retreat without a fight would invite ridicule from the world, and he did not wish to bring shame upon the entire Luoyuan sect. I have long admired your reputation. It is an honor to engage with you, Ren Tian remarked with a subtle smile, clasping his hands in greeting. The honor is mine, Su Fan replied, mirroring the gesture. It appeared that the Luoyuan sect was destined for humiliation from the outset. There was no alternative among the 8 prominent transcendent forces. The disciples of the Luoyuan sect were indeed the weakest. Were I in their position, I too would seek to challenge disciples from the Luoyuan sect. Rumor had it that among the participants from the Luoyuan sect was the former crown prince of the Tianwu Empire, Shi Tian. One could only wonder what the Luoyuan sect was thinking in allowing a useless individual to compete. It seemed they had truly fallen from grace, lacking even a competent disciple. The crowd buzzed with discussion, unanimously believing that the battle between Ren Tian and Su Fan held no suspense. As anticipated, Ren Tian launched a fierce assault the moment the battle commenced, with his cultivation having reached the minor completion of the Purple Mansion realm. He held a distinct advantage over Su Fan, who was merely at the entry level of the same realm, rendering him incapable of withstanding Ren Tian's onslaught. Su Fan gritted his teeth, determined to endure. He could not afford to be defeated so swiftly, for the reputation of the Luoyuan sect was at stake. Chop. Returned to origin / Su Fan, fueled by rage, swung his treasured sword with all his might. The sword chi erupted, enveloping Ren Tian in an instant. A mere swordsman was hardly a concern. Ren Tian scoffed dismissively, as the sword behind him shot forth, transforming into a sharp beam of light firmly grasped in his hand. Boom. The initial clash of sword chi erupted, neutralizing Su Fan's attack and forcing him to retreat step by step. Thud, thud, thud. Su Fan's complexion turned pale as he struggled to hold his ground, yet numerous deep gashes began to appear upon his body. Xiao Fan conceived quickly. Su Jinbin transmitted his thoughts to Su Fan. Having personally nurtured Su Fan, he was naturally concerned for his well-being. However, Su Fan shook his head resolutely, willing to burn his vitality to endure just a little longer. Is this where you begin to fight for your life? Forgive my candor, but you are unworthy of being a swordsman. Ren Tian let out a cold snort, and then an overwhelming and fierce sword intent erupted from within him. Although he had only comprehended 2 types of sword intent, they were incomparable to mere sword energy. With a resounding boom, after the sword intent erupted, all of Su Fan's offensive maneuvers were obliterated, and every defense was annihilated. As the sword intent struck him, Su Fan's sword slipped from his grasp, and he coughed up blood, mercilessly sent flying. Xiao Fan. Su Jinbin's expression darkened as he leapt into the air to catch Su Fan. Master, I have brought shame upon you, Su Fan said, his face filled with remorse, before losing consciousness. Gazing at the blood-soaked Su Fan, Su Jinbin felt a deep sense of discomfort. The senior brother of the Luoyuan sect was hardly impressive. Thank you for your kindness, Ren Tian said, sheathing his sword with a smug grin. Truly, he was the foremost sword practitioner of the younger generation at such a tender age. He had already comprehended two types of sword intent, and his ascension to sword deity in the future was promising. Congratulations to sect leader Jiang. With Rintian and the Xiantian sword sect, a new era of brilliance surely awaits. Various powerful factions extended their congratulations to Jiang Ming, the sect leader of the Xiantian sword sect. Jiang Ming beamed with delight, relishing the flattery. On the other hand, the forces such as the Tianwu Empire and Wuzhigong looked on at the Liu Yun sect's misfortune. Su Fan, the prominent disciple of the Liu Yun sect, had failed in less than a minute on the arena. A truly embarrassing spectacle. How infuriating. Wang Yanxiao clenched his fists, yearning to ascend the arena and confront Rintian. Allow me, suddenly interjected Xiaohua, obstructing his path. The so-called foremost swordsman of the younger generation? How preposterous. Any swordsmanship prodigy would pale in comparison before him. This Rintian dared to insult their Liu Yun sect. Xiaohua would ensure he faced dire consequences. Chapter 44. Once a wastrel, now a prodigy Xiao Shidi? Wang Yanxiao gazed at Xiaohua, who was ensnared in hesitation. 3 years prior, during the grand competition of the sect, Wang Yanxiao had been present and was well aware of Xiaohua's formidable talent in swordsmanship. However, with such a brief period of cultivation, it seemed that his cultivation level had yet to reach the Purple Mansion realm. The realm of cultivation serves as the foundation if there exists a significant disparity in levels. Victory becomes exceedingly challenging. Do not worry, Xiaohua reassured, patting Wang Yanxiao on the shoulder before striding towards the arena. He carried a cumbersome Xuanzhong ruler upon his back, which appeared rather peculiar to onlookers. Why choose such an unwieldy weapon when countless others exist? Has the Liu Yun sect descended to such poverty that it cannot even provide a suitable sword? Who is he? How is it that I have never encountered him before? It is said that he is the eldest disciple of the Wastrel Peak Master, Qingyun, having joined the Liu Yun sect for no more than 5 years. It is hardly surprising that he remains unfamiliar to many. A disciple of Qingyun? How absurd. A mere foundation establishment cultivator like him could hardly nurture an outstanding apprentice. It appears yet another impostor has emerged. The crowd shook their heads in disapproval, harboring little faith in Xiaohua. Even Su Fan, the esteemed disciple of the Liu Yun sect, had been defeated. What waves could this obscure disciple hope to stir? He is likely to be vanquished by Rantiani's sword. Xiaohua. While others may have been unfamiliar with him, Ning Kaiwei was intimately acquainted with Xiaohua. Two individuals, having grown up together, share a bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts. In their youth, they made a pact to marry and establish a family once they came of age. However, as time passed, Ning Kaiwei's extraordinary talents began to flourish, and she was eventually recognized by the esteemed Elder Zhang Dong of the Wuzhigong, who took her as his direct disciple. Consequently, the Ning family's status soared, leaving the Xiao family far behind. In stark contrast, Xiaohua's talents were rather unimpressive. After over a decade of cultivation, he remained at the foundational stage. Despite the Xiao family investing significant resources, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Ning Kuei, a paragon of excellence, was destined to stand atop the pinnacle of the eastern region, gazing down upon the multitude. Meanwhile, Xiaohua found himself in a different realm altogether. Thus, Ning Kaiwei visited the Xiao family, proposing a divorce while offering a few medicinal pills as compensation, an utter affront to the Xiao family. Xiaohua's father was so incensed that he spat blood on the spot. When the Ning family was on the brink of collapse, it was the Xiao family that chose to ally with them, ensuring their survival. Yet, in the end, such cruelty was displayed. Xiaohua of the Liu Yun sect, I implore you to enlighten me. Xiaohua stepped onto the arena, facing Rintian with an expression that remained unruffled and serene, as if he were entirely unfazed by Rintian's presence. Xiaohua? Quite audacious indeed. Alas, you have chosen your opponent poorly. This sword immortal shall be your eternal nightmare. Rintian regarded Xiaohua with a look of disdain. For such an inconspicuous individual, he could scarcely be bothered to take action, as it would only diminish his stature. Zhou Tianqi's piercing gaze fixated on Xiaohua. Initially, he had contemplated publicly challenging Xiaohua, intending to humiliate him thoroughly, and if necessary, to strike with lethal force. Even though Xiaohua and Ning Kuei had annulled their engagement, Zhou Tianqi remained profoundly irked by it. The thought of their childhood companionship, their intimate bond, ignited a fury within him. Tianqi, I have severed ties with him, Ning Kuei reassured, nestling closer into Zhou Tianqi's embrace. That sort of waste can never penetrate our world. Zhou Tianqi epitomized the true favored son of heaven, having attained the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm and perfected the Wuji divine body. Only such a prodigy could be deemed worthy of Ning Kuei. What could Xiaohua possibly offer in comparison? She felt fortunate to have dissolved the engagement early. Otherwise, it would have marred her for a lifetime. Zhou Tianqi wrapped his arm possessively around Ning Kaiwei's slender waist, a smug smile gracing his lips. The ethereal and pure Ning Kaiwei was now willingly leaning into him. Hadn't that fellow Xiaohua been pining after Ning Kaiwei for years? Alas, the woman he could never possess had fallen into Zhou Tianqi's grasp. The interaction between Ning Kaiwei and Zhou Tianqi did not escape Xiaohua's notice. Yet his heart remained as tranquil as a still lake. Ning Kaiwei, that wretched woman. Even if she were to seek reconciliation now, Xiaohua would never cast her a glance again. He has discerned her true nature. She is a mercenary soul, devoid of loyalty, while she feigns purity and innocence. She is, in fact, a shallow opportunist, willing to forsake her principles and barter her body and spirit for ambition. Ning Kaiwei's choice to be with Zhou Tianqi is not born of affection, but rather a calculated pursuit of his resources, hoping to ascend by leveraging his influence. One wonders how she will react upon witnessing Xiaohua's formidable strength. Xiaohua, indeed. This sword immortal shall remember you, but for now, it is time for you to rest. Ren Tian grinned, his footsteps gliding effortlessly, creating several afterimages as his fierce sword aura surged toward Xiaohua. The overwhelming energy of the Purple Mansion realm enveloping the entire arena. The brilliance of the sword sliced through the void, dazzling to the eyes. Ren Tian is indeed a sword immortal. His mastery of swordplay is unparalleled. Even without the infusion of sword intent, his power remains formidable. Jining Shuang, Su Jinbin, and others watch with bated breath. Can Xiaohua withstand Ren Tian's strike? If he cannot even parry a single blow, it would be utterly humiliating. However, given Xiaohua's prodigious talent in the sword arts, he is destined to surpass Ren Tian within a decade, rendering the outcome of this duel rather inconsequential. The claim of being the foremost swordsman of the younger generation? How audaciously boastful! Qingyun reclined languidly in his chair, a playful smile gracing his lips. To call himself a prodigy of swordsmanship in front of Xiaohua? How amusing! This was the first time Shi Tian had witnessed his senior brother take action. Yet he harbored a strong premonition that his brother would emerge victorious. On Lingxiao Peak, Shi Tian had sensed the overwhelming sword aura within his brother. It was a fierce and tyrannical energy, far beyond what Ren Tian could compare to. Young man, remember this. Next time you seek to display your heroism, keep your eyes wide open. The sharp sword radiance closed in on Xiaohua, piercing through the very void surrounding him. At that moment, Ren Tian felt assured of his impending triumph. Xiaohua's gaze turned icy, and in that instant, the chaotic sword body erupted. Boom! In an instant, the chaotic sword energy surged forth, akin to an ancient ferocious beast or a boundless ocean, swiftly engulfing Ren Tian within its depths. Puff, puff, puff. Ren Tian's sword energy was utterly obliterated. What? Ren Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Before this formidable sword energy, he felt insignificantly small, his sword trembling violently in his grasp. Clang! The chaotic sword energy struck him, leaving behind horrifying gashes. Blood streaming forth as he emitted cries of agony, stumbling backward in disarray. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The chaotic sword body. This young man actually possesses the chaotic sword body. The master of the Xiantian sword sect suddenly rose to his feet. As a well-established old sword immortal, he instantly recognized Xiaohua's chaos sword body. This was the legendary chaos sword body, and he had the incredible fortune to witness it with his own eyes. The chaos sword body? Xiaohua possesses the chaos sword body. Ning Kaiwei's brow furrowed, and she felt as though she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Was this truly the Xiao family waste she once knew? She could not fathom how the former wastrel had transformed into a prodigious sword cultivator endowed with the chaos sword body. Chapter 45. Before him, all sword cultivators felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Had Xiaohua awakened the chaos sword body sooner, Ning Kaiwei would not have chosen to annul their engagement. The chaos sword body surpasses the Wuji divine body. Even if Zhou Tianqi perfected the Wuji divine body, his innate talent could never rival that of Xiaohua. With the chaos sword body, Xiaohua would undoubtedly become the focus of admiration wherever he went. This man was once hers, yet now they were as strangers. Their relationship having devolved into enmity. How infuriating. How could a worthless individual awaken the chaos sword body? Zhou Tianqi's expression darkened instantly, particularly upon sensing Ning Kaiwei's gaze filled with regret, which ignited his fury. That wretched woman, Ning Kaiwei, had chosen him, yet dared to be indecisive? You are mine. Zhou Tianqi tightened his grip around Ning Kaiwei, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. Tianqi, what are you doing? I am yours. And always will be. Ning Kaiwei's brows knitted together. She was acutely aware that Zhou Tianqi's typically refined demeanor was merely a facade. In truth, he possessed an overwhelming desire for control and a volatile temper, instilling in her a natural sense of fear. The more he exhibited such behavior, the more Ning Kaiwei regretted her choices. When she was with Xiaohua, she had always been the one cherished and protected. Xiaohua was exceptionally patient with her, exhibiting tenderness and thoughtfulness, treating her like a princess. Yet, all that is in the past. Now, Xiaohua harbors only resentment towards her. Why does her heart still ache? Ning Kaiwei gazed at the radiant Xiaohua on the arena with a complex expression. It turned out that Xiaohua had always been so good, so extraordinary. Do you care for him? Very well. I shall personally challenge him and render him a mere shell of his former self. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhou Tianqi's eyes. Upon hearing this, Ning Kaiwei remained silent. After all, he was a man she could never possess. Thus, it would be better to destroy him. The chaotic sword body, why was it not born within my Xiantian sword sect? Lamented Jiang Ming. The sect leader of Xiantian sword sect. Had Xiaohua joined the Xiantian sword sect, it would not have been unreasonable for the elder to take him as a disciple. Alas, Xiaohua has already pledged himself to the Luoyuan sect. To have forced Ren Tian back solely with sword energy? Xiaohua's strength is astonishingly formidable. It seems we have underestimated him. Wang Yanchao exclaimed with excitement, feeling a deep sense of vindication. The atmosphere within the Luoyuan sect was electric with exhilaration. Even Ji Ningxuang wore a smile that rendered her even more enchanting. Do not rush. The true spectacle has only just begun, Yi Qingyun remarked, reclining leisurely with his hands behind his head, his legs crossed, thoroughly amused. Did Ren Tian not regard the Luoyuan sect as a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed? Indeed, today is destined to become a nightmare for him. It will also be an unforgettable experience for Ning Kaiwei. The once timid and subdued waste of the Xiao family has finally proven himself today. Xiao of the Luoyuan sect, oh heavens. He is the true prodigy of the sword path. Such a remarkable talent in swordsmanship has unexpectedly joined the Luoyuan sect. And even chosen the feeble peak master Yi Qingyun as his mentor? How perplexing. Ren Tian has certainly encountered an immovable obstacle. Within the arena, all major factions are left in utter astonishment. This previously unknown youth possesses the legendary Chaos Sword body. It's hard to believe. This revelation has only intensified the envy harbored by the transcendent forces. With Ji Ningxuan above and Xiaohua below, how could the Luoyuan sect possibly fall into decline? Over the years, the various transcendent factions have not hesitated to suppress the Luoyuan sect. Should the Luoyuan sect rise to power, their own demise would be inevitable. On the stage, Ren Tian nearly stumbled off the platform. The chaotic sword energy emanating from Xiaohua was overwhelmingly potent, despite exerting all his strength. He remained unable to withstand it. Pu Qi, Ren Tian coughed up another mouthful of blood, his hands trembling uncontrollably around his treasured sword. How could you possess the chaos sword body? No, this is impossible. This must be a lie. I am the foremost swordsman of the younger generation. What are you? But a mere insignificant creature? Ren Tian's countenance was fearsome. He was reluctant to accept the reality before him. You are exceedingly arrogant. The path of the sword is as vast and infinite as the galaxy, yet your vision remains constrained, destined to falter on this journey. Xiaohua gazed at Ren Tian, his expression remaining unperturbed. From the outset, he had never regarded Ren Tian as a significant opponent. With a resounding roar, an aura of complete mastery of the Purple Mansion realm erupted from within Xiaohua, harmonizing with the chaotic sword qi, exuding an immense power. Not only the arena but the entire training ground was enveloped by this formidable presence. Complete mastery of the Purple Mansion realm? Xiaohua, barely in his 30s, had astonishingly achieved such heights. He surpassed Ren Tian by 2 minor realms, matching the levels of Zhou Tianqi and Shiqin. Could it be that Xiaohua was a prodigy beyond compare? In that moment, all present were left speechless. The master of the Woolly Palace, Li Liang, the leader of the Zuanshan Sword sect, Jiang Ming, and the head of the Xingyi sect, Ma Baoguo, all regarded Xiaohua with incredulous eyes. Possessing the chaotic sword body in the realm of swordsmanship and having attained complete mastery in the martial arts of the Purple Mansion realm, such a genius was devoid of any flaws. Shiqin, the prince of the Tianwu Empire, looked at Xiaohua with a grave expression. This Xiaohua was indeed a worthy rival. It was noteworthy that even Zhou Tianqi did not command his respect. Complete mastery of the Purple Mansion realm. surpassing me by 2 realms? Ning Kaiwei stared at Xiao Hua in astonishment, once again captivated by his remarkable transformation. The once ineffectual scion of the Xiao family had completely turned the tables. The pain was excruciating. She could have been a celestial partner with Xiao Hua. Yet she chose to withdraw from their engagement. With Xiao Hua's prodigious talent, he far surpassed Zhou Tianqi by leagues. I see, Ji Ningxiong said with a faint smile, instantly feeling a sense of relief. No wonder Qingyun was brimming with confidence. It turned out Xiao Hua had achieved complete mastery of the Purple Mansion realm. How astonishing! How had he trained so effectively without encountering any cultivation bottlenecks? Senior brother is formidable, Shurtian exclaimed, gazing at Xiao Hua with genuine happiness from the depths of his heart. He knew this day was one his senior brother had awaited for a long time. As I draw my sword, your defeat is inevitable. Xiao Hua's eyes glinted coldly as he unsheathed the Xuanzhong ruler from behind him. The moment the ruler was drawn, an overwhelming sword aura surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and earth, reaching Ren Tian in the blink of an eye. Before this sword strike, Ren Tian felt utterly insignificant. No, I cannot be defeated. Boom. Ren Tian gritted his teeth, unleashing 2 strands of sword intent from within, ready to stake everything on this final gamble. Xiantian sword technique. Ren Tian executed his most powerful swordplay, combining it with the 2 strands of sword intent, aiming to break free from the encirclement. Clang. However, Ren Tian's expectations were overly simplistic. The might of this sword was utterly terrifying, rendering Ren Tian's sword intent completely ineffective, obliterated in an instant. With a resounding clang, the treasured sword in Ren Tian's grasp was sent flying, and he was propelled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air, leaving him in a pitiful state. Merely a single strike, and he was unable to withstand it. Despite being hailed as the foremost swordsman of the younger generation, he appeared utterly feeble before Xiao Hua. In this moment, Xiao Hua instilled feelings of shame in all sword cultivators present. Chapter 46. Undermining in public silence enveloped the arena. With but a single stroke of his sword, Xiao Hua had vanquished Ren Tian. Even the essence of the sword was powerless against Xiao Hua's chaotic sword energy. And that technique just now must have reached the imperial level. Boom. Ren Tian fell to the ground like a lifeless dog, shattering the tranquility of the martial arts stage. The audience was momentarily stunned, gazing at Xiao Hua with eyes full of disbelief. An imperial-grade advanced sword technique? How could the Luyun sect possess such formidable sword skills? Jiang Ming was taken aback. Their Xiantian sword sect had been a legacy of swordsmanship for 1,000,000 years. Yet their sword techniques paled in comparison to those of the Luyun sect. This was utterly absurd. When did the foundation of the Luyun sect become so robust? It was not only the sword techniques. Even the heavy ruler in Xiao Hua's hand was likely an imperial artifact, and a top-tier one at that. The master of the Xingyi sect, Ma Baoguo, remarked with profound eyes. The power emanating from that mysterious heavy ruler could almost crush all imperial artifacts. Hiss. Had the Luyun sect been masquerading as a pig to eat the tiger all these years? The arena was filled with gasps of astonishment. At this moment, the Luyun sect became the focal point of the entire gathering. What was initially anticipated to be a humiliating spectacle for the Luyun sect at the Talents Gala had unexpectedly taken a turn with the emergence of Xiao Hua. Well, this was simply exhilarating. Haha, let us see who dares to look down upon my flowing cloud sect in the future. Chen Haojia's robust voice resonated throughout the arena. The members of the Xiantian sword sect wore expressions of profound gloom. Their holy son, Ren Tian, had become a mere stepping stone for Xiao Hua. Such a prestigious swordsmanship faction, defeated by Xiao Hua's prowess, was nothing short of a disgrace. Supported by several disciples, the unconscious Ren Tian was carried away. Ji Ningxuan felt a sense of satisfaction within. She cast a sidelong glance at Qingyun, who remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. This scoundrel, Xiao Hua, is undeniably formidable, yet he failed to inform me in advance. Just wait until I return. I shall extract every ounce from you, ugh. What brazen thoughts. Ji Ningxuan silently chastised herself. The once naive and innocent empress had inevitably transformed into a girl who understood everything in an instant. With Xiao Hua's strength, it was certain that Shi Tian would not be lacking either. Ji Ningxuan then turned her gaze towards Shi Tian. Although she harbored doubts about the possibility of his Dantian being restored, Qingyun's myriad of methods had proven unpredictable, and anything was indeed possible. Moreover, Shi Tian had displayed remarkable composure throughout, exuding an aura of confidence that instilled great reassurance. When Shi Tian ascended the arena, it would undoubtedly be a significant event for the Flowing Cloud sect. The Xiantian Sword sect is nothing of consequence. Xiaohua retracted the Xuanzhong ruler and, with unabashed provocation, directed his gaze toward the Xiantian Sword sect. Rin Tiandu regarded the Luyun sect as a soft persimmon to squeeze, and he ruthlessly humiliated senior brother Su Fan. Thus, there was no need for Xiaohua to extend any courtesy towards them. The fact that Rin Tiandu was still alive was already a considerable concession to the Xiantian Sword sect. Yu, the Grand Elder of the Xiantian Sword sect, Wu Jiuzhou, suddenly rose to his feet, unleashing a torrent of sword aura and intent from within, robust and vigorous, revealing himself to be a formidable great sword immortal. Wu Laobuan, do you intend to intervene in this clash among the younger generation as well? Su Jinbin abruptly stood up, similarly emanating a terrifying sword aura and intent. His cultivation having reached the minor completion stage of the Emperor realm, rivaling Wu Jiuzhou's prowess. Have you two advanced to the minor completion stage of the Emperor realm? Wu Jiuzhou's brow furrowed, for in his memory, Su Jinbin had only just entered the Emperor realm, and yet, within merely a few years, he had achieved a breakthrough to minor completion. Not only had Shen Haoji ascended to the minor completion stage of the Emperor realm, but Su Jinbin had followed suit. Is the Luyun sect on the verge of a complete resurgence? The leaders of transcendent powers now cast wary glances towards the Luyun sect. It seems they have underestimated the Luyun sect over these years. Let it be known that the Luyun sect boasts an esteemed ancestor, the sword god Li Moyang, a being whose strength is comparable to the ancient patriarchs of transcendent powers. They can only pray that Li Moyang never returns. Otherwise, with the current momentum of the Luyun sect, they would be capable of sweeping through all major transcendent forces. Jiuzhou, do not be discourteous. Jiang Ming waved his sleeve, effortlessly dissolving Wu Jiuzhou's imperial might. Master, that young man is exceedingly arrogant. Wu Jiuzhou's expression was one of discontent, his heart brimming with displeasure. However, a mere glance from Jiang Ming rendered Wu Jiuzhou compliant, hastily prompting him to take a seat. Turning his gaze toward Xiaohua, Jiang Ming smiled approvingly and remarked, indeed, the youth should possess a touch of audacity. Had I possessed your prowess in my youth, I might have been even more audacious. Young man, my Xuantian Sword sect boasts a legacy of over 1,000,000 years in the sword arts, with our ancestor Qin Yifei being the contemporary sword god. With your formidable talent and swordsmanship, it would be most fitting for you to join our Xuantian Sword sect. Have you given it any thought? Should you choose to join us, I would bestow upon you the title of Holy Son immediately, and even the position of the next sect leader would be yours. This old fox, Jiang Ming, audaciously sought to lure talent from under their noses. The expressions of those from the Luyun sect turned grim. Jiang Ming's actions were indeed brazen. Nevertheless, the conditions he proposed were undeniably alluring, not only promising to elevate Xiaohua to the status of Holy Son, but also offering him the sect leader's position. All the major factions were taken aback. Yet, a prodigy like Xiaohua certainly warranted such attention. Ning Kaiwei gazed at Xiaohua with eyes full of wonder. How could he be so extraordinary? Jiang Ming was even willing to relinquish the leadership position to court Xiaohua. Such a paragon of talent was something Zhou Tianqi could only dream of. Relying on Xiaohua, like a sturdy tree, Ning Kaiwei could soar higher and venture further. Yet she foolishly chose to annul the engagement and became a partner to Zhou Tianqi. Regret consumed her, a profound regret. If given another chance, she would undoubtedly refuse to terminate her engagement with Xiaohua. Creak. Upon noticing Ning Kaiwei's expression, Zhou Tianqi's fury ignited. Why does it feel as though a sinister hue has manifested above my head? Xiaohua, I want you dead. The murderous glint in Zhou Tianqi's eyes intensified. Old fool, what do you mean by openly courting someone in front of me? Yi Qingyun unleashed a torrent of curses. This Jiang Ming is utterly shameless. Yi Fengzhu's assertion is erroneous. Water flows downward while people strive upward. If there exists a more promising future, why not seize the opportunity? Jiang Ming, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Xiaohua with eager anticipation. Should Xiaohua join the Xuantian Sword sect, within 5 centuries, the sect would boast a second sword god. Oh, truly, do you consider your minuscule territory of utmost importance? To speak frankly, even a single Ling Xiafeng from our Luyun sect could easily crush your entire Xuantian Sword sect. Yi Qingyun scoffed derisively. However, Jiang Ming felt that Yi Qingyun was still in a state of slumber. Ever since Li Maxiang departed, Ling Xiafeng had likely become a mere ornament. And yet he still had the audacity to boast. Only those from the Luyun sect knew that the master uncle was not speaking falsely. For the sake of a single Lingxiao peak, one could overshadow the entirety of the Luyun sect. Jiang Ming did not entangle himself with Yi Qingyun. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently upon Xiaohua. Should Xiaohua merely nod, Jiang Ming would risk everything to take him away. Xiaohua's innate talent and swordsmanship warranted Jiang Ming's utmost sacrifice. I will not forsake the Luyun sect, nor betray my master. I implore you to maintain your dignity. Xiaohua replied with a frigid demeanor. Join the Xiantian sword sect? A jest. The resources bestowed upon him by his master far surpassed those of the sacred grounds in the central domain. The mere titles of Saint Sun and sect leader in the Xiantian sword sect are utterly beneath contempt. Refusal? To spurn such conditions? It can only be said that he is still too young. With age, one realizes that so-called loyalty is worth naught in the face of self-interest. Were it me, I would undoubtedly choose to join the Xiantian sword sect. What does the Luyun sect have to compare with the Xiantian sword sect? The crowd shook their heads, perceiving Xiaohua's choice as excessively impulsive. Yet, Xiaohua understood the profound wisdom of his decision. In terms of strength, the Xiantian sword sect could never rival his master. In terms of heritage, the Xiantian sword sect must take a back seat. Very well, I shall not force the matter, Jiang Ming said. Disappointment washing over him as he took a seat, feeling an overwhelming sense of defeat. Observing this, Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, he is a worthy disciple, which justifies the tireless guidance he receives at the break of dawn and in the stillness of night. However, it seems that it is the dogged system that undertakes these endeavors. On the arena, Xiaohua stands under the spotlight of countless spectators. His gaze falls upon Ning Kaiwei. After more than a decade, it is time for him to reach a resolution with Ning Kaiwei. Both she and the entire Ning family owe an immense debt to the Xiao family. Chapter 47. Ning Kaiwei. Dare to take the stage for a battle. Upon meeting Xiaohua's gaze, Ning Kaiwei's heart raced. The two exchanged another glance. At this moment, Ning Kaiwei had shed her previous air of invincibility and looked at Xiaohua with a hint of admiration. Could it be that Xiaohua still harbors feelings for me? A wave of secret delight washed over her. As a woman, she believed herself to be exceptionally remarkable in terms of beauty and innate talent. She was truly one of a kind. Furthermore, given that Xiaohua had once adored her so deeply, how could he suddenly have no feelings left? Perhaps Xiaohua's relentless pursuit of cultivation was solely to be worthy of standing by her side. Now, merely a word from Xiaohua would compel Ning Kaiwei to join him without hesitation. Oh, is there a story between Xiaohua and Ning Kaiwei? You wouldn't believe it, but I have some juicy gossip about the two. Come on, foster father, please share. Haha, don't be impatient, my dear son. I shall divulge it right away. It is said that the Xiao and Ning families have been on amicable terms for generations. Hence a betrothal was arranged between Xiaohua and Ning Kaiwei in their youth. Subsequently, Ning Kaiwei was accepted as a direct disciple by the Grand Elder, Zhang Dong. Consequently, she felt that Xiaohua was no longer worthy of her and chose to annul the engagement. What a shocking revelation. Are you implying that Ning Kaiwei swiftly moved on to Zhou Tianqi after the annulment? Isn't that rather scandalous? Hush, lower your voice. If you wish for death, that is your choice, but do not drag me into your demise. In the arena, onlookers were engrossed in the unfolding drama. Faced with his former fiancée, what choice would Xiaohua make? Zhou Tianqi's expression darkened as he listened to the cacophony of discussions. He felt an overwhelming urge to silence those prattling mouths. Ning Kaiwei, will you dare to step onto the stage for a duel? Just as Ning Kaiwei was lost in her hopeful reverie, Xiaohua extended a challenge to her. She was momentarily frozen, as if turned to stone. This was not how she had envisioned it. Shouldn't Xiaohua be pursuing her anew? Given his current talents, he was certainly worthy of being her admirer. Yet, to her astonishment, he chose to confront her instead. Though Ning Kaiwei was exceptionally gifted, she paled in comparison to Xiaohua. If she ascended the platform, defeat would be all but certain. My word, Xiaohua truly is a paragon for our generation. Opting to directly challenge Ning Kaiwei after his resurgence, I shall refuse to be a sycophant, beginning with myself. All eyes turned to Ning Kaiwei. Would this haughty woman accept the challenge? If she did, a crushing defeat awaited her. However, to decline would tarnish the reputation of the Wuzhigong. After all, she was the saintess of Wuzhigong. The atmosphere among the Wuzhigong members grew tense. They were acutely aware of Xiaohua's prowess, and Ning Kaiwei stood no chance against him. What? Are you afraid? In days gone by, were you not lofty and imperious? How have you become so timid now? Xiaohua fixed his icy gaze upon Ning Kaiwei and spoke with a frigid tone. Ning Kaiwei's face flushed crimson. The Xiaohua of Yer would never have addressed her in such a manner. She could not fathom that he could be so heartless. Approaching the arena, she cast him a look of pitiful innocence. With her seemingly harmless visage and wide, innocent eyes, one might fear that any man would succumb to her charm. Yet, Xiaohua had long seen through Ning Kaiwei's true nature. She was but a scheming seductress, leveraging her allure to ensnare men, climbing the social ladder step by step. Xiaohua of the Flowing Cloud sect, I beseech your guidance. Xiaohua's expression remained impassive as he gripped the Xuanzhong staff tightly, unleashing a terrifying surge of chaotic sword energy from within. Under the weight of such formidable energy, Ning Kaiwei found it difficult to breathe. Her cultivation was but at the minor success stage of the Purple Mansion, while Xiaohua had already attained the major success stage. Xiaohua, can you truly bear to strike against me? We have been childhood companions, innocent and carefree. The reason for our broken engagement was the overwhelming pressure from our families, not my own will. Before Ning Kaiwei could finish her plea, the Xuanzhong staff in Xiaohua's hand had already swung forth. Boom! The staff, infused with terrifying chaotic sword energy, wreaked havoc upon the entire martial arena, shattering the void and warping the very fabric of space. Even the elders of the various sects felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Such is the formidable power of the chaotic sword body. Beneath the arena, Zhou Tianqi's face turned ashen. That wretched woman, Ning Kaiwei, had just proclaimed that Xiaohua was unworthy of entering their realm, yet now she was groveling. Once Xiaohua was dealt with, Zhou Tianqi vowed to ruthlessly trample Ning Kaiwei and cast her aside. On the stage, Ning Kaiwei found herself enveloped by the chaotic sword energy, her composure utterly shattered. Despite her pitiful demeanor, Xiaohua had the audacity to strike at her. How could he be so different from the young man she had known over a decade ago? The Xiaohua of today was no longer the infatuated youth she remembered. With a resounding boom, Ning Kaiwei activated her Wujishan body, her delicate form becoming translucent, her powers surging dramatically. She then unleashed the Wuji palm, determined to thwart Xiaohua's strike. A clash ensued. What? Ning Kaiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as her palm's might was utterly shattered. A wave of despair washed over her. With a sharp sound, the Xuanzhong rod descended violently, sending Ning Kaiwei soaring through the air, a gruesome gash appearing on her shoulder, revealing even the white of her bone. She staggered back, retreating over 100 steps, nearly teetering off the edge of the arena. Kaiwei. The Grand Elder Zhang Dong exclaimed in disbelief. How could the most exceptional talents of the Wujigong withstand a single sword strike from Xiaohua? Xiaohua, must we resolve our differences in this manner? Ning Kaiwei gazed at Xiaohua with a hint of fear, the searing pain from her wound intensifying. As a paragon of the heavens, she had never encountered such blatant disrespect. When you chose to humiliate my Xiao family, any remnants of affection between us vanished. Xiaohua's expression remained icy. It was Ning Kaiwei who had brought shame upon the Xiao family for over a decade. He had endured in silence, biding his time for the day when he could exact his vengeance. With a resounding crash, Xiaohua transformed into a swift shadow, closing the distance to Ning Kaiwei in an instant, showing no mercy. Xiaohua, you have gone too far, she cried. Purple lightning, clear frost. Ning Kaiwei summoned her divine form to its utmost potential, conjuring her artifact, a silver divine whip entwined with violet thunder, lashing out at Xiaohua like a ferocious dragon. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Indeed, Ning Kaiwei, the heavenly prodigy, possessed formidable strength. Yet, Xiaohua was evidently superior. Flame-devouring wave ruler. The chaotic sword energy erupted, accompanied by the 4 elemental sword intents of gold, wood, water, and fire, coalescing into an endless torrent of flaming sword strikes that cleaved across the entire martial arena, descending with ferocious force. At that moment, it seemed as though the very heavens were collapsing. Jiang Ming, the leader of the Xian Tian sword sect, rose in astonishment yet again. 4 sword intents. Has Xiaohua truly comprehended 4 sword intents? My heavens, at just over 30 years of age, he has grasped 4 sword intents? Am I truly not dreaming? Moreover, his singular sword technique has also reached the advanced imperial tier. Where has he acquired such an abundance of advanced imperial sword techniques? Everyone was left in awe by Xiaohua's sword strike. Zhou Tianqi, once brimming with murderous intent, felt deflated in that instant. He realized he was no match for Xiaohua. To challenge Xiaohua for the sake of a despicable woman would be akin to having one's head kicked by a donkey. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to a moment of impulse and confronted Xiaohua. Otherwise, his fate would have been uncertain. Chapter 48. The outcome is decided. Regret is feudal 4 realms of sword intent? Master, has Xiaohua truly comprehended the 4 realms of sword intent? Su Zhenbin exclaimed. His brows furrowed and his aged face alight with excitement as he gazed at Xiaohua on the arena. To grasp 4 realms of sword intent at just over 30 years of age suggests that he may well attain a complete understanding of the 5 elemental sword intent before reaching 50. And within a century, he could ascend to the ranks of sword deities. Even Master Ancestor Li Moyang did not comprehend the full spectrum of the 5 elemental sword intent until after his 300th year. Yet even so, he remains an insurmountable figure, having overshadowed the esteemed ancestor of the Xiantian sword sect, Qingyun Fei, and is revered as the foremost sword deity in the Eastern domain. Given Xiaohua's momentum, he may soon surpass the record set by Master Ancestor. Xiaohua's prowess transcends the Eastern domain, even in the Central domain. His swordsmanship is an unparalleled phenomenon. Jining Shuang could not help but exclaim. Master Ancestor may very well have ventured into the Central domain. A smile of contentment graced Yi Qingyun's lips. After nearly 2 decades, Xiaohua has finally validated his worth. The fiery sword strike unleashed devastation, causing the entire martial arena to tremble violently. Ning Caiwei's eyes brimmed with despair as the divine whip in her grasp proved utterly futile, consumed by flames and dissipating in nothingness. The overwhelming sword strike descended, engulfing her in an instant. No, please, no. I concede. Ning Caiwei sensed the chilling breath of death, her heart overwhelmed with terror. Yet, it was too late. The fiery sword strike sent her hurtling away. Ning Caiwei uttered a mournful cry. Her defenses were instantly shattered, her flesh seared, emitting visible steam, accompanied by the audible hiss of burning. Even in her final moments, she could hardly believe that Xiaohua would strike her with such ferocity. The boy who had once been so attentive, with eyes only for her, had been unwittingly condemned by her own hands. Regret filled Ning Caiwei, but it was far too late. Caiwei, the Grand Elder, Zhang Dong, swiftly soared forth, his imperial aura enveloping him, countering the fiery blade's assault, and ultimately catching Ning Caiwei in his embrace. Yet, despite his timely intervention, she remained gravely injured, her body charred and slipping into unconsciousness. Even if she were to awaken, her foundation would be irrevocably damaged. Had it not been for Zhang Dong's quick action, Ning Caiwei would surely have perished. Xiaohua had shown no mercy, for in his eyes, Ning Caiwei was unworthy. The atmosphere within the Wuzhigong was fraught with tension. From the palace master to the disciples, all wearing expressions of profound gloom. They were the hosts, yet the holy maiden Ning Caiwei had been utterly crushed by Xiaohua, nearly losing her life in the process. Xiaohua showed not the slightest regard for the Wuzhigong. Zhou Tianqi was utterly paralyzed with fear, his eyes vacant as he gazed at Xiaohua, his heart brimming with trepidation. To him, Xiaohua appeared as a harbinger of doom. Although Ning Caiwei was his partner, Zhou Tianqi could never dare to challenge Xiaohua on her behalf, for that would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. That wretched woman, Ning Caiwei, was not worth the risk. As anticipated, the gazes of the crowd frequently turned towards Zhou Tianqi. Yet, rather than stepping forward, Zhou Tianqi retreated a few paces, eliciting scorn from those around him. The female disciples, once his ardent admirers, now harbored disdain for this hypocritical charlatan. How could he remain indifferent while his woman lay grievously injured? Truly, he is a coward. Caiwei has already conceded. Why must you resort to such brutality? Zhang Dong glared ominously at Xiaohua, an oppressive imperial aura enveloping him, as if intent on subduing Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua possessed the formidable chaotic sword body and was remarkably powerful, he found himself utterly defenseless before a formidable Emperor Realm practitioner. In light of Zhang Dong's actions, the sect leader, Li Liang, refrained from intervening. The Wuji Palace had expended immeasurable resources to cultivate Ning Caiwei, only for Xiaohua to severely undermine their foundation, an enormous loss for the sect. The various transcendent forces reveled in this spectacle. The performance of the Luyun sect had been excessively prominent and required suppression, otherwise, they would remain oblivious to the limits of their own strength. Shuanger, stop merely spectating. It's time to take action, Yi Qingyun conveyed to Jining Shuang. Upon hearing this, Jining Shuang furrowed her brow and retorted, Yi Qingyun, you are his master. Are you not? Shouldn't you be the one to intervene when your disciple is being bullied? Surely, Yi Qingyun's strength was on par with hers. After all, when in the Maple Leaf Forest, Yi Qingyun was able to slay Long Sheng, who possessed quasi-emperor cultivation, with a mere strike. Yet, Yi Qingyun has seldom revealed his true strength before outsiders. Even when others scorn him as the worthless peak master, he remains unmoved. Whenever there is an opportunity to remain passive, this fellow will undoubtedly seize it. Frost, your statement is indeed misguided. While it is true that Xiaohua is my disciple, he is also a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. Moreover, Xiaohua represents the future of our sect. Should he be harmed or bullied, and subsequently harbor resentment towards the sect, he might very well turn to the Qingyun sword sect. And then it would be too late for regrets. Qingyun, unperturbed, deliberately provoked Ji Ningxue. This emperor is truly intimidated by you. Ji Ningxue shook her head, exasperated by this rogue. Despite possessing formidable strength, he still relies on her support. In the arena, even in the face of Zhang Dong's imperial might, Xiaohua showed no signs of fear, for his master had instructed him to act freely, assuring him that no matter what transpired, his master would bear the consequences. It is not that I struck too harshly, but rather that your disciple is too weak. As a transcendent force, does the Wuzhigong also subscribe to the practice of punishing the weak before confronting the strong? It is truly disgraceful. Xiaohua's expression remained indifferent as he spoke in an icy tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong's face instantly flushed crimson. This Xiaohua dared to publicly confront him? He truly was unaware of his own limitations. Do you truly believe that possessing a modicum of talent grants you the liberty to act with impunity? In the realm of Qingyun, prodigies are abundant. As the words left his lips, the imperial might within Zhang Dong erupted with full force. The terrifying aura surged forth, aimed at Xiaohua, threatening to bring him to his knees should he be struck. Lu Yunzong, it would be wise for you to refrain from intervening. Such restraint would provide me the opportunity to win over Xiaohua. Jiang Ming, the leader of the Xiantian sword sect, had already steeled himself for action. Despite the risk of offending the Wuzhigong, he was resolute in saving Xiaohua. For the sake of forging an alliance with him, he would sacrifice everything. Suddenly, an intense chill enveloped the entire training ground. The graceful figure of Ji Ningxue silently appeared before Xiaohua. Sectmaster? Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Fear not. With me here, no one shall lay a hand on you. Ji Ningxue's expression remained serene as she waved her sleeve, causing Zhang Dong's imperial might to dissipate instantly. Moreover, the biting cold enveloped Zhang Dong, freezing the very space he occupied and rendering him immobile. Ji Ningxue. Zhang Dong felt a bone-chilling coldness and an unprecedented sense of despair. The temperature in the training ground plummeted sharply, making it difficult even for the various sect leaders and masters to endure this frigid aura. In the absence of the ancient ancestors of the transcendent powers, Ji Ningxue stood as an invincible force. Suddenly, Ji Ningxue struck with an open palm from a distance, landing squarely on Zhang Dong's aged visage. Puffed, Zhang Dong spat blood, sent flying by the force of the blow. A powerful emperor, reduced to mere vulnerability in Ji Ningxue's presence. Is this the terrifying might of the Cloudstream Empress? Moreover, how utterly domineering. She resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Chapter 49. The hatred of buried bones, the grievance of a slain mother. Today, all will be settled. Zhang Dong spat blood, instantly sent flying, with Ning Kaiwei following suit. Before Ji Ningxuang, Zhang Dong resembled nothing more than an insignificant ant. His imperial might was utterly ineffectual. Crash! Before the eyes of the onlookers, Zhang Dong plummeted to the ground, collapsing into a pool of blood. While Ning Kaiwei lay sprawled on the earth like a lifeless dog. Ji Ningxuang, you dare. Despite being struck down, Zhang Dong, possessing the physique of an emperor, did not lose consciousness immediately. He had never anticipated that Ji Ningxuang would take direct action against him. Smack! All. Before Zhang Dong could finish his words, another blow landed, this time with even greater force, sending him hurtling away, crashing heavily against the wall. Boom! A gaping hole was torn in the wall, and Zhang Dong's figure vanished from sight. Even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. All present stood in stunned silence, gazing in terror at the Flowing Cloud Empress. If one strike was insufficient, then let there be two. The Flowing Cloud Empress indeed acted with a straightforward brutality. An ancient and unyielding figure intervening in the affairs of the younger generation was utterly shameless. Ji Ningxuang snorted coldly, expressing her displeasure. The master of the Wuzhigong Palace turned ashen, abruptly rising to his feet. Master Ji, your actions this time seem rather extreme, do they not? Li Liang gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with measured intensity. Ji Ningxuang exhibited an utter disregard for those around her, treating the Wuji Palace with palpable contempt. What? Do you have an objection? Ji Ningxuang's gaze fixed upon Li Liang, an icy chill that pierced to the bone enveloping the space he occupied. In that moment, Panic seized Li Liang completely. Could it be? Was Ji Ningxuang truly considering challenging him, the palace master? This was the Wuji Palace, after all. Should the ancestral figure emerge from seclusion? What could Ji Ningxuang possibly wield to withstand the wrath of the Wuji Palace? Ji Ningxuang, do not overstep your bounds. Li Liang's imperial might surged within him, striving to shatter the icy grip of Ji Ningxuang's aura. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he found himself utterly incapable of breaking the chilling seal. Just how formidable was Ji Ningxuang's strength? Who, indeed, was crossing the line? Ning Kaiwei, having chosen to engage in battle, ought to have anticipated such an outcome. After all, blades and guns spare no one. Should Xiaohua be defeated, it would not be surprising if Ning Kaiwei's subsequent actions were even more ruthless. Yet, that old dog Zhang Dong continued to prattle on. Sparing his life was already a great mercy. Ji Ningxuang declared coldly, her frigid aura overwhelming all present. Even those of Imperial might found themselves immobilized. Ji Ningxuang's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. Li Liang's countenance darkened. Indeed, this time, it was evident that Ning Kaiwei was simply outmatched. However, navigating the complexities of human relationships is essential. After all, the Wujigong is the host, regardless of the circumstances. Xiaohua ought to extend them some respect, should he not? Ji Ningxuang, do not be overly arrogant. If the ancestor were to slap, Li Liang intended to invoke the name of the ancestor, but Ji Ningxuang swiftly struck him from a distance. In the face of adversity, one should not panic. A slap is the first response. Uffed. With that resounding blow, Li Liang too spat blood, his face swelling to the appearance of a pig's head. Hiss! The killing intent surged, spiraling into madness. The Empress of Flowing Clouds, when she finally intervened, instilled fear throughout the entire assembly. It appears that the Flowing Cloud sect has not declined over the years. Rather, they have remained too low profile, leading to oppression by various factions. We have all underestimated the Flowing Cloud sect. All the major powers were rendered speechless by Ji Ningxuang's prowess. This is truly a female warrior of unparalleled might. The sect master. Everyone at Wujigong was left in a daze. Who can comprehend this? In their own territory, the sect master was struck by another. One should refrain from using those ancient beings to intimidate this emperor. They have long since one foot in the grave. Unless the Wujigong faces the imminent threat of annihilation, it is unlikely that Qinyi Fei will emerge from seclusion. Ji Ningxuang smirked disdainfully. The ancestors of transcendent forces have but a few years left to live. And each time they intervene, it is an enormous drain on their vitality. They will not act lightly unless the flames of urgency are licking at their heels. Moreover, even if that group of ancient beings were to take action, how would it matter? Ji Ningxuang possesses the body of the eternal ice phoenix, which enables her to effortlessly crush them. Once exposed by Ji Ningxuang, Li Liang felt an acute sense of embarrassment. The ancestors would indeed refrain from intervening lightly, especially when faced with a formidable opponent like Ji Ningxuang. Even if victory were to be attained in the end, it would come at a grave cost. To contend with the Luyun sect, relying solely on their own Wuji Palace would be futile. Very well, let us await the outcome. Li Liang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a shadowy glance at Ji Ningxuang. He had taken note of this grievance. Should the opportunity arise, he would ensure that the Luyun sect pays dearly. If a battle is desired, this emperor is ever ready to engage. Ji Ningxuang, however, remained dismissive. Subsequently, she returned to her seat under the gaze of the assembly. Xuanger, you are truly magnificent. It's as if you transform entirely when on the bed. The stark contrast is utterly enchanting. Yi Qingyun conveyed to Ji Ningxuang. Ji Ningxuang replied. Although she could easily send an emperor flying with a single slap, she found herself at a loss when it came to dealing with the lecherous Yi Qingyun. With Ji Ningxuang's imposing presence, the major transcendent forces dared not utter a word of disparagement. The heavenly martial emperor, Shirhan's Han, cast a wary glance at Ji Ningxuang. This woman is indeed a formidable opponent. However, the Wuji Palace would undoubtedly harbor deep resentment towards Ji Ningxuang. Perhaps after the grand gathering of prodigies concludes, an alliance could be forged. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Prince Shi Chen scrutinized Xiaohua, harboring a flicker of trepidation within. However, endowed with the supreme bone and supreme heavy eye, he possessed an innate pride. Even though Xiaohua was formidable, he did not perceive himself as inferior. At this grand gathering of prodigies, he aimed to make an indelible impression. When one speaks of the Tianwu Empire, the first name that springs to mind is undoubtedly Shi Tian. Despite his fall into a state of helplessness, Though Qingyun had acquired the supreme bone, he had yet to showcase his prowess, lacking the opportunity to shine. In the absence of Xiaohua, Qingyun would have found his path remarkably smooth. For Zhou Tianqi and others were hardly worthy adversaries. Yet, Xiaohua posed a significant challenge. Nevertheless, Qingyun resolved to confront him, firmly believing in his victory. He, Qingyun, was the true paragon of the heavens. Was it not he who had once trampled the illustrious Tian beneath his feet? Qingyun clenched his right fist. A tempestuous force coalescing swiftly, akin to a primordial beast awakening from slumber, fueled by the supreme bone. From the Tianwu Empire, Qingyun stepped forth to issue a challenge. Seeking guidance, slowly he approached the arena, his strikingly handsome visage and somewhat enchanting eyes clad in a dragon robe, exuding an aura of dominance that instantly captivated the attention of all. Qingyun could no longer bear to watch as Zhou Tianqi hesitated, unwilling to confront Xiaohua. Only Qingyun remains with the opportunity to contend with Xiaohua. Xiaohua's gaze fell upon Qingyun, the very individual who had ruthlessly deprived his junior disciple of his dantian and seized his supreme bone, leading to the demise of his mother. Qingyun ought not to be his adversary. This matter should be resolved by his junior disciple himself. The moment Qingyun ascended the arena, Tian's frosty eyes fixated on him, harboring a deep-seated enmity for the betrayal and the loss of his mother. Today, all grievances shall be settled at once. Chapter 50. This battle determines both rank in life and death. The current crown prince of the Tianwu Empire, Qingyun, has finally stepped forward. He is indeed a formidable character. It is said that he personally excavated the supreme bone of his own younger brother. With the possession of this supreme bone, his power will far exceed that of other martial artists at the same level. Moreover, Qingyun also possesses the supreme heavy eye, and his cultivation is at least at the perfected purple mansion stage. Although he has never engaged in battle, his strength is presumed to surpass that of Zhou Tianqi. The question remains, who is truly superior, Qingyun or Xiaohua? Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Qingyun ascended the arena. Clad in a dragon-embroidered robe and adorned with a winged crown, he emanated an imperial majesty that seemed even more formidable than that of the Tianwu Emperor, Shi Han. With both the supreme bone and the supreme heavy eye, his innate talent is extraordinarily terrifying, as long as he does not meet an untimely end. It is merely a matter of time before he transcends to the Emperor realm, and it is highly likely he may even surpass it. Qin'er, be cautious. The Tianwu Emperor advised Qingyun. The Grand General, Yuan, also wore a grave expression, harboring some concerns, for Qingyun is, after all, his. Qingyun nodded, his enchanting gaze settling upon Xiaohua. A purple aura flickered in his eyes, causing the space before him to warp and distort. Only those at the semi-emperor realm can manipulate space, while emperor realm experts can tear it apart with their bare hands. With the supreme heavy eye, Qingyun too possesses the ability to distort space. Under the scrutiny of the supreme divine eye, even Xiaohua felt an undeniable sense of urgency. However, should a confrontation arise, Qingyun would undoubtedly prove no match for him, though he had no intention of engaging in combat with Qingyun. How is it that I cannot see through him? Qingyun furrowed his brow. Despite employing the supreme divine eye, he found himself unable to penetrate Xiaohua's defenses. Were it not for Xiaohua's active usage of the chaotic sword body, Qingyun would have remained oblivious to his presence. This Xiaohua will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Absent of him, Qingyun would effortlessly crush everyone and ascend as the newcomer champion of this grand event. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Who could have foreseen the emergence of such a swordsmanship prodigy as Xiaohua? You are worthy of being my rival. Qingyun's otherworldly eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling brilliance, and his dragon robe billowed without wind. Though no blows had been exchanged, the atmosphere crackled with tension. However, you are unworthy to stand against me. To everyone's astonishment, Xiaohua sheathed his Xian Zhongqi Qingyun. The various factions? The crown prince of the Tianwu Empire, endowed with the supreme bone and supreme divine eye, was deemed unworthy to confront Xiaohua? How audacious! What do you mean, Xiaohua? Qingyun's expression darkened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. As a paragon of excellence, he could scarcely tolerate such an affront. Xiaohua, you are currently defending the arena. You cannot refuse the challenges of others. Otherwise, it would be deemed a concession, thereby bestowing the arena upon Qingyun. The Grand Elder, Zhang Dong, was forcefully expelled by Jining Shuang and now lies in a heavy, unconscious state. Consequently, another elder has been appointed to oversee the arena competition. Your opponent is not me. After uttering these words, Xiaohua descended from the platform, leaving all onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Having vanquished Ren Tian and Ning Kawei, Xiao Hua had instilled such terror in Zhou Tianqi that he lacked the courage to ascend the stage. Now, should he defeat Shi Chun, he would secure the title of newcomer king at this year's Celestial Gathering. Yet, Xiao Hua chose to forfeit. Could it be that he fears Shi Chun? Does he doubt his ability to rival Shi Chun? However, the might of the Chaos Sword body is not in the least inferior to that of the Supreme Bone or the Supreme Heavy Pupil. Furthermore, Xiao Hua has comprehended Four Sword intents, and should he unleash his full power, the outcome remains uncertain. Shi Chun's expression darkened, although he maintained control over the arena. This manner of victory left him feeling insulted. What in the world is this? Xiao Hua, stand right there. Shi Chun turned, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Xiao Hua. I have stated, your opponent is not me. Xiao Hua approached the position of the Liu Yun sect, and then cast a glance at his junior brother, Shi Tian. Shi Chun's fate should be determined by his own junior brother. What is Xiao Hua attempting to do? Has he lost his mind? At this moment, only Xiao Hua possesses the capability to contend with Shi Chun, as no other disciple could possibly rival him. Alas, it is truly regrettable that Xiao Hua has voluntarily relinquished his position. All the major factions lament for Xiao Hua. After all, each generation's rookie king is destined to be inscribed in the annals of history, even in the future, should he venture into the central domain. The title of Rookie King could afford him the opportunity for exceptional selection by the sacred grounds. This is precisely why the younger generation fervently vies for the title of Rookie King. Junior brother, it is your turn to take the stage, Xiao Hua said, patting Shi Tian's shoulder with a smile. Shi Tian's eyes glistened with emotion, deeply moved by his senior brother's willingness to forego the title of Rookie King merely to allow him to settle matters with Shi Chun. Thank you, senior brother. Shi Tian replied gratefully. We are brothers of different fathers and mothers. There is no need for such formalities. Go, resolve things with Shi Chun. Xiao Hua's voice was gentle, his expression warm and amiable, in stark contrast to the ruthless demeanor displayed on the arena. Xiao Hua is actually granting the opportunity to Shi Tian? But Shi Tian? Wasn't it said that his supreme bone had been extracted and his dantian rendered useless? How could a cripple challenge Shi Chun? What is Xiao Hua thinking? Truly perplexing. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Is this some kind of jest? To send a cripple to challenge a prodigy? Tian'er, the great emperor Tianwu, Shi Hanzan, furrowed his brow. After all, Shi Tian is his own flesh and blood. He does not wish to witness the two brothers turning against each other. However, he understood that reconciliation between Shi Tian and Shi Chun was eternally unattainable. Shi Hanshan owed a debt to Shi Tian, and even more so to Shi Tian's mother. Yet, Shi Chun represented the hope of the entire Tianwu Empire. He must prioritize the greater good. The imperial family was inherently ruthless. Shi Tian, on the arena, Shi Chun's enchanting eyes fell upon Shi Tian. How could Xiao Hua possibly allow Shi Tian to challenge him? Was this not tantamount to courting death? However, it was fortuitous, as he had been seeking an opportunity to eliminate Shi Tian. Shi Tian dared to challenge Shi Chun? This revelation left not only the major factions bewildered, but also left the members of the Liu Yun sect in a state of confusion. Shi Tian had lost his dantian. How could he possibly fight? Originally, Xiao Hua had a fair chance against Shi Chun, perhaps even a greater likelihood of victory. But with Shi Tian stepping in, it was akin to stepping into the jaws of death. Old fossils, just observe quietly. Refrain from unnecessary chatter. Yi Qingyun admonished the crowd with a disdainful glance. Yes, Master Uncle, Su Jinbin and the others immediately fell silent, obedient as lapdogs. Yi Qingyun's status in their hearts had risen to a level comparable to that of the Empress herself. Little Tian, go forth, Yi Qingyun urged Shi Tian. In Shi Tian's eyes, a fierce glint of vengeance flickered, a thirst for retribution for his mother's death, and an insatiable hatred that demanded resolution today. I shall obey, Shi Tian declared as he stepped out of the ranks and made his way to the arena, gazing upon the former crown prince of the Tianwu Empire. The crowd could not help but express their lament. In days gone by, Shi Tian overshadowed his brother Shi Chun by a considerable margin. Regrettably, in just a few fleeting years, he had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Now, as the two brothers stood face to face once more, it seemed that only one of them would emerge alive. Shi Tian, I never imagined that you, a cowardly turtle, would dare to show yourself. Shi Chun remarked with a mocking grin. Shi Tian's expression remained devoid of emotion, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Shi Chun. Today, let us engage in a battle of life and death. The loser shall perish. Do you dare to accept this challenge? He declared, his voice chilling in the ears of the onlookers. This confrontation would not only determine superiority, but also seal their fates. Chapter 51. Your Dantian has actually recovered? Life and death battle? Shurchen furrowed his brow, convinced he must have misheard. His worthless younger brother, daring to challenge him to a duel to the death? Surely, he must have lost his mind. If it were merely a challenge, even if Shurtian were to lose, Shurchen would have no justification for killing him. At most, he could act first and explain later, though he would undoubtedly face the ire of the Flowing Clouds sect. Yet, Shurchen was unperturbed, as the Tianwu Empire still had its ancestors alive. However, a life and death battle was an entirely different matter. Once both parties signed the duel contract, the loser would face death, and no faction or individual could intervene. Shurtian intended to sign a life and death contract with Shurchen? Surely, this was a jest. The various factions regarded Shurtian with incredulity, utterly baffled by his intentions. Absolutely not. Before Shurchen could respond, the Emperor of Tianwu spoke up to intervene. Once the duel contract was signed, only one of his two sons could remain alive. Nevertheless, Shurtian paid no heed to Shurhanshan. Instead, he tore away his robe, using it as the contract for their duel. He bit his finger and inscribed his name in blood. Shurhanshan was merely putting on a facade. If he truly wished to prevent this, he should have acted when his mother was slain and his supreme bone was extracted, yet he chose to turn a blind eye. In Shurhanshan's eyes, there was only the pursuit of self-interest. Whose talent is more formidable, capable of bringing hope to the empire, shall be supported. These princes seem to be mere tools. It is your turn. Shurtian handed the Book of Life and Death to Shurchen. The Emperor Tianwu furrowed his brow, once again interjecting, "You must not sign the Book of Life and Death. Father, Shurtian is indeed a criminal of our Tianwu Empire. Now he has joined the Luyun sect and has become a traitor, deserving of execution according to the law. Today, I shall carry out his execution on the arena to set an example. You surely cannot oppose this, can you?" Shurchen appeared to be negotiating, yet he was, in truth, threatening Shurhanshan. He intended to force Shurhanshan to make a choice. Shurhanshan's countenance reflected a struggle, but ultimately, he closed his eyes. He had made his decision long ago. Otherwise, he would not allow Shurchen to act so arrogantly. Shurchen was the hope of the Tianwu Empire, and Shurhanshan dared not offend him. Meanwhile, Shurtian had become a useless pawn, destined to be discarded. Ha ha ha. Is this the true face of an emperor? Shurhanshan, remember your choice today. I, Shurtian, vow that in my lifetime, I shall overturn the entire Tianwu Empire to avenge my mother. With blood-red eyes, Shurtian roared through gritted teeth. His own father had cast him aside like a mere piece on a chessboard. How pitiful was his unfortunate mother, who had accompanied Shurhanshan throughout his life, only to be ruthlessly slain in the end. Shurhanshan is even more despicable than a beast. Upon hearing Shurtian's furious rebuke, Shurhanshan felt a pang in his heart, yet deep within his eyes flashed two glimmers of murderous intent. How dare Shurtian threaten him publicly? If Shurtian were to rise again, how could the Tianwu Empire ever find peace? Perhaps his heart lacked sufficient ruthlessness. A pawn as worthless as Shurtian should be eradicated. A useless wretch, daring to utter such arrogant words? Soon, you shall find yourself beneath my heel. Just as it was 6 years prior, Shurchen inscribed his name upon the death duel challenge, a taunting smile gracing his lips. 6 years ago marked the day when Shurtian had his supreme bone forcibly extracted, left bloodied and trampled by Shurchen, akin to a stray dog. With a creak, Shurtian clenched his fist tightly, the murderous intent within him intensifying. He must kill Shurchen. Today, I, Shurchen, shall engage in a life and death duel with Shurtian. And I implore all present to bear witness. Should Shurtian perish at my hands, I trust that certain factions will adhere to the established rules. Shurchen's gaze shifted towards the direction of Luyun sect, his intentions unmistakable. Su Jinbin and the others wore solemn expressions. Regardless of the circumstances, Shurtian was the direct disciple of their master. Should Shurchen truly slay him, the repercussions would be dire. Though Jin Shuang maintained a calm demeanor, a flicker of concern lingered in her heart. This message is equally directed at your Tianwu Empire, Qingyun spoke. With these words, the stance of Luyun sect became unequivocally clear. If Shurtian were to be defeated and perish at the hands of Shurchen, then the Luyun sect could not hold him accountable. Ha ha ha, splendid. Shurchen laughed triumphantly. This was precisely in accordance with his desires. Not only could he kill Shurtian openly, but he could also evade any repercussions from the Luyun sect. Fools, unaware even in their final moments. Observing the arrogant Shurchen, Yi Qingyun inwardly scoffed. The world remains oblivious to Shirtian's formidable strength. How could Yi Qingyun's disciple be anything but extraordinary? After all, he has dedicated himself day and night to nurturing Xiaohua and Shirtian. The insignificant system merely lent a slight assistance. System? Indeed. My dear brother, do you have any final words? If not, then this prince shall graciously escort you to reunite with your mother. Shirchun grinned, taunting Shirtian. A waste without a dantian. Shirchun believed he could effortlessly extinguish him with but a flick of his finger. Shirtian's expression turned frigid, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This day had finally arrived. Tap, tap, tap. Shirchun approached Shirtian, his aura of peak purple mansion cultivation erupting. Mere steps away from the void realm, Shirchun's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the purple mansion. Good heavens, how outrageous. The younger generation is nearly catching up to us, the old and decrepit. Indeed, the relentless waves of the Yangtze River push forward, with each new surge surpassing the last. The younger generation of my eastern realm has already forged ahead. Indeed, they are far ahead. The prowess of Shirchun has astonished all. Zhou Tianqi's expression turned wary, and he felt a profound sense of defeat. It turns out he was merely the jester in this grand play. To challenge Shirchun? He is unworthy even to be considered a rival. Even Xiaohua could effortlessly crush him. My dear brother, when you are reborn in your next life, you must open your eyes wide. With a chilling gaze, Shirchun unleashed a tremendous punch, creating a deafening sonic boom that pierced the void, enveloping Shirtian in an overwhelming force. Though it appeared to be a simple blow, its power was nothing short of terrifying. Even a practitioner at the Purple Mansion level would face death or grievous injury from such a strike. What chance did the untrained Shirtian have? The crowd shook their heads in dismay. Xiaohua's decision to let Shirtian ascend the stage was undoubtedly the gravest error. This battle has already reached its conclusion. Little Tian, do not blame me. Shirhan Shan murmured to himself as the punch approached Shirtian under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Boom. Just when everyone believed Shirtian was destined to lose, an unexpected surge of Purple Mansion-level energy erupted from within him. Though it was merely at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, the aura was wild and untamed, akin to an ancient beast of the wilderness, rivaling Shirchun's might. Shirtian summoned the power within him and struck forth with his palm, effortlessly obliterating Shirchun's fist force and firmly enveloping his hand. What? The Purple Mansion realm. Your Dantian has actually been restored. Shirchun's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck by a thunderbolt. How could this be possible? He had clearly rendered Shirtian's Dantian useless, having kicked him countless times to ensure it. How could it possibly have recovered? This must be a deception. Chapter 52. What of seizing the Supreme Bone? I shall still crush you. Hiss, could it be that Shirtian's Dantian has been restored? Had I not witnessed it with mine own eyes, I would have never believed it. The very notion that a Dantian could be repaired is utterly unprecedented. Yet, even if his Dantian has been mended, how could Shirtian's cultivation possibly recover so swiftly? Furthermore, he has advanced to the pinnacle of the Purple Realm. How is this achievable? The arena was filled with gasps of disbelief. Indeed, at the position of the Luyun sect, Su Jinbin and others stood with their mouths agape, scarcely able to comprehend the scene before them. No wonder Shirtian exuded such confidence. It turns out his Dantian has been restored. Could it be the handiwork of his master? In the entire Luyun sect, aside from his master, it seems no one else could assist Shirtian in this restoration. After all, his master possesses countless treasures, many of which are divine artifacts they have never laid eyes upon, perhaps even containing miraculous elixirs capable of mending a Dantian. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ji Ningxuan's enchanting eyes, a smile gracing her alluring lips. This aligned closely with her conjectures. However, Shirtian's cultivation still exceeded her expectations. Having joined the Luyun sect for merely 3 years, from the restoration of his Dantian to his breakthrough in the Purple Realm, it could not have taken more than 3 years in total. What methods has Yi Qingyun employed? How is it that every disciple he trains is so extraordinarily talented? Why not rename the Luyun sect to Ling Xiao Peak from now on? Let all disciples pledge their allegiance to Ling Xiao Peak and have Yi Qingyun guide them in their cultivation. In this way, the Luyun sect's surpassing of the sacred land will be imminent. Suddenly, Ji Ningxuan was struck by a bold idea. The figure clad in a dragon robe, Shirhan's Han, stood frozen in place at the Tianwu Empire's location. Yuan Yin and others were similarly struck by a thunderbolt. The useless Shirtian had actually repaired his Dantian. Moreover, he had broken through to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. This was utterly incomprehensible, particularly for Shirhan's Han, who was internally conflicted. With Shi Tian's restoration of power, he was no longer a discarded pawn. If he could be utilized, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset. Unfortunately, only one of Shi Tian and Shi Chun could survive. Although Shi Tian had regained his strength, he still paled in comparison to Shi Chun. Shi Han could only make a discerning choice, sacrificing the weaker one to maximize his benefits. In his eyes, familial bonds held no weight against profit. Swish, on the arena. Shi Tian's hand tightened around Shi Chen's fist, exerting immense force that violently drew Shi Chen closer, causing him to lose his footing and tumble forward. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Shi Chen's steps became erratic, rendering him quite disheveled. Had he not timely dissipated the residual force within his body, he would have been flung away. Shi Tian's strength was too overwhelming for Shi Chun to withstand. After stabilizing his form, Shi Chen's complexion flushed crimson as he gazed at Shi Tian with a look of terror. His voice trembled as he inquired, How? How is this possible? Even if your Dantian has recovered, without the supreme bone, how can your strength remain so formidable? Below the arena, everyone stood in astonishment. In their brief exchange, Shi Chen surprisingly found himself at a disadvantage. Those unaware might assume Shi Chun was intentionally holding back. Yet, given that both he and Shi Tian had signed a life and death pact, one must perish while the other survives, how could there be any notion of feigned restraint? The fact that Shi Chun was losing clearly indicated one thing. Shi Tian's power had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Not only did Shi Tian possess the supreme bone and the supreme divine body, but he had also cultivated two formidable body-refining techniques, endowing him with astonishing physical might. Though he was merely at the Purple Mansion realm, he could rival those in the Cave Void realm. The dead need not know too much. Shi Tian's expression was frigid, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He was resolute in his intention to slay Shi Chun, avenging his mother and elder Zhou, as well as seeking his own retribution. Boom. In that instant, Shi Tian's supreme bone erupted with a terrifying force, distorting the surrounding space. What? Shi Chen was taken aback. The supreme bone? How could this be? I clearly have your supreme bone. He was dumbfounded. No wonder Shi Tian's strength was so overwhelming. It turned out he had regenerated his supreme bone. Shi Tian had been reborn and had grown the supreme bone anew. Stone Han widened his eyes, overwhelmed by disbelief. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. From the moment Shi Tian restored his cultivation to the revelation of his supreme bone, their understanding had been utterly transformed. Even Jining Shuang was taken aback. The supreme bone of Shi Tian had actually been remade. Boom. In the next moment, the supreme divine body erupted forth. The formidable aura of supremacy enveloped the entire training ground. In the face of this overwhelming presence, Shi Chun felt the chilling threat of death. Gulp. The supreme divine body. Shi Chun trembled uncontrollably. If Shi Tian had merely remade his supreme bone, that would have been somewhat understandable. However, the awakening of the supreme divine body was simply absurd. Such a fortuitous turn of events was too exaggerated. Qingyun, confess honestly. Just how many extraordinary qualities does Shi Tian possess? Jining Shuang eagerly inquired through sound transmission. Leaning back with a languid demeanor, Qingyun smiled smugly. I shall reveal it when you don a bikini for me. Huh? A bikini? Jining Shuang furrowed her brow, pondering what peculiar garment this could be. Could it possibly be more daring than black silk? Where on earth did this fellow acquire such bizarre items? Shi Chun, perish. With a surge of energy from the supreme bone and the supreme divine body, Shi Chun unleashed the hand of the heavens. Instantly, boundless thunder roared, and the very fabric of the sky and earth transformed, giving rise to astonishing phenomena. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, enveloping all beneath it, radiating an aura of unparalleled supremacy. Shi Chen's mind was in turmoil. He simply could not comprehend how a mere wastrel could, in the blink of an eye, metamorphose into a being so far beyond his reach. No, the foremost prodigy of the empire can only be Shi Chun. From childhood to adulthood, you have basked in the adulation of countless stars, while I have lived in the shadow of your legend. I have had enough. Boom. Shi Chun also summoned the supreme bone, executing the hand of the heavens in kind. However, lacking the supreme divine body and the mastery of physical enhancement techniques, his power was significantly diminished, rendering their strengths incomparable. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Even the elder generation of formidable warriors felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This is the essence of a prodigy. Boom. The two massive hands collided, unleashing a terrifying aftermath. Fortunately, The intervention of elder warriors managed to mitigate the force of this shockwave. Otherwise, the disciples in the training arena would have faced dire consequences. Clang. Uft. Amidst the horrifying onslaught, a battered figure was propelled backward, drenched in blood. The crowd was too stunned to even gasp. Was the figure that flew out Qingyun or Qin? The hearts of Hans Han and Qingyun raced, poised at the brink of despair. None of them anticipated that Qingyun's prowess would be so extraordinary. Had they known from the outset that Qingyun would be so prodigious, Hans Han would have spared no effort, even at the cost of his own life, to ensure his safety. Chapter 53. That which does not belong to you cannot be obtained. No matter how hard you strive, look quickly. That person is Qingyun. The hand of heaven is a divine power bestowed by the supreme bone, which both Qingyun and Qin simultaneously activated. Unexpectedly, Qin was defeated. Let us not forget that Qingyun possesses the supreme divine body, endowing him with physical strength far superior to that of Qin. Yet, despite Qin reaching the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, he still succumbed. The major factions watched in shock as Qin crashed to the ground. A deep imprint of a fist indented in his chest, ultimately collapsing into a pool of blood. As the terrifying onslaught dissipated, Qingyun remained standing firmly upon the earth. Not a shred of his garment marred, save for a few disheveled strands of hair. With his formidable physical prowess, he effortlessly withstood the force of the attack. Gulp. Qingyun emerged unscathed. Could he possibly be made of iron? The supreme bone, the supreme divine body. I can hardly fathom the sheer magnitude of Qingyun's physical strength. With Xiaohua previously dominating the arena, and now Qingyun shattering preconceived notions. These two brothers are indeed astonishingly formidable. What fortuitous twist of fate has befallen the wasteful peak master, Qingyun, to receive such prodigious disciples? Could it truly be mere coincidence? Xiaohua was once obscure, and Qingyun had been rendered a waste. Yet, upon entering Qingyun's tutelage, it seems they have both experienced a remarkable resurgence. Brother, are you jesting? Qingyun is notoriously known as a wastrel, and his demeanor is notoriously lackadaisical. It is said that the only hobby one possesses is the appreciation of the Jade Maiden Illustrated Compendium. How could such a person possibly nurture two prodigies? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and eventually, the focus fell upon Qingyun. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence, and no wonder they would think of him. However, upon witnessing Qingyun's languid demeanor, they all resolutely shook their heads. It was impossible. It could not possibly be a miracle brought forth by Qingyun. Surely, it was due to the fortuitous encounters of Xiaohua and Qingyun that they achieved their resurgence. Qingyun was merely riding on the coattails of luck. After all, his ascension to the position of peak master was also a stroke of fortune. You are far too weak. On the arena, Qingyun looked disdainfully at Qin, who lay in a pool of blood. Even though Qin was at a slightly higher realm than him, he was still no match. Cough, cough. Qin struggled to rise. His clothing was tattered, blood flowing from his wounds, and a sharp pain radiated from his chest. In the face of Qingyun's terrifying power, he felt insignificantly small. Despite having seized Qingyun's supreme bone, he remained unable to contend with him. It felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. What must he do to surpass Qingyun? He did not wish to remain forever in the shadow of Qingyun's legend. Tianer, Hanshan's expression shifted. In that moment, he perceived Qingyun as possessing greater utility. Supreme bone, supreme divine body. Given time, Qingyun will undoubtedly attain the path of the great emperor. He is utterly blind to the truth. With the hatred Qingyun harbors, it is likely that once he achieves the status of great emperor, he will seek to eliminate him first. After the tragic demise of Qingyun's mother, Han Mountain chose to turn a blind eye. Qingyun's supreme bone was extracted, and his dantian rendered useless. Yet Han Mountain merely feigned anger without imposing any substantial punishment upon Qin. He has already chilled Qingyun's heart. Meanwhile, Qingyun was increasingly anxious. He conveyed to Qinner, you must eliminate this scoundrel, or we shall face endless troubles. Although Qingyun held the advantage, Qin had yet to unleash the power of the supreme heavy pupil. With the combination of the supreme bone and the supreme heavy pupil, a balance might be achieved, perhaps even tilting in Qin's favor. Qin clenched his fists tightly, the supreme bone emanating a terrifying aura. However, the supreme bone was seized by him, not birthed from his own essence. Thus the compatibility was not as profound. Even if Qingyun lacked the supreme divine body, Qin might still find himself outmatched. Thunderous lightning fist. Shurchen surged forward once more, the might of the supreme bone laid bare. Thunder raged, the shadows of his fist swept forth, and the void rapidly collapsed and shattered. Shurchen remained expressionless, invoking the Qingyun treasure technique, radiant golden light emanating from his body. As two golden wings sprouted from his back, exuding the terrifying aura of the Qingyun. Boom. No matter how powerful Shurchen's fists were, they could not approach Shurchen. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force of the punches descended, yet the golden gale remained utterly unaffected. What kind of divine power is this? Shurchen's brow furrowed tightly. In the face of this overwhelming aura, he felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. Is this a body-refining divine ability? Moreover, is it an advanced imperial-level body-refining divine ability? Good heavens, when did the Luoyuan sect acquire such an advanced imperial-level body-refining technique? This is madness, sheer madness. The onlookers were left speechless, although they were unaware of the specific divine ability Shurchen was employing. It was not difficult to surmise that it was indeed a body-refining technique. Transmuting the path of the Qingyun, forging a body-refining treasure technique, this divine ability is truly remarkable. If paired with the supreme bone and supreme divine body, how terrifying would its power become? How many more advanced imperial-level divine abilities does that rascal Yi Qingyun possess? Ji Ningxuang gazed at Shurchen with astonishment in her beautiful eyes, her heart surging with tumultuous emotions, causing her proud bosom to undulate and exude an enchanting fragrance. Get lost. Shurchen suddenly waved his hand, and the power of the Qingyun erupted like a vast ocean, instantly engulfing Shurchen's punches and subsequently sending Shurchen flying through the air. Puff. Ah. Shurchen was utterly unable to withstand the blow, his body shattered, nearly transforming into a mist of blood. The power of the Qingyun was overwhelmingly terrifying. How could Shurchen possibly be a match? He unleashed hundreds of punches, yet he was no match for Shurchen's single strike. Puff. Shurchen was sent flying, a spray of blood trailing behind him, a truly tragic sight. Chinner. Yuanyan's brow furrowed deeply, wishing he could rush out immediately. However, he ultimately restrained himself. For if he were to act, the people of the Luoyuan sect would also intervene. Moreover, Shurchen had not yet revealed his ultimate trump card. The supreme heavy I was paramount. For sure Tian lacked it. How could Tian's strength be so terrifying? The Tianwu Empire once boasted an unparalleled genius, but now it had fallen into the hands of the Luoyuan sect. Shurchen was filled with profound regret. Yet, it was too late. What does not belong to you cannot be obtained, no matter how desperately you desire it. Shurchen, avenge my mother. With wings unfurled, blocking out the sun, a resplendent golden radiance enveloped the entire training ground, the power of the Qingyun rendering all present breathless. Shurchen transformed into a streak of golden light, exuding a murderous intent as he soared forth, ready to eliminate Shurchen. Everything was about to come to an end. He would finally be able to avenge his mother and elder Zhou. His junior brother's strength was even greater than he had anticipated. Xiaohua gazed at the invincible figure in the sky, silently reflecting. However, he understood that all of his junior brother's powers were bestowed by their master. Moreover, it is highly likely that the master has perfected these divine abilities, including the supreme bone and supreme divine body possessed by the junior disciple. He could hardly fathom the extent of the master's strength should he unleash his full power. Chapter 54. Is it not the supreme eye? Who among us does not possess one? The aura of supremacy instills all throughout the arena. In a fit of rage, the Qingyun lays waste to millions. The elders of the Endless Palace unite their strength to withstand the terrifying might of the Qingyun. All eyes converge upon Shurchen. The wings at his back emit a resplendent golden radiance, obscuring the sun and conjuring ferocious tempests. In this moment, Shurchen stands as an invincible war god. Chinner. Quickly employ the supreme eye. Below the arena, Yuanyan's brow furrows tightly as he urgently conveys his thoughts. On the surface, he and Shurchen maintain a master-servant relationship, yet they share a bloodline. The unusual behavior of Yuanyan catches Yi Qingyun's attention as he observes from the Luoyuan sect. Shurchen, as Shurchen's biological father, displays far less urgency than Yuanyan. Is there a hidden secret behind this? Yi Qingyun's interest is piqued. Dog-like system. I demand to see all the gossip concerning Yuanyan. Retrieve it from me this instant. Yi Qingyun commands the system, seizing the opportunity to exploit the benefits of the devoted dog system. It is a pleasure to serve the host. I am currently retrieving all available information regarding Yuanyan. Name, Yuanyan cultivation level. Minor completion of the Emperor Realm martial arts. Heavenly martial divine palm. Thunderbolt fist. Past experiences. entered the imperial palace at the age of 23, appointed as a major general at 120, promoted to deputy general at 333, and at the age of 783, seduced the fragrant concubine. With her assistance, he was granted the title of Grand General, subsequently fathering Shurchen with the fragrant concubine, and together they conspired against Queen Li Wanjun, extracting the supreme bone from the former crown prince Shurtian. Oh my! Indeed, what a scandal! No wonder Yu Wenyin was in such a hurry. It turns out that Shurchen is his biological son. How unfortunate for Shurhan's Han to have been so thoroughly betrayed by Yu Wenyin. Gazing at the information panel, Yi Qingyun sighed inwardly. It is truly laughable. Shurhan's Han, for the sake of an outsider, actually abolished his own son's title as crown prince? Subsequently, he bestowed the title upon Shurchen, who shares no blood relation. Is he not relinquishing the throne of the heavenly martial empire to others? If Shurhan's Han were to uncover the truth, he would likely be enraged to the point of vomiting blood. Yu Wenyin is indeed formidable, managing to outmaneuver even the emperor. How intriguing, simply fascinating. A wicked smile curled upon Yi Qingyun's lips. Such an amusing affair deserves to be known by all under heaven. Rumble. Above the arena, the Qingyun spread its wings, and a terrifying force enveloped Shurchen. With a resounding crack, Shurchen's bones twisted and contorted, producing a sharp sound of fracture. Shurtian. This prince will ensure your demise is most tragic. Shurchen, already drenched in blood, endured the excruciating pain as he summoned the supreme bone to withstand Shurtian's formidable Qingyun power. Simultaneously, the supreme eye was activated, emanating a shimmering violet glow, with profound and enigmatic inscriptions materializing, resembling two unfathomable black holes that voraciously absorbed the terrifying Qingyun force. Indeed, it was the supreme eye. Shurchen had finally revealed his trump card. The ability to absorb Qingyun power demonstrated the supreme eye's tremendous strength. Legends spoke of its potential to influence the very flow of time when cultivated to its zenith. Instantly, Shurchen's supreme eye captured the attention of all present. The dual-eyed prowess was a path of invincibility, offering multiple avenues for triumph. In the past, Shurchen had nearly matched Shurtian evenly with the supreme eye. Yet, in his quest to surpass Shurtian entirely, he had sacrificed his supreme bone. Possessing both the supreme eye and the supreme bone rendered him nearly invincible among his peers. Shurtian, you are fated to never rise again. Once you mend your dantian, reconstruct your supreme bone, and awaken your supreme divine body. The wisest course would have been to conceal yourself, diligently cultivate, and await the moment for vengeance. Alas, your temperament is too flawed. You simply cannot exercise patience. The prince possesses the supreme eye and supreme bone, and his cultivation surpasses yours. What do you intend to use to seek vengeance against him? Ha ha ha, perish. Shurchen's face twisted in a grimace, blood lingering at the corners of his mouth, and he was on the brink of madness. As long as he eliminated Shurtian, there would be no further obstacles in his path. With Shurtian alive, Shurchen could find no peace. For the blood that flowed from him was not that of the Shur family. To successfully inherit the throne, he must slay Shurtian and bury this secret forever. Shu. The supreme eye locked onto Shurtian, and two beams of violet light shot forth, piercing the void, distorting the fabric of spatial laws, causing the space to constrict as if it had become a celestial prison. Moreover, the order of time was also affected, the flow of time slowed, leaving everyone feeling as if their bodies were filled with molten iron, rendering their movements rigid and cumbersome. Die. A smug smile spread across Shurchen's lips. In the Tianwu Empire's territory, Shurhan Shan observed the unfolding events with an impassive expression. Shurchen's victory was, in fact, a fortuitous event for him, as Shurtian harbored immense hatred towards the Tianwu Empire. Having witnessed Shurtian's formidable strength, Shurhan Shan's worries deepened. Meanwhile, Yu Wenyin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shurtian was unable to contend with the Supreme Eye. Otherwise, the outcome of today's confrontation would have been uncertain. In the vicinity of the Luyun sect, Su Jinbin and the Three Peak Masters stirred restlessly. Master, uncle, if you do not intervene soon, it will be too late. Chen Haojia's countenance flushed crimson, as the spiritual energy within him churned violently, unable to suppress the urge to act. Shurtian, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, if he were to perish now, it would be an immense loss for the Luyun sect. Although Jining Shuang remained silent, her heart was equally anxious. How could she bear to witness the downfall of such an extraordinary talent? What is the hurry? Yi Qingyun scoffed. Do you all look down upon my disciple so much? Is it merely the supreme dual eye? Is that truly so remarkable? Everyone possesses their own unique gifts. At his words, Ji Ningxuang furrowed her brows, a bold conjecture forming in her mind. Could it be that Shirtian also possessed? Suddenly, as two streams of purple light were about to pierce through Shirtian's body, his eyes were unexpectedly filled with an eerie purple radiance. Boom! The space once sealed by Shirchun now collapsed outright. Subsequently, two identical streams of purple light shot forth from Shirtian's eyes. Clang! Rumble! The four streams of light collided, the residual might of the Supreme sweeping across, causing the fabric of space to shatter and collapse. As if two quasi-emperor-level experts were engaged in fierce combat. Shirchun was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. How can you also possess the Supreme Dual Eye? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shirchun widened his eyes, his voice trembling with incredulity. What in the world? Am I seeing things? How can Shirtian also possess the Supreme Eye? Goodness, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never dare to believe such a thing. Supreme Bone, Supreme Divine Body, Supreme Eye. My word. Shirtian seems to have encompassed all attributes associated with the Supreme. The entire training ground erupted with excitement. Chapter 55, Stop. He is your own brother. How could he truly possess the Supreme Eye? How did this come to pass? Although Ji Ningxuang had her suspicions, witnessing it firsthand left her utterly astonished. It is known that the Supreme Bone, the Supreme Divine Body, and the Supreme Eye are all extraordinarily rare and unparalleled traits. Yet Shirtian has seemingly acquired them all. This must undoubtedly be connected to Qingyun. Could it be that this fellow is indeed a celestial being descended to Earth? Yet, celestial beings are not typically so. Perplexing. Ji Ningxuang's delicate brows furrowed. Qingyun was far too enigmatic for her to comprehend. Goodness. Master Uncle, it turns out you were not merely boasting earlier. Shirtian truly possesses the Supreme Bone. Master Uncle, from this moment forth, you shall be my deity. No, my biological father. Shenhaojie and the three peak masters were utterly in awe of Qingyun. They increasingly felt that their master uncle was no ordinary individual. Even their ancestral master uncle likely did not possess as many hidden cards as he did. When the ancestral master uncle brought Qingyun to Luyun's sect, all the major peaks had expressed their opposition. However, the ancestral master uncle resolutely disregarded the dissent and insisted on passing the position of peak master to Qingyun. In retrospect, it seems that all of this may have been anticipated by the ancestral master uncle. Long live the ancestral master uncle. Long live master uncle even more. In the early morning, how did Qin'er's Supreme Eye end up in Shirtian's possession? What on earth is happening? Yuanyin's heart raced to his throat. He had initially believed that Shirchun would vanquish Shirtian with the Supreme Eye, yet who could have foreseen that Shirtian also possessed this extraordinary ability? The entire situation felt surreal. Shirhan Shan was equally bewildered. With the Supreme Bone, the Supreme Divine Body, and now the Supreme Eye. How many trump cards does Shirtian possess? Armed with these three unparalleled traits, Shirtian could easily be hailed as a saint in the sacred lands of the Central Domain. How blind I have been. Shirhan Shan lamented deeply. The Tianwu Empire had unwittingly thrust forth an extraordinary prodigy. With a sigh, he realized that after Shirtian utilized the Supreme Eye, combined with the Supreme Bone and Divine Body, he would undoubtedly triumph over Shirchen. This would seal Shirchen's fate. And Shirtian harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Tianwu Empire. They were on the verge of losing two paramount talents. No, Shirchen cannot perish, otherwise the Tianwu Empire will be left without successors. Gritting his teeth, Shirhan Shan's eyes gleamed with determination. Shirtian had already crossed a line that could not be mended, thus Shirchen must not encounter any misfortune. Rumble. On the arena, the terrifying onslaught continued unabated. However, the two violet streams of light unleashed by Shirtian were evidently far more potent, due to the fact that Shirtian has perfected the Supreme Heavy Eye. While Shirchun has merely reached a rudimentary stage, Shirtian not only possesses the Supreme Heavy Eye, but wields a more formidable version than Shirchen's. Can you imagine the frustration? Furthermore, Shirtian is endowed with the Supreme Bone and the Supreme Divine Body, unleashing a terrifying force. Although he is only at the Purple Mansion realm, he can effortlessly crush experts at the Cave Void realm. You have lost. Shirtian's expression was frigid, emanating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Boom. Shirchen's two violet beams, unable to bear the pressure, were ultimately obliterated. Shirtian's two beams pierced through the void, relentlessly advancing towards Shirchen. The fabric of space crumbled, time itself seemed to freeze, as if the entire continent had come to a standstill. Poof. The Supreme Heavy Eye was shattered, and Sherichen coughed up blood, stumbling backward in disarray. Yet, the two violet beams had already locked onto him with unyielding precision. The order of space and the flow of time were disrupted, leaving Sherichen with no chance of escape. At this moment, his mind went blank, filled with dread. No. Please do not kill me. Father Emperor, save me. Shurchin's face turned pale, blood staining the corner of his mouth, as he cried out for help towards the direction of the heavenly martial empire. He was utterly no match for Shurtian. However, he had already signed the life and death battle decree. Defeat meant only death. He did not wish to perish, for he still had a bright future ahead. With his exceptional talent, he would inevitably ascend to the realm of the great emperor, taking control of the entire Tianwu Empire. He also aspired to venture into the central domain, treading upon the elite and climbing steadily to greatness. Yet at this moment, all that awaited him was death. The training grounds fell into a profound silence, as everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Shurchun had actually been defeated? Regardless of the trump cards Shurchun employed, Shurtian possessed even more formidable means to dismantle them. In this moment, the crowd suddenly comprehended that Shurchun had been deceived from the very beginning. Shurchun regarded Shurtian as the prey, but who could have anticipated that the true prey was none other than Shurchun himself? Shurtian had deliberately played the role of the underdog, tricking Shurchun into signing the life and death duel contract, thus allowing him to brazenly eliminate him. We have triumphed. Ha ha. We have emerged victorious. The might of the Shur lineage is resounding. The members of the Luyun sect erupted in ecstatic cheers. First, Xiaohua showcased his brilliance, followed by Shurtian utterly overpowering Shurchun. Without a doubt, the Luyun sect was the greatest dark horse of this gathering of elites. With the Empress Ji Ningxiang above and Xiaohua and Shurtian below, the Luyun sect was destined not to fade into obscurity. On the contrary, it would rise powerfully. And surely, after today, the elites of the Eastern Domain would scramble to join the Luyun sect. A captivating smile graced Ji Ningxiang's lips. However, she remained ever vigilant. Should the Tianwu Empire dare to intervene, she would extend her benevolence and send Shur Hans Han and others to accompany her on the road to the Yellow Springs. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is in peril. Yuanyin's expression was one of urgency as he summoned the power within him. Should Shur Hans Han refrain from intervening, he would take matters into his own hands. Shur Hans Han squinted his aged eyes, caught in a dilemma. After all, Shurchen and Shurtian had signed a death duel agreement. Any intervention on his part would be a violation of the rules. The Empress Ji Ningxiang was not someone to be trifled with. Although the Tianwu Empire had its own elders, they were too far away to arrive in time. Provoking Ji Ningxiang would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Yet, if Shurchun were to be slain, the future of the Tianwu Empire would be irrevocably doomed. Tian'er, cease at once. That is your elder brother, Shur Hanzan exclaimed, attempting to appeal to emotions. Elder brother? Shurtian scoffed, a bitter smile crossing his face. He was the one who caused my mother's demise. Did he consider himself my brother when he extracted my supreme bone? If I were to be defeated today, would you tell Shurchun that I am his dear younger brother? Shurtian's expression twisted in rage. He had long abandoned any hope for the Tianwu Empire or Shur Hanzan. In Shur Hanshan's eyes, there was only self-interest. Once he attained power, his first act would be to overthrow the rule of the Tianwu Empire. Today, Shurchun shall surely meet his end. A fierce killing intent erupted from within Shurtian. Two streams of violet light surged ever closer to Shurchun. Moreover, the formidable powers of the Kunping and the Swan Ni surged forth, relentlessly directed towards Shurchun. He was determined to personally slay this beast. Chapter 56, Qingyun strikes. Father, save me. Shurchun's voice trembled as he cried out in a frantic manner. His father, Shurhan Mountain, was his last ray of hope. No one can save you today. Mother, Zhou Lao, Xiaodian has avenged you. Shurtian's expression was icy, with a fierce glint of murderous intent flickering deep within his eyes. Two beams of purple light pierced through the void, targeting Shurchun's heart, followed closely by the terrifying powers of Kunping and Swanni, stirring up powerful gales. The entire martial arts arena trembled violently. This scene sent chills down the spines of all who witnessed it. Shurtian's decisive killing intent was reminiscent of a deity of death. He was someone who should never be crossed. As a former prodigy, even after plummeting into the depths of despair, he could still ascend to greatness, leaving everyone else in awe. Thud, Shurchun, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, we can't delay any longer. If anything happens to the Crown Prince, the hope of the Tianwu Empire will be buried. Yuanyu's heart raced, his voice laced with urgency. After all, Qingyun was his own flesh and blood. How could he bear to witness his son's demise? Boom. The imperial might within Shirhan Mountain erupted, tearing the fabric of space as it manifested before Qingyun. The two streams of violet light were effortlessly extinguished. The powers of the Qingyun and the Swanee were dispersed by this imperial force. Beneath the emperor, all are but mere ants. Although Qingyun possessed immense strength, his cultivation was merely at the Purple Mansion realm, rendering him incapable of threatening a formidable emperor. With a breath of relief, Qingyun, now thoroughly intimidated, relaxed upon witnessing Shirhan Mountain's retreating figure. Thankfully, his life was spared. However, the humiliation of being compelled to kneel publicly by Qingyun had trampled upon his dignity, a debt he would remember. Should the opportunity arise, he would ensure Qingyun plummeted once more into an irretrievable abyss. Tian'er, it is time to cease. Both you and Chun'er are my own flesh and blood. I wish not to witness you turn against each other, Shirhan Mountain said, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion. The emperor's might enveloped the entire training ground. Indeed, the great martial emperor Shirhan Mountain had finally intervened. Get away. Qingyun's countenance darkened as he exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, his sovereign presence unwavering even in the face of imperial power. What of the emperor? Given a century, he would still emerge victorious. Wretched one, how dare you speak to your father in such a manner? Qingyun struggled to rise. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his legs still trembling, yet he boisterously shouted, emboldened by the support of others. Qingyun's icy gaze fell upon Qingyun, causing him to retreat 2 or 3 steps in fear. What a disgrace! Shirhan Shan, already displeased by Qingyun's public reprimand, could not help but scold upon witnessing Qingyun's pitiful state. How foolish he had been to choose Qingyun. If given another chance, he would resolutely select Qingyun and forsake Qingyun. But it was too late. Tian'er, cease your unreasonable antics. I wish to see neither you nor Chin'er come to harm, Shirhan Shan advised, adopting the guise of a compassionate father. Yet, to the onlookers, it appeared utterly hypocritical. Shirhan Shan was merely a self-serving individual, valuing familial bonds at a mere pittance. His pretense of paternal kindness was nothing more than a strategy to win Qingyun back to the Tianwu Empire, hoping to exploit him for his own gain. Shirhan Shan, do you truly believe me to be a naive child? Do not feign righteousness, you sanctimonious hypocrite. Once I grow powerful, the first act I shall undertake is to sever your head and extract your heart, to see whether it is black or red. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the air. Even Shirhan Shan felt a chill of trepidation creeping upon him. It seemed as though what stood before him was not a mere mortal, but a fearsome denizen of hell. Qingyun had become utterly expendable, and in the future, he would pose the greatest threat to the heavenly martial empire. Fool, your demise is inevitable. A smirk of triumph curled upon Qingyun's lips, for this was the outcome he had desired. By provoking Shirhan Shan, Qingyun was surely doomed. With a resounding crash, a terrifying imperial aura erupted, descending upon Qingyun with oppressive force. I am the heavenly martial emperor and your progenitor, yet you dare to address me in such a tone. Repent, wretched son. Shirhan Shan admonished, his aged eyes narrowing with cold fury. The training grounds fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by Shirhan Shan's seething voice. Given Shirhan Shan's treatment of Qingyun, the flowing cloud sect would undoubtedly intervene. Qingyun Shuang's beautiful eyes glimmered with frost. An overwhelming imperial aura surged forth, saturating the arena with an intense chill. Although Shirhan Shan's power was formidable, it was instantly subdued by this frigid presence. The distinction between the great emperor's consummation and its pinnacle may seem slight, yet the disparity in strength was monumental. Furthermore, Qingyun Shuang possessed the eternal ice phoenix physique, rendering her capable of effortlessly overpowering Shirhan Shan. Qingyun Shuang. Shirhan Shan's brow furrowed deeply, no matter how he strained. He could not dispel the encroaching cold. It felt as though his very being was on the verge of being encased in ice. He possesses the formidable physique of an emperor, yet stands utterly defenseless before Qingyun Shuang, seeking death. The very fabric of space before Qingyun Shuang shattered as she prepared to strike. Although Qingyun and Qingyun had signed a life-and-death battle decree, with the loser facing death, Shirhan Shan audaciously intervened, exhibiting a blatant disregard for reason, and now dares to lay hands on Qingyun. Such insolence is simply unforgivable. Qingyun Shuang is certainly not someone to be trifled with. Today, she is determined to sever Shirhan Shan's head and use it as a ball to kick around. Feeling an overwhelming chill, everyone shuddered. They were acutely aware that the Empress Ji Ningxuang was about to unleash her wrath. One Shirhan's Han was hardly worthy of mention. Even 10 of him would pale in comparison before the Empress, unless the ancestral powers of the Tianwu Empire intervened. His life rests in my hands. Yi Qingyun abruptly rose. His countenance darkened, shedding the languor of his usual demeanor. Though he exuded no traces of cultivation, he emanated an aura of palpable danger, akin to a ticking time bomb, serene before detonation, yet poised to unleash devastation afterward. Upon witnessing Yi Qingyun's move, Ji Ningxuang paused momentarily. This individual is actually willing to take action? It appears Yi Qingyun has indeed been provoked by Shirhan's Han. Master Uncle, Su Zhenbin, Chen Haojia, Wei Yu, and others were left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Master Uncle intends to confront Shirhan's Han? This is madness. How could a foundational realm practitioner stand against an emperor-level opponent? What the hell? Look quickly, the wasteful sect leader of the Flowing Cloud sect has stepped forward. Does he intend to support Shi Tian? How absurd. Yi Qingyun cannot even defeat Shi Tian. What can a mere foundation establishment cultivator contribute? After all, Shi Tian is his disciple. Even if he cannot win, he might wish to engage in a theoretical discussion. Alas, in the divine Qingyun continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme, reasoning holds no value. The one with the strongest fist dictates the truth. Yi Qingyun is likely to face humiliation. The powerful figures of various factions can only shake their heads in dismay. If the Empress Ji Ningxuang were to intervene, Shirhan's Han would undoubtedly be utterly defeated. However, with Yi Qingyun's involvement, it is likely to become a mere farce. Chapter 57, Shirhan Mountain, have you been greened? Is the master finally going to make a move? As he gazed at Yi Qingyun's retreating figure, a flicker of anticipation crossed Xiao Wu's eyes. He still vividly recalled the sword strike his master unleashed atop Ling Xiao Peak. Although he was unaware of his master's precise realm, he was certain that it was not inferior to that of the sect leader. With a cold expression, Yi Qingyun slowly made his way toward the arena. Su Zhenbin and the other peak masters were visibly anxious, their faces flushed with worry. Sect leader, this simply cannot be allowed, Su Zhenbin exclaimed, turning to Ji Ningxuang, his brow furrowed. Yet, Ji Ningxuang appeared unfazed, even reclining back with an amused demeanor as she replied. If you feel incapable, then perhaps you should take the stage yourself. Su Zhenbin swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. With Shirhan Mountain's mastery reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and his own merely at the minor completion of the same realm, he was utterly outmatched. Only the sect leader could contend with Shirhan Mountain. Master. On the arena, Shi Tian looked up at Yi Qingyun with gratitude. His master was finally ready to intervene on his behalf. The deepest secret of the Luyun sect lay with his master. It was he who, in the Red Leaf Forest, had effortlessly slain Long Sheng, who possessed the strength of a quasi-emperor, with a single palm strike. Xiao Tian, you have performed admirably, truly worthy of being my disciple. Yi Qingyun said with a smile as he stepped onto the arena, addressing Shi Tian. The disciple owes his present circumstances entirely to the nurturing of his master. This profound gratitude shall remain etched in his memory forever, Stone Tian replied with fervor. Witnessing Stone Tian's profound respect for Yi Qingyun, Stone Han felt a pang of bitterness within. Despite being his biological son, he harbored resentment towards him. What could a mere foundation-level waste impart? Your current achievements are solely due to my bloodline. Without it, you would amount to nothing, Stone Han declared coldly. Silence. How dare you show disrespect to my master? This is tantamount to courting death. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Stone Tian's eyes as he unleashed his supreme aura, fists clenched tightly, radiating the power of the Qingyun. He was poised to strike at Stone Han. Indeed, Stone Han had bestowed upon him his bloodline, but that was a bygone affair. The former Stone Tian was no more. His supreme bones had been excavated, his Dantian rendered useless, and all that he once was had dissipated into thin air. It was his master who granted him a rebirth. The current Stone Tian bore no connection to the Tianwu Empire. Unworthy son, do you dare? Stone Hanshan's eyes widened in fury. Were it not for the chilling restraint imposed by Ji Ningxuang, he would have delivered a resounding slap to Stone Tian. Yet, in the face of Stone Hanshan's thunderous roar, Stone Tian remained undeterred. His fists, as colossal as mountains, surged towards Stone Han, unleashing the powers of the Qingyun and the Swanee. Boom! With each step echoing, Shirhan's Han retreated several paces. Were it not for his imperial physique, he would have been reduced to mere vapor by now. Shi Tian truly harbored murderous intent. You wretched spawn, allowing your birth was a grave mistake. Shi Hanzhan gritted through clenched teeth. The Shi Tian of yore was no more. The present incarnation was a disciple of the Flowing Clouds sect. Shi Tian's expression remained impassive as he coldly declared. Just as he prepared to strike again, Qingyun interposed himself before him. Your life is entrusted to me, my disciple. Go forth and eliminate Shi Tian. Rest assured, should the heavens collapse, I shall support you. Qingyun stated with a frigid demeanor. Yes, master, Shi Tian replied earnestly. His icy gaze fixating on Shi Chen, causing the latter to hastily cower behind Shi Hanzhan. You, a mere waste, dare to confront me? Ha! What a ludicrous jest. Shi Hanzhan retorted, his face ashen yet tinged with disdain upon being called an old dog by Qingyun. With a thunderous boom, Shi Hanzhan unleashed all his might, finally breaking free from Jining Shuang's seal. His countenance pale, he coughed up a mouthful of rich crimson blood. Yet, to liberate himself from that chilling grip was worth every cost. Unshackled from the icy restraint, vanquishing the worthless Qingyun was now a task of utmost simplicity. Jining Shuang, since you have sent this incompetent individual, I hope you will refrain from intervening further. I shall engage in a fair duel with your esteemed master uncle. Shi Hanzhan grinned, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. As long as Jining Shuang refrains from action, Shi Hanzhan feels no pressure. No matter the circumstance, Shi Chen must be preserved. Utter nonsense. I vehemently oppose this. Chen Haojie shouted angrily. Shi Tian and Shi Chen had explicitly signed a life and death agreement. Since Shi Chen has been defeated, he must perish. What audacity for you, shameless cur, to make such a ruckus. Truly disgraceful. Why don't you leave? Su Jinbin unsheathed his sword, the essence of the 5 elements bursting forth, revealing the demeanor of a grand sword immortal. The 3 peak masters prepared to strike. How could a mere foundation establishment practitioner stand against Shi Hanzhan? They must not allow themselves to be bullied. Everyone, return, Jining Shuang suddenly commanded. At her words, Su Jinbin and the others were momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Is the sect master truly going to allow the master uncle to be mistreated? Shi Tian is a disciple of Qingyun. Is it not reasonable for him to act on behalf of his disciple? Just watch and see. Jining Shuang spoke with a calm demeanor. The 3 peak masters hesitated, but ultimately returned to their seats. No one knew what thoughts were brewing in Jining Shuang's mind. Ha 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 ha. Truly, the Empress of Flowing Clouds is worthy of admiration, Shi Hanzhan exclaimed with a triumphant laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Qingyun. Jining Shuang regarded Shi Hanzhan with an expression of incredulity, perceiving him as a fool. This old dog believed Qingyun to be a mere waste. Yet even Jining Shuang herself lacked the confidence to defeat him. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold, this time. Qingyun was destined to astonish all and create a sensation throughout the eastern domain. Old dog, is it truly amusing? Qingyun inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. Who do you call an old dog? Whoever responds shall be insulted. You. Shi Hanzhan's chest tightened with rage, as a sovereign. When had he ever endured such indignity? Today, your obstinacy justifies your demise. However, before your end, there is something I must reveal to you. A playful smile graced Qingyun's lips. Youngster, are you still in a slumber? I am an emperor, a formidable force. You, a mere foundation-level waste. Cannot even challenge my finger, yet you dare to dream of killing me? Such folly. Shi Hanzhan mocked coldly. An emperor? Is that truly impressive? Is it not merely the matter of a single sword? Were it not for the intent to unveil the truth to you, you would already be a cold corpse. Listen well, you have been cuckolded, Qingyun said with a grin. I have been cuckolded? What does that even mean? Shi Hanzhan's countenance reflected a perplexing confusion. Qingyun, tapping his forehead, suddenly recalled that individuals from ancient times were oblivious to the connotation of a green hat. To put it plainly, it signifies that your beloved Xiangfei has been unfaithful with another, resulting in the birth of Shi Chen. Qingyun spoke candidly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Upon hearing this, both Huan Yin and Shi Chen were rendered utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? How could Qingyun possibly be aware of this matter? In the training arena, a collective gasp echoed as everyone sensed the gravity of the situation. How audacious for Qingyun to provoke Shi Hanzhan so brazenly. It was tantamount to courting death. Boom. Qingyun, you are courting your own demise. Shi Hanzhan was engulfed in a furious rage. As an emperor, he could not tolerate such an affront. The terrifying aura of imperial majesty surged forth, akin to an expansive ocean, seemingly capable of engulfing all existence. Chapter 58. A single strike to slay the Emperor. Do you dare call this a useless peak master? Shirhan Mountain was utterly enraged, for he cherished the fragrant concubine above all, and Shirchun represented the very hope of the Tianwu Empire. Yet, Qingyun had the audacity to declare that the fragrant concubine had betrayed him, even going so far as to claim that Shirchun was a base-born child of her and another. Such utter nonsense was intolerable. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to His Majesty? This general shall not let you escape unscathed. Yu Wenyin, gripping his golden spear, lunged towards Qingyun before Shirhan Mountain could act. How did Qingyun uncover his secret with the fragrant concubine? Should this revelation come to light, Yu Wenyin's life would be forfeit, and Shirchun would plummet into an abyss from which there would be no return. The royal family held bloodline in utmost regard. They would never allow foreign blood to ascend the throne. Thus, Qingyun must perish. Shirchun possessed a radiant future that could not be jeopardized. Swish! The fierce light of the spear surged forth, piercing the void, arriving before Qingyun in the blink of an eye. Master! Su Jinbin and the others' expression shifted dramatically as they unleashed their imperial might in an attempt to intervene, but it was already too late. Ji Ningxue remained calm, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of anticipation. Various factions shook their heads in disapproval. Qingyun was woefully unaware of the gravity of his situation. To be betrayed by the woman one loves is the ultimate taboo for any man. However, Qingyun unabashedly voiced his thoughts, and without any evidence to support his claims. It was no wonder that Shirhan's Han was filled with fury. TSK, 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 you have finally lost your composure. When you were seducing the fragrant concubine, you ought to have anticipated this day of revelation. Qingyun showed no fear. Instead, a hint of derision graced his lips. Upon hearing this, Shirhan Shan's face darkened ominously. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. When Shirchun faced peril, Yu Wenyin seemed even more anxious than he, repeatedly urging him to take action. Ever since Yu Wenyin's corporeal form was destroyed by the Cloud Empress 3 years ago, he had been treated like a pariah before the Cloud sect, shying away from confrontation and even breaking into a cold sweat at the thought of merely looking upon them. Yet now, Yu Wenyin acted decisively, seemingly intent on silencing him permanently. No, Shirchun's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yu Wenyin. Shirhan Shan's pupils constricted sharply, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him, the imperial aura dissipating as a chilling emptiness enveloped his heart. He had never imagined that he would be betrayed by the fragrant concubine. Thus, suspicion had never crossed his mind. Had he been more observant, he would have noticed the closeness between the fragrant concubine and Yu Wenyin, as well as the fact that Shirchun bore no resemblance to him. As the emperor of the martial arts, the ruler of a nation, he had been betrayed by the woman he cherished most. This was an utter humiliation. Even more absurdly, he had sheltered the fragrant concubine. After she orchestrated the death of Empress Li Wanjun, he had turned a blind eye, choosing to ignore the truth. The queen accompanied him for the greater part of his life, bearing him a son, Shirtian, while also understanding and cherishing him, assisting him in managing state affairs. Yet he, Shirhan's Han, possessed a heart as cold as a wolf's and as ungrateful as a dog's. He had wronged the queen and, even more so, his own flesh and blood, Shirtian. Shirchun was merely an outsider, devoid of any blood ties. Nevertheless, he tacitly permitted Shirchun to excavate his own son's supreme bone, rendering his own son's Dantian useless. It turned out that he was the true jester in this tragic play. Shirhan's Han closed his eyes, tears of murky sorrow streaming down his cheeks. After this event, he would ensure that Yu Wenyin, the fragrant concubine, and Shirchun would pay the price they deserved. However, he did not intervene to stop Yu Wenyin from slaying Qingyun. He wished for this disgrace to remain concealed. Take my secrets with the fragrant concubine to the depths of hell. Yu Wenyin's countenance was fierce, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The golden spear was less than a meter away from Qingyun. At such a close range, even a formidable emperor-level warrior would be unable to defend in time. How much less so could Qingyun, a mere waste at the foundation establishment stage. Swish! Just when everyone believed Qingyun was doomed, the golden spear suddenly halted midair. Moreover, the piercing light of the spear faded away, as if the once mighty golden weapon had transformed into mere scrap metal in an instant. Goodness, look! Qingyun has caught the golden spear with his bare hands? This must be a jest. Yu Wenyin is indeed a formidable powerhouse of the Emperor realm, wielding a golden spear that qualifies as an imperial weapon. Although it may not be of the highest grade, its might is undeniably formidable. at such a close range. Even those who have achieved great mastery within the Emperor realm would find it challenging to defend against it. One might misjudge a situation, but how could a multitude err in their perception? Qingyun has truly seized the golden spear with his bare hands. In that instant, it felt as though the heavens had unleashed a thunderous shock upon everyone present. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him in a state of utter shock. His hands trembled violently, overwhelmed by a ferocious force surging from the spear, threatening to loosen his grip. Han Mountain and Qin stood as if turned to stone, utterly astounded by the scene before them, which shattered their preconceived notions. How could a mere foundation establishment waste seize Yan's golden spear with his bare hands? This was inconceivable. In the vicinity of Luyun's sect, Su Jinbin and others similarly gasped in astonishment. A charming smile graced Ji Ningxuang's lips. For the true spectacle was only just beginning. Your speed is far too sluggish. On the arena, Qingyun's gaze turned icy. Boom. A terrifying imperial might erupted from within Qingyun, accompanied by the overwhelming aura of the Dragon Sovereign. In an instant, both Yan's imperial might and Han Mountains were completely devoured. Though Qingyun had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, his multiple physiques rendered him capable of effortlessly overpowering any opponent within that realm. With a thunderous march, the terrifying imperial might surge forth, leaving Han Shan in a state of disarray, nearly toppling over. Qin was directly blasted away. The elders of the Wuji Palace, tasked with guarding the arena, were also sent flying, uttering cries of despair. Everyone was enveloped by the imperial aura, a suffocating sensation creeping in, making them acutely aware of the specter of death. At the mere thought of Qingyun, they could all be obliterated in an instant. The Emperor, the imperial might. Qingyun was indeed a formidable being of the Emperor realm. The entire martial arts arena erupted in fervor. All gazes were fixed upon Qingyun with incredulity. The once deemed useless peak master of the Luyun sect was, astonishingly, a powerful emperor? Good heavens! How deeply had he concealed this? Yuan was surely doomed now. It seemed the entire Tianwu Empire was at the brink of destruction, for Qingyun's imperial might rivaled that of the Luyun Empress. With an indifferent expression, Qingyun tightened his grip on the golden spear, unleashing a force that sent Yuan, who was already paralyzed with fear, spewing blood and hurtling away. You are an emperor. How is this possible? Yuan's face turned ashen, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. You may perish now. Rest assured. Your beloved Xiangfei and your precious son will soon join you. A chilling smile emerged at the corners of Qingyun's lips, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. With a resounding bang, Qingyun unleashed a palm strike from afar. Though seemingly casual, it erupted with cataclysmic force in that fleeting moment. Boom. The training arena collapsed in a deafening roar, while the entire Wuji Palace trembled violently. Puff, puff. Yuan was unable to utter a single cry. He was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. As the imperial might sealed off the surrounding space for thousands of miles, Yuan's very soul was obliterated. Thus, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm met his demise. Chapter 59, Slaying Qin. Reclaiming the supreme bone, a terrifying imperial might permeated the entire martial arena. Everyone held their breath, even refraining from the slightest blink. The Grand General of the Tianwu Empire, the formidable Yuan, had fallen, and by a mere palm strike from Qingyun. Such a turn of events seemed almost theatrical. Qingyun, known for his indolence and indulgence in feminine allure, was labeled the wasteful peak master of Luyun sect. Yet, who could have anticipated that he was, in fact, a formidable emperor-level powerhouse? Moreover, Qingyun was not merely an ordinary emperor. His prowess likely surpassed that of Han Han, rivaling even the esteemed Empress Ningxuang. Qingyun had concealed his true capabilities so deeply that even Su Jinbin and others remained oblivious. No wonder his two disciples were exceptionally talented. This was no mere coincidence or a stroke of luck. It was evident that Qingyun possessed the strength to cultivate Xiaohua and Shitian. Shitian gazed up at Qingyun's figure with awe. In his eyes, his master was an omnipotent deity. Once, his master had effortlessly slain Long Sheng with a single strike, and now, he had dispatched Yuan in the same manner. His master stood like an insurmountable mountain. The stronger the adversary, the mightier he became. Thud, father! Qin's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly paralyzed by fear, instinctively calling out. The moment he uttered father, regret washed over him, and his complexion turned a ghastly shade of pale. Oh my, what a revelation! Shurchen actually referred to Yu Wenyan as his father? Could it be that Xiang Fei truly had an affair with Yu Wenyan and subsequently bore Shurchen? No wonder I felt that Shurchen bore such a striking resemblance to Yu Wenyan. It turns out that what Yi Qingyun stated was indeed true. Shurchen is the progeny of Yu Wenyan and Xiang Fei. Does this mean that Shi Hanshan has unwittingly raised Yu Wenyan's son for several decades? Moreover, he tacitly allowed Shurchen to excavate the supreme bones of his own flesh and blood. The human inclination to gossip is undeniable. Once Shurchen called Yu Wenyan father, everyone suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Shi Hanshan's head was undoubtedly filled with envy. Crack. Shi Hanshan clenched his teeth, his complexion darkening ominously. Although he was already aware that Shurchen was not his biological son, the public scrutiny inflicted upon him evoked a sense of shame so profound that he wished to vanish into the earth. Will you end this yourself? Or shall I assist you? Shi Hanshan, turning his back to Shurchen, spoke in a frigid tone. Even though Shurchen embodies the future of the Tianwu Empire, he could not allow Shurchen to continue living, for Shurchen represented his stain. Father. I misspoke. You are the true father of this child. Shurchen trembled in fear, his entire being quaking. Monarchs, by their very nature, are devoid of compassion. For the sake of interests and reputation, they may sacrifice everything. Silence. Shi Hanshan trembled with rage, bellowing in fury. Shurchen had long since been rendered speechless by fear. He understood that today marked his ultimate demise. Even if Shi Tian refrained from killing him, Shi Hanshan would not spare him either. Ha! Shi Hanshan, this is your retribution. The Empress served you tirelessly and selflessly, accompanying you for the better part of her life. Yet, you stood by and watched as Xiang Fei brought about her demise. Do you possess any semblance of a heart? The favored Xiang Fei has entangled herself with Yu Wenyan. Even your most esteemed Shurchen is not your own flesh and blood. Ha! This is the punishment bestowed upon you by the heavens. Shi Tian laughed maniacally, his expression twisted in malevolence. The sight of Shi Hanshan's agony brought immense satisfaction to Shi Tian's heart. Enough. Shi Hanshan's eyes burned crimson as he abruptly turned, intending to crush Shurchen with a single blow, erasing the blemish of his existence. Crack. However, Qingyun suddenly seized his fist, and the violent force surged forth, shattering his bones with a resounding crack. The ferocious power invaded his being, eliciting a wretched cry even from Shi Hanshan. Your Majesty. Eunuch Zhao and the others shouted anxiously. But Qingyun's imperial might was overwhelmingly formidable. They could not approach him at all. His life could only be claimed by Xiao Tian. Qingyun spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian, brimming with murderous intent, advanced towards Shurchen. At this moment, he had waited for what felt like an eternity. Mother, do you see this? Yu Wenyan is dead. Next, I shall personally avenge you and old Master Zhou by killing Shurchen. Shi Tian approached Shurchen, exuding a chilling aura of murder. No, please don't kill me. Father, save me, save me. Only I can bring hope to the Tianwu Empire. Without me, the empire is doomed. Shurchen knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Silence. If not for Yi Qingyun's restraint, Shi Hanshan would have struck Shurchen down himself. Smack. Yi Qingyun responded with a swift slap, sending Shi Hanshan flying, causing 2 or 3 blood-streaked teeth to fall out. Even the emperor's physical form was shattered, blood gushing forth, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog. In just one slap, Shi Hanshan's imperial body was utterly destroyed. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. How powerful is Yi Qingyun? He has concealed his strength far too well over the years. Perhaps even the sword godly Moyang would not be a match for Yi Qingyun. The other 6 transcendent forces gazed at Yi Qingyun with trepidation. Fortunately, they did not step forward. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate. With both Ji Ningshuang and Yi Qingyun, the Flowing Cloud sect stands invincible against any transcendent force. The atmosphere within the Wuzhigong was heavy, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Not long ago, a conflict erupted between the Wuzhigong and the Luyun sect. The holy son, Zhou Tanchi, was already drenched in cold sweat. Yi Qingyun's prowess was simply monstrous. Fortunately, he did not challenge Xiaohua. Otherwise, even if he were to escape death at the hands of Xiaohua, he would likely be crushed by Yi Qingyun. No one within the Luyun sect was to be trifled with. Shurchen, return my mother's life. Shi Tian grasped Shurchen's neck, lifting him into the air. No, please don't kill me. Shurchen's face turned crimson, as the overwhelming aura of supremacy engulfed him, rendering him to a state worse than death. Crack. With a sudden surge of strength, Shirtian's grip caused Shurchen's neck to snap. Subsequently, Shirtian's hand penetrated Shurchen's chest, extracting his heart before the eyes of the onlookers. The agony of having his heart ripped out was unbearable. As Shurchen watched in horror as his bloodied heart was crushed in Shirtian's grasp. Ah, you shall not escape a wretched fate. Acknowledging his certain demise, Shurchen yearned only for a swift end. Yet, would Shirtian grant him that mercy? Shirtian delivered a forceful punch to Shurchen's dantian, and with a resounding puff, it shattered. In mere moments, Shurchen's spiritual energy dissipated, leaving him a mere husk devoid of cultivation. Shirtian's despair was a sensation Shurchen was destined to experience in its entirety. Continuing, Shirtian crushed Shurchen's head, arms, and legs, blood gushing forth and saturating the ground, drenching Shirtian in a crimson tide. Bathed in blood, Shirtian laughed maniacally, resembling a demon. He had finally avenged his mother and elder Shur. Buzz. The supreme bone that originally belonged to Shirtian erupted forth, willingly merging into one of his fists. Boom. 2 pieces of supreme bone resided in Shirtian's fists. Once activated, their power would double. I shall claim your eyes, Shirtian declared, appropriating Shurchen's supreme heavy eyes. He already possessed a pair of supreme heavy eyes, rendering this set temporarily unnecessary. However, they could be given to his senior brother or master, surely allowing for a successful fusion. Gazing at the bloodthirsty and savage Shirtian, Shurhantan felt a twinge of fear. Should he fall into Shirtian's hands, his fate would likely be grim. Boom. Shurhantan suddenly gathered his strength, igniting his vital energy. A terrifying imperial might surged forth, temporarily freeing him from Yi Qingyun's imperial pressure. Yet, he did not turn to attack Yi Qingyun, but instead fled in the opposite direction. He was no match for Yi Qingyun. The pressing concern was to escape. Once back in the Tianwu Empire, he would be safe. Heh, think you can escape? We'll see if you can flee faster than my sword. Yi Qingyun sneered, his eyes glinting with a fierce killing intent. Come forth, sword. The chaotic sword energy erupted, further enhanced by the convergence of the 5 elemental sword intents. Subsequently, a sword bathed in holy light emerged, obscuring the vision of all present. Yi Qingyun was not merely an emperor, he was also a grand sword immortal. Chapter 60. The mightiest sword immortal of the age, the Qingyun sword, is the sacred sword of humanity. The moment Yi Qingyun grasped the Qingyun sword, the fate of the human race converged upon him. The chaotic sword body was activated, unleashing an astonishingly powerful chaotic sword aura that shattered the void within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The essence of the 5 elements sword surged forth, warping and distorting the fabric of space, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Everyone was subdued by this overwhelming sword energy and momentum. Even those of the Emperor realm found themselves firmly restrained, unable to move an inch. Jining Shuang also felt an immense pressure. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she gazed at Yi Qingyun, who wielded the Qingyun sword, her heart brimming with astonishment. Yi Qingyun's prowess was even more terrifying than she had imagined. She even doubted whether he had unleashed his full strength. Goodness, my master. My uncle is actually a grand sword immortal. That sword in his hand. It feels as though I have seen it in some ancient text. Could it be the sacred sword of humanity, the Qingyun sword? Su Zhenbin's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dislocating from shock. Chen Haojia, Wei Yu, and others were equally dumbfounded. The mastery of swordsmanship exhibited by Yi Qingyun was astonishing. At merely 30 years of age, he had comprehended the entirety of the 5 elements sword intent, ranking him among the grand sword immortals. This was simply extraordinary. Within the martial arts arena, all the swords wielded by the sword cultivators trembled at that moment, as if paying homage to the Qingyun sword in Yi Qingyun's grasp. Whoosh! In the next moment, all the swords automatically soared into the air, heading straight for Yi Qingyun. Alas, my precious swords, come back, for I am your rightful master. Oh, swords, have you forgotten the days we endured together? I have forsaken marriage for your sake. Dear blades, do not abandon me. The sword cultivators exerted every ounce of strength, yet still could not retain their beloved weapons. The location of the Xiantian sword sect was undoubtedly a disaster zone. Even the sect leader, Jiang Ming's sword, flew away. The grand sword immortal, Yi Qingyun, was not only a formidable emperor-level powerhouse, but also a grand sword immortal. A grand sword immortal in his 30s, truly an unparalleled existence, both in the past and likely in the future. Who would have thought Yi Qingyun was so profoundly concealed? The sect leader truly overestimated his own capabilities in attempting to undermine him. Huh, It appears that the sect leader is the true jester of this tale. Jiang Ming gazed up at Qingyun from a distance. Even if he devoted his entire life to cultivation, the pinnacle he could reach would merely be Qingyun's starting point. Such is the disparity that cannot be bridged by mere effort. Everyone had been deceived by Qingyun. He deliberately concealed his cultivation, indulging in a life of leisure and temptation, all to bewilder the masses. He orchestrated everything, and all was under his control. This is the mark of a truly exceptional master. One can only fear that Qingyun's prowess surpasses even that of Qingyun, even capable of rivaling the transcendent forces. The esteemed ancestors. The Luyun sect is poised for ascendance. From this day forth, none in the Fengqing sect shall provoke the Luyun sect. Otherwise, disciplinary action shall be enforced according to sect regulations, commanded the stern-faced leader of Fengqing sect, Qingdong. Their ancestor, Fengqingyang, had perished while striving for a higher realm, leaving them in a plight akin to that of the Luyun sect. However, with the sudden emergence of the prodigious Qingyun, the Fengqing sect now found itself at the bottom among the 8 transcendent forces. Yet, strangely, the Soul Guardian lamp, long extinguished since the ancestor's demise, had inexplicably reignited. It remains uncertain whether the ancestor has reincarnated or if the lamp has malfunctioned. Henceforth, all members of Haoyan Manor are forbidden from provoking the Luyun sect, with execution as the penalty for offenders, the leader of Haoyan Manor solemnly instructed. The Luyun sect, possessing the 2 emperors, Ji Ningshuang and Qingyun, now wields power surpassing that of the foremost transcendent forces. Which faction would dare to court death by challenging them? With a resounding clang, thousands of swords materialized behind Qingyun, paying homage to the Qingyun sword. The terrifying sword aura enveloped a vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles. Even Shurhan's Han, consumed by burning blood energy, found himself suspended in midair. Despite exerting all his might, he remained utterly immobilized. The very laws of space were affected. Even Shurhan's Han, as an emperor, could not forcibly tear through the fabric of space. Why are you no longer fleeing? Shurhan's Han, did you not incessantly deem me worthless? In truth, I harbor a deep aversion to this appellation. Qingyun's expression remained impassive, his voice resonating like the ominous toll of a death knell, instilling a pallid fear in Shurhan's Han, who was drenched in cold sweat. This individual was nothing short of a demon. Despite his emperor-level prowess, he was also a formidable grand sword immortal. How on earth could anyone else survive in his presence? What kind of monstrous being had he roused? Even if an ancestral figure were to intervene, it seemed unlikely they could contend with Qingyun. Have you ever experienced the sensation of a myriad swords piercing your heart? It must be quite an exquisite feeling. A chilling smile graced the corners of Qingyun's lips as he reveled in the terrifying chaos of sword energy, the domineering essence of the 5 elements permeating the entirety of the Wujigong. Shurhan's Han felt a shiver run down his spine. The sensation akin to teetering on the brink of the underworld, rendering him utterly desolate. Qingyun held dominion over his life and death. He had no inkling of when the countless swords would pierce through him. Qingyun, the sovereign of the Tianwu Empire, you would do well to contemplate your actions before striking. Grand Eunuch Zhao, clutching his feather duster, bellowed with an exaggeratedly high pitch. He yearned to protect the emperor, yet found himself utterly powerless. In the face of Qingyun's imperial might and the overwhelming sword intent, he was rendered immobile, firmly suppressed. Your actions may appear perilous, yet they are devoid of any safety. Qingyun did not even cast a glance at Grand Eunuch Zhao, merely shifting his thoughts. Boom. The previously tranquil void suddenly collapsed and shattered, and the intangible sword energy transformed into a tangible force, piercing through the corporeal form of Grand Eunuch Zhao. With a spurt of blood, Zhao's body became riddled with holes, his eyes wide with terror. Even in his final moments, he remained oblivious to the cause of his demise. With a resounding crash, Zhao's physical body and soul were completely obliterated by the sword energy, dissolving into a cloud of crimson mist. The acrid scent of blood left all present in stunned silence. Yet another formidable emperor met his end at the hands of Qingyun. In a single day, 2 powerful emperors had fallen in the eastern domain, with a third imminent. No, it cannot be. Witnessing the demise of Grand Eunuch Zhao had utterly terrified Shurhan's Han, whose legs trembled uncontrollably, stripped of all semblance of imperial dignity. Such a feeling was profoundly unsettling. This was precisely the effect Qingyun sought. Indeed, his master's swordsmanship was truly unparalleled, and in comparison, he felt woefully inadequate. He resolved to exert himself even more diligently in his training under his master. Xiaohua looked at Qingyun with admiration. Although his own swordsmanship was remarkably potent, the disparity became glaringly evident when juxtaposed with that of his master. Of course, this was also thanks to Xiaohua, the diligent disciple. Had he not grasped the essence of sword intent, Qingyun would not have directly comprehended the complete 5 elements sword intent. The more Xiaohua exerts himself, the stronger Qingyun becomes. Tian'er, save me, I implore you. You are my only hope now, for I am, after all, your biological father. Tian'er, you cannot bear to witness your master take my life, can you? Please, assist your father in pleading for mercy. It was father who erred. Will you not forgive me? I shall make amends to you, and whatever you desire, I shall provide. Han was drenched in cold sweat, viewing Tian as his last lifeline, repeatedly beseeching him. Chapter 61. The ancestor of the infinite palace in this current era, it is beyond my grasp. Perhaps I should simply recline back into my coffin. The once mighty celestial martial emperor now finds himself in a state of utter disarray. The son he once deemed worthless has unexpectedly risen to become an unparalleled prodigy. Meanwhile, his most cherished disciple, Qingyun, possesses the blood of outsiders and has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Tian, ultimately meeting his demise. Presently, his fate lies within the control of Qingyun. Should Tian choose not to intercede on his behalf, his death is all but assured. It seems as though the heavens have played an elaborate jest upon him. All present are filled with a sense of lamentation, none having anticipated such an outcome. This gathering of prodigies shall undoubtedly elevate the Luyun sect to fame through a single battle. You owe my mother an insurmountable debt. Even if I were to perish 1,000 times, a myriad of times, it would not alleviate the hatred that festers within my heart. Tian gazed at Han with an expressionless visage, his eyes brimming with a profound malice. His maturity belied his years, resembling that of an ancient being who has existed for millennia. Even in the presence of Han, he exhibited not a trace of leniency. Having faced death once before, his heart had long since turned as cold as ice. Tian, you cannot do this. You cannot stand idly by while your father is slain. Even if Jun were to look down from the heavens, she would not wish to witness such a fate. Han, shameless as ever, had the audacity to invoke the name of Tian's mother. Silence. Tian roared, his expression twisted with rage. You are unworthy to utter the name of my mother. Tian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning a crimson hue as he advanced toward Han. This scene terrified everyone present. Tian'er, what? What are you planning to do? Han gasped in fear, staring at Tian in horror. I shall personally end your life. Tian stood before Han, the fury within him nearly impossible to contain. If it were not for Han's cold-heartedness, how could mother have perished? How could old Zhou have met such a tragic fate? How could his supreme bone have been excavated? In Han's eyes, there existed only self-interest. Devoid of any familial affection, I will extract your heart with my own hands, to see whether it is black or red. Tian gritted his teeth and unleashed a punch that struck Han's chest. Bang! Crack! Ah! The aura of supremacy erupted, causing Han's chest to cave in instantly, even fracturing his bones, eliciting a wretched scream. Though he was a formidable emperor-level warrior, he found himself ensnared by Qingyun's overwhelming pressure, rendered utterly motionless, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Tian'er, please, spare me. Han gazed at Tian with terror. He suddenly felt as though Tian had become a stranger. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, Tian seemed to have lost all reason, raining punch after punch upon Han's chest. One punch was insufficient to breach his defenses, so he delivered 2, 3, countless blows. He sought to instill despair within Han. Mother, do you see? Your child is determined to avenge you, to personally excavate the heart of this ungrateful wretch. Tian's eyes blazed with crimson fury as the powers of the Qingyun and Swan Ni surged forth, unleashing an onslaught of fists. Blood gushed from Han's mouth, his chest a grotesque mess of flesh, ultimately succumbing to the relentless assault. The searing agony coursed through him, rendering Han desperate for relief. Tian plunged his hand into the gaping wound, exerting tremendous force, tearing out Han's blood-soaked heart. Tian, you must kill me. Han uttered in a pale voice, steeped in despair. Though the heart was crimson and composed of flesh, why did it evoke such callousness? Two streams of blood tears cascaded down Shirtian's face as he clenched tightly, crushing Shirhanshan's heart into a dense mist of blood. Shirhanshan, in utter hopelessness, witnessed the obliteration of his own heart. While a mighty emperor could regenerate any organ, the sight still sent shivers down his spine. Gulps. The resolute nature of Shirtian's actions terrified everyone present. Could such ruthlessness truly belong to a youth in his 20s? Even they, ancient beings who had lived for millennia, could not fathom such mercilessness. Xiao Tian, step aside. Allow me to complete this. Yi Qingyun commanded Shirtian, recognizing that Shirhanshan, a powerful emperor-level expert, would not be easily vanquished. Thus, it was prudent to leave the task to him. Shirtian wisely took a few steps back. Boom. An invisible surge of sword energy erupted between heaven and earth, the fierce sword light converging into a sea that engulfed the entire Wuji Palace. The Qingyun sword transformed into a beam of sacred light, tearing through miles of space, launching an assault directly towards Shirhanshan. Thousands of treasured swords followed closely behind, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left all onlookers in awe, particularly the sword cultivators, who were profoundly moved. Was this the grandeur of a grand sword immortal? Truly terrifying. In truth, Su Jinbin and Jiang Ming, both grand sword immortals themselves, were equally astonished, as they could not unleash such formidable swordsmanship. Although Yi Qingyun was merely a grand sword immortal, his prowess was on par with that of a sword deity. Within the Wuji Palace, the ancestral ground, there lay hundreds of coffins. Suddenly, one coffin lid exploded, and an elderly man, his hair white and his body enveloped in a miasma of death, leaped forth. He emanated the aura of a peak emperor-level cultivation. I have succeeded. I have finally broken through to the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Ha ha. I am now invincible in this world. Such potent sword energy. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Wuji Palace? He is the venerable ancestor of the Wujigong, Lu Zikai, who has been in seclusion for 3 centuries. Through his relentless efforts, he has finally ascended to the pinnacle of the emperor realm. With just one more step in his cultivation, Lu Zikai could transcend into that legendary state, granting him a lifespan that could extend into the tens of thousands of years. Lu Zikai's aged eyes surveyed the training ground, which lay before him in its entirety. Chaos, sword energy, the essence of the 5 elements, the Qingyun sword, and countless other exquisite blades converged, creating a veritable sea of swords. In the presence of this ocean of blades, he felt an ominous aura of death. Under his gaze, the heavenly martial emperor, Shirhanshan, was pierced through and subsequently reduced to a mist of blood. A powerful figure at the peak of the emperor realm vanished in the blink of an eye. Gulp. Lu Zikai stood petrified, as if turned to stone. What on earth? How could such a terrifying sword cultivator exist in this world? He appeared to be merely in his 30s. No. He was actually a powerful figure of the emperor realm. Lu Zikai took a deep breath. He had never been so astonished in his life. He had just broken through, just emerged from his coffin, yet was confronted with such a horrifying spectacle. The chaos sword body, the Qingyun sword, the emperor-level cultivation. A torrent of information left him disoriented. If he were to face this great sword immortal, Lu Zikai harbored no confidence in his ability to prevail. In this world today, it was beyond his grasp. Lu Zikai decisively turned around and then lifted the lid of a coffin, lying down within it. Ancestors, my coffin has exploded. I can only take refuge in yours for a while. From within the coffin emerged a desiccated corpse, and then the coffin lid slammed shut, sealing with over 100 intricate arrays of enchantments. Chapter 62. The Sovereign transforms into the matriarch. The arena had been reduced to ruins. The terrifying aura of sword energy still lingered in the air. The heavenly martial emperor, Shirhanshan, had met his demise, his physical form shattered, and his soul dissipated, dead beyond resurrection. In a fleeting moment, the heavenly martial empire had lost 3 formidable emperors, including the ancestral figure, Shi Yongfei. The empire had merely 4 such powerhouses. Now, with 3 fallen, only Shi Yongfei remained. It could be said that the heavenly martial empire was utterly finished. Yi Qingyun sheathed the Qingyun sword, his form as light as a feather, descending gently to the ground. The overwhelming pressure enveloping the Wujigong swiftly dissipated at that instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of swords slipped from Yi Qingyun's control, returning to the hands of their rightful owners. Alas, my sword, you have finally returned. Had you delayed any longer, I might have found myself marrying the widow next door. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief upon reclaiming their swords. As a swordsman, Losing one's own blade would spell disaster for future practice. The aura surrounding Qingyun faded into nothingness. He placed his hands behind his back, resuming a languid demeanor. A stark contrast to the fearsome, sword immortal from moments prior. Yet, from that moment onward, no one dared to underestimate Qingyun. In a single day, he had slain 3 emperors. Who, if not Qingyun, could have accomplished such a feat? Ding. Assist Xiaohua and Shitian in resolving their inner turmoil. And receive the following rewards. The primordial spirit-attracting array, capable of enveloping the entire flowing cloud sect. The primordial defensive array, a millennium of cultivation. An assortment of various 9th grade elixirs X10, 000, an array of imperial artifacts X100, a collection of imperial level techniques X100, and an assortment of imperial level martial arts X100. Along with the bikini X1. Host, Qingyun physique, chaotic sword body, supreme divine body, supreme bone, supreme heavy eye. Cultivation, fully realized emperor realm. Requires an additional 2,000 years of cultivation to achieve complete perfection in the Emperor realm. Cultivation value, 1,400 years. A flicker of brilliance flashed in the depths of Qingyun's eyes. The bikini has finally arrived. Upon returning to the flowing cloud sect, he would have Schwanger don it. With Schwanger's figure, it would undoubtedly appear exceedingly alluring, and Qingyun could hardly contain his anticipation. In addition to the bikini, there exists a plethora of elixirs, a variety of imperial artifacts, and an array of imperial-level techniques, which would grant him unprecedented freedom. At that time, each peak master and core disciple would be allocated a set of imperial artifacts. Once equipped with these artifacts, the overall strength of the flowing cloud sect will witness a significant enhancement. Certainly, the primordial spirit-attracting array and the primordial defensive array will benefit all members of the flowing cloud sect. After the arrangement of the primordial spirit-attracting array, the density of spiritual energy within the flowing cloud sect will be dozens, if not hundreds, of times greater than that of the outside world. Given time, the strength of the flowing cloud sect will surpass that of other transcendent powers, even rivaling the sacred grounds of the central domain. As for the Hongming defensive array, even a fully realized emperor-level expert would require several years to breach it. Thus, there is no fear of a surprise attack. Xiaodian, our vengeance has been avenged. It is time for us to return. Qingyun turned to Shitian and spoke with a smile. Shitian, drenched in blood, with tear-filled eyes, felt an overwhelming sense of relief in his heart. He had finally avenged his mother and old Zhou. As for that wretched woman, Feng Yuding, Shitian would not let her escape either. The entire Tianwu Empire had become a hollow shell. Eliminating Feng Yuding would be a trivial task. For now, let her live in fear. Thank you, master. Shitian, holding back his tears, clasped his hands together earnestly. Silly child, why be so formal with your teacher? Let us return to Luyun's sect. I must admit, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Qingyun stretched, his aura completely still, appearing as an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. Yet, everyone present understood that Qingyun was a true harbinger of death. Yu Wenyin was dead, Zhao Wenxiang was dead, and even Shi Hanshan was dead. The Tianwu Empire had utterly collapsed. One could only wonder how Shi Yongfei would handle this situation. What else could he do? He could only submit. For with Jining Shuang and Yu Qingyun, 2 formidable emperors at Luyun's sect, who would dare provoke them? The powerful figures from various factions gazed at Qingyun with a mixture of reverence and fear. Schwanger, let us depart. Upon arriving at the location of the Luyun sect, Qingyun unabashedly exclaimed. Hearing this, Jining Shue's fair countenance flushed with color. This scoundrel, he has ceased to pretend. What? Did I hear correctly? Schwanger. My master actually referred to the sect leader as Schwanger? No, there's a significant revelation here. Su Jinbin and the others were instantly intrigued. Remarkably, my master seems to have developed a relationship with the sect leader. However, aside from my master, it appears that no one else is truly worthy of the sect leader's affections. The various factions were equally astonished. The most beautiful woman in the eastern domain has indeed been claimed by Qingyun, despite the advances from powerful figures in the central domain. Jining Shue had outright rejected them. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be Qingyun who benefited? Nevertheless, with Qingyun's extraordinary talent and strength, he is undoubtedly deserving of the Empress. Truly, it incites envy among many. What is happening? Has the sect leader become the master's wife? Xiaohua and Shitian exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat astonished. Caw! The Qinglin eagle swiftly approached, and the members of the Luyun sect mounted it. transforming into a streak of azure light before vanishing from sight. Once the Luoyuan sect members departed, the powerful figures from various factions finally dared to exhale in relief. The Luoyuan sect has risen to prominence. From this day forth, a colossal power will emerge in the Eastern Domain, surpassing even the transcendent forces. And that is the Luoyuan sect. No one anticipated that this would be the eventual outcome. First, Xiaohua and Shitian displayed their brilliance, and ultimately, Qingyun took matters into his own hands, vanquishing 3 esteemed emperors in swift succession. The battle of the Luoyuan sect ascended to divine heights, surpassing even the most transcendent of forces. The prowess of the sword Immortal Yi is something we can only aspire to. Our proud swordsmanship at the Xiantian sword sect pales in comparison, rendered merely as a mere defense. The sect master, Jiang Ming, could not help but express his sentiments. In the ancestral grounds of the Wuzhigong, within the confines of a coffin, the elder Lu Zikai let out a sigh of relief. At last it is over. I was nearly frightened to death. He thought to himself, no, I must continue to reinforce the array seals, lest that sword Immortal return with a vengeance. Layer upon layer, Lu Zikai fortified the formations, anxious that Qingyun might once again trouble the Wuzhigong. Following the conclusion of the talented feast, the achievements of the Luoyuan sect reverberated throughout the Eastern Domain. Countless prodigies devoted themselves to arduous training, all with the aspiration of joining the Luoyuan sect. Welcome, sect master. Welcome, master uncle. In the Luoyuan square, all the peak masters, elders, and disciples bowed in deep respect. They had already heard of the fierce battles at the talented feast, and thus, their admiration for master uncle Qingyun was boundless. It turned out that his apparent years of idleness had been a fade, cleverly deceiving the various powers, all in pursuit of a momentous revelation. This is the true embodiment of an unparalleled master. In an instant, Qingyun became the paragon for all within the Luoyuan sect. Chapter 63. The Bloodlust of Shi Yongfei. Well, everyone is here. Master uncle has something to bestow upon you. With a graceful leap, Qingyun descended to the ground and proceeded to unveil the rewards bestowed by the system, elixirs, imperial artifacts, and martial arts techniques. Everything was laid bare before the astonished crowd. Countless 9th-grade elixirs, over 100 exquisite imperial artifacts, an array of martial arts techniques, all at the lofty rank of advanced imperial level. The rich aroma of the elixirs wafted through the plaza, and those present were enraptured, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Some even achieved breakthroughs on the spot. The might of the imperial artifacts enveloped the entire Luoyuan sect, conjuring extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and the earth. Everyone stood in awe. Elixirs, all were 9th grade. Imperial artifacts, over 100 exquisite ones? All martial arts techniques were of advanced imperial grade? Could it be that I am not mistaken? Such a scene could not even be dreamt of. Doge, you must endure this. Smack. Ah, why did you hit me, Tidan? No. Wait. I actually feel pain. Is this real? Are these exquisite imperial artifacts truly existent? The crowd descended into a frenzy. Even the Empress Jining Shuang was left in shock by the spectacle before her. Qingyun had casually produced tens of thousands of 9th-grade elixirs, hundreds of exquisite imperial artifacts, and hundreds of advanced imperial martial arts techniques. Even when combined, the sacred lands of the Central Domain cannot match the wealth that Qingyun has presented. Come. The peak masters shall choose first. Each master may claim a supreme imperial artifact. The remaining artifacts will be allocated to the core disciples of each mountain peak. Qingyun nonchalantly pushed forth all the treasures, as if they were mere worthless trinkets in his eyes. It appears we have underestimated our master's profound resources. Xiaohua and Shitian could not help but exclaim in awe. Thank you, Uncle Master. No, thank you, dear father. What? Mo Lao? At your age, isn't it a bit excessive to call your Uncle Master dear father? Chun Haojia cast a disdainful glance at Mo Wudao. Yet in the next moment, dear grandpa, your grandson pays his respects. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. The various peak masters hastened to express their gratitude towards Qingyun. Qingyun was utterly bewildered. What is happening? He had never married, and now he suddenly finds himself with a multitude of sons and grandsons? The most absurd part is that even great-grandsons have appeared. Ahem, there is no need for such formality. These are merely useless items. Even if I were to take them back, they would simply serve as tools for weeding and for firewood. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, speaking with casual indifference. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Supreme imperial artifacts used for weeding? Imperial-level techniques used for firewood? This is simply a flagrant waste. Moreover, there are the Hongming Spirit Induction Array and the Hongming Defensive Array. Qingyun smacked his forehead and subsequently set up the two formations within the Luyun sect. At that moment, the spiritual energy of the eastern region was fervently drawn in by the Hongming spirit induction array, reaching a concentration that surpassed the outside world by 100-fold. Within the Luyun sect, the spiritual energy had already liquefied, transforming into a consumable spirit liquid. Gulyalu. What level of spirit induction array is this? It's absolutely astonishing. It is far ahead. From the sect master to every disciple, they all looked up to Qingyun with profound admiration. Could it be that the revered uncle was truly a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? This defensive array is something even I cannot breach. Jining Shuang gazed at the defensive array enveloping the Luyun sect, feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. She found herself increasingly unable to fathom Qingyun. Their Luyun sect had metamorphosed into the most profound existence across the entire Xinquan continent. Given time, the strength of the Luyun sect would surpass that of the Holy Lands. This fellow possesses celestial skills. Perhaps he can aid the revered uncle in overcoming his predicament. Jining Shuang seemed to have recalled something, murmuring softly within her heart. The revered uncle, Li Mo Yang, had been missing for nearly 6 years. Though she was not well acquainted with the circumstances, she could surmise the general situation. The revered uncle must have ventured into the central region for the sake of a past love. The entire Luyun sect was immersed in jubilation. However, they did not allow this triumph to inflate their egos. Due to their inherent limitations, even an abundance of resources proves futile. They may merely become a dowry for others. Therefore, it is imperative for them to adeptly utilize the resources bestowed by their esteemed elder, swiftly enhancing their capabilities to elevate the Luyun sect to the pinnacle of the divine Qingyun continent, surpassing even the sacred lands. In the depths of the Empress Peak, within a secluded chamber, Frost, are you pleased with the outcome of this year's gathering of prodigies? Enough with the preamble. Just tell me directly, what peculiar attire do you wish for me to don this time? Nothing escapes your keen perception, Frost. Qingyun revealed a pink bikini. This. How can one wear so little? Jining Shuang's delicate brows furrowed, for she had underestimated Qingyun's prowess. Come now, allow me to instruct you, Qingyun said, licking his lips before personally assisting Jining Shuang in shedding her garments and adorning her with the bikini. Her smooth, alluring legs appeared so enticing. One might imagine they could yield water with a mere squeeze. Her slender waist was simply irresistible. This bikini suited Jining Shuang perfectly. Frost, I shall now aid you in your cultivation. Qingyun was diligent and industrious, unwilling to squander even a moment. This period of cultivation extended for a full 2 years. Following the gathering of prodigies, the Luyun sect firmly established itself as the preeminent force, revered as a colossal power. In the past 2 years, countless prodigies have sought to join the Flowing Cloud sect, with several factions even opting to directly merge with it. Curiously, after the Tianwu Empire faced a setback 2 years ago, the venerable ancestor, Shi Yongfei, has remained utterly unresponsive. Various factions speculate that the Tianwu Empire, out of fear of the Flowing Cloud sect, has chosen to endure in silence. Ancestor, you must avenge Qin'er. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate with me. Revenge is merely a matter of time. I will give you everything. I am willing to sacrifice it all if it aids you in your breakthrough. Within the palace, the voice of the fragrant consort, Feng Yuding, gasped for breath. Shi Yongfei, with his white hair yet youthful visage, emanated a sinister force from within. No wonder both Han Shan and Yuan Yin dote upon you so. It turns out you possess the Qiangyun jade body, truly a remarkable furnace. Shi Yongfei, already drenched in sweat, had significantly enhanced his strength after 2 years of cultivation. It was only 2 years prior that he discovered Feng Yuding's possession of the Qiangyun jade body, following Feng Yuding's assassination of Li Wanjun. Han Shan's decision to turn a blind eye largely stemmed from her unique ability to aid his cultivation. Yu Wenyin's own rapid progress and prowess also ensued after his entanglement with Feng Yuding. Shi Yongfei would certainly not overlook the exceptional opportunity presented by Feng Yuding as a remarkable vessel. Once he transcends to that legendary realm, he would wield unparalleled power, allowing him to obliterate the Luyun sect and restore the majesty of the Tianwu Empire. His intent is to capture both Qingyun and Jining Shuang, humiliating Jining Shuang before Qingyun, driving him to the brink of despair. That day shall soon arrive. Adorned in imperial robes, Shi Yongfei made his way to the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain. Amidst the desolation, the plaintive cries of children echoed, "Please let me go. My mother is waiting for me. You wicked individuals, release me." The royal family had seized hundreds of thousands of young boys and girls, all to facilitate the cultivation of the elder, Shi Yongfei. Merely possessing the Qingyun jade body was insufficient. He required these nourishments to advance his practice. In his fervor to break through to that realm, he resorted to forbidden techniques, propelling his cultivation at the cost of his lifespan. With his current longevity, he could live at most for another century. Even if he were to ascend to that coveted realm, his lifespan would remain unchanged. Yet, in his quest for vengeance, he cast aside such concerns. A century's time would be ample for him to dominate the entirety of the eastern region. You should feel honored to become the nourishment for our ancestor, ha ha ha. With his hands forming intricate seals, Shi Yongfei unleashed a malevolent aura that transformed into a horde of ferocious beasts, devouring hundreds of thousands of children, leaving behind only charred remnants of bone. Meanwhile, Shi Yongfei's cultivation surged dramatically. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Yet, this was not sufficient. To confront the Luoyuan sect, he must transcend to that ultimate realm. Chapter 64. Breakthrough to the perfect Emperor realm. Deng Tuzi, please stop. Schwanger, do you not enjoy it? I do enjoy it, but it's inappropriate now. I need to freshen up. Jining Shuang, drenched in fragrant sweat. Her complexion flushed, radiated an alluring charm. She resembled a frightened lamb, using her garments to shield herself as she retreated continuously. Over the past 2 years, Qingyun had never rested for a moment. The bizarre array of garments she had donned, changed dozens of times, nearly drove her to her wit's end. Yet she found herself unable to refuse him. Schwanger, have you been satisfied these past 2 years? Qingyun chuckled contentedly, reclining languidly upon Jining Shuang's jade bed. The delicate fragrance enveloped him, offering immense pleasure. Since binding with the invincible supreme system, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. His cultivation had skyrocketed, having already broken through to the Emperor realm. With the Empress by his side, life had become even more delightful. After 2 years of diligent cultivation, Qingyun had amassed 200 years' worth of cultivation value. The efficiency of practicing the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix technique was truly remarkable. The journey itself was exceedingly pleasurable. Ding. Due to the host's relentless dedication to cultivation and positive attitude, a reward of 1,000 years of cultivation points has been granted. Additional rewards include 500 Supreme Imperial Artifacts, 500 Advanced Imperial Level Cultivation Techniques, 500 Advanced Imperial Level Martial Skills, 10,000 9th Grade Elixirs, and 1 Emperor Cultivation Card. The Emperor Cultivation Card may only be used by martial cultivators below the Emperor realm, and upon use, it will directly elevate their cultivation to the Emperor realm. Host: Qingyun Physique, Eternal Dragon Emperor Body, Chaotic Sword Body, Supreme Divine Body. Cultivation: Peak of the Emperor realm. To achieve completeness in the Emperor realm requires an additional 2,000 years of cultivation points. Cultivation points: 2,600 years. The system has issued rewards once again? Relentless cultivation? Positive attitude? Well. The system understands him better than anyone else. Has it been easy for him over the past 2 years? If it weren't for the indestructible gold gun pill sustaining him, he would have long succumbed to exhaustion. His tireless efforts are solely to aid Jining Shuang in her cultivation. As for beauty, he cares not at all. As long as Jining Shuang makes progress in her cultivation and the Flowing Cloud sect thrives, Qingyun will have no regrets. Isn't it a matter of self-sacrifice? To sacrifice the small self for the greater good is a price Qingyun is willing to pay. Schwanger, rest well. I shall return to assist you in your cultivation after some time. Qingyun stepped forward, gently caressing Jining Shuang's head before turning to leave the cave dwelling. Jining Shuang shot a glance at Qingyun, bewildered by his formidable demeanor. After he departed, she exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at the dirt on her attire. She rolled her eyes in disdain. However, over the past 2 years, Qingyun had indeed made significant strides in his abilities, earning both respect and obedience from those around him. Upon leaving the Empress Peak, Qingyun did not return directly to Lingxiao Peak, but instead made his way toward Dan Peak. With a card of Imperial Cultivation in his possession, he was determined not to let it go to waste. Given the innate talents of Xiaohua and Shitian, achieving the Imperial realm would be a walk in the park for them, rendering the card unnecessary. Moreover, should they utilize the Imperial Cultivation card, they would miss out on valuable experiential insights, making future breakthroughs more challenging. Thus, Qingyun intended to bestow this Imperial Cultivation card upon Mo Wudao, who had been the first to refer to him as father 2 years prior. Now, with a benefit at hand, he naturally thought of his obedient son, who was several thousand years his senior. Master Uncle? Let us welcome Master Uncle. Quickly, inform the Peak Master that Master Uncle has arrived. Upon catching sight of Qingyun, the disciples of Dan Peak hurriedly bowed in reverence, their expressions brimming with excitement, leaving outsiders to speculate about their peculiar camaraderie. Oh dear, my esteemed father, why did you not give me a heads up before your arrival? I would have prepared to receive you. Mo Wudao approached swiftly, though his appearance was rather disheveled, with his grayish-white hair in disarray and his crimson robe charred. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that the furnace had exploded. Ah, Mo, your look is quite something, Qingyun remarked, barely suppressing a chuckle. Mo Wudao's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, one who often walks by the river is bound to get their shoes wet. It's merely a matter of routine. Still, it would be wise to exercise caution. In the future, should you find yourself unable to concoct any elixirs, feel free to seek me out. After all, it's merely alchemy, and we have plenty to spare. With a casual gesture, Qingyun produced a dozen or so jade vials, each containing various types of elixirs, all of which were of the 9th grade. Gulps. All 9th grade elixirs. Father, you cannot possibly be a hidden master alchemist, can you? Mo Wudao boldly speculated, recalling Qingyun's penchant for concealing his true abilities. Qingyun merely smiled noncommittally. An alchemist? That would be far too arduous. If one desires a particular elixir, one simply needs to inform the system. Why labor over it? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to spend that time mastering a few more techniques? Seeing the smile at the corner of Qingyun's lips, Mo Wudao was already convinced that Qingyun was indeed a master alchemist. Thank you, esteemed elder. Several elders from the Dan Peak reached out to seize the 9th grade elixirs. But in the next instant, Mo Wudao swatted them away with a firm hand. Do you not understand the rules? The elixirs given by my father are rightfully to be held by the Peak Master. Mo Wudao accepted the elixir, subsequently offering a back massage and shoulder rub to Qingyun, demonstrating considerable flattery. Father, it is a rare occasion for you to visit Danfeng. Let us go inside and sit for a while. Allow your son to properly show his filial piety, Mo Wudao said with a playful grin. There is no need for that. Qingyun smiled softly. The primary reason for my visit today is to present you with an opportunity. An opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Mo Wudao's interest was piqued immediately. Qingyun had never disappointed him with the treasures he brought forth. Little Mo, do you aspire to break through to the realm of the Great Emperor? Upon hearing this, Mo Wudao was momentarily taken aback. The realm of the Great Emperor? How could he not yearn for it? However, his focus had been primarily on alchemy, leaving him little time or energy for martial cultivation. And his martial talent was indeed limited. If he could achieve a breakthrough to the Great Emperor realm, combined with his exceptional alchemical skills, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself across the entire Qingyun continent. Father, do you truly possess a method to help me break through to the Great Emperor realm? Mo Wudao's voice trembled slightly. Though he found it hard to believe, Qingyun had once restored the ruined Dantian of Shitiandu. Could there be anything in this world that Qingyun could not accomplish? Little Mo, prepare yourself, Qingyun replied with a serene smile. Mo Wudao held his breath and focused his energy. Father, I am ready. Qingyun nodded and subsequently activated the Great Emperor cultivation card for Mo Wudao. Boom. Mo Wudao, after centuries of stagnation in his cultivation, has finally achieved a breakthrough. He has reached the pinnacle of the semi-emperor realm. The thunderous sound of the emperor's tribulation envelopes the entirety of the Luyan sect. What is happening? The emperor's tribulation, in the direction of the Dan Peak. Could it be that Peak Master Mo is breaking through to the emperor realm? It seems implausible. Peak Master Mo only possesses a profound semi-emperor cultivation. If he were to break through, it would only be to the perfection of the semi-emperor realm. How could he possibly ascend directly to the emperor realm? Some disciples have observed that the Grand Uncle Master has gone to Dan Peak. Is there a connection between Peak Master Mo's breakthrough and the Grand Uncle Master? If the Grand Uncle Master is at Dan Peak, then it makes sense. It appears he possesses a method to facilitate direct ascension to the Emperor realm. Truly, the Grand Uncle Master is extraordinary. I hereby declare a formal severance of my father-son relationship with my biological father. From this day forth, the Grand Uncle Master shall be my sole paternal figure. All the elders and disciples from the various peaks respectfully gaze toward Dan Peak. Su Jinbin, Chen Haojie, Wei Yu, and others have recently reached the consummate stage of the Emperor realm. all thanks to the Grand Uncle Master's elaborate spirit-gathering array and the various heavenly treasures provided. However, upon emerging from their seclusion, their first sight was of Mo Wudao transcending to the Emperor realm. Instantly, they felt a pang of inadequacy. It seems they must diligently honor the Grand Uncle Master, for who knows, perhaps they too can ascend to that legendary realm at the Empress Peak. Ji Ningxuang had just finished her cleansing ritual, adorning herself in a pomegranate-hued dress, both resplendent and noble. Her delicate neck, fair and translucent, exuded an alluring charm. Was Mo Wudao on the verge of transcending to the realm of the emperor? A flicker of astonishment danced in Ji Ningxuang's beautiful eyes, yet her heart brimmed with joy. The addition of another emperor would significantly bolster the strength of the Flowing Cloud sect. However, given Mo Wudao's prodigious talent, even if he were to ascend to the emperor realm, it would surely take him several millennia. Yi Qingyun. Ji Ningxuang sensed Yi Qingyun's presence atop the Pill Peak. What extraordinary means had this fellow employed to enable Mo Wudao to directly break through to the Emperor realm? It was truly perplexing. Ji Ningxuang's astonishment caused her chest to rise and fall, her alluring figure captivating. To utilize external forces for such a breakthrough likely posed the risk of not withstanding the Emperor's heavenly tribulation. As Ji Ningxuang gazed at the ominous thunderclouds gathering in the sky, a sense of worry washed over her. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the Emperor's heavenly tribulation seemingly dissipated into thin air. An aura belonging to Mo Wudao, embodying the essence of an emperor, enveloped the entirety of the Flowing Cloud sect. What? Mo Wudao had successfully transcended, yet the tribulation had not even struck. Ji Ningxuang was left dumbfounded. Everyone was bewildered. This was utterly contrary to reason. On the Pill Peak, Mo Wudao basked in the overwhelming imperial power coursing through him, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Had he truly just ascended to the Emperor realm? Mo Wudao felt as though he were lost in a dream. Yi Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that the system's reward of the Emperor's cultivation card was impervious to the influences of the heavenly order, thereby allowing Mo Wudao to bypass the tribulations and directly ascend to the Emperor realm. Truly delightful. If the system were to generously bestow more Emperor's cultivation cards, wouldn't the entire Liyun sect become composed of emperors? At that point, what mere holy land could withstand their might? Plop, father, dear father. Little Mo shall surely provide for you in your old age. No, little Mo will undoubtedly honor you dutifully. Mo Wudao knelt before Yi Qingyun, clinging to his leg, tears streaming down his face, weeping in a manner that was profoundly moving. Well, it's just a breakthrough to the Emperor realm. It's nothing extraordinary. Although you have reached this new height, one must not relax. Continual cultivation is essential. Remember, there are always greater heights beyond the heavens and greater individuals beyond humanity. The path of martial arts is devoid of an endpoint. Yi Qingyun encouraged Mo Wudao. The teachings of his father were etched deeply in little Mo's heart. Mo Wudao truly regarded Yi Qingyun as his own father. Aside from his biological parents, no one had ever treated him with such kindness. He vowed to honor Yi Qingyun with utmost devotion. Anyone who dared to threaten Yi Qingyun would find themselves facing Mo Wudao's relentless wrath. Consolidate your realm well. I must take my leave. With my cultivation level reaching 2,600 years, I too am on the verge of a breakthrough. Once he transcended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, even the fabled domain would pose no threat to Yi Qingyun. With utmost reverence, Mo Wudao bowed deeply. Yi Qingyun rent the fabric of space and returned directly to Lingxiao Peak. Both Xiaohua and Shi Tian were engrossed in their cultivation within the primordial realm, leaving only Feng Qingyang to greet him. Greetings, honored one, Feng Qingyang remarked, appearing increasingly youthful, his white hair and childlike visage embodying an ethereal grace, resembling an immortal untouched by the mundane world. His cultivation had reached the zenith of the Emperor realm, mere steps away from that legendary domain. However, having endured painful lessons, Feng Qingyang refrained from immediate advancement. This time, he intended to prepare thoroughly. Old Feng, your progress in strength is remarkable, Yi Qingyun observed, perceiving Feng Qingyang's cultivation level and hidden capabilities with clarity. Under the scrutiny of the honored one's gaze, Feng Qingyang felt as if he were adrift in an endless ocean, unable to escape no matter how fervently he struggled. The prowess of the honored one had reached a truly terrifying degree. All that I have now is thanks to the honored one, Feng Qingyang replied with a deep bow. Yi Qingyun smiled, seemingly struck by a thought. Old Feng, it has been 7 or 8 years since your rebirth. Perhaps you should visit the Feng Qing sect. I am sure your descendants must miss you dearly. Thank you for your concern, esteemed one. When I have the time, I shall return to take a look. Feng Qingyun harbors deep feelings for the Fengqing sect, yet he has devoted the past 7 or 8 years to arduous cultivation, which has prevented him from visiting even once. Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement and then returned to his room. System, you may commence your performance now. Qingyun surrendered himself to slumber, entrusting the matter of his breakthrough to the system. He had already exerted considerable effort in aiding Ji Ningxuang's cultivation. If he had to involve himself in such trivialities, what purpose would the system serve? Received. Commencing breakthrough process for the host. Due to the immense disturbance caused by the breakthrough, a separate space had been established. After Qingyun fell into a deep sleep, he found himself in this independent realm. His cultivation aura began to surge dramatically with the eternal Dragon Emperor body, Supreme Divine body, and Chaos Sword body all manifesting in a spectacular explosion of power. A magnificent golden dragon soared through the skies, exuding unparalleled dragon might. Furthermore, chaotic sword energy rampaged fiercely, permeating the atmosphere with a supreme presence. The independent space trembled violently, as if it would shatter into fragments at any moment. Boom. After an indeterminate period, Qingyun's cultivation finally ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. His spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, and his imperial might surged with ferocity. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate an entire expanse of space. Chapter 65. Why is it so difficult to simply live well? In the realm of Wujigong, as night descended, a dozen disciples patrolled their posts day after day. The cool moonlight cascaded down, casting their shadows upon the ground. This year has been rather peculiar. Even after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the air has turned unexpectedly chilly. My brothers here are truly suffering, toiling at the most arduous tasks while receiving the meagerest of rewards. Alas, what can we do about our lack of talent? My mother often says that merely being accepted into Wujigong is akin to our ancestors striking gold. Look at your disheartened demeanor. If you work diligently alongside us, you are bound to soar to great heights in the future. Wealth? Women? Those will be but a mere extension of your grasp. Speaking of women, I find myself invigorated. Ever since my last visit to the Yihong courtyard, I have abstained for 3 long months, and it has driven me nearly to madness. The women there are merely painted trinkets if I were to seek companionship. I would prefer a beauty akin to the Holy Maiden. Her visage and figure, just the thought excites the senses. Ahem, but such sentiments must remain unuttered. For the Holy Maiden is the beloved of the Holy Sun. Though she may possess a certain reputation, she is not a subject for our discourse. Yet, I must admit, I could cherish her legs for decades. As for the Holy Maiden, is she still in seclusion? I have heard that the battle 2 years prior left her heart shaken. I wonder how her recovery fares now? If you ask me, it is the duty of my brothers to aid her in healing. As the crowd engaged in lively conversation, a sudden noise erupted from the woods outside the city gate. Who goes there? A dozen disciples immediately adopted a vigilant stance, gripping their weapons as they advanced toward the forest. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was merely a mouse. By the heavens, a wretched rodent dares to disrupt my enjoyment? One disciple stepped forward, crushing the mouse beneath his foot, his expression twisted with malice and a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You, my little friend, seem to have nowhere to vent your frustrations. Once this little task is complete, I shall take you on a delightful escapade. Very well. I eagerly await those words from you, dear brother. Aside from the disciple tormenting the mouse, the others retraced their steps. As they departed, the space surrounding the disciple began to contort wildly, as if a cage had ensnared him. Who are you? The disciple's face drained of color. Despite his frantic attempts to scream, no sound escaped his lips. I shall borrow your body. Following the ominous voice, the disciple's gaze turned vacant, and a self-satisfied grin emerged on his face. He emerged from the woods, blending seamlessly into the ranks of the guards. Were it not for the formidable defensive array of the Wuji Palace, he would not have needed to exert such effort. Upon entering the Infinite Palace, he stealthily arrived at the ancestral grounds of the rear mountain. Cackling with glee, he finally infiltrated the sanctum. Luzakai, you coward. It is high time you made a declaration, is it not? The imperial might permeated the air, distorting the laws of space, as the entire ancestral land became firmly sealed. He smirked with satisfaction, then extricated himself from the body of the disciple of the Infinite Palace, transforming into his true form, the youthful visage of Shi Yongfei. Shi Yongfei journeyed from the heavenly martial empire to the Infinite Palace, intent on dragging it into the fray. The alliance of 2 transcendent forces against the Flowing Cloud sect would significantly increase their odds of victory. However, as Shi Yongfei gazed upon the ancestral grounds. He was rendered utterly speechless, for as far as the eye could see, there were thousands upon thousands of coffins, all identical and indistinguishable. Although the Infinite Palace boasts a lineage of over 1,000,000 years, the total number of ancestors amounts to no more than 500. How could there suddenly be so many coffins? Moreover, the stone tablets that once stood before them had mysteriously vanished. Lu Zikai, how terrified of death can you possibly be? Shi Yongfei's countenance darkened as he inwardly cursed vehemently. He was certain this was the doing of Lu Zikai. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? Shi Yongfei would scarcely have believed it. This fellow Lu Zikai was indeed overly cautious, going so far as to deliberately transport thousands of coffins to mislead others, while also removing all the stone tablets inscribed with identity information. Truly, there is no limit to one's cowardice. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Lu Zikai. Due to Lu Zikai's inherently cautious nature, the day he witnessed Yi Qingyun slay the emperor with his sword, his heart was already filled with terror, prompting him to resort to such desperate measures. Very well, Lu Zikai, let us see how long you can evade me. Shi Yongfei gritted his teeth fiercely and struck with his palm, shattering a dozen coffins in an instant. Yet, within those coffins lay nothing but emptiness, devoid of any corpses. Indeed, he had surmised correctly. These were merely placed by Lu Zikai to mislead others. Oh no, could that formidable swordsman be on his way to kill me? May the ancestral spirits protect me and let me not fall into his clutches. Within a coffin sealed by over 100 wards, Lu Zikai dared not even breathe. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Damn it! Shi Yongfei searched through countless coffins, but still found no trace of Lu Zikai. Realizing the futility of his blind search, he suppressed his presence and traversed the ancestral grounds. Has it gone quiet? Could he have fled? No. I cannot remain hidden for another 81 days. What if this is merely a ruse? Inside the coffin, Lu Zikai mused silently. Suddenly, Shi Yongfei halted in his tracks. He had discovered a particularly unique coffin, adorned with seals. At last, I have found you. Lu Zikai grinned widely, gathering all his strength before striking fiercely to break the seals. Bang! Rumble. Yet, despite a powerful strike, the coffin remained utterly unmoved. Over 100 formations were breached, but only a handful. What the hell? Lu Zikai, are you so idle after a hearty meal? Have you really set up over 100 formations within a single coffin? Shi Yongfei's teeth ground in frustration, yearning to tear Lu Zikai apart. I have encountered cunning before, but never to such a degree. Suddenly, a realization struck. No, that sound belongs to the swordsmanship prodigy, does it not? Lu Zikai's heart raced. Is this truly your hospitality, Lu Zikai? Shi Yongfei remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. At this, Lu Zikai finally discerned the identity of the visitor. Shi Yongfei? What could he possibly want from me? Is it to drag me into this mess? Lu Zikai quickly surmised Shi Yongfei's intentions. After all, the Tianlu Empire had suffered grievously. How could Shi Yongfei swallow this humiliation? You may leave. I shall not ally with you against the Luoyuan sect. Lu Zikai's voice emanated from within the coffin. The prowess of that sword master was terrifying beyond measure. He had no desire to meet a needless demise. Shi Yongfei's countenance darkened. Lu Zikai, can you truly endure this humiliation? Ji Ningshuang publicly humiliated the master and elder of your Wujigong, while Xiaohua shattered Ning Saiwei's resolve. It is as though you and your Wujigong have been utterly disregarded. They truly deserve it, lacking any discernment, daring to offend even that formidable master of swordsmanship. I almost wish to bind them and give them a good thrashing. You should leave, lest that esteemed swordsman catches sight of you. I have no desire to be dragged down with you. Lu Zikai is not one to adhere to conventions. His singular aim is to survive, nothing more. Shi Yongfei, seething with anger, ground his teeth as the malevolent energy within him rapidly coalesced, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. You cowardly wretch, destined to lie in a coffin for eternity, he scoffed, before rending the fabric of space, vanishing from the spot. Even the seals of the ancestral land dissipating. Finally gone, Lu Zikai exhaled a sigh of relief. After waiting for a full 10 days, he dared to emerge from the coffin. The ancestral land lay in utter disarray, and Lu Zikai cursed with bitterness. Shi Yongfei, you arrogant fool, revel in your bravado now. Having provoked that master of swordsmanship, regret will surely follow you. With a swift tidying up, Lu Zikai retrieved tens of thousands of coffins from his spatial ring. This time, he intended to place seals on each coffin, ensuring absolute security. Slit. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of malevolent energy surged forth, locking onto Lu Zikai. This is bad. Lu Zikai swiftly turned, mustering all his strength in a bid to counter this malevolence. As a cultivator of the Emperor realm, his reflexes were remarkably quick. However, that malevolent energy directly devoured his spiritual power, and the blood-red ocean of evil engulfed Lu Zikai entirely. Feudal. Lu Zikai, do you truly believe that I, your ancestor, have come to negotiate with you? Within the crimson sea of dark energy, the shadowy visage of Shi Yongfei emerged. You have actually mastered forbidden techniques? Shi Yongfei, may you meet a wretched fate. Retribution shall be yours. The anguished cries of Lu Zikai echoed, his strength rapidly dwindling. While Shi Yongfei's cultivation soared swiftly, the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, as sustenance, was truly a remarkable boon. From the very beginning, Shi Yongfei had no intention of collaborating with Lu Zikai. Rather, his intent was to consume him.